Chapter 71. Are you here to save me? Blake hid in a room and observed the situation outside through the crack in the door. In the distance, Stanford was mechanically waving the huge machete with sharp teeth in his hand, destroying one door after another, just to find Blake. The door that was strong enough to withstand intermediate magic was as small as a wooden board in the other party's eyes and was smashed into pieces. After confirming that there was no sign of Blake in the room, the other party turned and walked to another door, repeating the chopping action. If this goes on, it won't be long before he finds himself. He looked at the staircase leading down at the end of the corridor. He had no intention of having a direct conflict with the other party from the beginning to the end, because he knew that this would be tantamount to suicide because of the opponent's strong combat power. Even if the players in the original game tried various methods, there was no possibility of defeating him head-on, because it is in the core influence area of the nightmare. The method of wake up with a laugh is doomed to fail. In addition, since Modern is not in the academy right now, he can't even use the Sias family badge he got at the commendation ceremony. However, the game designer has moral integrity and will not design a problem that is impossible to solve. This means that the reason he is standing here at this moment is not for the players to defeat him. We just need to find a way to delay time until Leonardo and the others get the mirror and solve the nightmare. That's why Blake took the initiative to suggest leading the other party away. He definitely did not put himself in danger out of recklessness or some great and noble spirit of dedication, but it was because he was confident that he could deal with the current situation. Although Nightmare's ability to manipulate dreams is tricky, the fact that he is the boss of the first act means that he is not too difficult to fight. The drawbacks of its manipulation capabilities are also obvious. That is, when manipulating so many targets, it is impossible to achieve perfect manipulation of each individual. Otherwise, with Stanford's practical experience, he would not have been able to struggle under his hands for such a long time. The same was true for the students outside. Their attacks were completely without any thought or logic. They just attacked people randomly without any thoughts. Right now, the opponent was gradually approaching, and Blake had less and less time thinking of this. Just as the other party entered a room to search, Blake pushed the door open and rushed out, head straight to the end of the stairs. He originally thought that he could pass through smoothly while the other party was searching the room, but with a sudden sound of breaking air, the next second a huge machete with silver light flew out of the room. With a loud bang, the machete pierced straight into the door opposite. The blade reflected the flickering light above his head, looking like the bared fangs of the god of death. The huge machete was stuck between the two rooms, directly blocking Blake's way. This moment Blake had to stop, watching the other person slowly walk out of the door, and took a deep breath. Stanford closed his eyes and his even breathing indicated that he was still asleep, but this did not prevent him from grasping the handle of the machete and holding it in his hand again. Then he walked towards Blake with a machete. Blake immediately released a wind blade attack. Faced with the whistling sharp blade, the opponent had no intention of dodging or even blocking it. He just let the wind blade cut into his body, leaving shallow marks. Just as Blake was lamenting the opponent's tough defense with a headache, he also realized that no matter what kind of attack the opponent faced, he would not stop, because now Stanford is completely in an unconscious stage. Under the control of the nightmare, he will only aim to kill himself. Otherwise he will not stop unless I kill him completely or make him incapable of moving. While Blake was thinking, the other party had already approached him. The huge machete came down with a bloody wind, and the blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Blake dodged quickly to the side, exerted force on his feet, and chopped the machete heavily on the place where he had just stood. Fragments of the wooden floor flew everywhere, leaving tiny bloody marks on Blake's cheek. This smash created a huge hole in the floor, revealing the stone layer inside. There is no doubt that a single hit of this force would kill you, but the next second, the opponent's machete embedded in the floor instantly changed direction and attacked Blake again. The opponent is the same as Dreamy Eyes, even better than Dreamy Eyes at this stage. Despite carrying such a heavy weapon, it did not affect his agile movements at all. Blake immediately swung his sword to fight back, and the sword collided with the machete. Sparks flew, and his palm was numbed. He quickly retreated to create distance. The next second, feeling a sharp pain in his waist, he lowered his head. Only then did he realize that a piece of flying wood had pierced deeply into his right waist. Fortunately, the wound was not serious, but he was already injured after just one round of fighting. Just as the other party approached again with a knife in hand, Blake did not hesitate. He turned around and ran downstairs towards the stairs behind him. His goal from beginning to end was not to defeat the opponent. As Blake ran downstairs, he kept an eye on Stanford's movements. In order not to involve the students who were locked in the rooms on the fourth floor, Blake deliberately slowed down his movements. Only after he confirmed that the other party had seen him go down to the third floor did he flip over and jump to the second floor, without having time to think about anything. Else, Blake immediately used magic to open a door and then slipped in. The room was dark, with only faint moonlight shining through the curtains, but because the rooms on the first 3 floors were almost empty, he didn't need to worry about any danger in the room. The moment he entered, Blake immediately closed the door. While the other party was searching the room here, he got another chance to catch his breath, but the next second, when he saw the figure sitting on the bed, he was suddenly stunned. In the dim room, the other person's eyes were like a cat in the night, staring at him. The two looked at each other in silence. The air in the room seemed to freeze at this moment. Just as Blake looked at the other party warily, his hand quietly reached for the sword at his waist. A scream erupted in the room. Wow, 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 wow. It's you! Am I really not dazzled? Is this really not my illusion? I miss you so much. I was really scared to death. Are you here to save me? Wow, you are such a kind person. Wow, that's so nice. Wow, help me. The next second, the other party saw Blake as if he had seen a savior and rushed over. This time, Blake hit the ground directly and took a breath. The wound was torn, but the girl obviously didn't notice this. At this moment, she was crying and her petite body was shaking uncontrollably because of fear. Blake looked at Catherine hanging on him. I was stunned. Chapter 72, The End of the Crusade. 1. Those guys are crazy. Crazy. Catherine hung on Blake and pointed at the door behind her. There are crazy people outside casting magic everywhere. It's so dangerous. Blake was at a loss. Calm down first and get off me, please. He could feel blood oozing from the wound on his waist. Huh? Are you hurt? After hearing this, Catherine was stunned, looked down, then jumped back. Land safely. Catherine blinked her big eyes and said, You came here to save me even though you were injured. You are such a good person. Blake looked at her speechlessly, then took out a bottle of potion from his waist and poured it on the wound, then bandaged himself. How is it? Is it serious? Fine. Blake dealt with it casually and turned back to look outside through the doorway. Because he had chosen the room at the end of the corridor, he could clearly observe the situation outside. I just didn't expect to meet Catherine here, or to say, I broke into her room at all. Let's get out of here. Catherine urged Blake and said, I just saw through the door that all the students on this floor seem to have left. If you escape now, no one will notice you. Then just jump out of the window on the 2nd floor. Blake sighed, nice plan, but it seems unlikely at this point. Catherine was stunned for a moment. Why? Blake didn't say anything, but just silently stepped aside and motioned for her to look outside. Catherine tilted her head and looked up at the hole with a puzzled expression, and her body trembled the next second. What kind of monster is that? It's not a monster, it's Professor Stanford. What kind of monster is Professor Stanford? He's not a monster, he's just being controlled. Somehow, Blake found that every time he talked to Catherine, his mind emptied. Suddenly, Catherine turned to Blake and screamed, He's coming towards us. Don't worry, since he's not sane, he'll break down the doors one by one to check. We still have time. Are you sure? Blake nodded. He has destroyed all the doors on the 5th floor. Because there are students on the 4th floor, I can only bring it to the 3rd floor. Catherine was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. So not only did you not come to save me, but you also brought me a fatal trouble? Blake, although he wanted to say something to refute it, it seemed to be true. He really didn't expect Catherine to be in this room. Suddenly, Blake realized a problem. He came back to his senses and looked at Catherine in front of him. Why weren't you hypnotized? In the main influence area, even Stanford was manipulated and lost his mind, but Catherine was still able to stay awake. Well, although he looks like he's almost scared crazy. How come you're still awake? After hearing this, Catherine was stunned for a moment, and then instantly became excited. What do you mean by that? Catherine reached out and excitedly grabbed the corner of Blake's clothes tightly, looking like she would never let go. Do you think I'm a burden? Do you want to abandon me? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Blake looked at her hoarse appearance and sighed silently. There is absolutely no way to communicate normally. Fortunately, the dormitory has very good sound insulation, otherwise Catherine's voice would have attracted the other party. Calm down first. Blake sighed and decided to comfort the other person first. I will keep you safe, I promise that. As the other party said, Catherine could have locked the door and stayed safely in the room waiting for the problem to be solved, but it was indeed he who brought the danger upon himself, and then he has the obligation to bear the corresponding responsibilities. After tightening the bandage around his waist, Blake turned around and observed the opponent's position through the hole. During the break in their conversation, Stanford was now only 4 rooms away from their room. Blake took a deep breath and turned back to look at Catherine seriously. "You have to listen carefully. I'll leave while he enters a room," Blake said, "then I will temporarily lead him to the 2nd floor, and you quickly leave here via the stairs." Catherine listened to what Blake said and suddenly tilted her head. "What about you? Aren't you going to run with us?" "I still have unfinished business." He needs to continue to slow down Stanford's rhythm. Once this guy returns to defense, Leonardo and others will be attacked from both front and back. As long as Leonardo succeeds, he will naturally be out of danger. "But I'm scared to be alone. What if I encounter danger?" Catherine pursed her lips and said timidly. Blake looked at Catherine and continued. "The 1st and 2nd floors are known to be safe. Someone will meet you outside the bronze hall. To prevent yourself from being mistaken for a person out of control and getting hurt, shout for help immediately after you get out." This time Catherine didn't say anything, just nodded. Blake turned back to continue observing the situation outside. After confirming that Stanford had split open another door and walked in, seized the opportunity. After saying this, Blake pushed open the door and rushed out. The ceiling lights in the corridor flickered, and the dormitory doors on both sides, which were originally neat, were now hanging crookedly on the twisted door frames, with some half of them sunk into the wall. The sawdust rolled up layer by layer as if it had been torn by sharp claws, and the broken wood pieces and broken glass on the ground crunched under Blake's feet. This had a certain impact on Blake's actions, and the noise he made also made the other party instantly aware of his movements. Sure enough, the next second there was another loud noise. This time, there was still no sign of Stanford. The huge machete flew out and embedded itself in the door opposite. The opponent wanted to use the same trick to block his way, but this time Blake seemed to be prepared. He did not stop, but instead quickened his pace to meet the silver edge of the blade. With the afterimage left behind, the moment he approached the sharp blade, he leaned back and pressed his back close to the ground. Before Stanford could step out the door, he slipped right under the machete. After avoiding this crisis, Blake suddenly exerted force with his arms that were supporting the ground, and in an instant, he leaped up in an extremely ghostly posture. There was no sign of dragging one's feet. He turned around and watched quietly as Stanford walked out of the door, mechanically reached out to pull out the machete, and then chased after Blake. Blake turned around and ran downstairs quickly as planned. After Stanford was led away by Blake, the entire 3rd floor fell into deathly silence. After a while, the door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. A figure slowly walked out from inside. After confirming that Blake had led Stanford downstairs, Catherine still stood there. Without moving, she lowered her head and thought, half of her face buried in the shadows. She originally didn't intend to get involved in this mess, but will the master be unhappy if I leave like this? Chapter 73, The End of the Crusade. 2. Blake gasped and glanced at the broken sword in his hand. The blade was now deeply embedded in the wall beside him. He opened his palm slightly and looked at the cracked knuckles, which were bleeding continuously. This guy is a savage bull. When I was controlling the protagonist, I could barely take a few attacks from the opponent. He had to admit that at this moment he missed Leonardo's extraordinary physical fitness. He sighed and threw away the bloody hilt. He glanced back at the room behind him. The rooms on both sides of the corridor on the 2nd floor no longer had complete doors. This means he has nowhere to hide. At the same time, he couldn't repeat the previous method to lure the other party to the 1st floor and use the rooms on the 1st floor to continue to contain them. There were many unconscious students there. Seeing the opponent closing in on him, he could only keep dodging the opponent's attacks with his agile body, but this was not a long-term solution. The narrow environment of the bronze hall prevented him from fully stretching, but what concerns him most now is why Leonardo's attack has not yet been completed. According to his estimate, it shouldn't take that long. Is it because the attacking team has changed and it is impossible to conquer it? The original strategy team was supposed to be Leonardo, Delaney's, Kate, and Morris, but this time due to plot deviations, the team members were changed. Even so, there shouldn't be any problem with this team's configuration. With each attack being skillfully dodged by Blake, the opponent's machete smashed into the ground, leaving deep holes one after another. Blake led the other man back and forth on the corridor on the 2nd floor again and again. This reminded him of the experience of hiding from ghosts in horror games. As if realizing that he was being fooled, Stanford's body suddenly stopped under Blake's gaze. his body began to twitch the next second, and the blue veins on his neck almost broke through the skin. He swung the huge machete and his body began to spin. At this moment, he swung the machete into a death gyroscope with silver light flowing. The heavy blade whistled as it cut through the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind that scraped off the walls on both sides of the corridor, with wood chips mixed with gravel flying around in the rotation. At this moment, the entire corridor instantly turned into a meat grinder, leaving no space on either side for Blake to try to pass through. The opponent was spinning and approaching, and every time Blake moved he narrowly brushed the edge of the blade, and sparks exploded from the fluttering corners of his clothes. That was a move that Dreamy Eyes had used before. But in the hands of Stanford, it showed completely different momentum and power. But Blake did not panic, he just kept retreating. Even though he was almost at the end of the corridor, there was still no panic in his eyes. His eyes were always fixed on the other person's steps. Step, 2 steps, just a little bit more. Snap, with the sound of the floor cracking, half of Stanford's body suddenly fell down. At this moment, one of his feet stepped into the sunken floor. That was the result of his own actions. At this moment, Blake seemed to have seized the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time and reversed his recent decline. There was a blue light in his eyes, and he flew up rapidly with strong wind and waves bursting out from his body. Stanford immediately swung the machete and smashed it hard on the ground. While trying to free his right foot, he provoked countless bloody storms. In the rain of gravel mixed with wood chips that flew up from the ground as the blade shattered the ground, Blake supported himself with one arm and exerted force, using the force to twist his waist and fly into the air. Sparks flew across his tense jaw, and the sole of his boot rubbed against the raised corner of Stanford's clothes as he spun and kicked sideways, while his other hand reached for his waist like lightning. Before the gravel hit the ground, he had already used the force to turn over and stand firmly. As Blake swung his hand, a cold light flashed, and several flying blades with thin chains at the ends flew out, but the flying blade was not aimed directly at Stanford. The flying knife was controlled by the wind and waves released by Blake, and it was like a silver ghost, drawing strange arcs in the air. The chains made a sharp buzzing sound as they rubbed against the air, and in the blink of an eye they formed an impenetrable net around Stanford. Because his right foot was stuck in the ground and unable to move, the chains from all directions successfully wrapped around his opponent's wrist, and Blake exerted a little force with one end of the chain in his hand. All the chains in the air tightened instantly. The next second, Stanford was suddenly pulled into a big shape, but Blake didn't dare to relax at all. He quickly wrapped the chain in his hand around the huge pillar of the stairs and secured it. In this way, Stanford was restricted in his movements, but he seemed unwilling to be controlled like this. The next second, veins popped out on his muscular hands and the blood vessels in his neck throbbed due to the intense struggle. He leaned back hard, trying to break the chain with brute force, and his feet plowed 2 deep grooves in the ground, but his right foot sunk deeper into the ground. But he continued to struggle, and even the pillar that was tied with the chain left marks. In just a moment, Blake frowned. The thin chain had already left bloody marks on the other person's body, but the other person still had no intention of stopping. After being pulled violently again and again, those specially made chains seemed to be on the verge of collapse and breaking. Seeing this scene, Blake looked solemn. At this moment, he seemed to be able to guess the situation in the near future. Sure enough, as if to confirm Blake's guess, suddenly, with a crisp click, one of the chains bound to the opponent's left arm broke. Seeing this scene, Blake took a deep breath, and the surrounding wind and waves surged out to form a vortex around him. He plans to use the blessing to summon Cordelus. Although the space is limited now and he is likely to be affected, he has no choice. Since there has been no definite news from Leonardo, he must try to defeat Stanford. Just as the wolf shadow behind Blake gradually appeared, the machete in Stanford's hand fell to the ground with a bang. As Stanford let out a muffled sound, the ruptured veins on his body slowly faded away. The next second, his whole body drooped limply like a puppet that had lost its spring. Then there was no more action. This scene made Blake frown. The wolf shadow behind him gradually disappeared. Could it be that Leonardo has already succeeded in his attack? No, if the nightmare has been sealed, then Stanford should have woken up. He hesitated for a moment and walked forward, slowly approaching the huge, motionless figure while being cautious. After confirming that the other party did not make any movement, he reached out and opened his eyelids. The white eyeballs indicated that he was still not free from the control of the nightmare. Then why, when Blake walked behind the other person, he was suddenly stunned. A dagger was embedded in Stanford's broad back, the ebony handle vibrating slightly with his heavy breathing, and the cold light from the blade was blurred by the dark red bloodstains. Blake turned his head sharply and looked towards the end of the corridor. The window that should have been closed was now open. A light breeze blew in during the early hours of the morning, but there was no sign of anyone. Finding nothing, Blake turned his gaze again to the dagger on Stanford's back, observing with a frown the dagger didn't penetrate deeply, but the pungent smell meant that it was coated with some kind of poison. That he reached out and felt Stanford's breathing, still even not at this moment. Blake guessed that the dagger was coated with some kind of toxin that could completely paralyze a person's motor nerves. This made it impossible for Nightmare to continue manipulating Stanford. He turned his head and looked out the window. This kind of powerful nerve-paralyzing poison is usually only used by northern barbarians. Who could it be? There will be another chapter soon. Please give me 5 stars and free gifts. Chapter 74, The End of the Crusade. 3. The fallen wall paint fell on his shoulders, and Blake slumped in the corner covered with broken wood and bloodstains. He lowered his eyes to look at his swollen and deformed palms, where tiny pieces of glass and wood chips were embedded between the rolled-up flesh at the knuckles. He sprinkled some disinfectant that felt like a needle and then wrapped the bandage around it in circles. Because of the use of that kind of thin chain which would put a great burden on the palm, the already cracked knuckles were now bleeding continuously. At this time, the skin on his palms had been worn off, and the blurred flesh and blood looked really creepy. Fortunately, there was no one around. After bandaging it, he just wanted to stand up, but the next second, the sharp pain in his waist made him gasp and he staggered back to sit. He looked down at the wound on his waist. The wound had completely split open and had already soaked a large area of his clothes. Looking at the bandages and potions in his hands, Blake covered his face and smiled bitterly. Really, it turned out to be so embarrassing, but now is not the time to rest. I have to go upstairs to check the situation. Just as Blake stood up with the help of the wall, a loud collapse sound came from above his head, and then the ground under his feet shook. At this moment, Blake was stunned for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's so slow. His face was hidden in the shadows. He looked at the rising dawn outside the window and rarely smiled. Rooftop. In the dawn light that appeared on the distant horizon, Leonardo crawled out of the ruins of the storage room holding the mirror. A member of the combat unit helped him remove the heavy stone that was pressing on him, and another held his hand tightly and pulled him out. Sophia stood in the morning light on the rooftop. The breeze blew her long golden hair, blending with the golden morning light. She looked down at the situation of the team members outside the bronze hall. The sun rose, and the morning light on the horizon finally dispelled the long night. As the students who were in deep sleep woke up one after another, the college's rescue and medical teams rushed to the scene. In the chaos and busyness, Delaney's was carried onto a stretcher by 2 medical staff with a look of resistance on his face. He kept shouting something until the 2 medical staff found his lost giant sword and handed it to him. Morris limped away with the support and assistance of several members of the Ministry of Magic. Kate was huddled in the corner, leaning against the wall, watching all this coldly, sticking out her tongue nonchalantly. Standing next to her was Audulus, who had just arrived, with his head down, writing something in his notebook. Swart, who came with him, was hurriedly carrying a medical kit to check on the students who had just woken up, but most of his attention was paid to women. In the amber hall in the distance, Lilina hugged her arms and watched everything silently through the window. It was not until Blake and his companions walked out of the gate of the bronze hall that the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked towards them, looking at the people who were injured to varying degrees. The next second, cheers and praises surrounded them. After the college staff took the mirror from his hand, medical staff immediately surrounded him and began to examine the hero of this battle. Like history, the spotlight always chases the figures of heroes. They step through the smoke of gunpowder and imprint the light of their medals into the eyes of everyone looking up to them, and those people in the shadows, like candle flames, crush their names and stories in the folds of time. Those fragments that made up the victory, those shots that were forgotten behind the scenes, eventually became dust that no one cared about and dissipated in the wind of history. Who will remember? You're still alive. Blake heard the voice and turned to look at the other person. Yeah, still alive. So far, it seems that you have followed orders very well. You mean the order to survive? Yes, it is true. Blake looked at the ruins around him, but it might cost a lot of money to rebuild it. Sophia shook her head. It doesn't matter. The royal family will pay for it. It's good to have funding. Percival's family should have a lot of background privately. You're not going to search? Are you referring to your family's gray industries? Sophia raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Don't worry, many families are involved in that kind of industry. I can't track them down one by one. Thank you so much. In the shadows behind the bronze hall, a dark figure quickly left the scene while everyone was busy. Damn it, they solved the problem so quickly. That broken mirror was bragging about how powerful it was, but in the end, it still got defeated by a bunch of students. The man looked down at the wooden box he took out from his arms, and the corners of his mouth curled up. But it's not a loss. I got what I was supposed to get. But when he raised his head again, he was stunned and not far away. A figure blocked his way. To be precise, it was the back of a girl. The other person seemed to be aware of his presence and turned around, revealing a small face with freckles. The girl tilted her head as she looked at the cloaked man, a confused look on her face. The man was stunned. What happened? I was so close to him just now, but I didn't notice him. I can't care less. It's important to leave here first, otherwise it will be troublesome when that guy Outless comes to his senses. Thinking of this, the man took out a dagger. Now that you've seen it, you can't stay. The girl didn't say anything, but her eyes were fixed on the dagger in his hand. The next second, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 75. Is he such a fatherly person? When Sophia helped Blake out of the building, everyone's eyes turned to them, except for the people who participated in the rescue operation. No one else knew why such a scene was happening before their eyes, especially those students who have just woken up from their sleep. In response, most of them showed expressions of surprise and disbelief, so much so that there was constant discussion below. Hey, what's going on? Why is Her Highness Sophia helping that guy out from inside? Why would Your Highness Sophia care about a guy like that, really? The dust on that guy has stained Her Highness Sophia's clothes. Haven't you heard? I heard that Blake was a member of this rescue operation. Are you kidding? Him? Is there some misunderstanding? Shouldn't he be the first one to run away at a time like this? Although it has been confirmed that Blake performed well in the rescue, people are still subconsciously reluctant to admit it. After all, the impression a person leaves on you cannot be changed overnight. But Blake just remained silent about the rumors and didn't seem to care. Sophia on the side frowned. After the storm is over, I will apply to the school to commend the members of this action. Blake naturally understood what Sophia meant. Sophia settled Blake into a chair in the makeshift medical tent. While the medical staff were bandaging Blake, the head of the medical staff came over, apparently to report the situation to Sophia. Because Principal Modern was not around and Nautilus was usually not happy to deal with these things, he found Sophia. What is the current situation? Some students fainted and vomited due to lack of magic, but their lives are not in danger. The medical staff pointed to the students gathered in the back and chatting. They had not witnessed anything, so they naturally didn't know what they had experienced. Sophia smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's probably just a nap for them. Oh, by the way, Professor Stanford is still on the second floor of the Bronze Hall. He doesn't seem to be in good condition. Please go and take care of him. Don't worry, Your Highness. The medical staff hurried away. After the medical staff left, Sophia turned her head and looked at Blake, her eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Can I ask how you subdued that evil guy? Sophia also called Stanford that guy. This was really unusual for her as she always paid attention to royal etiquette. This is mainly because Stanford is always too harsh in his practical classes, so many people stay away from his courses, but the practical class is a compulsory course. Although that guy is a bit evil, his strength is unquestionable. Sophia narrowed her eyes. You actually managed to make him like that. He happened to step into the sunken ground, and that gave me my chance. Blake described the incident as blandly as possible. The reason is that he doesn't want to attract too much attention. As for the matter of the dagger, he was actually hesitating whether to tell the other party. However, since the other party did not show up, he probably did not want to attract other people's attention. If I tell Sophia, with her rigorous and responsible attitude, she will definitely find ways to get to the bottom of it. After all, she certainly wouldn't want such a threatening target lurking in the academy. In this case, I would be suspected of repaying kindness with enmity. I'll just have to pay attention for now. If the other party really has an impact on the plot, then I will definitely have to take action. Sophia didn't say anything about Blake's explanation, but she didn't ask any further questions. Your Highness, Principal Modern has returned. Just then, a member of the Royal Guard ran over. Got it. I'll be right there. Sophia stood up and tidied her messy skirt a little. In order to facilitate movement, she simply cut off the long skirt. What a courageous and unrestrained princess. Perhaps this is how she can bring the shattered empire back on track. You should rest well first. The medical staff will be responsible for treating your injuries. Blake watched Sophia leave and looked at his hands that were wrapped like a dumpling. He looked up at the medical staff who were bandaging him. Is this a bit too exaggerated? The other person glanced at him and said, "I'm still considering whether to give you another splint. The bandage must be changed every day for ventilation and to prevent infection." "Well, don't make such a troublesome expression. If you want to hold a sword again in the future, be careful next time." Under the scolding of the medical staff, Blake didn't notice the two people approaching him. "Hello." Blake turned his head and looked at the other person. It was Leonardo, and Sarah beside him was greeting him with a smile. The last time they met, she cowered and hid behind Leonardo when she saw me. Are you okay?" He was clearly talking to me, but his eyes were wandering and he wasn't looking at me at all. "As you can see, it's a bit tricky." Blake raised his bandaged hand that looked like a hammer. What he was greeted with was a glare from the medical staff nearby. "Oh, that's good." Blake looked at the other person quietly, waiting for him to reveal his purpose. Leonardo in front of him seemed to want to say something several times, but he stopped himself and never made a clear statement until Sarah, who was standing next to him, patted him gently. Although his face looked a little awkward, he still scratched his head. "Thank you." Blake said nothing. If you hadn't lured away the out-of-control Professor Stanford, this expedition would never have succeeded, and it would have been even more impossible to successfully rescue Sarah. Leonardo scratched his head, "So I thought I'd at least thank you." In response to Leonardo's thanks, Blake lowered his eyes and remained silent for a moment. He was thinking about what attitude he should adopt to respond to the other party. Although I was not aware of it at the time. I heard everything Leonardo said. "Thank you very much for everything you have done." Sarah stood up and thanked Blake with a smile. "You don't have to thank me so much. Leonardo has also made a lot of efforts." Blake naturally knew the efforts made by the protagonist to defeat the nightmare. It was an incredibly difficult battle, because he had been through it countless times. As the characters who were deeply involved in the main plot left one by one, at this moment, Blake looked at their backs and realized, even if he did not interfere, even if they would experience hardships, they would still succeed. So what position should he be in to watch them, as a witness to their continuous growth and overcoming hardships? Is this the meaning of the phrase "arrive at the final destination with the story"? Blake leaned back on the makeshift chair and looked at the sky, which was now completely lit. Thinking about this question. As the first act comes to an end, we move directly into the second act. Hey, do you think agility is more important than powerful attacks? I was taught a lesson by that guy again in the practical class. It's a good thing you couldn't attend class because of your injury. That guy has been grumbling in class lately. I guess it's because you made him lose face. Your victory over Stanford has spread among the students. But it seems that most people think it's a rumor. But I don't think so. So how did you defeat him? What kind of training did you do? In the cafeteria of Sias College, Blake held the knife and fork in his bandaged hand, and the steak in front of him felt tasteless. Finally he sighed and glanced helplessly at Delaney's across from him, because he heard that he had defeated Professor Stanford. This guy would come to bother him every lunch break. Blake attributed it all to his opponent's easy defeat at the hands of Stanford and his stubborn competitive spirit. I thought I could get rid of this trouble by getting rid of Leonardo's identity, but in fact it was just the opposite. Can I come and watch you train later? Just as Blake was searching for how to get rid of the other party, or even better, to completely dispel his idea, the other party suddenly stopped talking. Following the other person's line of sight, Blake turned around and saw Alice standing behind him. At this moment, Blake had an idea in his mind. He gave Alice a look, but she remained indifferent. Blake was not sure whether she could understand what he meant. "It's time to start sword training," Alice said calmly. Blake breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. It seems that the other party understood. Blake didn't stop at all and immediately stood up and left with Alice, watching the two of them leave. No wonder, Delaney stroked his chin. "You still insist on exercising even when you are injured?" "Oh, I see." Trinias pushed aside the food he had not even taken 2 bites of and picked up the giant sword beside him. Go to the training ground. The two people who left first did not go to the training ground, but walked towards the northwest of the school, because the Bronze Hall was severely damaged in the last turmoil. The college booked all the hotels and guesthouses in the commercial district and accommodated the students there. "Would you like to eat something else?" Alice beside him suddenly spoke. Blake thought about it and nodded. "We had to pass through the commercial district anyway, so we might as well have a bite to eat." To be honest, I didn't finish my steak because of Delaney's persistent pestering. Then Blake bought some barbecue on bread. he just missed the taste a little. Of course, there is no food like sesame cakes here, and Alice also bought some. It is still that pure white glutinous rice cake. That kind of white pastry has almost no taste, and few people would buy it unless they want to quickly satisfy their hunger, but Alice was very obsessed with its taste, or rather, its texture. I should say that I like its taste, because to Alice, she couldn't taste anything. That was a side effect of practicing black magic. What's this? Suddenly, Blake looked at the glass bottle the other person placed in front of him, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the crystal liquid inside. Recovery medication, applied directly. Alice glanced at Blake's hand calmly. Lord Creed told me to give it to you. Hearing this, Blake paused. Alice glanced at him and continued, he heard about your injury. This time Blake was even more surprised. Creed, is he such a fatherly man? Or is it that because of his own changes, he has already changed his opinion and paid enough attention to Black? It seems that we cannot directly judge it from Leonardo's perspective alone. At the same time, he asked me to tell you. What? Don't fall behind in your cultivation after you recover. Chapter 76 Prologue to Act II. In the library late at night, Blake looked at Hills, who was frowning across from him. If you feel tired, you can go back first and I will help you put the books back in place. Blake guessed that she might be feeling a little tired. Even though she was still on duty this time, she offered to let him stay and continue reading. Not really. Hills, who is usually enthusiastic, now has an inexplicable sense of frustration in his words. This is very abnormal. You heard that the acquaintance study class has been moved up? It's next week. Blake nodded. Hills leaned over the table, puffing his lips. Because I took a leave of absence last year, I don't have any grades to refer to, so I have to follow the first-year students. I don't know anyone, but now they want me to be with them. I always feel a little awkward. What do you think I should do to make them feel that I am easy to get along with? Should you take the initiative to be intimate with them or act like a reserved senior? Seeing the other person's bewildered look, Blake thought for a moment and said, just be yourself, the way you normally get along with others. Hearing Blake's words, Hills looked up. Is that so? Blake nodded. Whether you take the initiative to be intimate or pretend to be reserved, it will give people a deliberate feeling. The mask will always fall off when you get to know someone for a long time. Hills blinked. Is that so? Blake hummed. Although he thought the other party had no need to worry about this, Blake still tried to persuade him. After hearing what Blake said, Hills lowered his head and thought for a long time, then he reached out and rubbed his face hard, trying to cheer himself up again. You're right, it's just like when I first met you. Obviously you did a good job last time. Blake, it turns out he is practicing on himself. Looking at Hills, who was relieved, Blake sighed to himself, although Blake didn't say it just now, but in fact, he is also worried about this matter. Considering the reconstruction of the Bronze Hall, the school decided to move the cognitive learning class forward, because the cognitive learning class is not conducted on campus, but students are assigned to various parts of the empire based on their specialties. So for example, students of magic will be assigned to study under intermediate or senior magicians across the empire based on their personal abilities, under the leadership of the professors of the combat department of the academy. The students of the combat department will accept bounties from adventurer associations in various places in the first and second grades, while the third and fourth grades will go to the border of the empire to experience the real battlefield atmosphere firsthand. The students of the alchemy department were originally supposed to conduct scientific research under the professors of the alchemy department, but because Autolus resolutely refused to take students, they were evenly distributed to various alchemy research institutes to study. From this perspective, this course is similar to the social practice or cognitive internship course in college. It is a compulsory course every year. Originally, that was supposed to be an activity that took place a month later, right before the holiday, but now it has been brought forward. I guess the college intends to take advantage of this period to speed up the reconstruction of the Bronze Hall. Because there will be students passing by, the construction team has always had some concerns, but this is all expected development in the plot. Blake didn't really care, because this is the prologue to the second act, but what he has to consider now is how he should find a way to get closer to Leonardo and the others. Note that the distance here refers to the physical distance, because only in this way can he keep an eye on the progress of the plot, because almost the entire second act revolves around cognitive learning lessons. At the end of the study session, they will also face off against the second act boss, Hundred-Legged Gugong. Although a direct conflict will only be launched in the last chapter of the second act, the figure of Hundred-Legged Gugong can be glimpsed from behind almost all the plots of the second act. To do this, he must always monitor the development of the plot. The good news is that Leonardo and his classmates' classes happen to be near Percival's territory, but the bad news is that he has no guarantee of where he will be assigned to study. If this continues, he will miss the main storyline. It's really a distressing thing. In the shaking carriage, Blake propped up his head and looked at the familiar scene outside the window, then he shifted his gaze to Alice, who had her eyes closed opposite him. Her pale face flickered in the swaying light and shadow, giving people a kind of unhealthy beauty. Is this the influence of black magic, or is it natural? He didn't expect the other party to follow him. Originally, he had just suddenly told her the day before that he was going on a long trip, but unexpectedly, the next day she was waiting downstairs with her packed things. What he meant was, "I'm going to be busy now, just do what you need to do." But the other party seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. After clarifying the misunderstanding, the other party was also stunned, especially when the other party heard that he was going back to Percival's house. His face was obviously not very good. She really didn't like it there. That's right, Blake, who was supposed to be going to other places for cognitive learning, was now on his way to Percival's house. Even he didn't expect it. The problem that had been bothering him so much was solved so naturally. Actually, this is all thanks to a kind-hearted person. It all started a few days ago. Would you like a chance to relax? After class, the girl suddenly stood in front of him, blocking his way, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Blake didn't say anything because he didn't know the other party's purpose. Unlike the conversation with Hills, he always had to remain vigilant every time he talked to this quirky girl, because she will always try her best to make you willingly step into the trap she has prepared in advance. Really? Your vigilant expression really hurts me. Lalina curled her lips, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. We have another class, so we're in a hurry, Blake said. Okay, Lalina shrugged and decided to get straight to the point. You should be aware of the cognitive learning class that's going to be in a few days, right? Blake nodded and didn't deny it. Lalina chuckled. I guess you don't want to go to Hersus, thousands of miles away, to learn the magic of stuttering from an old man with gray hair and almost all his teeth falling out, right? Blake frowned. How do you know? Everyone's internship destination has not been announced yet, so how does she know? Lalina placed her scallion-thin fingers on her lips, a sly smile flashing through her eyes. This is a secret that cannot be told. Blake, although I don't know where the other party got the information from, judging by the current situation, what Lalina said is indeed possible, because I had failed too many courses in the past. Even though I had been trying hard to catch up this semester, I still felt like Newwa mending the sky. The distribution of internships at the Ministry of Magic is based on academic performance. Those with the best grades even have the opportunity to enter the palace and study with the court magician. To some extent, it is also a way for the royal family to win over those with potential talents. To sum up, his judgment was that it was entirely possible for him to end up in the situation described by Lalina. Seeing Blake lowering his head and remaining silent, Lalina raised the corners of her mouth and said, "But you don't have to worry too much, because I have a deal that will help you solve your worries." Blake looked up and looked at Elalina. At this moment, he realized it with certainty. This girl is going to do something again. So what do you mean by a chance to relax? After considering it, he decided to just listen to what the other party was talking about as a deal. Lalina spread her hands and said, "It means exactly what it says. I can help you get an internship near Percival's home. It's actually no different from going on vacation early. So what are the terms of the deal?" Blake didn't get carried away. The conditions are very simple. Lalina entwined her fingers with her hair. During that time, you must be available at any time. Don't worry, I will also take care of the intern magician in advance, and he will give you a good grade when the time comes. That's it? Yes, that's it. Lalina nodded, looking at Lalina's heartwarming smile. Blake remained silent. The conditions given by the other party are really too good, but the more so, the more careful you have to be. To be honest, he didn't mind the arduous learning journey, but if he could take this opportunity to get close to Leonardo and the main storyline, then it was exactly what he expected. What would you like me to do for you? Lalina smiled and said, Don't worry too much. I won't ask you to do anything excessive for me. I'm not that shameless. So, you just need to rush to the Malat house after receiving my notice and stand by me unconditionally. Blake frowned. He already knew that Lalina's situation in the Malat family was not very good. So he didn't have too much doubt when he made this request, but the problem was, I personally don't have enough weight, so even if I support you, I'm afraid it won't be effective. Blake wondered. In response, Lalina tilted her head and looked at Blake. Because the Percival family is going to be promoted to a noble title. Don't you know that? Even Her Highness Sophia is pushing for this. Blake was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know this. In the original work, the Percival family were barons from the beginning to the end, and Creed, apart from instructing Alice to bring him potions, there was no correspondence between them. Blake said, even so, the title still belongs to my father, which does not mean that my identity has the same influence. But didn't Uncle Creed give you the symbolic, Fingal's tears? Blake, I really can't hide anything from her, besides. Lelina changed the subject and gave Blake a seductive smile. What I need is someone who can stand by my side, not by Lelina Morlett's side. Blake, Lelina is indeed a genius. At this moment Blake was more certain of this. Chapter 77 Smart Investors. When Blake stood in front of the familiar door, he took a deep breath. Beatrice was standing at the gate to greet them early. Lord Creed has instructed me to prepare lunch for you. You are welcome to enjoy it any time. Isn't Father here now? Blake turned his head and looked at Beatrice. The latter shook his head and said, Master Creed has been busy with the promotion affairs recently. Has the news of the conferment of the title been confirmed? It has come down. It was awarded by Her Highness Sophia herself, just yesterday. Yesterday, that was when Blake was rushing on the carriage with Sophia's identity. She naturally doesn't have to worry about the recognition and learning classes. On the contrary, it is she who decides which students to go to the palace for study and training. Just the day before Blake left, Sophia's personal maid came to visit him in person. The other party came on behalf of Sophia to ask if she was willing to go to the palace to study with the court magician. Although doing so might undermine the dignity of the royal family, Blake still declined the other party's invitation. Even the other party's maid was surprised for a moment after hearing the reply. Perhaps in her eyes, it was impossible for anyone to refuse such a tempting invitation. However, the other party just followed Blake's advice and conveyed the reply to Sophia. Fortunately, Sophia only expressed regret about it and didn't say anything else. Later, from Beatrice, Blake learned about Creed's recent crazy behavior. In order to let more people know about the promotion of the Percival family, he ran around with various gifts to win favors from people and make preparations for smooth development in the future. The reason why he is so radical. The Percival family was promoted from Baron to Earl through his leadership, a promotion of 2 ranks at once. Such great deeds are enough to make his name pass down from generation to generation by the descendants of the Percival family. But in fact, for the Percival family to be promoted twice in one go, there is precedent in Western history. But the Percival family helped to expose and eliminate the despicable forces that affected the selection and discussion. This credit is not enough to support it. Blake guessed that this might be Sophia's deliberate promotion, and there might also be a driving force behind it from Lelina. After dinner at Percival's house, Blake set out. The Malott family's carriage had already been waiting outside. It was a very impressive display, but Lelina did not come. The visitor was a girl with a delicate face but a kind aura. I say girl because she looked only a few years older than me, Vivian. Mr. Blake, I'm here on behalf of Miss Lelina. The other party's voice was as gentle and harmless as her appearance. Because the young lady has some matters to attend to, I will take you to meet the teacher you are studying with. Blake looked at the other man. The fact that the other party was able to come in the name of Lelina is enough to show that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. From the way she was dressed, Blake guessed that she was probably Lelina's personal maid. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh at Lelina's good plan. Not only did she send the Malott family's carriage to pick her up, she even assigned her personal maid to accompany her. All of these things, in the eyes of others, reveal his friendly concern for Lelina, and it happened to be the striking critical juncture when the Percival family was facing promotion. In this way, Percival is likely to replace Ronald, who was supposed to marry Lelina, and become her powerful and solid ally. And Lelina chose very cleverly. She did not establish a direct acquaintance with Creed, but found herself. Everyone knows that the Percival family's promotion was because Blake helped Lelina prevent the tragedy of the sparring match. This reason is enough to make those with ulterior motives who try to interfere in the relationship between the two back off directly. In addition, Creed now values him highly and he is the most likely to inherit the position of the next patriarch. In other words, it's actually an investment. Being an investor always requires enough courage and patience. As the carriage bumped along the way, Blake, accompanied by Vivian, arrived at a place in the north of the territory. Although it is called the North, it is actually considered the suburbs. Few people live here now, but the wooden house that appeared before us could not be ignored. Because the lady heard that you have been trying to release multiple magics at the same time, I have found a teacher suitable for you. Vivian said. At this moment, Blake secretly admired Lilina's powerful energy. Originally, the college was supposed to select teachers for students in the understanding and learning class, and students did not have the right to choose, but the other party actually decided the fate of others easily. As Vivian knocked on the door respectfully, a cold voice came from inside. "Come in." After the two entered, they saw a man lying on a recliner in the middle of the cabin with his eyes closed as if he was enjoying a nap. "Mr. Morantis, I brought the person here as ordered by my lady." "Oh, I see." The other person's eyes were still closed, and he didn't seem to care who the visitor was, nor did he care what kind of guy would follow him to learn. At the same time, looking at the other party's long and pointed ears that were unique to the elves, Blake was stunned unexpectedly. The magician that Lilina was looking for to teach her turned out to be him. Morantis. He also has another identity, the boss of Act 2. Chapter 4, the crystal chandelier above the head refracted fragmented light, casting flowing spots of light on the carpet. The leather-bound ancient books on the sandalwood bookshelf are shining, and the air is filled with the unique citrus scent and rose petal aroma of Madchan Black Tea. In the Molotov family's subsidiary office, Soros was sitting leisurely at an exquisite mahogany table, sipping a leisurely after-meal tea. But the peaceful and comfortable atmosphere did not last long as it was broken by a loud noise. Soros put down his tea and raised his head, watching the other party push open the door and walk towards him aggressively. "We should have gotten rid of that troublesome girl long ago. She's such a nuisance." Wales slapped the table, and Soros's exquisite mahogany table shook suddenly. "What's wrong, my dear second brother? What did our lovely Lilina do to make you angry?" Although he said this, Soros had an interested smile on his face. "Originally, I was going to meet the caravan today. But when I arrived, guess what those guys said? They actually said that they had already handed the business order to Lilina, who is in charge of the Malat family's caravan." Wales was very angry. What a bunch of ungrateful people. "Oh, that's not the way to put it," Soros waved his hand. "After all, it's quite nice of Lilina to give them benefits. People always go for benefits, just like in an auction, the highest bidder wins." Wales frowned when he heard this. "You already knew about Lilina's private negotiations with the caravan?" Soros nodded frankly. "So you've been waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Soros raised his hands innocently. "That's not what I meant, second brother. After all, you never let others interfere with the caravan you are in charge of." "I dare not tell you." Wales, I twitched. "You all deserve to die." In response, Soros just smiled gloatingly and said, "You are really cruel. After all, you are Lilina's second uncle." Wales sneered, "Humph, your third uncle is not much better than you. Don't think I don't know about your private cooperation with Ronald." After he said this, Soros' smile froze on his face. Wales obviously wanted to take the opportunity to mock the other party. "You actually thought of a way to let Ronald tarnish her reputation. Don't forget that she is still the eldest daughter of the Malat family. You are smearing the family." Soros was obviously speechless. "I could have put all the blame on her, but who knew that a guy would jump out and get in the way? Failure is failure." "My dear brother, are you satisfied with the result?" "She was commended by Her Highness Sophia, which further enhanced her reputation in the family." Wales sneered disdainfully, "Your cooperation with Ronald is a joke. He is a fool. Not only did he fail to get rid of Lilina, he also sent himself to jail. You are so stupid to choose to trust him." "Hey! Don't tell me. You are in control of the private transactions between the caravan and the black market. Don't think I don't know." Soros thought he had caught the other party's handle at the same time and snorted, "What do you think my brother would think if he knew about this?" Wales hesitated for a second before finally sighing, "That's enough. Let's not fight among ourselves under the current circumstances." Soros curled his lips and said, "You are the one who started biting everyone like a mad dog." But Wales ignored him and said to himself, "It's not just Lilina that we have to be careful of now. That greedy woman has been making small moves recently, always trying to push her son to the position of head of the family." Wales showed a disdainful expression. "That stupid bastard obviously doesn't have any talent in this area. Don't let your elder brother hear this, he loves that boy very much. Humph, even if his mother married into the Malat family, it can't change the fact that he is an illegitimate child. Wales crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. In response, Soros stared at the other party. You have such great malice towards that mother and daughter. Is it just because of their identities? Wales hugged his arms. What else? I heard that you once admired Lilina's mother, but she chose my eldest brother. After saying this, Soros carefully observed the other person's expression, not wanting to miss any details, but Wales just sneered. That woman didn't choose the eldest brother, she just chose the head of the family. Soros thought for a moment. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. What's the meaning? Soros smiled complacently and picked up the cold tea. In fact, I have already planned everything. And now, the only thing missing from the implementation of the plan is your help, second brother. Soros put down his teacup, walked up to Wales, and showed a crazy expression that showed he was determined to win. Brother's health is getting worse day by day. Now is a critical moment. As long as you help me, second brother, after the plan succeeds, we will hold the power of the Malat family together. Wales looked at the other person's outstretched hand in silence. Chapter 78. Morantis. After Vivian left, Morantis, who was lying on the recliner, finally opened his eyes slightly. In that case, don't just stand there. There are chairs under the dining table, just move them out and sit down. Blake nodded and silently brought out a chair, but was doubtful about where to sit. Just put the chair here. The other party obviously didn't open his eyes, but he could see through what Blake was thinking at the moment. He pointed to the window opposite and said, There's plenty of sunlight here, which is perfect for taking a nap. Blake said nothing, but silently moved the chair next to him and sat down there. Blake looked up at the beam of light that slanted across the beam, and the dust danced a lazy tune in the light. The air is filled with the aroma of fruit wood mixed with dried wormwood, which subconsciously makes people want to take a nap, but Blake didn't seem tired at all at this time. Because he was thinking about the current situation, he really didn't expect that Lilina would find such a special teacher for him. Should I talk to Lilina and ask her to change the teacher? I just don't know whether this sudden intervention will have any impact on the plot. Don't feel pressured. Morantis beside him suddenly spoke, which made Blake begin to doubt whether he had never fallen asleep. I'm not a teacher at Sias College, so you don't have to worry about the rules when you're with me. Blake nodded and said nothing, but he continued to think about the question in his mind. Blake still couldn't come to a conclusion until the sun passed through the eaves and no longer shone directly on him. Instead, Morantis slowly stood up with the help of the armrest of the recliner, then stretched himself. At this time, his silver hair looked particularly dazzling in the sun. He turned around and looked at Blake's voice, which was calm and magnetic. You are still young and don't know how wonderful a sunny nap is. Blake said nothing. If you think that he is in his prime but exudes the air of old age, then it means that you have fallen into a preconceived misunderstanding. The man in front of him may look to be in his early 30s, but in reality he has been around for hundreds of years. The elves have always had a lifespan several times longer than humans. Even if modern stood here at this moment, he would probably not be old enough considering his age. After knowing this, I am afraid I will not be able to face the other person with a normal mentality. Morantis bent down and rummaged through the cabinet under the cooking stove, saying, I remember you are interested in multiple castings of magic, right? Blake nodded. Just when he thought the other party was going to start imparting knowledge, he suddenly changed the subject, stood up, looked at Blake, and smiled embarrassedly. It seems that the tea leaves used for hospitality are gone, because few people come here. Why don't you go pick some with me first? Blake followed the other person out the door. This made him feel that everything seemed so casual from the moment he met the other person. Originally, Blake thought that the other party was going to take him to the market to purchase, but unexpectedly, the other party actually led him directly to a piece of land planted with tea. In the afternoon sunshine, all you can see are green waves of varying shades. The wind blows through the leaves, and the rustling sound carries the unique bitter aroma of tea. Then, under Blake's gaze, the other party actually walked directly into the tea field and started picking the tea. Don't worry, we are not stealing the tea leaves because they belong to me. Did you plant this vast tea field by yourself? Blake looked at the vast tea field in front of him, then he went up to help. Well, after all, few people come here to visit, so I always have to find something to do. And Morantis pinched the buds and leaves of the new shoots between his thumb and index finger, lifted them up gently, and picked the buds and leaves. My wife loves tea, too. Blake, of course, you can also pick some and take them back. Morantis looked at the tea leaves picked by Blake. At this moment, with a roar, panicked birds flew out of the distant forest. Blake looked in the direction and frowned. "Don't worry too much." Morantis lowered his head and slowly put the picked tea leaves into his pocket. For some reason, a lot of orcs suddenly appeared in the forest over there recently, and they often make a lot of noise. "Has this been going on for long?" Blake asked. "Not really. It started about half a month ago." Morantis smiled and said, "But I have already reported it to the Adventurers Association. I believe they will send someone to deal with it soon." "I see." Blake stopped talking, because it is just as the other party said, the Adventurers Association will send members to investigate and handle the matter, and the person who accepts the commission happens to be our protagonist. That is the mission of Act 2, Chapter 1. Don't be afraid of this. Although they are very active, they have never left the forest to cause trouble, but this has caused trouble for the hunters near the forest. Blake looked at the other's carefree look. What a casual and free-spirited personality. Although there is a possible danger right at his doorstep, he lives his daily life without caring at all and enjoys his afternoon on time every day. For such an old man who has experienced a long time and is indifferent to worldly affairs. It's hard to imagine what kind of deal Lelina reached with the other party. On the way back, Morantis casually asked Black about the progress of his magic release, and Blake told the other party truthfully about the explosion caused by magic. "I see. Have you ever tried advanced magic?" "Tried, but it also resulted in a loss of control." Blake had indeed tried to use the Tears of Fenrir to release advanced magic before, but the out-of-control magic almost destroyed the training ground. In the end, Alice knocked herself out with the hilt of the sword, thus avoiding causing greater harm, but the result was that the magic in his body was disrupted and he was unable to release magic for 2 days. In addition, because he accidentally injured many classmates due to the out-of-control magic in the training ground, he also accepted the interview with Kirsten. Since the interview before the placement test, Kirsten was speechless when he saw Blake again. "I see, you have even tried advanced magic," Morantis smiled. "It seems you have a very good talent. But the courage to try is more valuable than talent." After returning to the cabin, the other party suddenly called Blake to his side. Under Blake's gaze, Morantis cast wind magic to make all the tea leaves in his pocket float in the air. Then a ball of fire rose from his palm. The air waves carried the tea leaves into the air, amber flames flickered below, and white mist rose from between the leaf veins. The magic at Morantis' fingertips flickered, and the tea leaves curled up into a dark green vortex in the heat wave. The burnt aroma and the fresh notes of grass and trees collided in the magical fluctuations to create a fragrant aroma. Various magic spells were easily released from his left hand and maintained stably for a long time. For him, it was as easy as drinking water. Blake was not surprised by this, although Morantis is the boss of Act 2, Chapter 4. However, as an elf that has survived for hundreds of years, it is rumored that its true strength is no less than that of the final boss of the second act, Centipede Gugong. Then questions arise. If that's the case, then why would he be willing to stand against the protagonist? Every player facing Morantis will ask this question. For this question, the player will know all the answers after successfully defeating the final Morantis of Obsession and obtaining his diary. Did you notice what just happened? The tea was made. Morantis put away his magic and looked at Blake. Blake remained silent and nodded. Although multiple magic spells were released from Morantis' left hand at the same time, their roots were not entangled together. Morantis put the roasted tea leaves into a bag with satisfaction, then took some out and threw it into the teapot. The magic veins in everyone's body are fixed and unchanging. Magic power will flow through them and gather to form magic. Morantis poured boiling water into it, and some of the tea leaves sank to the bottom while some floated on the surface. Different magic requires different frequencies of magic to be presented, and the process of changing the magic frequency is accomplished through chanting. This is also the meaning of chanting. Before releasing, the mixture of magic powers of different frequencies will cause conflict. As the amount of magic released at the same time increases, the more magic powers of different frequencies there are in the body, the easier it is for them to mix and cause a loss of control. This is also the reason why you will cause an explosion. Morantis handed Blake a cup of tea. What you need to do is to be able to finely differentiate the different frequencies of magic in your body before releasing them. Blake took the tea and thanked him. So what should we do specifically? Don't worry, have some tea first. As the aroma evaporates, the hidden bitterness will emerge when the tea cools down. Blake nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The refreshing aroma made him relax. How is it? Morantis also held a cup of tea and looked at Blake with a smile. "It tastes good," Blake said truthfully. "Isn't that right? Sometimes drinking a cup of hot tea can help you relax your mind, and then you may be able to figure out a lot of things." It can be seen that Morantis has an almost obsessive pursuit of tea. I just don't know if this obsession is towards tea itself or. Just then, the wooden door was knocked again, then Vivian's figure appeared at the door again. "Mr. Black, I'm sorry to interrupt your lecture, but we have to go." Vivian looked at Blake. "Miss hopes you can go to the Morlet family now." Chapter 79. It's too late for you to regret now. Please wait here for a moment. Miss will be here soon. You can enjoy some snacks before that. Vivian brought a plate of pastries to Blake. "If you need anything else, just tell me." "Well, sorry for the trouble. I don't need anything at the moment. You are the young lady's guest." The other party's implication was that everything was done for Lilina's sake. She is such a loyal maid. "Is your mansion preparing for a banquet?" Blake suddenly asked while drinking tea, because just on the way here, he saw many carriages parked in the courtyard of the Molat family mansion. Vivian nodded. "Yes, today is the family's annual dinner, and almost all family members will be here." After saying this, Blake paused holding the teacup. "So is it appropriate for me to be here now?" Vivian smiled and said, "Because you are a guest specially invited by Miss Lilina, there is no problem." Although the other party said so, Blake still felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. It doesn't seem good that Lilina brought herself here on this special day. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, but the person who came was not Lilina, but it was a woman Blake had never seen before. Although he didn't know who the other person was, Blake sensed something was wrong from Vivian's frown. "You go out first." After coming in, the other party just glanced at Vivian. From the fact that Vivian didn't say anything but just nodded and left, it can be seen that this woman's position in the Molat family is very important. Blake said nothing. After Vivian left, he and the woman were the only ones left in the room. The woman stepped forward first and asked, "I wonder if the pastries of Molats are to your taste?" The lady in front of me was wearing a red dress decorated with various expensive accessories and exuding a faint scent of perfume. Especially when you get close to Blake, you can just smell it, but it doesn't feel too strong. Blake began to assess the situation, although she didn't know the other party's purpose. But judging from Vivian's reaction, the other party's sudden arrival was obviously beyond Lilina's expectations. "You are Blake, right?" Seeing that Blake didn't say anything, the woman looked at Blake and gave him a friendly smile. The other party's attitude made Blake sure that she had not walked into the wrong door. The other party's target was indeed her. "Yes, ma'am, I am indeed Black Percival." Black stood up and returned the courtesy. "What a good kid who knows manners." The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Don't be so nervous. I don't usually take these things seriously. And you are a distinguished guest invited by Lilina. That girl rarely invites guests to her home." From the other party's words and actions, Blake already had a basic guess about the other party's identity. "Excuse me, hasn't Lilina come yet?" But because he didn't know the other party's purpose, Blake didn't want to get too entangled with her. The woman covered her eyes with a fan. "She's probably trying on clothes for the dinner right now." "I see." Blake nodded. "That girl is really something. She actually kept the guests waiting for so long. I will tell her off for you when the time comes." "You don't have to," Blake said. "She helped me out of a lot of trouble at school. Although each time I get help from the other party, it is always based on the premise of transaction, but she does provide me with substantial help." When Blake said this, the woman's smile froze slightly, but immediately returned to normal. "Well, I did teach this kid to care more about his classmates, especially those friendly friends." The woman didn't want to continue this topic, so she changed the subject. "Speaking of which, your Percival family seems to attach great importance to etiquette." As Blake frowned, the woman slowly explained, "Earl Creed came to visit a few days ago. Since Scarton was not feeling well, I was the one who received him." This is equivalent to the other party revealing his identity, the second wife of Scarton, the head of the Molat family. At the same time, the other party is very good at the art of language. Just now she deliberately called Creed Count. Although it is not yet completely confirmed, it is indeed gratifying to receive congratulations in advance. "Oh, you see, I forgot to introduce myself. You don't think I'm some weird person, do you?" "How could that be? Your words and actions are very dignified and graceful. You can't be a strange person." Blake said. The woman smiled, not knowing whether she took Blake's courtesy seriously or not.
My name is Christina.
I am the mother of the Malat family, and also the mother of Lilina.
Blake nodded, respectful. It's a great honor to meet you.
If he had not investigated the internal situation of the Malat family beforehand, he might have regarded her as a beautiful and kind woman. What a woman who was good at acting. From the moment she entered the room, she seemed to have been trying to leave a good impression on him. Blake could almost immediately make a judgment about this. The other party was trying to win him over.
But why did the other party value him so much?
He even went so far as to disguise himself and try to win him over. Is it simply because Percival will be promoted to Earl soon? Just when the woman wanted to say something, the door was pushed open again. This time it was Elalina.at. This time, Lilina was panting slightly, because she was wearing a long dinner dress, which made it very inconvenient for her to move. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Lilina looked at the two people in the room, her eyes wavering between them. Seeing Lilina coming, the woman stood up and showed an understanding smile. Now that you are here, I saw this child alone in the waiting room and was afraid that he would feel bored, so I came to greet him. Thank you very much, Mother, for taking the time to entertain my guests. Although she looked grateful, when Lilina mentioned my guests, her tone became noticeably heavier. The woman just smiled and said, "There's no need for us to express our gratitude to each other.
After all, this is the basic way of hospitality of the Malat family."
I understand your teachings, and I will definitely follow them in the future. Lilina smiled with narrowed eyes, but her smile did not reach her heart.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome for you to leave your seriously ill father behind and come to receive us?
The woman smiled and said nothing. Lilina ignored the woman and walked straight to Blake, smiling. Let's go then. The woman stood there, smiling and watching the back of Lilina taking Blake away, until the moment the door closed, the smile on her face became stiff. Did the woman say anything to you before I arrived? Lilina asked as soon as they got out. His eyes seemed casual, but in fact there was a hint of weirdness in his tone. No, she just asked about your situation at school out of concern. Blake said. He didn't want to get too involved in the chaotic disputes within the Malat family. Hearing what Blake said, Lilina just curled her lips, as if she had already conceded that Blake was lying, but she didn't seem to care, and instead turned to look at Blake. By the way, how about the teacher I found for you?
Is he helpful to you? You mean Mr. Morantis?
Well, although his usual behavior is a bit lazy and careless, it does not hinder his outstanding abilities. Lilina shrugged and said, it is said that the royal family had invited him to the palace to serve as the fourth court magician of the empire.
Is there such a thing? Blake was unaware of this episode.
Yes, but in the end he actually refused, and chose to live in seclusion in a remote place. The reason he gave seemed to be that he didn't want to get involved in troublesome affairs. Hearing this, Blake was puzzled by a question.
So how did you convince him? It's very simple.
I promised to provide him with some necessary research materials. Lilina spread her hands and said, because he usually refuses all profit-making activities in cooperation, which means he is not well off. Come to think of it, Blake remembered that even the tea leaves he usually brewed were grown by himself. But the things he asked for were all very strange and bizarre. It's really hard to understand him.
Looking at Lilina, who was stroking her chin, and thought, he can actually do this for me.
Is it just to win me over to his camp? But what's the point of that? From what the woman said just now, Blake had learned a piece of news. The other party had already had contact with Creed, but it is not known whether she has reached some kind of cooperation with Creed. But in any case, if we want to build a solid and effective joint front with Percival, it is obviously more cost-effective to cooperate with Creed than with myself.
Compared with long-term investments, immediate visible benefits are obviously more stable. What are you thinking about when you look so gloomy? No, nothing. Are you so disgusted by dinner parties?
You were quite happy to chat with me at the previous party I organized. That Blake scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it, but the next second he suddenly realized something was wrong.
Wait, what dinner? Dinner at the Malat family's house, didn't that woman tell you?
That is mentioned, but Lilina blinked her eyes.
It's already this late. Isn't it obvious enough why I brought you here? Blake, it's too late even if you regret it now. Don't forget the agreement between us.
Blake, let's go. I've asked Vivian to prepare clothes for you. Lilina looked Blake up and down, her delicate nose twitching slightly.
You can't wear clothes like this. You smell like tea leaves all over your body. I almost wonder if you took a bath in the tea. Chapter 80. Be self-directed and self-acted? How do you feel? If I were to describe the feeling, it seems to be tight around the waist. Well, because your waist muscles are well trained, it feels tight, which is normal.
Vivian and two maids were tidying up Blake's messy hems and wrinkles, while Lelina was watching them busying themselves with her arms folded, but her frown suggested that her mind was not here at all. She seemed to be worried about something. It wasn't until Vivian called her that she came to her senses. Lelina looked Blake up and down, and nodded after a while. Well, not bad. I have to say that formal clothes suit you very well. Blake glanced at the sleeves that fit tightly to her arms. It's not right to say this, but it's not as comfortable as it looks. Lelina smiled and said, well, I don't really like wearing dresses because the skirts are too long. But we still have to respect etiquette when necessary. Let's go, everyone should be here soon. The crystal chandelier casts brilliant light, and the silverware and high-heeled glasses on the long table reflect a cool luster. Waiters, also in formal attire, walked around carrying champagne trays, with white mist rising from ice buckets, and circled around the tables to serve everyone. When the people who were originally chatting saw the two people coming in, their voices unconsciously lowered a few degrees. Then, in everyone's sight, Blake, led by Lelina, went straight to the side at the end and sat down. Feeling everyone's gazes directed at him, Blake felt a little uncomfortable, because he could sense that those were not friendly looks. You're late.
The man opposite looked at Lelina, and Lelina didn't seem to care. Father hasn't come yet, has he? Even so, as a family dinner, isn't it inappropriate for you to bring outsiders like this?
As he said this, Wales glanced at Blake, who was sitting next to Lelina. Lelina smiled and cut the beef with a knife.
Uncle, as the hero who restored Malot's reputation, I think he has the qualifications.
Wales snorted and stopped talking, but the man sitting next to him continued with his topic.
You should also reflect on what happened last time.
You almost brought shame to the Malot family.
Lelina smiled at the man and said, I was the unwitting victim of Ronald's actions from the beginning to the end. But you, third uncle. I remember that it was you who advocated this marriage, right?
Soros was silent now.
Hey, how can you say that about your third uncle? Your third uncle is also concerned about you.
Soros tried to smooth things over to the woman next to him. Lelina didn't say anything about this. Blake breathed a sigh of relief. Although the current turmoil was easily suppressed by Lelina, he knew that the turmoil would not stop. This meal was not going to be that delicious. The next second, with a low cough, the crowd, who were originally in a tense atmosphere, suddenly quieted down. Under the gaze of the crowd, a man was seen slowly walking out from the side door with the support of Christina. Finally, the woman gently placed the man in the chairman's seat. The position where he sat at this family dinner was enough to prove his identity, the head of the Malot family, Scarton. Blake studied the man quietly. His pale face had a sickly bluish-gray tint, his fingers that were covering his cough were trembling slightly, and his crooked bow tie and wrinkled cuffs were in stark contrast to the well-dressed guests around him. All these behaviors imply that he is not in a healthy state. It can even be said that his state is quite bad. Obviously, I had never heard of this from the meerkat before.
Brother, is your condition still so bad? Wales asked with concern. Have you asked a pastor to come and see you? That doesn't make any sense.
The man's voice was unnaturally weak, and every word he spoke seemed to drain his energy.
They come one after another, it's still the same as before, so let's not make a fuss. Wales thought for a moment and said meaningfully, is it possible that you ate something when you were not paying attention?
As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell silent. Only the woman at the side frowned, revealing a dissatisfied expression.
Really? What do you mean? I am responsible for Scarden's 3 meals a day. Are you doubting me?
Wales sneered. I never said that from the beginning to the end.
It's better to say that you have this idea in mind and have such a preconceived idea. What you said is absolutely absurd. Really? If it were you, you could just add a little something to my brother's daily food and no one would notice. You still say you have no malicious assumptions about me? That's enough.
Scarden, who had been silent all this time, snorted coldly.
Today is a family dinner. If you create an ugly scene, get out.
His words successfully silenced the two of them. The priest has already said that there is no poison in my body. Scarden glanced at Wales.
This is the last time I will tolerate your slander against Christina.
Wales swallowed his words silently. I know, brother. When this misunderstanding happened, Lilina remained silent, just watching the show from a bystander's perspective. It was as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her. Based on what had just happened, Blake quickly thought about and analyzed the current situation. Judging from what just happened, the Malat family is in chaos. The head of the family, Scartun, suffers from an unexplained illness. Christina is determined to push her son to the position of head of the family, and Wales and Soros have always been eyeing the position of head of the family. Thinking of this, Blake couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lilina beside him. However, the situation was in chaos, but the good news is that it looks like the other side isn't united either. I just don't know how Lilina will deal with all this. When the situation at the scene was tense, the appearance of a boy broke the dull atmosphere. He pushed open the door and walked in slowly. The moment he saw the other person, Kirsten's sickly expression eased a little.
Tracha, didn't you go out to play with your friends?
Why are you back so early? The boy walked up to him and said, we wanted to go to a nearby bar, but they wouldn't let us in. That's too much. Seeing the boy's aggrieved look, Kirsten put his hand on his head and stroked it gently.
Which tavern? I'll send someone over to check it out in a bit.
At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the fact that people under the age of 16 were prohibited from entering taverns in the Empire. Blake glanced at Lilina beside him, but she still cut the steak into small pieces slowly and without showing any expression. To her, it really seemed like just a simple meal. Since Kirsten sat down, he has never had any kind of conversation with his daughter, Lilina. Instead, he has shown intimacy with his son who arrived late. It seems that it is true as the meerkat said, that Kirsten has a serious tendency to favor sons over daughters. I didn't expect that such an ancient and decadent custom would appear here. Just then, the boy suddenly saw the steak in front of Lilina and immediately moved over.
Sister, I want to eat steak too. Lilina smiled and said nothing, just handed him the steak she had just cut. It took so long to cut. Are you Blake? Blake met the man's somewhat dim eyes.
Yes, master. At present, Percival has not yet been promoted, so Blake still follows the etiquette of the nobility towards this man. Well, on behalf of the Malat family, I would like to thank you for your help. Kirsten nodded at Blake. If you have any requests you can make, I will do my best to meet them.
You don't have to do this. I'm just doing my duty as a subject.
If you are not sure whether the other party is just being polite, refusing is a good choice. This way you can gain favor from the other party. Kirsten looked at Blake and raised his lips slightly. He is indeed a smart guy.
However, as someone who has been through this, I also want to give you some advice. Kirsten's face was solemn. Your father has had a hard time.
As the eldest son, you should not cause any trouble at this juncture.
Thank you for your suggestion.
I will be careful with my words. The other party's meaning was very clear, don't interfere in Malat's family affairs, but he couldn't guarantee this. He glanced at Lilina beside him, because he was still not sure what this woman was planning. There is a saying that goes, the unexpected always comes before the next moment.
This saying is being verified every moment.
Boom! The boy fell to the ground with a thump. The scene before them made everyone who was sitting down stop what they were doing and stand up. The woman standing next to Kirsten's face suddenly changed, and she left Kirsten and ran over in panic.
My son! Wake up!
This prank is not funny. The woman looked at her son who had fallen in her arms, and no matter how she called him, he would not wake up.
Quick! Go find the priest. No, that's too slow. Get the carriage ready. Quick!
The woman shouted in a panic, and Kirsten's lips trembled slightly, and his already unhealthy face turned even paler. Now everyone couldn't sit still anymore, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Faced with this sudden change, Blake subconsciously glanced at Lilina beside him. Even Lilina was stunned for a moment by this sudden change. It wasn't her who did it. Blake made an immediate judgment based on everything he saw. Just like that, this originally grand dinner ended hastily in a farce. Is this designed for you?
After coming out, Blake asked Lilina beside him. Probably not. There's nothing wrong with the steak in my hand. And no one would expect him to ask me for steak.
Lilina frowned. It seemed that the current situation was beyond her control.
Don't you suspect that it was me who did this? Is that you?
Lilina sighed. No, although I admit that I did have this thought. Blake was also sure that the other party was not lying.
Could it be a self-directed drama? Lilina glanced at Blake and said, I have reason to suspect that you are implying something about me.
Well, Blake really couldn't forget the way Lilina pulled him down. He is now almost certain that the photos of himself having sex with the other party are all groundless. He inherited most of Blake's memories at that time, but the memories from the last month were missing, which led to him being led by the other party. But as she got in touch with the other party, being forced to drink would never happen to her.
So is it possible to direct and act in the film yourself? No. Lilina made the judgment almost immediately.
That woman usually wants to hold him in her hands, so she would never use his safety as a bargaining chip. When I walked out of the Molotov family's door, Vivian was already waiting by the carriage.
You go back first.
Lilina walked Blake to the carriage and said, I'm sorry to have you see this sudden scene. This was not my intention. The Molot family may not be very peaceful recently, and I also have a lot of things to deal with. Lilina touched her forehead again with a worried look on her face. She really had a headache at this moment. Blake nodded. Well, will it be troublesome?
It's hard to say. Lilina did not answer directly. We still don't know what caused his coma.
Although there is nothing wrong with the steak, he only handled my food after he came in.
This is enough for the other party to suspect.
Blake said nothing. Indeed, the woman looked at her with hatred just now. She obviously treated her as a criminal. I guess Lilina's situation will not be very good in the future, Blake thought on the way back. Chapter 81 Commission. There are dozens of magic chandeliers hanging from the dome of the hall, but due to years of disrepair, some of them are no longer working. The floor was paved with rough wooden boards, which had been worn to a dark brown luster by the leather shoes that had been walking on it for many years. The bulletin board in the corner was nailed with yellowed bounty notices, which trembled slightly in the draft. There was a little dirt in the wrinkles on the edges of the parchment, and it seemed that no one had come to pick them up for a long time. Adventurers Association. A place full of opportunities and crises. However, due to the lack of disputes and wars in recent years, it has gradually declined. The wooden door opened and the sunlight from outside shone in. Two tightly wrapped guys walked in. The moment the door opened, they looked like shadows in the sunlight behind them. Blake, in disguise, walked into the Adventurers Guild, followed by Alice, who was also covered tightly. After the two came in, they didn't speak, didn't check the bounty list, and didn't go to the front desk to inquire about the latest commissions. They just found an inconspicuous place in the corner and sat down. This time, there were only a few adventurers from the association resting here, so no one noticed them.
Are you short of money?
Alice looked at Blake and questioned. Blake glanced at the other person, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He came here for only one purpose. He wanted to confirm whether the plot had entered the first chapter. Originally he planned to come here alone, but this time Alice took the initiative to ask to follow him. As for the reason, probably because Creed is at home. It might be because Creed still held a disdainful attitude towards her, especially facing a promotion, which made him even more imposing. It could also be that she was still upset about Creed humiliating her before. Anyway, after she returned to Percival's house, she immediately returned to her taciturn self, although she had always been like that.
I'm a little curious. The teacher said I could take on some commissions to get some practice. Blake made it up. Alice didn't know Morantis anyway. There are no high-value targets for the commission here.
Alice just glanced at the bounty board, which was filled with trivial matters that needed to be dealt with. For example, you can always hear wolves howling in the middle of the night. Sometimes there are clattering sounds coming from the roof, and ghosts appear at night. None of them sound very real. Maybe just renovating the house will solve it. Simply put, there really aren't any missions worth taking on right now. As the national situation stabilizes, this type of adventurous industry is
indeed declining.
If you want to get some exercise, why not practice with me? You can use magic,
Alice said. Well, isn't there a special time for swordplay?
But now you are devoting more time to the magic class of that unknown magician. If you continue like this, your sword skills will fall behind. Blake, she always seemed to be bothered by the fact that she called Morantis teacher. Just as the two were talking, the door of the adventure hall was suddenly pushed open again. This time, two young faces walked in.
I told you that you don't need to come with me. It's okay. I just happen to be curious about this place. And I'm also worried that you might take on some dangerous commissions. You always do things recklessly. Only challenging commissions can earn high marks in this course. That's why I'm worried. But are you really okay? Your magic classes should be held in the neighboring county, right? It doesn't matter, as long as we get there before then. Blake looked at Leonardo and Sarah, who came in with his peripheral vision, etc. Why are there only two people, Leonardo and his companion Sarah? What about dreamy eyes? Blake's expression was a little stiff. Alice on the opposite side also noticed Blake's abnormality and turned her head to look in the direction he was looking. However, he did not show much interest in the two protagonists who walked in. I'm very sorry, I can't allow you to take on this commission. Why? We have a permit. Leonardo handed over the temporary license issued by the Academy for the combat department, but the latter didn't even look at it. I know this, every year at this time, students will arrive one after another. In that case, then may I ask if there is still any problem? I saw in the description above that the orcs have caused great trouble to the surrounding hunters, so it should be urgently resolved. Although I appreciate your valuable quality of being pragmatic, previous students have always chosen to deal with trivial matters, but for this reason, I cannot agree to you accepting the commission. The other party sighed and said, because this commission is somewhat dangerous and unknown, it requires at least 3 people to accept it. If you really insist on accepting the case, then at least ensure the required number of personnel. Hearing this, Leonardo wanted to fight for it, but Sarah behind him suddenly pulled his clothes and shook her head at him. What a pity! If only Drainus were here right now, that would be great. Leonardo sighed. But because he was determined to follow Professor Stanford, he had to change his original itinerary. And Sarah smiled and comforted him softly. Okay, in this case. Although it's a bit of a shame for you, why don't we change it? It seems that this is the only way. Hello, I also want to take on this commission. I wonder if you two are interested? Leonardo and Sarah turned around at the same time and looked at the guy in front of them, who was covered tightly, until the other person pulled down the hat that was covering his face, revealing his handsome face with clear contours. Blake? Leonardo looked at the other man and frowned as Sarah waved and greeted Blake. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ever since the last incident in the Bronze Hall, he and the two of them had been like straight lines that intersected briefly. With no further intersection, Leonardo looked at the other party and said, You just said you also want to take this commission? Yes, as you can see. But, why did you accept the commission? Black is from the Ministry of Magic and doesn't need to take commissions everywhere like the Ministry of Combat, but he went here to play and invited them to form a team together. This made him wary of Blake's intentions. If you want to know why. Blake said. Because the Percival family will be promoted to the title of nobility soon, and that area will also be included in their jurisdiction. It is still necessary to deal with the remaining troubles before taking over. Oh, come to think of it, I did hear that your family is going to be promoted. Congratulations. Sarah smiled. Thank you for your concern and your kind words. Blake looked at Leonardo and said, Why don't we act together? This way we can look after each other. This, of course, it's okay if you refuse. I will contact someone else to take over the commission. Because the hunters around the forest are currently unable to enter the forest and are facing basic survival issues. After Blake finished speaking, Leonardo glanced at Sarah, and when he saw the other party nodded, he looked back at Blake and nodded, then let's act together. At this point, the 3 of them turned around to go through the process of accepting the commission. So, are there 3 of you or 4 of you? Blake was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Alice, who was standing behind the 3 people. 4. The other party's voice was calm without any ripples. Chapter 82 Elves Under the Scorching Sun. Blake put down the hoe in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then he turned and looked at Mirantis.at this time. The other person was sitting under the shade of a tree, holding a needle and thread in his hand, weaving a textile that was not sure whether it was a towel or a handkerchief, except for the demonstration he did for himself on the first day. He took Blake to do various chores almost every day afterwards, or rather, he ordered Blake to do various housework. This is especially true now. The cloth bag that the other party just took out from under the cabinet actually contains seeds. They've all been planted. Blake found Mirantis under the tree with a hoe. Well, you've worked hard. Would you like some herbal tea? Without giving Blake a chance to speak, Mirantis took out a bamboo tube from the bag behind him and handed it to Blake. Blake took over. Why must we choose this season to sow? If you sow the seeds now, they will bear fruit in winter. This tea is steaming hot, but it tastes cool when you drink it. Doesn't it sound amazing? Yeah, a little bit. It sounds just like mint. By the way, I remember you accepted the commission to investigate orcs in the forest? Morantis sipped his tea and looked up at Blake. It could be dangerous. We are only responsible for the investigation.
After finding out the cause, the royal family will send troops over.
Hearing this, Morantis remains silent. When do we leave? Tomorrow, so I want to take a day off.
Morantis nodded, approving the other party's leave note. The next second, he put down the teacup in his hand, stood up and stretched under the shade of the tree.
Now that everything has been planted, we should leave. Blake was stunned for a moment. Don't you need to water it?
Morantis shook his head and bent down to pack his things.
It's going to rain soon.
Hearing this, Blake looked up at the sky in advance. The sun is shining brightly and it is the hottest summer. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still followed Morantis on the journey home. However, when the two were halfway there, sporadic raindrops suddenly began to fall, and then the rain got heavier and heavier. Morantis stretched out his hand to catch the raindrops that fell from his fingers, then turned to look at Blake.
Do you look confused? To be honest, it is a little bit. Blake believed that the other party should have made the judgment based on his knowledge of agriculture.
After all, the other party had survived for hundreds of years and was already familiar with this knowledge, but the answer given by the other party surprised him.
This can be easily seen through the spiritual energy in the air. You mean the spirit power of the elves? Morantis nodded.
Spiritual power is generated from nature and comes from a part of nature.
It will bring you all the information of nature.
You have the blessing of the elves in your body, which is essentially a kind of spiritual power. Through it, you can also gain insight into everything about the natural world around you, and even intervene to a certain extent.
This is something that most people can't do.
As he finished speaking, a breeze suddenly blew around Morantis. The wind lingered around the two of them, forming an invisible barrier above their heads, blowing away the rain that was about to drip on their heads. During this time, Morantis just looked straight ahead and didn't even chant any magic. This surprised Blake a little. Although he knew the terrifying strength of Morantis, he didn't expect that he could achieve this level. The last time I witnessed this kind of supernatural power was from the giant wolf Cordals, but now Morantis can do it easily. Although they are called the elves, there are actually no relevant records to prove the relationship between them and the elves. In addition to having a lifespan far longer than humans, elves also use magic like humans. However, their lifespan and affinity with nature are comparable to those of elves, and they can even sense spiritual energy that humans cannot perceive, just like elves. But from what the other party said, Blake realized that he could do all this. This is the true function of blessing. This is also what he has been studying and exploring. Thinking of this, Blake turned his head to look at Morantis and was about to speak. Don't be impatient.
Aura is different from magic. You need to feel it slowly. You're going to the forest tomorrow, right? That's a good place for you to experience it.
After returning to Morantis's cabin, the two began to prepare today's lunch. Because they needed to chop wood and make a fire, a lot of preparations had to be made.
Speaking of which, why not just let them send the food over?
Blake asked. Morantis rubbed his fingers together and said, because of the distance, the shipping fee is too expensive, and I am not very optimistic about my financial situation.
Then why do you want to live in such a remote place?
Morantis lowered his head in thought for a moment, then reached out and lifted up one side of his hair, revealing his long, pointed ears.
Maybe it's because I'm an elf. Because people always find it strange, I feel a little awkward to accept those people's gazes.
Although the other party said this, he still had a smile on his face.
And you should have heard of the history of the elves, right? Blake thought about it. I've heard a little bit about it. It's a bit inappropriate to say this, but is that the history you're referring to?
Morantis smiled but said nothing. This confirmed it for Blake. Many people have this question: why would such a powerful population become hidden and so rare? Regarding this point, the reason why the elves are so rare is not only related to their difficulty in conceiving, but also involves the elf tragedy hundreds of years ago. Originally, the elves gathered in groups in the secluded forest on the border of the empire. They moved secretly and rarely stepped out of the forest, and they were very averse to outsiders entering there. Therefore, to humans, the elves are a race full of mystery. But until a sudden change hundreds of years ago, it turned into a dark forest. The secluded forest has turned into a place that is not to be stepped on, emitting poisonous gases everywhere, and is completely uninhabitable. The obsidian that was bought at the auction last time also came from there. The surviving elves are scattered around the world, living a low-key life, so much so that many people have forgotten their existence. There is no clear record of the elves' tragedy in history books, but Blake knew the origin of this. After completing the side story of entering the dark forest, you can reveal this hidden history from the murals carved on the towering trees deep in the forest. The towering ancient tree suppressed the evil spirits. The elves have guarded here for generations. Our tribe will remember this. Morantis leaned back in the recliner and looked at the sky through the window. This prophecy has been circulating in our tribe. The elves chose to live in seclusion not because they hated humans, but to protect the world tree there. This is the mission they have been fulfilling for generations. Of course, even the fact that they dislike human entry is just a rumor. In fact, they are just wary of those with ill intentions entering, but this also makes people regard them as a race that holds contempt and hostility towards humans. Blake was silent for a long time. So, do poisonous dragons really exist? Even Blake didn't know whether the poisonous dragon existed or not, although there were many legends about it in the game. At least it had never appeared in the game, but the black fog lingering in the forest is real, and the name of Poison Dragon Hog was also mentioned in the description of Fenrir's Tears. I never doubted the truth of this prophecy. Morantis looked into the distance at the horizon, as if there was something there that Blake could not perceive. That's why I always think that our people's protection over the past 1,000 years is meaningful. Blake turned around and watched the flames gradually rising in the stove. Perhaps it doesn't matter whether the legend is true or not, all they care about is a reason that can be considered a belief. Chapter 83 In-Depth Investigation. The next day, Blake packed some useful things and took a carriage with Alice to the place he and Leonardo had booked. At the entrance of the forest, they saw Leonardo and Sarah, who had arrived earlier. Unlike Blake, who was only equipped with a set of warhead infrastructure, Sarah's entire body was tightly protected by a layer of solid armor. It can be seen that this set of protective measures is definitely not cheap. This is definitely a ruthless act for the two people with limited financial resources, and that's definitely what Leonardo asked for. No. You can't take it off. But it's so uncomfortable. This outfit makes me a little breathless. Even so, it's not possible because we're not sure if there will be any danger inside. Sarah lifted the armor on her body, puffed her lips and looked aggrieved. But it's really heavy. Okay, stop complaining. This is also for your safety. Look, they're already here. Sarah turned around and immediately changed her complaining expression when she saw Blake and the other person. She waved and greeted them from a distance. Seeing this scene, Blake couldn't help but sigh, although it turns out that one's true self is revealed only in front of the people closest to him. After the few people met up, they did not go directly into the forest, because their purpose this time was to investigate the authenticity of the orcs' existence, their approximate activity areas and numbers, and finally to find out the reasons for their appearance here as much as possible. Within their capabilities. So they first visited several hunters nearby, and they could see that they were indeed having a hard time. Two of the families in particular, the men never returned after they ventured into hunt. Please, you must find him. Please, no matter if he is still alive or not, at least don't let me and the child worry like this anymore. The woman hugged the child in her arms and handed them a photo while crying. The man and woman in the photo were sitting close together. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes and even had barely noticeable patches on their cuffs, their faces were filled with happiness, and their hands, wearing silver wedding rings symbolizing marriage, were holding a baby together. Looking at the haggard appearance of the woman now, it can be seen that the blow to them at this moment is indeed huge. Please don't worry, we will try our best. He must still be alive. I hope you don't give up hope. Sarah comforted the woman softly. Such consolation seems insignificant. Later, we visited some other hunters, but their situation was also bad. The sudden appearance of bees in their bowls was like a disaster for them. Those guys are so scary. They are covered with hair and their eyes are like eagles flying through the forest. If you are not careful, you will fall into their trap. I saw it with my own eyes. Those guys happened to be hunting. I saw them tear open the elk's belly and eat it with their mouths open. Fortunately, I ran fast. It was the most terrifying scene I have ever seen in my life. Listening to everyone's descriptions, Leonardo and Sarah took careful notes. Alice on the side frowned slightly. After visiting around, everyone finally made all preparations before entering the forest. It's so quiet here. Is it because we haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet? After entering the forest for a distance, Leonardo looked around with a sharp light of vigilance in his eyes. As the chief of the second-year combat unit, he can be on guard almost all the time.
Should we go deeper? Sarah was a little worried. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to do this?
After all, our goal this time is just to investigate.
There's no other way.
If you want to investigate, at least you have to be able to see the other party before you can proceed.
That being said, but if there were orcs here, we should have sent troops long ago, right? Haven't we already asked the hunters around here?
We've never heard of orcs appearing here before. Leonardo stroked his chin. These orcs just seem to appear out of nowhere.
Blake and Alice walked behind the two men, listening to the whispers of the two in front. Unlike the previous two people, they did not show any panic. Years of experience have enabled Alice to remain calm and think about how to deal with various dangerous situations without changing her expression. As for Blake, he is familiar with the plot, so the current situation does not make him panic.
Will it be an organized action like the last time we took the exam?
It's not ruled out, but it would be very bad.
Sarah thought for a moment, but the first thing we should consider is how they sneaked in through the Empire. Even the hunters said that there was no similar situation before. When Sarah mentioned this, Blake secretly glanced at Alice behind him. She had led the army to defend the borders of the Empire countless times, which resulted in the orcs and barbarians not daring to set foot here easily for many years, but now they have appeared on a large scale within the Empire. Everyone would find this situation a bit strange. This must be the reason why she followed me. Blake followed Leonardo and the others deeper into the forest. In fact, that was the normal development of the plot. So he didn't need to intervene. Moreover, along the way he was thinking about what Morantis called spiritual perception. After closing his eyes and calming his mind, Blake adjusted his breathing as much as possible to allow his body to reach a state of complete relaxation. Until he clearly felt the dampness in the air and the subtle abnormality. At this moment, he opened his eyes and indeed saw many things that he had not noticed before. Many bright spots like fireflies were looming in the surrounding air that should be the embodiment of spiritual power. It is especially eye-catching in areas with a strong natural atmosphere such as forests. Although they can be observed, how can information be conveyed through or by using them? Knowing that Morantis can do this easily, the fluorescence in front of my eyes is like molecules running around, and it is impossible to capture it. At this moment, Alice behind him suddenly stopped moving. Hearing the footsteps behind them stop, everyone stopped and looked back. Only then did they discover Alice was standing in front of a tree, touching the marks on it with her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. When the other people came over, they were all shocked by the scene before them. The rough bark was torn off by some violent force, revealing the pale wood texture. In the center of this shocking wound, 5 interlaced scratches were deeply embedded in the tree trunk along with a slap mark, and each groove was filled with broken fibers. Seeing this scene, Leonardo and Sarah both shuddered subconsciously. Although orcs are generally stronger than humans, this is a little too exaggerated. Blake walked over to Alice.
Is there anything strange about this palm print?
Alice was silent for a while as she looked at the 5 scratch marks on the tree.
An orc's hand has 6 fingers. Only humans have 5.
Chapter 84. Bringing Alice here was a mistake. The group continued to go deep into the forest for a long distance, and estimated that they had reached the deepest part of the forest. Even experienced hunters with decades of hunting experience dare not set foot here easily.
In addition to the various hidden dangers, the dense forest also blocks their vision. Do you want to continue? It feels like there is no way forward.
Leonardo struggled to push aside a clump of grass. Continue. Blake didn't hesitate, calculating from the time they came in until now. They are almost close to the point where the crisis is triggered. Leonardo suddenly stopped and said, I don't quite agree with your point of view. The terrain here is not favorable for us. As the chief of the combat department, Leonardo can formulate reliable strategies based on the terrain. In the final crusade against Nightmare, on the 6th floor of the Bronze Hall, he used the narrow space to easily subdue a group of unconscious students. Blake looked at him. Even so, this is the purpose of our trip. In the original work, it was Draenus who stubbornly led everyone to explore deeper with a strong spirit of adventure, but now he has to take over Delaney's job. Alice behind them lowered her presence and followed behind everyone, without expressing any opinions from beginning to end, but her sharp eyesight was always observing the traces around her. Just then, Sarah covered her head and uttered a dull groan of pain.
What's wrong?
Sierra? It's okay, it's just, my forehead hurts a little.
Leonardo immediately stepped forward to support her shaking body. Did you sense something again? We will be attacked.
Although cold sweat was running down her forehead, what she said shocked everyone. Blake frowned. When is soon? Next second, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in the bushes around the four people. It seemed as if something was moving around everyone at a very fast speed. In an instant, the bushes on the right side suddenly sank strangely. Before everyone could react, a black shadow had torn through the swaying light spots, and a fishy wind wrapped in the unique scent of grass and trees in the forest blew towards them, and the sharp claws almost touched everyone. Next second, the black shadow split into two. When everyone came to their senses, they saw Alice silently putting away her sword and the body with its head and body separated on the ground. Blake, this should have been an opportunity for the protagonist to be tempered. Originally, Leonardo should have been successfully ambushed by the opponent, resulting in him being seriously injured, but in order to protect Sarah, he burst out with unprecedented potential, which also further enhanced his strength. After all, the so-called protagonist is someone who constantly improves himself in the successive hardships, but now things are a little off. What is this? Everyone looked at the brown body on the ground, or to be more precise, he was covered with dense fur. Is this the orc? To be honest, this is the first time I see one. Sarah observed the other party carefully, but did not dare to approach easily. It's the first time I've seen it, too. It's so furry, just like the cat in Uncle Harley's house next door. Sure, I still remember that cat. This is human. What did you say? Alice was stating a fact in a calm voice, even though it was not easy to believe. Leonardo frowned. Are you kidding? Do you think I'm blind and can't see him? Alice didn't say anything, but just reached out and took something from the fallen orc's fingers and threw it over. Something white was flashing silver in the air. Leonardo reached out to take the thing that Alice threw to him, holding it in his hand and examining it carefully. This is good. Blake just glanced at it and fell silent. Sarah stretched her neck and said, Is this a ring? Do orcs also have the etiquette of exchanging rings when getting married? No. I'm afraid that's not the case. Leonardo's pupils dilated slightly, and the hand holding the ring trembled slightly. Don't you think this ring looks familiar? Look familiar? Sarah frowned. If you say so, it does seem a little. Wait. At this moment she finally remembered she had indeed seen this ring before, and it happened less than half an hour ago. It's in the photo handed over by the woman holding the child. You must be joking. Leonardo looked down at the body with its head torn off, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Do you want me to admit that this is actually a human being? I'm afraid so. Blake nodded. Even though he already knew all this, he now had to keep everything going smoothly, but Leonardo's situation does not seem too optimistic. They are still eagerly waiting for news from their families. Calm down, Leonardo. Blake watched him out of the corner of his eye and felt the need to calm him down. In a sense, this was the first time he witnessed someone die in front of him. After all, he will face this situation often in the future. Let's save the sad words for later. If we don't clarify the current situation, more people will be caught in this vortex. Although Sarah, who was standing by, was also sad, she came to her senses more quickly and comforted Leonardo. Although her emotions are more delicate than Leonardo's, she can always distinguish right from wrong. Because of this, she can always give the protagonist the correct emotional guidance. She has indeed always played such a role beside Leonardo. Please don't be sad. Blake is right. We have to find out what these poor people have been through to become like this. Sarah's words calmed Leonardo down quickly. Blake looked back at the body on the ground. He naturally knew its origins. These half-human, half-beast products are all experimental products of the second act boss, Centipede Gugong. They are just some failed products, but leaving it alone and allowing it to run rampant has indeed caused considerable trouble. Then why did they become like this? Leonardo looked at the horns growing on the other's head. They could simply be called bull horns. I've never heard of such a thing. Why is it? Is it because of infection? Or, any taboo experiments using the human body as a medium are strictly prohibited within the Empire, but that doesn't mean that no one will do it. Even Odiel sometimes conducted some illegal experiments in private. We may need to go deeper to find out. After a short stop, everyone decided to go deeper. The decision was clear. Not long after, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two orcs in front of them were tightly bound by chains, except Blake. He was already in self-doubt at this time. the two guys were originally tearing a moose apart, and were instantly subdued by Alice. This made Blake look unhappy. Bringing Alice along was a mistake.
This process is indeed a bit too flat for the protagonist Leonardo of the story. So what should we do with them now?
Leonardo looked at the two people who were covered with lion fur. Even their faces had the outline of a lion, and this rendering even involved the pupils.
Just get rid of them. Blake didn't think too much about it. Why? Leonardo and Sarah looked at him as soon as he said this. Because we can't guarantee their safety on the road, and... Blake looked at the two dishonest people. Do you think we can take them away in this situation? We are not sure if we will encounter similar orcs on the way back. In the original plot, he was able to kill the other party without any scruples in order to protect Sarah's safety, but he is essentially a kind person. Kindness seems to be a quality that most of the protagonists possess. But, before everyone could come up with a conclusion, a silver sword light flashed by. The next second, bright red blood flowed out from the slit in the orc's throat. The orc who had been struggling violently with the rope suddenly became motionless. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Why do you do this? Leonardo came back to his senses and looked at Alice, questioning through gritted teeth. Alice did not respond, but walked towards another savage who was struggling non-stop with her sword in hand. Hey! Are you listening to me?
Leonardo immediately stood in front of him.
Get out of the way.
Leonardo responded with just two short words.
What if it can be remedied? The magicians of the Empire will definitely find out the cause. There will probably be an antidote by then.
Alice looked at each other. At present, it seems that they will only follow their inner wildness and have no trace of their movements. If they are allowed to escape, it will be difficult to capture them again. For a moment, the scene fell into a confrontation between Alice and Leonardo. This was supposed to be the scene that appeared in the final act. Chapter 85. What went wrong again? Looking at the two people locked in a standoff, Blake felt a slight pain in his forehead for a moment. It felt like being hit by a club by someone unexpected. It's really distressing. The cause of all this is precisely the two people in front of him. Alice wanted to continue to deal with the other orc, but Leonardo stood between the two of them and blocked him with his body. I'm sorry, but I won't let you pass.
That's exactly what he meant. Get out of the way.
Alice only had these two simple words, and seemed to have some kind of monarch-like spirit, but Leonardo still stands between the two. Next second, the sword with blood dripping from its blade was raised horizontally, but this time it was pointed directly at Leonardo. The thing I was most worried about happened, and the situation became increasingly tense. To some extent, both of them are extremely stubborn people.
But it would not be a good thing to let Leonardo come into conflict with Alice too.
Early Blake glanced at Sarah, who seemed to be in a dilemma, and sighed slowly, and now he must make the decision.
Put down the sword.
Alice was stunned for a moment when she heard this and glanced at Blake beside her. Then he actually put the sword down. Blake walked between the two of them, glanced at Alice, then turned to look at Leonardo. As my servant, you shouldn't point your blade at others at will. I apologize for my poor discipline. Then he changed the subject, but as I said at the beginning, I agree with her point of view.
Blake looked at Leonardo. This has nothing to do with our relationship. It's just because this is the safest way to deal with it at the moment.
I know that too, but you are now refusing to deal with this crazy guy.
Can I take it that you intend to let those hunters continue to worry about their livelihoods?
Leonardo, Blake's words successfully silenced Leonardo.
If you understand, get out of the way. After a moment of silence, Leonardo moved away.
Blake gave Alice a look, and the latter stepped forward with a sword. After the matter was resolved, everyone simply dug a hole and buried the body. Leonardo looked at the raised mound on the ground, and Blake had walked up to him. You will face this situation again in the future. If you are unable to swing your sword decisively, Blake glanced at Sarah beside him, you will lose what you are trying to protect.
This is the meaning of your sword, isn't it?
Leonardo looked at Sarah, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Sorry, I was confused.
I have almost finished teaching. In that case, let's move on.
If you go further, you will probably encounter the elite boss of the first chapter, Mantis Couple, but to be on the safe side, he is now considering whether to send Alice away. With Alice's current strength, it should be no problem for her to kill the elite boss of a chapter. So far in the second chapter, Leonardo has not had any chance to perform at all. she is just like modern, a reasonable human plug-in. Just as Blake was thinking about how to get Alice away, the scene before him once again exceeded his expectations. The leaning trees were covered with deep and shallow cuts, with jagged edges and the roughness of being cut wildly by sharp blades. The remaining sawdust still had juice condensed in it, and a fishy smell wafted through the wind.
What happened here? Did anyone fight here?
Leonardo carefully examined the surroundings.
There are signs of a fierce fight. Could it be that the Adventurers Association has sent other people here before? Come and look at this.
Everyone looked in the direction of Sarah's voiced eye. In the open space in front of him, the corpses of 2 human mantises glowed a strange emerald green. The translucent exoskeleton was covered with fine lines, reflecting cold light. The 6 long legs covered with spikes were twisted and curled up. The sickle-shaped claws on the forelimbs still maintained an attacking posture, with dark red blood scabs on the edges, but their bulging eyes had lost their luster and stared blankly at the sky, and their broken wings drooped on both sides of their deformed torsos like broken flakes of jade.
Just now it was a lion and a bull. Is it a praying mantis this time?
Leonardo looked down at the 2 bodies on the ground, his voice filled with anger. Really, who is conducting such a vile experiment? How cruel. Different from Leonardo's anger and Sarah's pain, Blake was stunned when he saw this scene. The boss of Act 2, Chapter 1, is dead. What is going on? Who did it? He subconsciously looked at Alice behind him, but no, not her. She had been following behind him just now, and Blake stared at the body on the ground. The emerald green shell was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and each gap was deep enough to reveal the bone. It was as if it had been hit repeatedly by a heavy hammer with the force of thunder, crushing the hard shell into powder. This doesn't look like a wound that Alice could create.
Instead, it looks more like, "Do not move." Alice suddenly spoke up. "What's wrong?" Everyone paused. "Something is approaching."
She looked in one direction with a cold gaze, and the next second she suddenly lowered her head to look at the ground. "Retreat." Everyone jumped back immediately. As the ground beneath their feet shook violently, a huge rhinoceros beetle emerged from the ground the next second, right where everyone had just stood. After standing firmly on the shaking ground, everyone could see each other clearly. The whole body is covered with brown-black exoskeleton armor with a metallic luster. A giant spiral horn grows abruptly on the forehead, and the hard cuticle is covered with fine lines. Everyone looked at the huge rhinoceros beetle in front of them that was 2 meters tall. With every step the opponent took, spiderweb-like cracks spread out on the ground due to the crushing of the pair of thick limbs. The membranous wings on its back flapped, making a buzzing sound. But the most terrifying thing is, the human face under the opponent's huge horn. 3 or 5 pale faces were crowded together. The horn on their foreheads grew deformed, piercing half of their cheeks, and their originally human facial features became distorted and misplaced. Due to the limited space, their eyes were squeezed into thin slits, dripping with strange mucus. Their mouths were wide open, revealing insect-like sharp teeth, and for a moment, the fishy smell of rotten meat and shells hit their faces. The other party's terrifying appearance made Sarah scream, but this was not her fault. Anyone who saw the other person would probably have nightmares for days. Leonardo immediately drew the sword from his waist. "Calm down, Sarah, and be sure to protect yourself later." Alice looked at the other person, her face now terribly gloomy. Blake looked at the huge creature in front of him with an indescribably solemn expression. Why, this monster should have been developed by hundred-legged Gugong in the 2nd chapter of the 2nd act. Why did it appear in the 1st chapter? Could it be that the other party's research progress has been advanced? But why? What went wrong again? Chapter 86. He is almost numb. Let's stop the investigation here. Now that the general situation has been clarified, the next thing will be left to the Royal Army. Blake looked at the chopped into pieces body on the ground. It was completely different from the terrifying look it had before. Then look at Alice, who was silently wiping the blood off the sword. He was almost numb. This Alice was too ruthless. I thought she hadn't reached the peak of her strength yet, and this elite boss could barely hold out for a few more rounds at her hands, but this expectation was dashed. Although everyone cooperated, Alice was able to deal with it only by relying on her skilled swordsmanship. Blake glanced at Leonardo, who was unharmed beside him. The other party had not received any effective training at all. "Aren't you going to continue investigating?" Leonardo asked. "That's not necessary." Blake shook his head. "Take some of its parts back. I believe it will be helpful. And the parts of the 2 mantises just now are enough to prove the trouble here." Leonardo nodded, enduring the pungent smell, and bent down to put some important parts into the bag. Blake saw that it was almost time, so he decided to take everyone back. He needed time to sort out the current situation due to this unexpected change. Do some research, by the way, because the plot happened about half a month earlier than expected. This is not reassuring news, but as for the direction of the investigation, he probably already has an idea. The moment they walked out of the forest, they saw two figures, one big and one small, who seemed to have been standing at the entrance of the forest early on. They have been waiting for a long time. The other person's somewhat thin body swayed in the wind, but fortunately the weather was not cold enough. But it is not certain how long they have been waiting here. When the other party saw the people walking out, there was an unconcealable loss and gloom in his eyes.
Excuse me, have you found any trace of my husband?
But when Blake and his group approached, she still raised her head and asked. There was an inexplicable emotion in the other person's eyes. It was a feeling of hope and fear, expecting yet being afraid to hear the answer from everyone. Sarah and Leonardo hesitated, looking at each other, and it seemed that neither of them could open the mouth.
Unfortunately, this is very sad news. Blake stated this fact. Although he wanted to say something, bad news was still bad news, and even if he said it in a fancy way, it couldn't change its nature. Many people always try to use the art of language to make bad news sound less sad, or even try to erase the sadness by cleverly circumventing it, but once an attempt is made to change its nature, the behavior turns from comfort to deception. So Blake didn't intend to hide anything. As expected, the woman turned pale upon hearing this, although she had guessed it when she saw Blake and his companions come out, but hearing it with her own ears still made her feel heartbroken. The child holding the woman's hand seemed to realize something. Mom, are they talking about Dad? The woman didn't speak, or maybe she had lost the ability to speak as she covered her mouth and sobbed. The boy seemed to have guessed something from his mother's behavior, and his eyes turned red. It turns out that a person's eyes can really turn red without any warning. The young child immediately started crying, and kept calling out the familiar name, but no one will respond to him anymore. Sarah walked forward with red eyes and handed a silver ring to the woman. We are very sorry. We are sad too. But please look forward to the future. Believe me, he must have expected the same. The woman looked at the ring in her hand and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Then, can we take a look at him? Faced the request made by the other party. Blake was silent. Everyone was silent. Finally, Blake spoke up. We can't bring him out, but we have buried him, right there in the forest. There is no need for women and children to witness the man's current state. That would be too cruel for them. The two looked disappointed when they heard this but didn't say anything. They knew that this trip was full of dangers for Blake and his team, so they could not make any excessive demands. Blake looked at the two people hugging each other in pain, and felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Somehow, at this moment, he realized that he seemed to have already regarded this place as reality. In the past, the NPCs he saw through the screen also had the ability to affect his emotions. In a dim but spacious basement, the rubber soles of leather shoes made a fragile squeak as they stepped on the wooden steps. Why don't you turn on the light? Soros looked at the man sitting in front of the dim candlelight. At this time, the man was sitting at the table, staring at the glass jar in his hand. The transparent jar was filled with crystal red liquid, which looked like gemstones under the light, that is, if there was not a locust cut in half inside. Welcome, Count Thuras. The other person stared at the jar with an obsessed look and greeted him casually. Is it okay for you to call me that? The other party's voice echoed in this airtight space where no light could penetrate. It was like a closed cage. Soros ignored the compliment and said, It's too early to call me that. The man chuckled. What does it matter? It's just a matter of time anyway. You know, as agreed, I will help you take that position. It's only a matter of time. But that's not what you've done so far. Soros looked at the other person, then looked with disdain at the various bottles and jars in the room, as well as the people soaked in green liquid. Your mind is entirely focused on this kind of experiment that makes people sick. In response, the man chuckled, What does it matter? It doesn't prevent me from helping you, and our cooperation has been very pleasant so far. Then you should understand that you should thank me for the smooth progress of your experiment. Soros looked at the other person with a condescending attitude. If it weren't for me, you would still be hiding in the cave using your old device that makes a clattering sound when you turn it on. The other party chuckled and said, In return, I gave you the goo worm, didn't I? How is it? Is the effect good? I have heard that Skartun is in critical condition. Soros glanced at him and questioned, Are you sure no one will find out? You can rest assured about this.
Those bugs will not be discovered. Even if a holy priest comes, he will not notice it. It is my precious treasure.
After saying this, Soros suddenly remembered something. So what did you give me later? Why hasn't that arrogant kid woken up after eating it? It's the same thing. The fact that you're still standing here doesn't mean that no one has discovered it either.
Soros curled his lips. Although the bug was originally intended for Lalina, it's not a bad thing to be able to wipe out that brat, and he didn't expect that the boy happened to eat Lalina's steak before he fell into a coma. This makes it difficult for her to clear suspicion. So recently that stupid woman has been madly targeting Lalina. Even Scarden has to doubt Lalina's motives. To some extent, he achieved his goal. Soros snorted coldly. That being said, I didn't provide you with such a huge investment just to let you create these disgusting things. And your failed escapees have been causing quite a stir in the forest recently, and have already attracted attention. The man shook the vessel in his hand and looked at the insect corpses soaked in red liquid.
Don't worry, I've sent someone to clean it up. Human? Ha, can that still be considered a human?
The man chuckled.
Why not? I just injected some insect genes into their bodies.
Humph, it's just using one monster to destroy other monsters. Soros found it difficult to understand the logic of the freak in front of him, nor did he want to understand it. Once he understood it, it would mean that he would become a freak too.
How can this be called a monster? The man looked at Soros in disbelief. Do you know how powerful animals and insects in nature are?
With my technology, those who are lucky enough to receive my transformation will gain extraordinary power. This is rebirth.
It is evolution that adapts to nature.
Soros looked at the madman in front of him. He spat with disdain and disgust. A guy who thinks that human beings' development into insects and beasts as evolution is either crazy or hysterical. If it weren't for the fact that Lalina stole the show in the competition at that time, he wouldn't be so eager to cooperate with such a guy. He looked at the other person's obsessed eyes towards the insect. But it doesn't matter. Once all the plans were successful, there was no point in him staying alive. And he had to be eliminated immediately, otherwise, when he takes over the Malat family, he might have to face an insect plague. Chapter 87. Did she misunderstand something? Everyone returned to the Adventurers Association with some of the fragments. After submitting the results of the investigation, even the person in charge found it unbelievable, but after seeing with his own eyes what the group brought back, he still covered his nose and suppressed his nausea as he confirmed the fact. Oh my god, this part is just like a giant dung beetle. Who on earth would do such a thing?
Leonardo looked indignant.
This kind of behavior is truly intolerable. If the culprit can be found, he must pay the price.
We will find it.
The other party nodded in agreement, but the fact that you can kill such a monster is really unbelievable. Everyone handed over all the evidence they brought back to the other party. After the other party promised to hand over all the evidence to the royal family as soon as possible and immediately apply for the dispatch of troops, he stamped the seal for Leonardo and his party. After coming out, Sarah took the initiative to thank Blake and the others.
Thanks to your and Miss Alice's help, this operation was spared a lot of danger.
Leonardo on the side also nodded to Blake. Although he would not have done this in the past, he is a sensible man.
So what are your plans next?
The two were stunned when they heard this and looked at each other. They didn't expect that Blake would take the initiative to ask about their next plans. In fact, there was nothing Blake could do with the content of Act 2. Chapter 2 mainly revolves around the injured Leonardo and his two companions after they evacuate from the forest. After a tough battle and defeating the Mantis couple, Sarah's injury made Leonardo realize his own shortcomings. With the will to protect the other party, he strengthened his perception training of heart sword style while healing his wounds. After a short rest and recuperation, we entered the forest again. After that, they encountered the boss of the second chapter, Rhinoceros Beetle, and defeated it with the clever cooperation of the three and Leonardo's clever connection of the first 5 moves of the Sword Master sword style that he had already comprehended. But now the boss of the second act has been eliminated. This means that the plot of the second act
will no longer exist?
In this case, we must find out the other party's next move.
Well, even if you ask that, to be honest, we don't have any specific plans yet.
Leonardo scratched his head and glanced at Sarah beside him. The latter thought for a moment and said, I have to hurry back to study with the assigned instructor. After all, it's not good to be away for too long. Since there is more than one student, it's impossible for me to slow down the progress.
After listening to Sarah's arrangements, Blake thought about it and looked at Leonardo.
You may consider staying here for a while, because someone needs to follow up on the progress of this incident later. We must first find a way to keep Leonardo here.
Of course, I can provide you with a temporary residence and the corresponding expenses.
If the other party runs around or simply follows Sarah, then the subsequent plot will not be able to follow at all, and Leonardo seemed to really intend to do so, just as Blake had expected. He looked at Sarah beside him, looking embarrassed. Although I intend to go with you, but the situation here. Before he could finish, Sarah shook her head gently and pulled Leonardo's sleeve considerately.
You are needed here. I can go by myself.
We should both do our respective things well. Hearing this, Blake breathed a sigh of relief and felt extremely comfortable. It's great to have such a caring heroine, and with Sarah's support, Leonardo finally made up his mind and looked at Blake. Then I'll just stay here for a while.
But don't bother you with the housing issue. The Adventurers Association will provide temporary accommodation. Leonardo looked at the notice board. It just so happens that I plan to take on some other commissions while I wait for the news.
Seeing Leonardo say this, Blake didn't say anything more, but left with Alice. Because our male and female protagonists are about to face separation, they need some private space. Do you care about that, boy? Alice suddenly asked on the carriage on the way back. Blake hummed softly.
That's not the case. Blake looked out the window.
He was troubled by other things, so he didn't pay attention to Alice's words and just responded casually. But you seem to pay special attention to him, from beginning to end.
Blake curled his lips and said nonchalantly, it's just because some aspects really need him. Is that so?
For some reason, when he came to his senses, Blake was surprised to find out Alice looked at herself strangely at this moment. Recall the conversation just now. Did she misunderstand something? How's the investigation going? The next day after returning from the forest, Blake came to study with Morantis as usual. However, Morantis, contrary to his usual practice, asked Blake about the progress of the investigation into the orc incident.
You went to the forest yesterday, didn't you? Morantis closed the book, lay on the recliner and looked up at Blake. Should you have found something? Blake nodded. There are some discoveries, but they are a bit shocking.
Oh? Morantis seemed interested in this. Blake selectively told the other party some of what he had investigated. While giving him information, Blake kept an eye on his facial expressions. He needed to determine to which part of the plot had progressed faster than expected. Although Morantis is the boss of Act 2, Chapter 4, he is not clear about the exact time when Morantis reached cooperation with Hundred-Legged Gugong. In addition, with the current plot being advanced, he cannot judge whether Morantis has already joined the other side's camp. He wanted to confirm this. Are you saying that someone has fused the human body with some insects and beasts?
Morantis frowned.
Well, apart from some changes in behavior and appearance, the internal structure of the body is still undoubtedly human.
Is that really the case?
Morantis stroked his chin and thought, I found it strange before. Although the orcs' behavior can be direct and even reckless, they would never do something as reckless as this.
Have you ever heard of a similar experiment before?
I have indeed witnessed some experiments on humans and beasts, but they were just attempts to allow humans to master some of the advantages of animals, such as the speed of cheetahs and the night vision of owls. Morantis shook his head.
But such a direct and rough fusion of humans and insects.
This is the first time I have heard of such an absurd act. Blake watched quietly, judging from the expression on Morantis' face after hearing this. He seemed to be unaware of this at the moment. This made Blake feel relieved. Then the problem part is obvious. Since it is not an external reason, then the problem must lie with Centipede Gugong. The overall plot did not speed up. It was just that the plot progress of the individual part of Centipede Gugong exceeded the original expectations. His research progress seemed to be much faster than expected, which caused the boss of the second chapter to appear in the first chapter ahead of schedule. Although it is not known what exactly accelerated his research, it is not all good news.
Do you have any solution for this situation?
Blake asked, because it would not affect the plot. He wanted to give it a try. After thinking it over again and again. The image of the mother and daughter hugging and crying had always been engraved in his heart, like a stone, especially when he personally told them the bad news. I'm not sure, but it doesn't hurt to try. Morantis thought for a moment and said, well, do you have any samples you brought back? Blake nodded and took out a dark, airtight bag, which was filled with something heavy.
Come with me.
Morantis put down the book and stood up from the recliner. My laboratory is set up in the backyard. Although he usually appears lazy, he is quite decisive when faced with a problem. Blake followed him to the backyard. The sunlight made the flagstones in the yard shine, and the moss in the corners was a fuzzy golden green. There was not a single weed in the yard, only the new sprouts on the grapevine swaying gently in the wind. It's very clean and tidy, and you can tell it's been carefully cared for.
Blake observed everything in front of him.
In fact, this was his first time to come into contact with an environment other than the wooden house. However, when passing a cellar, Blake subconsciously took a look. This scene was keenly captured by Morantis.
One more thing.
He suddenly looked at Blake, and for the first time such a serious expression appeared on his face.
No matter what happens, don't be curious about the cellar, because I have placed some dangerous magic tools there.
Even though it was locked, he still said this to Blake. Nodded.
Chapter 88. Leonardo's melancholy. Blake followed Morantis to a small house at the back of the yard.
Morantis waved his hand lightly on the closed door, and the door opened immediately. This seal is similar to the structure of the dormitories in the Amber Hall and Bronze Hall of Sias College. As Blake entered, he discovered that the structure of this building was not as simple as it seemed. The building was connected to the underground, and a staircase led straight to the depths of the ground. At the end, Morantis moved his hand slightly, and the room was instantly filled with light. Glassware is neatly arranged on the walls of the laboratory. Transparent test tubes are filled with mysterious liquids of various colors, which reflect a magical halo under the light. In the center was a huge operating table made of some special black stone, which was densely engraved with silver-white runes. There are also various sophisticated instruments placed on it, including a distillery emitting wisps of white smoke, a constantly rotating centrifuge, and several energy testers flashing a faint blue light. The shelves all around were filled with heavy books, and the air was filled with a unique smell that mixed the fragrance of herbs with the scent of metal. The variety of facilities here can even be compared with the Alchemical Research Institute in Odalus. As we can see, Morantis is not as simple as it seems. The truth is often hidden in the dark behind the curtain.
Don't be too surprised, Morantis said in a relaxed tone. After all, I have survived for so many years. It is normal for me to have some assets of my own, isn't it?
How long have you survived? Although the plot calls Morantis an elf that has survived for hundreds of years, there is no detailed description of the era in which they lived.
This question seemed to make the other party think for a long time, and to his disappointment, he finally sighed. To be honest, I don't remember.
Morantis walked over to a microscope-like device and removed the remains of the monster. Every time an empire falls and a new kingdom is established, new records are updated for the year, which means that numbers no longer have much meaning to me. Blake found it difficult to understand the concept of those immortal species. During the few precious decades for human beings, they would try their best to cherish every day and live every day well, but for those beings who downplay the concept of time, numbers may just be a string of numbers. There is no such thing as understanding and empathy. Who knows, maybe he will suddenly return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess at some point in time. Morantis observed the remains through a mirror and said in a joking tone, but gradually, his smile became permanent on his face.
What's wrong? It's a horrible fact.
Morantis took a deep breath. This was the first time Blake had seen such obvious emotion fluctuations on his face.
The blood contains not only human genes, but also insect genes, and there is no conflict between the two. This is totally against common sense.
But Blake remained calm. In this fantasy world, there are too many things that go against common sense. In a way, it really is a masterpiece. Morantis had to make a fair assessment. If the experiment was not based on human bodies, he would be a rare talent in history.
So is there a way to restore it?
He didn't want to focus on exploring whether the other person was a genius. Genius and madness are often separated by just a thought. The great wizard Meyer is also known as a madman by the world. Compared to his fame, more people stay away from him. Morantis was silent for a moment and then sighed.
It seems unlikely at the moment.
If it was just a mixture of magic power, it would be fine, but this kind of blood gene modification is irreversible. Unless you are familiar with the production process, trying it rashly is likely to cause new situations. After hearing Morantis's judgment, Blake lowered his eyes and remained silent. For some reason, he felt a sense of loss in his heart at this moment. In a simple room on the second floor, Leonardo looked out the window at the pouring rain and felt increasingly depressed. It has been rainy for several days in a row and there is no sign of it stopping. This not only prevented him from exercising, but also hindered his planned magic training. He looked at the scabbard lying in the corner of the room. I had originally planned to use this waiting period to hone my swordsmanship, otherwise, it would be impossible to do what Alice did. If Blake were here at this moment, he would probably be shocked by the other party's thoughts, but Leonardo did think so. The swordsmanship that Alice had demonstrated in the forest a few days ago was deeply engraved in his mind. It also brought unsettled fluctuations to his heart. People are always like this. They always feel comfortable living in their own circle of vision, but once they climb over the city wall and see the scene outside, they will be filled with unprecedented panic accompanied by scenes they have never seen before. In the academy, he was the leader of the second-year combat unit and had held the position for 2 years with his strong strength. This also made him known as the strongest in the history of the combat department. Because of this, he had to bear huge expectations. Although his initial goal was simply to get out of the poor and backward village and gain the ability to protect the people he cherished, with such a will, he has been working hard and constantly forcing himself to move forward. Because of this, even someone as strong as Draenus had to be at a disadvantage in the confrontation with him. But what happened in the forest a few days ago overturned his cognition. And this subversion comes from Alice. What he saw was not distance but a chasm. This gap is not only reflected in the difference in swordsmanship, but also in the actual combat experience. When faced with the sudden appearance of the monster, although he was reluctant to admit it, he did feel fear in his heart. But Alice didn't hesitate at all. She had already gone to meet him while he was still standing there in a daze, not yet able to come to his senses. Besides, the other party never used magic from beginning to end. He was able to achieve this level just by using swordsmanship. He looked down at his hands, which were covered with sword calluses. When will I be able to reach that level? At this moment, he was in inner confusion and had not been able to sleep well in the past few days. At the same time, Lilina, who had also been sleepless for several nights, was sitting at the table, watching the rain flowing on the eaves outside the window. She knows it very well. A storm is quietly brewing in the Morlet family, but she was ready. Chapter 89. The old man's confession. The hazy rain was mixed with the damp smell of earth. The footprints were deeply and shallowly embedded in the newly turned earth, and every step created ripples in the mud. The rain swept across the shoe surface obliquely, leaving the texture of the sole on the soft and moist surface, which was then blurred by the rain into a blurred mark. The line of footprints meandered deep into the field. Blake and Alice stood in front of a cultivated field, wearing black rain robes. Opposite the farmland is a dense forest. At this time, a dark figure wearing a straw raincoat was standing on the ground and waving a hoe. Are you here in this weather to see how the farmers work? Alice beside him glanced at Blake. Not really. He might know some information that is needed. Are you referring to what happened in the forest a few days ago? Alice guessed it sharply. Blake nodded. Alice looked at the forest and frowned. But this is another forest, and nothing has been heard of happening there for a long time. No matter which forest it is, there will be news of hunters being injured every month, but nothing has ever happened in this forest, which is a bit strange. Alice thought seriously, but Blake didn't stop, and walked towards the man who was farming. Even though he had walked up to the other person, he just glanced at Blake and the other man. Be careful, don't step on my land. Please don't worry, we've been keeping an eye out, said Blake, but Blake's words did not make the man's face look any less radiant. Then go away quickly. I'm busy, don't bother me. I need to take advantage of this rain to turn over the land. It won't bother you for long. Blake pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket and handed it over. He shook it gently and a crisp sound came off. The farmer stared at the sack in Blake's hand, then glanced at the young man in front of him. All right. He put down his hoe and took the money bag from Blake. Tell me what you want to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Blake was silent for a moment. Has there been anything unusual in this forest in the past few days, Forrest? The farmer was stunned for a moment. This forest has always been like this. Is there anything wrong? It's not just the forest itself. Has anyone strange entered? I asked the people in the village, and you're the only one who comes here to farm on time every day. Even on such a rainy day, the other party still came here as if to punch in. This is a good source of information for Blake. Strange people? No, because there are many wild animals in this forest, and they often roar in the middle of the night, so no one would be stupid enough to break in. I see. Blake nodded. It seems that there is no valid information. But, to be honest, there is one thing that has always bothered me. The man stroked his chin, as if he remembered something. This made Blake, who was about to leave, pause.
About a month ago, I can't remember the exact date.
A caravan came here before and entered the forest. They were in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry. It looked very strange.
Blake was stunned for a moment. Did you see clearly which company the other party belongs to?
The man shook his head. You know, I only care about how much the land I plant can produce.
Then why do you find it strange? The farmer held his hoe and pointed at the muddy dirt road.
Because few caravans would choose to take the dirt road instead of the main road, and they are all dressed up in such hot weather.
Isn't it strange?
And when they left, the carriages were fully loaded.
Hearing this, Blake frowned. He had already sensed that something was wrong. Did you see what was taken away?
The other party shook his head and said, it was covered tightly with airtight black cloth.
I guess it should be some kind of precious wood.
Because the Empire strictly prohibits people from entering the forest and cutting down trees without permission, I guess that's why they do this.
Okay, I see.
Thank you for your hard work. After failing to obtain any valuable information, Blake took Alice away, but he did not turn back, but walked towards the forest beside him. Blake stood in front of a large, hidden cave entrance, surrounded by dense woodland. Because the entrance of this cave is hidden under a cliff, it is usually difficult to be noticed. He looked silently at the dark hole in front of him and took a deep breath before coming in. He had informed Alice to wait outside the forest. If he still didn't show up after half an hour, she would come looking for him. Blake did not go in immediately, but first used his spiritual perception to make sure there was no danger inside. Then he carefully explored. Under Morantis's guidance in the past few days, he has achieved a deeper level of attainment in the use of spiritual power. Although he cannot directly interfere with nature like the other party, he can use it to sense the surrounding situation, which is very practical for him. The moment Blake turned on the portable lamp, the cold white light cut through the thick darkness like a sharp blade, and the beam swept across the cave wall and filled the space. There was a pile of collapsed stone bricks under my feet, and a half-rusted candlestick was inserted diagonally in the cracks of the rubble. The candle wax had long since solidified into gray-green lumps, and there were piles of overturned, dilapidated wooden boxes in the corner, oozing black water. The place was already emptied. He looked at the mess on the ground. In addition to various broken and discarded utensils and dusty wooden boxes, this also indicates that people did live here a long time ago. Although he had expected this situation, Blake was still a little shocked. Originally, this secret stronghold should have been the site of the final crusade, but the other party has left first. What went wrong to cause such a huge variable? Blake walked to the wooden box in the corner, stared at it for a long time, then stretched out his hand. Finally, after he reached out his hand and brushed off the dirt on the box, the eagle painted on the surface of the wooden box had a sharp gaze. His sharp pupils seemed to be burning with blazing fire, and his sharp gaze could pierce the air, as if he was about to break free from the constraints of the wooden box. In the next second, flap his wings and soar into the sky, unleashing his unruly and wild nature. Blake frowned. This symbolic sign might look familiar to him. He took a deep breath. Looks like I have to go to Malat's house. The cold light from the cellar flowed on the surface of the glass instruments, and Morantis's shadow was stretched out and cast on the gleaming golden liquid. The liquid was as thick as honey, yet surprisingly clear, clearly outlining every inch of the body immersed in it. Pale skin swelled slightly in the liquid, hair floated like seaweed, and the arc of the drooping eyelashes looked like solidified butterfly wings. That was a woman. A woman of stunning appearance, even though she had fallen into a deep sleep from which she could not be awakened. Fluorescent gold continued to flow through the woman's veins. Looking at the other person, Morantis' eyes were as moved as water. I'm sorry I haven't had time to visit you these past 2 days. I hope you don't blame me. As you know, I recently accepted a student. You might think it's strange, right? After all, I'm a loner like you, but he's a pretty nice guy. If you could see him, you'd probably say the same. He reached out and touched the wall of the container, as if he was caressing the other person's cheek directly through the glass. You know what? I have been living in repentance for so many years, for you and for me. If I hadn't expressed this absurd wish of hoping to be with you forever, I don't even know why I had that thought at the time. Maybe the long years I spent alone weighed on me. Morantis lowered his head, his voice unable to conceal his loneliness. When I thought about you leaving me soon, and then I would spend a long time alone, I felt terrified, as if a wild beast was chasing me from behind. After meeting you, I began to crave more. A lonely voice echoes in the space. It is the confession of a weathered old man who has walked through the long years alone. If I hadn't injected my blood into your body to achieve immortality, you wouldn't have become what you are now. Morantis had a wry smile on his face. Faced with such a ridiculous request from me, only someone as gentle as you would agree to cooperate with me, right? In the dim room, the golden light in front of him reflected the tear marks on his face.
You know what? Every time I think back on it, I feel ashamed of my selfish side, every night.
After Morantis finished speaking, he was silent for a long time. He hoped that the other party would speak, like a long time ago, pinching his waist and raising his hair, laughing and scolding him a few words. Now, all this is just his luxury.
You know what?
After I met that boy, he also taught me a lot of things.
Morantis stared at the other person with moving eyes.
Every time I see him making progress in his short and limited life, the twinkling look in his eyes is so alluring.
It made me realize that living too long can be exhausting, and that human life is short but wonderful.
Perhaps it is precisely because life is short that everything is given a completely different meaning. This makes it even more unforgivable for me to try to drag you into my loneliness.
In the dim cellar, Morantis spoke for a long time to the container, which did not respond at all, until he realized that it was already evening outside and he had to leave. Before leaving, Morantis turned around and said goodbye to the woman in the glass.
Goodbye, I'll see you later. It was as if she had always been there. After exiting the cellar, Morantis looked up at the sky, letting the rain hit his face. The biting coldness made him feel sober. Then he locked the wooden door of the cellar as usual. This wooden door did not use a magical sealing structure, but an ordinary iron lock. Suddenly, Morantis's hand holding the lock paused.
Guest, now that you're here, don't you want to come out and say hello?
Morantis calmly locked the door again and turned to look at the corner of the yard.
There's some tea here if you'd like to sit down and have a cup.
In the pouring rain, a figure stood quietly blending with the surrounding shadows, making it difficult to distinguish between them.
Please forgive me for my impolite visit.
There was a hint of an uncomfortable smile in the other party's hoarse voice. Morantis looked at the other person with an expressionless face. Although I never refuse guests, please knock on the door next time. Chapter 90. Please help. Lilina in the luxuriously decorated reception room. Vivian, wearing a maid costume, brought the teacup and placed it in front of the two of them, but neither of them touched it. Neither of them was paying attention to tasting tea at the moment.
I didn't expect you to come visit me on your own initiative.
Blake looked at the other person and nodded. Well, because there are some things that need to be confirmed. Since it's something that made you go all the way here, it must be very important.
Lilina sighed. If it's someone insignificant, I might just refuse. After all, I've been really busy lately.
Blake looked at the other person's eyes, which had faint dark circles around them. It seems that the other party's situation is indeed not very good, so, what do you want to confirm? Blake thought for a moment. Can you investigate the movement of the Malat caravan, about a month ago? As soon as these words came out, Lilina's expression froze. Coming back to her senses, she immediately looked at Blake with a sharp and wary look.
What do you mean by that?
Lilina was quite alert to the other party's sudden inquiry into the secrets of the Malat family. Blake accepted the other party's scrutiny and paused symbolically. Recently, there have been incidents of work transformation in the Western Forest.
I know that, and you were also involved in the investigation, with Leonardo. You really care about him.
There was a hint of sarcasm in Lilina's words, but she was also trying to tell the other person that her ears were everywhere.
But what does this have to do with the Malat family's caravan? This is related to the Malat family.
As soon as these words came out, Lilina paused for a moment.
Please elaborate.
Observing the other party's reaction, Blake ruled her out as a suspect. Although he didn't think she would do such a thing, he still had to be prepared. Then he selected some appropriate contents from the investigation and told the other party. Sure enough, after listening to Blake's story, Lilina fell into silence for a long time.
Do you have any idea? Lilina pinched her chin and fell into thought.
As you said, this matter is very likely related to my second uncle Wales. He has always been in charge of the family's business and caravan activities. And he has been wary of my contact with the caravan's affairs and members recently.
Blake thought for a moment and said, could you please investigate?
After all, it's not easy for me to get involved in the affairs of the Malat family. Lilina nodded. Her serious expression meant that she took this matter very seriously.
I understand.
I will investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, it is a situation within Molotov, and I cannot just sit back and watch. Originally, she wanted to ask some other specific matters, but at this time someone suddenly came to find her, and it seemed that there was some trouble with the matter she was responsible for. This forced her to leave in a hurry. However, just as Blake was about to finish his cup of tea and leave, the door of the reception room was pushed open without warning. The visitor simply ignored Blake and sat across from him. And Blake looked at the other person and fell silent. The two of them remained silent, and neither seemed to be planning to speak. First, the room suddenly fell into silence, and Blake lost the mood to taste the tea. During the time he followed Mirantis, he gradually got used to the taste of tea. What did she tell you?
Finally, the other party couldn't hold back any longer. What do you mean? Wales picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea.
Don't play dumb, just open the curtains and tell me directly.
The other person's tone was cold and distant. I don't understand what you are talking about. Blake looked at him calmly.
As for this guy who was currently the most suspicious, he was thinking about how to get some information out of him. The other party looked at Blake and realized that this guy didn't seem to be someone who was easy to deal with. The other person's eyes were narrowed into a line, revealing a hint of shrewdness, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible.
Then I'll just put it straight. What did the girl promise you? Blake was silent for a moment. I didn't get anything, or anything I wanted to get.
Oh, you liar, Wales laughed. There is no such thing as not wanting something, it's just that you want it too much. Blake said nothing, just looked at the other person, and Wales curled his lips. Then no matter what Lilina promised you, I can give you more, so ask for it. Even if you say so, I have nothing to say, because what I said is the truth. Blake said, while also assessing the current situation. It seems that Creed has not established any cooperation with the other party. Creed seemed to have rejected both Wales and the Morlet family. Although Creed is arrogant, he is also shrewd. It is not wise to eagerly seek allies who will bind you before you are promoted to the title. That's why the other party values me so much. He might have heard about Blake's past behavior, so he mistakenly thought of himself as someone who was easy to deal with, and Lilina might also have this purpose. Whatever you are after, you are going to be greatly disappointed. Seeing that Blake didn't say anything, Wales thought he had guessed right and immediately sneered with a hint of sarcasm. That girl won't last long. It's not a wise choice to invest in her. So it's a wise choice to adjust the camp in time before it's too late. Please allow me to refuse. Blake refused decisively. Why? I have no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of the Mollet family. If I did anything for Lilina, it was only out of our friendship as classmates. After Blake finished speaking, Wales looked at Blake and fell into silence for a long time, and Blake just stared back with a calm look. Suddenly, Wales slapped the table and looked at Blake, unable to bear it anymore. Humph, I've seen a lot of people like you. Don't think you can get a piece of the pie from Mollet. Blake didn't seem to care. If that's what you think, then there's nothing I can do. Watching the other person slam the door and leave, Blake sighed softly. The other party was like an old fox who had been in the business for many years and did not give him any chance to test himself. After a while, Vivian came in. The tea seems to have gone cold. Do you need a new one? Blake shook his head. No thanks. There is no need to stay here anymore. Vivian nodded, turned around and walked out. After finishing the tea in the cup in one gulp, Blake was about to leave when something suddenly caught his attention. He noticed the white tip protruding from under the teapot. After reaching out to take it and looking at the note, Blake fell silent. There are only 2 lines of words on it. Please help Lilina. She is about to run into a tough patch of trouble. Chapter 91. Storm. How's the investigation going? Blake sat at the table, and a shadow appeared in the window behind him, blocking out the sun. Well, I came back with information. The other person jumped lightly from the window and immediately jumped in front of Blake. Blake looked at the other man, enduring the feeling of driving him out. This guy Mongoose never seems to go out the door. You asked me to follow that guy, and I did observe some interesting things. The meerkat sat on the sofa and stretched slowly. Really? Every time you assign me a task, it's always troublesome. Do you know how vigilant that guy is? If he says the same nonsense I say every time we meet, then I'll have to consider changing him. Mongoose, What a heartless man, the mongoose said no more nonsense and told him everything that Black had asked him to see. After listening to the meerkat's report, Blake was silent for a long time. Has the plot actually deviated to this point? It was just because of the variable of the Mulat family, or just because of the character Lilina who should have ended? Looking at Blake, who was lost in thought, the meerkat shrugged.
So, are you really planning to interfere in Mulat's family affairs?
Blake said nothing. He didn't want to reveal anything to the other party, because you can't guarantee when the other party will sell their plans as a commodity. Although Blake remained silent, the meerkat was now chattering away, offering his own insights.
I actually don't recommend you to do this, because your family is about to face a promotion in just a few days. It would be really unpleasant to make such a fuss during this period. When Percival is promoted to the same rank as Molotov, your words may have more force. Besides, the situation within the Mulat family is not optimistic right now. The head of the family is critically ill and it is uncertain when he will die, and the illegitimate son who is most likely to be regarded as the heir is in a coma. It is really terrible. Your concern at this moment may be regarded as a conspiracy. This may lead to an investigation from above. In short, based on all the information I have, it would not be wise for you to take action now. Blake remained silent as he listened to the meerkat's analysis of various aspects. He was of course aware of this, but time did not allow Lilina to wait any longer, nor did it allow him to wait any longer. Lilina should take action soon. After all, she has always been a very active character. The current accelerated plot does not allow him to continue to wait and see. Hey, did you hear what I said? I'm only here because you're a regular customer. Don't worry about that, Blake interrupted. He unlocked the drawer, opened it and looked down at the stack of documents lying quietly inside. Then let's start solving the problem now. Is everything arranged? Vivian looked at Lilina, who was standing in front of the window with her back to her. There seemed to be something there that was attracting her attention. A special groom has been arranged to deliver the envelope as quickly as possible. Did the other party not notice? Due to the weather in recent days, Lord Wales has been busy dealing with the caravan, and Lord Soros has been staying at home without going out. Lilina was silent for a moment. Is that groom reliable? Vivian nodded immediately. He has always been your loyal follower. Oh. For some reason, Lilina suddenly sneered, turned around and took out a letter exactly the same as the one just now from the drawer of the table. Vivian didn't understand the situation for a moment, and Lilina just walked up to her and handed the envelope to her. Give it to the prosecutor. I have negotiated with him and he will hand it over to the crown. Lilina looked at Vivian solemnly and reminded her, go in person and make sure the envelope is delivered to the other party. Hearing what Lilina said, Vivian nodded but still asked about the doubts in her heart. Why send two identical letters? After handing over the envelope, Lilina returned to the window again, took a deep breath, and felt a little helpless. The report letter is actually fake. This is the real letter of accusation. It contains detailed evidence of the crimes of the two people. After these words came out, Vivian froze in place. Obviously, the other party was specially selected as the most trustworthy guy, but now he is not trusted. I have investigated his family situation a few days ago. Lilina said calmly. His son has been squandering money at the casino lately and has fallen into huge debt. But after a few days of quarantine, the debt was suddenly repaid. Although he enjoys a good salary as a groom of the Mulat family, it is still not normal to pay it off in one go. Vivian blinked, her face full of disbelief. You mean, Lilina sighed, after a long search, I found out that the money came from my third uncle's private pocket. Vivian, go ahead, I'm counting on you. At this moment, there was an unprecedented weariness in Lilina's voice. I don't know if it's because all this is about to come to an end, or because of the betrayal of the groom who has followed me for more than 10 years. I see. Vivian clutched the envelope tightly in her hands. After Vivian left, Lilina looked out the window at the gloomy sky. She knew the importance of the letter. It would be the key to defeating Wales and Soros in one fell swoop without either of them knowing. She had already contacted all the viscounts and barons around her. As soon as their letter of accusation is delivered, they will write a letter to agree with it. Then, under pressure, the royal family will definitely punish the two severely. They will no longer have any leeway. As for the fact that her brother was in a coma, many people believed that she had done it because she coveted the position of the head of the family.
but she naturally had a way to prove her innocence. The reason why she has been showing weakness recently is to let the other party relax their vigilance, so that she can collect this content. She always takes the long view. Adjust. As Lalina looked out the window inside, there was a hurried knock on the door. Enter. The maid pushed open the door. Her skirt was wet from the rain because of running. She was panting and looked panicked. Miss, the master of the family can't hold on any longer. As soon as these words came out, Lalina, who was looking out the window, trembled slightly. In an instant, the inky black cloud suddenly split apart with silver snake-like lightning, and the rumbling thunder and the rain curtain hit the earth. The bluestone slabs that were glistening with water just now were now covered with layers of silvery flowers after being knocked out by dense raindrops. Blake looked at the sky where dark clouds were approaching. It started raining again. A storm seems to be imminent. It seems to have been raining these past few days, stopping from time to time. The humid air is so cold that people can't help but shiver. I didn't pay any attention to it when I was playing the game before thinking back to the current situation. Because of the changes in the plot, many things have piled up together, so it might be troublesome for him to deal with them alone. However, corresponding countermeasures have been found for most of the issues that need to be dealt with. Now there is only one problem left to deal with. That character is no less important than the boss in the second act. Chapter 92. The end of Act 2, 1. In the attic, Lalina looked at the man who suddenly visited her and took a deep breath. Although I had expected the other party to come to visit, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Soros looked at the cozy decoration in the attic and smiled kindly at Lalina. My dear niece, why are you alone in the attic? It was clearly the other party who came to visit, but he took the initiative to ask questions, and Lalina raised her head, glanced at him and said casually, because it is relatively quiet here. But why did you suddenly come here, third uncle? Soros looked worried. As you know, my eldest brother is dying, and as his daughter, you didn't go there. This makes me very worried. I'm not the one my father wants to see right now. There would be no point in going there, right? Soros nodded. It can be said that what he is most looking forward to seeing right now is probably the little idiot lying unconscious on the bed. In that case, Uncle San, don't you plan to fulfill his wish? Lalina looked calm with a smile on her lips. Soros was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by that? Nothing, I just guessed that Uncle San might have a way to wake him up. Lalina smiled meaningfully. Soros stared at her for a moment. Unfortunately, I'm not a pastor, or even a doctor, so this is a bit difficult for me. Lalina snorted and laughed. That's true. Soros changed the subject and said, but I am here for other things. Oh? A hint of danger suddenly appeared on Soros's face, which always had a smile on it. I heard that someone was going to do something that was not very favorable to the Malat family. Lalina narrowed her eyes. Uncle San, what do you mean by that? I have never heard of such a thing. Oh? I thought you knew everything about the Malat family. Lalina picked up the teacup and took a sip. Uncle San, you are joking. I don't dare to claim that I have that ability. Really? Soros smiled as he always does. I heard that someone in the Malat family is trying to cause some trouble, such as some slander out of thin air. Oh? Really? Soros curled his lips and revealed a smug look. As for the person who went to deliver the letter, your dear second uncle has already gone after him personally. It doesn't matter if I can't catch up. That guy only has an empty envelope in his hand, but your stupid uncle doesn't know this. Lalina looked at the other person and kept smiling. Since you, third uncle, have already said that it was an empty envelope, then how can there be any slander? Soros looked at Lalina with a hint of expectation in his eyes. That's true, but it would be nice if it were that simple. After all, there are witnesses present. After these words came out, the corners of Lalina's mouth stiffened unconsciously. Then look who this is. As Soros clapped his hands, a figure opened the door and slowly walked in. After seeing each other, Lalina's hand holding the teacup trembled violently. Calculating the time, Vivian from the prosecutor's office, who was supposed to arrive soon, actually appeared here, and at this moment she was just standing quietly behind Soros. The meaning was self-evident. At this moment, even Lalina, who seemed to be confident of success in everything, couldn't help but tremble in her eyes. I believe that our loyal maid of the Malat family will be willing to testify, of course, in order to identify the mastermind behind this incident. Listening to Soros' words, Lalina's eyes became a little dazed. She sat at her desk without saying a word. At this moment, she was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of loneliness and desolation. This feeling was like a maze that imprisoned her and made her feel helpless.
Vivian. She tried calling the other person's name. Why, at least tell me, does someone have any evidence against you?
Facing Lelina's weak question, Vivian just lowered her head, silently took out the envelope she had given him from her arms, and handed it to Soros. Soros took the envelope and held it between his fingers, shaking it at Lelina as if showing off a trophy.
Then I will punish you for treason against the family, and this is what you should bear.
Faced with the impending end, Lelina lowered her eyes and did not move. At this moment, her spirit seemed to have left her body and she fell into a vortex of doubt. Looking at Lelina's distraught eyes, Soros showed a satisfied look. He left Lelina, who was like a puppet with its strings cut, and walked away with a hearty laugh. Soros walked out of the attic and looked at the people gathered in the yard. They were all his followers, and these people were almost everywhere in the Malat family. He smiled with delight. Now all obstacles have been cleared. As long as Skartun dies, he can ascend to the position of head of the Malat family with the support of everyone. As for Wales, that stupid guy shared authority, is he worthy? Then, when I sit on the throne, I will attack him next. Just as Soros made up his mind, one of his men squeezed through the crowd and ran towards him.
Oh no! Lord Soros! We are in trouble. The other party ran out of breath. What's the hurry?
Soros said this, but in his heart he had already decided to remove this guy from his position. Such a panicked guy can hardly be your right-hand man. The secret agent we sent out suddenly sent back a message that Lord Wales did not stop the messenger, but instead reported you to the prosecutor.
What? Soros frowned. Now he's here with the prosecutor.
What a troublesome guy.
I underestimated him.
It seems that he realized his own incompetence, so he wanted to use this opportunity created by Lelina to get rid of me.
Soros didn't care at all. It doesn't matter.
Anyway, I have bribed all the viscounts and barons around me.
No one will be willing to testify for her.
But the other party was very panicked, Kiki, but those guys have directly cut off contact with us since this morning.
It's like they had planned it in advance. What did you say?
At this moment, Soros' smile froze on his face. The other party looked anxious. That's indeed the case.
We couldn't figure out the situation for a while. It's okay. Stay calm.
Don't worry about those fence-sitters who are swayed by the situation. They will suffer when this is over.
Lelina is still in our hands, isn't she?
Soros immediately thought of a countermeasure. As a whistleblower, as long as she takes the initiative to admit her mistakes, then everything will be meaningless. Soros sneered, try to make her change her mind.
Coercion and inducement don't work on her, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything to her.
He pulled a jar from his pocket, and inside it was a tiny, hopping bug.
As long as we put this into her body, she will obey us.
But the downside is that this bug will continue to gnaw at her internal organs. At this moment, the smile on Soros' face disappeared, replaced by unprecedented indifference and cruelty. Originally, I didn't intend to go this far because of blood ties, but now there is no other way.
I can only let my lovely niece suffer.
Just as he was about to return to the attic, he suddenly froze. Unexpected changes occur. Dark shadows flashed across the rainy night and leaped out from all directions. These guys seem to have been hiding in the attic for a long time. At this moment, they jumped out after receiving the order. The crowd formed a circle around the attic, preventing anyone from approaching it. Anyone who tried to get close would be immediately knocked down by the wall.
Break through them.
After assessing the current situation, Soros immediately gave orders to his master.
I will promise you everything you expect then.
As soon as these words were spoken, the people who had gathered together rushed forward with a roar. Since ancient times, only those who were defeated in battle were considered rebels. Everyone rushed forward. At this moment, there is an atmosphere of two armies confronting each other on a battlefield. The blunt weapon in the opponent's hand cut through the rain curtain, cutting the air with a rustling sound. The heavy attack hit Soros's followers, instantly making them unable to move, but it won't let him lose his life. But this kind of suppression did not last long. As a family with a history of 100 years, there are many capable guys among them. Several combat members of the Morot Special Forces immediately seized the opportunity and launched an attack. At one point, trying to tear a gap in this impenetrable city wall. The other party's judgment was obviously correct, and soon the deployment force in the area could not withstand it and was knocked to the ground. Just when everyone was planning to rush forward through the gap, a black shadow cut through the rain curtain and whistled out. The black shadow moved like a ghost, weaving in and out of the bustling crowd. She shook her wrist slightly, and the unsheathed sword drew a bright silver arc in the rainy night. Every precise touch made the target groan in the throat, and he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with his strings cut. The opponent's offensive was instantly disintegrated.
Damn it!
Where on earth did these guys come from?
Soros's angry roar echoed in the rain.
Yes, I'm a member of the Adventurers Guild. At this time, someone recognized the other person's identity.
Damn it!
Why are these guys who are idle all day appearing here?
Someone must have issued a commission.
These poor guys won't give up any opportunity to make money.
We won't be able to hold out for much longer at this rate.
Soros grabbed the other person by the collar and said, even if you can't hold on any longer, you have to charge.
If we can't capture Lalina before the prosecutor arrives, we're all doomed.
Ming, I understand. Although Soros put enough pressure on them, the current situation did not change. The other party was like an impenetrable wall, blocking the people he brought outside the attic. There is even a tendency to launch a counterattack. Seeing that the situation was developing in a direction that was unfavorable to him, Soros hurriedly took out a black beetle from his shirt pocket.
What the hell are you doing?
We're in trouble here.
Come over here and help.
A sound came out of the mouth of the motionless insect specimen. Don't worry, hold on, my new batch of experiments has been developed and will be here soon.
A moment? I want it immediately. Right now. What an impatient fellow.
The man curled his lips and pressed a button. The huge creature that was originally sealed in the liquid of the glass container slowly opened its eyes. That should do the trick. The man stretched and said, let's go over and take a look just in case. After all, we still have to rely on him for resources in the future. However, he suddenly stopped the moment he turned around. The door of the laboratory in the distance had been opened at some point, and the rain was blown in by the cold wind. A young man with heroic features stood at the door of the laboratory holding a sword, and a sturdy boy stood next to him.
That's the end of your experiment.
The young man drew out his sharp sword, exuding an aura that did not belong to his age.
Leonardo, is that him?
Yes, thank you for coming all the way here.
It doesn't matter.
I can't just sit back and watch what he did. Dreniais drew the greatsword from his waist, and since this is a request from Senior Blake, I will do my best. The man took a deep breath, turned his head inside at the insect specimen in his hand.
I'm having a little trouble here, so it might take a while.
What do you mean?
Do you know how urgent the situation is here? The man was a little annoyed.
Then you should have kept the laboratory confidential. You should reflect on yourself for being discovered so easily by the outside world.
What do you mean by that?
The man sighed with a headache as he watched his experimental subjects being killed by the two men.
Really? Stop yelling. It's giving me a headache.
I'll get someone else to help you.
TSK.
Then you better hurry up. Maranta sat on the familiar lounge chair, looking through the window at the rain dripping from the eaves. He looked down at the insect specimen that was constantly trembling beside the teacup and fell into silence, which seemed like a struggle. After a long time, he sighed slowly. Finally, he stood up with the help of the chair. Just after he pushed open the door, he was suddenly stunned. In the sudden rain brought by the cold wind, a cloaked figure stood in the rain not far from the wooden house, as silent as a statue, as if waiting for a long time. The other person slowly opened the hood that was protecting him from the rain, revealing a handsome face. I'm sorry, I still have some questions for you, so I can't let you leave yet. Chapter 93. The end of Act 2. In a dim and large warehouse-like space, the blade cut through the hard skin, and the moment Leonardo's sword picked up a human-faced cockroach, Dreniais' giant sword had already split its shell-covered neck. The dark green body fluid splashed on the blood-stained wristbands of the two men, mixed with sweat and glowing strangely under the light.
3 on the left.
Draenus grunted and turned around, and the wind pressure created by the sword blade shattered the tentacles of the guys approaching. Leonardo took advantage of the momentum of the opponent's sword swing to leap up, and instantly stabbed the one in front of him to the ground with his rapier. The two men moving back to back left a trail of debris on the ground. They cleared out the monsters that were rushing over while blocking the door to prevent any of them from escaping. The other side was so numerous that a humming sound came like a tide, and Leonardo heard Delaney's heavy breathing. Although the opponent was a head taller than him, the hand holding the sword was shaking at this moment. They had been fighting for nearly half an hour, but no one knew where the 4 paths on the surroundings were connected to, and all kinds of monsters were pouring out continuously. Save your energy. I'll catch that guy. Leonardo ducked to avoid the bee-man's stinger. His opponent had been transformed into a giant stinger, with eyes that were almost bulging out like a web. His sword pointed precisely at the soft armor of the insect man's joints. I need you to cover me. Before he could finish his words, a pair of giant pincers brushed past his ear, cutting off a few strands of black hair. Delaney's giant sword blocked the attack for him in time, and Leonardo took the opportunity to stab him with a fatal sword. Amid sparks, the next second, the ground suddenly shook violently, and dozens of insect men poured out from behind the broken wall like a black wave. It's really endless. We need to solve the source. Delaney's panted, I'll escort you there. Good. Leonardo turned around and cut off the door at the entrance with a sword, thus directly blocking everyone's way out. This can prevent the other party from taking the opportunity to escape. It seems there is nowhere to escape. Dreeny sneered, then let's open up a path. He turned to look at Leonardo, his deep blue eyes burning with a determination that was not that of a teenager. Don't fall behind, I won't wait for you in nature. After getting Leonardo's response, Delaney's took a deep breath, and a cold snort sounded, that seemed to be the roar of a wild beast. With his right arm bulging with veins, Drainus held the sword in his hand and rushed towards the surging insect swarm with unstoppable momentum. Leonardo licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then immediately followed with his sword in hand. He took care of those who tried to sneak up on Drainus from behind. He did his best to protect Dreny's back so that he could focus on the situation ahead, just as they had been trained to do. When a creature with cricket-like legs pounced on him, he heard himself and Delaney's growl at the same time, and the two swords drew intersecting arcs in the blood-red moonlight, like two rays of light about to break at dawn. Whose is this? Dreny swung his greatsword, his voice slightly panting. Is it necessary to compare this at this time? That's mine. No. Leonardo frowned, including this, I'm exactly 20. Then you better work harder, I'm almost 30. It's not the end yet. While the two were dealing with the bugs, or rather bugmen, coming from all directions, they were discussing this inappropriate matter, but this did not prevent them from slowly approaching the depths of the warehouse, and behind the dense swarm of insects, the man huddled in the locked room, observing the situation outside through the window in the middle of the iron door. These two young boys showed a strength and cooperation that was not expected of them at their age. The experimental subject that he had just released to buy time for himself was killed before it could even touch the opponent. There were even some experimental subjects that were strangled in the cradle by the two before they could be released. Seeing his masterpieces being destroyed one by one, and the enemy rushing towards him, the man didn't care about feeling sorry for her and immediately took out a small black metal box from his arms. After opening it, he looked at what was inside and fell silent. There was a centipede inside, but unlike ordinary centipedes, it had purple lines all over its body. The purple color, like blood, kept flowing, emitting an ominous aura. This is a study that has not yet been thoroughly completed, but the man didn't hesitate at all and picked it up and put it into his mouth. Even though the centipede was wrapped around his fingers like a rope and kept struggling, the man still stuffed it into his throat alive. What foolish fellows you are. Just wait, I will make you regret what you have done. The man gritted his teeth and waited quietly for the evolution he had been looking forward to. Soon, he felt a strange feeling in his stomach, followed by a burning sensation all over his body, and accompanied by a sharp pain that seemed to penetrate his bones. The man fell to the ground, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot and his saliva flowed uncontrollably to the ground. The next second, with a cracking sound like a bone breaking, his limbs twisted in an extremely strange posture. This weather is not suitable for waiting outside. Morantis looked at Blake, still calm and gentle. You'll catch a cold if you're not careful. Would you like to invite me in for a cup of hot tea, then? Blake looked at the other person with dark eyes. Morantis smiled. It may not be convenient now, but if you are willing to do it yourself. Blake looked up and looked at him in silence for a long time. So you've made your decision, haven't you? Morantis narrowed his eyes, looked at the other person with an extremely obscure look, and did not answer. The two of them fell into silence for a long time. Don't stop me. Morantis sighed, and there was no threat or pleading in his voice. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of exhaustion.
But your eyes say otherwise.
Morantis, your eyes are telling me. Blake looked at the other person and said lightly.
You desperately want someone to stop you.
He keenly noticed that, when the other party saw him after leaving the house, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes besides surprise. Everything was just as he thought. Given the opponent's strength, if he really tried his best, he would not be a character that Leonardo, who had not yet fully grown, could deal with. What the other party may be seeking is just a desire for relief, a hope to be free from obsession. Morantis looked at Blake. His eyes were complicated at this moment. He didn't know whether it was loneliness, pain, or something else.
I don't want to have a conflict with you, especially you.
Blake said nothing, but the way he gripped the sword at his waist made his answer clear. I in the rain. The two looked at each other in silence, holding the final funeral for the so-called teacher-student friendship.
Chapter 94. The end of Act 2, 3. Listening to the sound of rain hitting the window behind her, Lalina sat at the table with a dark and dazed look in her eyes, looking at the lamp on the table that was constantly swaying. The little remaining oil in it was emitting a weak flame. Originally, she chose to work here because it was quiet and she wouldn't be disturbed by anyone.
But the silence at this moment turned into dead silence that constantly eroded her whole body. The window behind her seemed to be open a crack, and the cold wind was constantly eroding her back, making her feel bitingly cold, but she didn't have the strength to get up and close it. This moment, she seemed to have turned into an empty shell. There was a chaotic sound of metal colliding outside the window, but she didn't have the mind to look back. Lalina, as the eldest sister, you must fulfill your duty to take care of your brother.
Do you understand?
Lalina rubbed her head, her thoughts a little vague. Some things that shouldn't have appeared before her eyes quietly emerged. He will also have the mission of supporting the Malat family in the future. You must assist him well.
There was nothing I could do about it.
The man kept repeating these words to me, and as a result, his phantom voice would often echo in my ears even when I was alone.
Sister, I accidentally broke the flower pot that my father bought at the auction.
Lalina looked at the boy in front of her who ran to her for help after getting into trouble. Although he had clearly done something wrong, he did not show any guilt or remorse at all. Instead, his tone sounded as if he was showing off something he had just done. That's really exaggerated.
Is this the one that father just bought a few days ago?
Yes, that's it. The boy's tone was like an order. Sister, help me find a solution quickly.
Otherwise, father will be angry.
He just promised yesterday that he would buy me a new horse in 2 days.
Lalina looked at him and sighed. If that's the case, then why are you playing ball in your father's collection room?
That's because
Vivian said yes.
There's no way Vivian would say something like this that would get her into trouble. Lalina looked at the boy in front of her who was lying without batting an eyelid and shook her head to expose him. Every time he made a mistake, he would put the blame on the maid Vivian. That introverted maid was such a poor, miserable person.
The
boy pouted angrily. I don't care.
Sister, please think of a solution for me. How about buying a new one?
As long as we can do it before he comes back, he won't find out. Lalina looked at him, somewhat speechless. They are obviously teenagers, yet they can still say such irresponsible words. Despite this, she still patiently said in a gentle voice, this may be difficult.
The bottle is an ancient artifact.
Even if you search the entire empire, you may not find another one.
What should I do? If this goes on, I'll lose my horse.
Lalina sighed, her headache getting worse. Even at this time, he was still thinking about the horse his father promised him. The boy suddenly reached out and grabbed his skirt.
You are my sister, right? Father asked you to take good care of me, right? So you have to be responsible.
Sister. That's ridiculous. You have to take responsibility for doing something like this. Although he was called a younger brother, he was just the offspring of that man and another woman, and was only half related to him by blood. It was even the case that the child was secretly born when his mother was still alive. It was only his mother's death that freed him from the title of illegitimate child. Emotionally speaking, he only regarded himself as a tool to help him deal with his troubles from the
beginning to the end.
How about this? Let the maid collect the broken pieces first, and then I'll go to the grocery store to see if it's possible to restore it. That being said, she knew it was impossible. Even if broken porcelain is restored using retracing magic, obvious traces will be left behind. I can only go to the grocery store to see if I can make a replica that is indistinguishable from the real thing. Anyway, even if I expose the man, he won't do anything to me. The boy's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He was so ecstatic that he didn't even thank his sister. He turned around and ran out, looking at the boys departing back. Lalina slowly leaned back in her chair and let out a tired breath. I in the outside world, she is the noble eldest daughter of the Malat family, but in fact, only she herself knows her situation. As a woman, it is not easy to gain a foothold in this family with a serious tendency to favor boys over girls. This ridiculous younger brother of his had already been considered the heir to the family simply because of his gender determined. By God and his stepmother's pleasing attitude. In comparison, the so-called eldest daughter herself is more like a vase. Even if everyone in your family seems to respect you, it is only because of your superficial status. What do they actually say about you behind your back? Her childhood experiences had trained her to have a keen insight, which enabled her to clearly perceive the uneasy expression of the servant who stole the necklace from her bedroom, the obscene look of the hired porter who secretly glanced at her, the greedy eyes of the so-called relatives, and the resentful look of her stepmother. Fortunately, no one discovered her talent. She pretended to know nothing about these things and continued to pretend to be kind and weak, so that those who were wary of her identity as the eldest daughter would let down their guard. The physical and mental exhaustion had made her breathless many times. She looked up at the dim ceiling. Maybe this is not bad, although Soros's style of doing things is somewhat insidious and unpleasant. His efficiency in handling things is indeed worthy of recognition. Wales can do it too. He has always managed his family's caravan in an orderly manner. This is enough to prove his ability. Maybe even that little kid who only knows how to hang out in bars will grow up in the future. In fact, it is not necessary for me to be the one in the Malat family. Speaking of which, now I think about it, why did I work so hard? What's the point? In this huge and prosperous home, I feel so strange. In the end, there is not even anyone I can confide in. Such a miserable life. What is it that supports me to persevere and keep planning? Is it to prove herself to that man, or is it simply a desire for revenge against Malat, or is it something else illusory? But none of that matters now. Lilina leaned back in her chair and took a long breath. It would be better to take this opportunity to let go of everything and throw everything away. This may be a good choice for myself, Soros, and the Malat family. As Lalina thought about this, she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Chapter 95. The end of Act 2. 4. Blake looked at Marantis standing in the distance, constantly dodging the magic cast by the other party, and was reluctant to get close. It's not that Blake couldn't bear to do it, but Blake couldn't get close to the other person at all. There was a strong flow of spiritual energy emanating from the other person's body. Every time his sword was about to get close to the opponent, it would be bounced away. Even the various magic spells he cast would be bounced away by that airflow. The opponent just stood firmly in the same place from beginning to end, without any need to make any movements at all, because there was no need to dodge. The moment, the best strategy is to use airflow to forcibly disperse the opponent's airflow. But this is indeed a difficult problem for Blake. He had tried it just now, but even with the wind magic of Cordals he couldn't do it. As an elf race that has existed for hundreds of years, their mastery of magic power and control of spiritual power are unmatched by himself. At that time, Leonardo used the second move, magic breaking move, that could break magic power to unexpectedly cause effective damage to Mirantes. This special sword style not only ignores magic power, but can also cut spiritual power, so it is an effective skill against Mirantes. But in the current situation, Blake doesn't know the swordsmanship. This is the most difficult problem to deal with right now. If he can't break through the wind wall constructed by the opponent, he won't be able to touch him at all. That's enough. Mirantis looked at the other party and sighed. This is meaningless. If you can really break it so easily, then all these years will be in vain. You can't understand me. There was a hint of sadness in Mirantis's calm eyes, and that emotion penetrated the rain and reflected into Blake's vision. That's what kept me alive all these years. Mirantis touched his chest and said, it was that thought that supported me through the long years, and supported this empty shell. Blake didn't respond, but he could understand the other person's feelings a little, just like the elves' mission of protecting the world tree from generation to generation. Mirantis is also struggling to find a reason to live. That belief must be enough to sustain him through a long period of time far beyond that of ordinary people. For Mirantis, that is the meaning of his existence. Now he wants to destroy the other party with his own hands. Although it is a bit cruel, there is no other way, because he also needed to do what he did. Blake took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. The next second,
A bright light suddenly appeared under my feet, the moment Morantis lowered his head. Fine silver blue runes oozed out from the cracks in the ground and wrapped around Morantis' ankles like a living thing. Blake's fingertips moved slightly, and the crystal ball floating beside him suddenly hummed. The crisp sound of broken chains burst out from the center of the magic circle, and dozens of translucent light bands broke out of the ground, locking Morantis' legs in place. It's actually a binding array. It seems to be of a fairly high level. Morantis frowned. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Blake did not respond, but just chanted the spell silently, and the runes on the edge of the magic circle began to rotate in the opposite direction. Morantis felt a sticky force spreading up his calves, as if he was soaked in solidified cement. He tried to use his magic power to shatter all the runes around him. That was the key to maintaining the magic circle. However, he discovered that the magic power was completely devoured as soon as it touched the runes, and those seemingly fragile light bands became brighter after absorbing the energy. It's actually a high-level absorption and confinement technique. Morantis' pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt a piercing chill on the soles of his boots. He looked up at Blake. Your magic power cannot be sustained at all. Over time, it will overdraw your vitality. Why do you have to do this? Blake did not respond, his figure looming outside the magic circle. What an unreasonable guy. As Morantis cursed, a strong aura suddenly erupted around him. This time, the runes around the magic circle did not move at all. The absorption array can format and absorb the magic power of the bound person, so once bound, unless the caster's magic power is exhausted first or leaves the casting location, there is absolutely no way to escape by magic power. But Morantis was skilled in more than just magic. As silver light shone in Morantis' eyes, a huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly burst out. The mist from the rain collided with the silver light, and the restraining runes on the ground began to crack inch by inch. Spiritual energy was flowing around Morantis' body. It was so horrifyingly dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. As one of the runes was annihilated in an instant, the other runes immediately lost their light one after another like dominoes, and were crushed into powder by the silver chains condensed by spiritual energy. However, at the moment when the magic circle that bound him disappeared, countless lightning strikes from all directions, because all the spiritual energy was dissipated to destroy the sealing array maintained by Blake. This also caused the spiritual energy flow that protected his body to completely dissipate. In an instant, countless dark blue lightning rays tore through the air, and torrential rain poured down on Morantis from all directions. The moment the lightning collided, the blinding white light engulfed the entire field, illuminating the area as bright as day. As Morantis disappeared in the light, a burning smell filled the air. The marble floor was cracked inch by struck by lightning, and hot lines like magma spread along the cracks. The rainy environment allows the damage of lightning magic to be fully exerted, but Blake still locked onto the core of the explosion. Gradually a figure still stood. The magic circle has been maintained for such a long time, and it can actually use multiple intermediate magics at the same time. In the mess, Morantis patted his burned clothes and still stood there steadily. It seemed that he had just experienced a rain curtain. This made Blake gasp. Even if you use multiple intermediate level magic spells to attack from all directions, you still can't make the opponent reveal any flaws. He looked down at the pendant hanging around his neck that was on the verge of losing its color. Just now, he had been relying on the magic power stored in the pendant to maintain the binding array. This also gave him enough time and magic power to wait for the opponent to reveal a flaw and launch an attack. But the attack still didn't work. The battle plan failed. But Blake had no intention of giving up. Once he let Morantis leave, the situation he had worked so hard to maintain would collapse in an instant. Blake's eyes revealed determination. Since it is impossible to resolve the situation using any techniques, then change the strategy, just use a powerful impact to break it. Blake looked at the pendant, which had dimmed. If I add these to the remaining magic power I have, I should be able to give it a try. Blake slowly stood up, patted his torn clothes, and took a deep breath. This moment, the rain curtain strangely stagnated beside him, and then formed a chaotic vortex. Morantis looked at the scene in confusion. A dark purple magic circle appeared on Blake's palm, and the air currents between the lines split the rain into fine mists. With Blake as the center, the scope involved became larger and larger as the chanting continued. Blake's fingertips cut through the rain curtain, and a dark green gale gushed out from the cracks, carrying the heavy rain and condensing into a wolf shadow hundreds of feet long behind him. Flickering, Morantis stared at the other person, and at this moment he realized what the other person wanted to do, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Stop it now. You don't have the mastery of advanced magic at all. Using it rashly will only cause you immeasurable burdens.
With a buzzing sound in Blake's ears, bright red blood suddenly flowed out of his ears. Even so, he still had no intention of stopping advanced magic storm. Moreover, it was a high-level magic blessed by CO.Deluz.at. This point it is on the verge of losing control, but at the last moment when he lost control, Blake released the magic with all his strength. Regardless of the pain that felt like his whole body was falling apart, finally, the wolf head howled to the sky, and the lightning bursting out from its fangs tore the clouds into pieces. The accumulated water on the ground was blown into the air by the strong wind, and turned into thousands of dazzling wind blades when the wolf's claws waved, pouring violently in all directions. Damn it! There are dense wind blades in front of me. At this moment, a rare solemn look appeared on Miranta's face. Chapter 96. The end of Act 2, 5. The courtyard of the Malat family was now in chaos and madness. The two groups were in a fierce standoff. In order to avoid harming lives, most members of the Adventurers Association used blunt weapons and some low-level magic that could make the opponent unconscious and lose mobility but would not harm their lives. In contrast, Soros's followers can use all kinds of lethal weapons and magic without any worries, because this is the territory of the Malat family. Even if the other party is killed, we only need to deal with it on the grounds of dealing with an invader, and we will not be held accountable too much. But even so, they still showed a tendency to be suppressed by adventurers. After all, they are accustomed to a life of luxury, and if they are suddenly thrown into battle, they will inevitably seem unfamiliar and a little flustered. Soros hid behind the crowd and kept calling on them to push forward, otherwise when the prosecutor arrived, all of them would be accused of treason. But no matter how he shouted, it was of no use. The opponent's momentum has completely overwhelmed him, and what makes him even more nervous is that one of the black shadows is approaching him at an extremely fast speed. He looked at the other person from a distance. The black shadow was like the god of death reaping lives, leaving a silver-gray afterimage in the rainstorm. The guys in the front row had just raised their shields to protect Soros when a dark shadow approached them. Amid the whistling sound of unsheathed swords tearing through the air, several guys were knocked to the ground and lay there motionless. This made Soros feel frightened and curious about the other party's identity. The person under the hat was Alice, only she has enough ability to achieve this without relying on any magic power. At this moment, she was less than 20 meters away from Soros. Even though there were crowds of people in between, it didn't matter to her at all. Breaking through them was like breaking through a piece of paper for her. Just when Alice was approaching Soros, there was a loud noise suddenly above her head. Huge lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Alice reacted extremely quickly and turned sideways. In an instant, lightning passed by her. She stopped silently and looked up. I saw a figure wearing a long robe with dark gold patterns floating in the air. The wide sleeves were lifted by the wind and rain, revealing the mysterious runes wrapped around the wrists. The person had a hairpin in his long hair, and the magic circle spinning under his feet condensed the rain into ice crystals, which emitted a cold light under the refraction of the rain. But unlike Alice, Soros' panic calmed down immediately the moment he saw the other person. "You finally got here. Soros, how did you get yourself into such an embarrassing state?" The other party slowly fell from the air, glanced at the embarrassed Soros, with a mocking smile on his lips. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and help solve the problem. After I become the head of the family, I will provide you with all the resources you need." "Well, that's great." The man nodded with satisfaction. "Then let me help you solve your problem." The man turned around and looked at everyone, and in an instant, powerful magic power overwhelmed the area like a torrent. At this moment, everyone showed expressions of surprise and fear. "Wait, am I seeing things right? This powerful magical fluctuation, the other party is a high-level magician? It's obvious, this strong magical fluctuation is simply not something an intermediate magician can do. It's rumored that there's a high-level magician hiding behind the Malat family. This is actually true." For a moment, everyone was terrified. A high-level magician who was rarely seen in the entire empire would actually appear in the Malat family, accounts family. As the top power in this world, most of this power has always been firmly in the hands of the royal family. In addition, it should be noted that only those dukes and a very small number of marquis families with sufficient influence have the resource power of senior magicians. Now that I think about it, this is actually quite normal. Unlike the Percival family, which rose from nouveau riche, the Malat family has a long history. It is said to have existed as early as the previous dynasty. As a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, the background behind it is self-evident. Looking at the frightened crowd, the man had a smug look on his face, but when he noticed the guy at the front of the crowd, he suddenly frowned. That was the guy who had just easily dodged his attack. "Hey, you guy. Sharp ice crystals instantly condensed in front of him, blocking Alice's attack, and then quickly counterattacked the opponent. Throughout this series, he didn't even make any chanting movements, which was an expression of his extreme ability. Under such a close-range attack, Alice dodged with an extremely ghostly movement, but at such a close distance, her cloak was still cut. After assessing the current situation, Alice reacted quickly and distanced herself from him, and the opponent did not retreat and quickly launched an attack, because he knew that the opponent was probably deliberately exposing his flaws to him. He is not some young man who has just entered the battlefield, but he was very concerned about another thing. Your movements and sword skills are very familiar to me. The other party looked at the guy in front of him who was wearing a cloak and slaughtering people wantonly. His eyes narrowed and he touched his chin.
Are you a remnant of that family?
The response he got to this question was a sword shadow that was so fast that it was hard to figure out. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked towards the place where Alice had just stood. There was no trace left there. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. They didn't understand why the opponent had just retreated to a distance of more than 10 meters, but could suddenly appear in front of the opponent the next second. What kind of speed is this? But even so, Alice's surprise attack still failed. Under Alice's slash, the opponent's figure was instantly shattered into neatly cut ice crystals on the ground. At this time, the man slowly emerged from an inconspicuous position in the distance. The sword is very fast. You are indeed from that family. The man looked at the other person and snorted.
But it's meaningless. I will completely wipe out the last bit of luck that has survived.
The contempt in this tone was not groundless. His arrogance comes not only from his confidence in his own abilities, but also from the current favorable environment. For him who is good at water magic, there is no possibility of losing in such weather. The same is true for Alice. Under the cover of rain, she began to think about how to drive the sharp blade into the opponent's chest. Even though that guy asked not to cause any death, but in the current situation, if the purpose is not to kill the other party, then you may be killed by the other party. At this moment, Alice's pupils suddenly contracted, and the scarlet in her eyes surged like lava, dyeing her eyes into burning blood crystals.
Chapter 97 Death Fight No. It's completely unbeatable. Delaney's was breathing heavily.
Cleaning up those out-of-control guys had almost exhausted his strength. Leonardo, standing aside, was pale in the face, barely supporting his body with his sword, and his abdomen, which he covered tightly with his hands, was constantly bleeding. The two found themselves in a ruin. Huge bricks and tiles were pressing down the corpses of various monsters. In front of them, a strange figure was looking at them from afar in the rain. They looked at the monster not far away. The night light penetrated the broken roof of the warehouse, and the rain flowed on the extremely twisted body, coating the white bones with a layer of cold white frost. The lower body, which should have been a human torso, was covered with segmented protrusions, and black liquid like asphalt oozed between every bone seam. 12 pairs of skeletal legs fanned out from the waist. The ends of the toes were as sharp as cones, and they scraped against the ground, making a harsh sound. It's simply a giant centipede. The moment the opponent attacked, the entire building collapsed and 2 people were injured. Adrenius took a deep breath, raised the greatsword, the veins in his right leg bulged, and he exerted force suddenly and jumped high. He tried to use the inertia of his whole body to increase the damage, but the opponent simply held up the sharp blade of bones, easily blocked it, and then with a backhand move, he knocked him away and smashed him into the ruins.
Drainus. I'm fine.
As the voice fell, Delaney's lifted the bricks and tiles that were pressing on him and climbed out.
Help me delay a bit. Understood.
In response to Leonardo's request, Delaney's did not ask any reason, but just rushed forward again with sword in hand. Looking at the other person's back, Leonardo did not stop. He tore open his sleeves and wrapped them around his waist tightly, making a simple bandage, which could temporarily stop the bleeding.
That's the only way.
The Molotov family. Alice spun around and jumped onto the broken wall, her sword cutting through the cold mist. The cold light rising from the sword collided with the oncoming ice crystals, exploding into a sky full of ice crystals. She stepped on the broken wall, used the momentum to flip in the air, and the sword in her hand swung out a silver-blue arc of light. The sword blade hummed and slashed out 7 invisible sword auras, each of which cut through the rain curtain and slashed towards the cold crystal phantom formed by the frost fog. In an instant, the phantom shattered into a pile of ice chips and melted into the water on the ground. There was no real body in it. Instead, new ice shadows appeared and continued to launch sharp ice blades at Alice from all directions.
Since the surroundings were full of rain and could be used, the magic power consumed by the opponent would be much lower. Moreover, the opponent used ice magic to create countless ice shadows. The ice shadows released by the senior magician had no flaws that could be seen by the naked eye. This made it even more difficult for Alice, who was unable to use magical perception, to confirm the opponent's location. While Alice was fighting with the high-level magician, the adventurers were busy defending against the opponent's attack. After losing Alice, a powerful fighter, they actually fell into a slump for a while. Especially with the overwhelming support of the high-level magician, the opponent's morale was obviously high. The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant, because of the advantage gained. At Soros's signal, a branch of the crowd quietly separated. They bypassed the crowd and prepared to sneak into the attic from the back, but everyone was so busy dealing with the situation that they didn't notice. Except Alice. She glanced at the quiet group of guys with a serious look on her face. Just in the moment when her attention was distracted, a huge ice crystal attacked. Alice was smashed against the rock wall by the huge impact force brought by the ice crystal. Her back hit the sharp ice edges, and the cold blue mist ran along her spine into her meridians. After being smashed into the rubble countless times, Delaney's finally lost the strength to stand up again. Is this all? That's all we can do? What a tenacious fellow. I really want to fuse your genes with those of a cockroach. Watching the other person slowly approaching him. But because you destroyed many of my research results, you have lost the qualification to evolve. Let me see you off for the last time. Even in the face of death, Delaney's only smiled bitterly. If it was Professor Stanford or Senior Black, they would have done better. But when Gugong was only a few meters away from the incapacitated Drainus, he suddenly stopped and looked at the rain and fog with an instinctive alert look of a living being. That's enough. Now let me do it. The smoke cleared and Leonardo emerged in a new look. His hair turned into flames, dancing wildly like burning red silk, and every strand of hair was emitting red tongues of flame. Leonardo's aura changed drastically, his clothes fluttered, and he exuded an unprecedented strong aura. The dazzling flames emanating from his body instantly illuminated the entire warehouse. Flames emerged from his hands and wrapped around the hilt of the sword. The flames spread from his palms to the blade in his hand. The flames were so strong that even rain could not extinguish them. If Blake saw what was happening, he would definitely frown. Leonardo actually used the seventh form of Holy Sword technique, transformation into saint form. This move should be learned after being on the verge of death in the battle with the final boss, bloodthirsty Dracula. In the third ACT at the same time, Drainus, who was sitting on the ground helplessly, looked at Leonardo in front of him in shock. This was a move that I had never used when sparring with him. This is indeed the case. Leonardo was covered in flames and slid down like a meteor. As the opponent's bony arm thrust out, he swung his sword, and the sword body, which was flaming, climbed along the bone gaps like a living thing, burning the white flesh and bones into charred stumps. The intense burning pain made him roar, a sound that was simply not something a human could make. In fact, he could not really be called a human. As Leonard's sword fell again, black liquid spurted out of the monster's chest. The intense pain also drove him completely crazy. 12 pairs of slender white bone legs strangled Leonardo madly, but Leonardo was like an afterimage walking on the waves of fire, moving at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the flaming sword in his hand continued to leave marks on the opponent's centipede Gugong, then noticed that every wound left on his body by the other party could not heal. Black mucus oozed out from the bone joints in an attempt to repair them, but it vaporized the moment it touched the wound. The flame seemed impossible to extinguish. In the state of transfiguration, every sword swung by Leonardo is accompanied by a flame that will never go out. This is a natural nemesis for the terrifying vitality of bloodthirsty Dracula. Soon, the body of centipede Gugong was covered with dense scars, and without exception, the wounds were filled with burning flames. Great! We can defeat it if we keep going like this. Delaney's almost blurted out in joy. Under the severe pain, Gugong's attack became disorganized and he just randomly cut through the air. Leonardo's attack was obviously effective. The ruins caused by the collapse around him were not conducive to the opponent's huge body moving freely, but he could use the terrain to continuously launch surprise attacks on the opponent. Seeing that Gugong's condition was getting worse and worse, Delaney's breathed a sigh of relief, but he suddenly frowned when he noticed something doesn't seem right. Leonardo, who had been able to dodge the opponent's attacks flexibly, now had dense scars on his body. The opponent's almost random attack actually hurt him, because Leonardo's movements gradually slowed down. Delaney's analyzed that there were two reasons for this. Due to the high-intensity movement, the wound on his abdomen was bleeding severely. In addition, the opponent's sharp white bones are highly poisonous. As long as you slip and get hurt once, you will be gradually corroded by the toxin. In fact, this is not the main reason. If Blake were here at this moment, he would definitely
No, the main reason, the seventh move, transformation into saint, is actually a move that burns life. Leonardo's unexpected growth is definitely not a good thing, because Leonardo has not yet mastered the sixth form. The so-called holy sword art is a step-by-step practice process. Only after you have mastered the first few moves can you unleash the full power of the following moves. It was the psychological pressure brought by Alice that pushed him to carry out the training that ordinary people could not endure during these days. He hid it from everyone and once again entered the forest full of orcs alone in a life-threatening situation. His instinct for survival made him deviate from his original rhythm and suddenly comprehend the seventh form, transformation into saint. Form, however, because he had not learned the sixth style, soul tempering style, he was unable to master it. Finally, with the powerful blow of centipede Gugong, Leonardo was finally hit directly. The blow hit the wound on his waist directly, knocking him away and smashing him heavily into a steel pillar deep in the warehouse. Concrete debris mixed with sparks flew everywhere. The shadow of the sword master behind him shook violently and flickered, and his flaming hair dimmed a little in an instant. As the transformation to sainthood was lifted, the flames burning on Gugong's wounds gradually died down. Really? You lowly races almost killed the future of human evolution. Gugong looked at the two people who had lost their ability to move. More than a dozen pairs of skeletal legs began to wriggle, with white blades raised, slowly walking towards the unconscious Leonardo in the ruins. Chapter 98. He has arrived. Gugong looked at the unconscious boy in front of him. The blood all over his body had completely covered his cheeks, making him look a little creepy, but even so, his huge fluorescent green eyes looked at the other party, and there was still hatred in his eyes. This time, the wounds all over his body still felt burning, which made him wish he could dismember him on the spot. It's a good thing for you to be unconscious. Gugong raised his sharp bone blade high, and next, he couldn't wait to announce the end of the life of the guy who annoyed him. Hey! You! Drainus in the distance struggled to stop it, but as soon as he stood up, he fell again like a puppet with its strings cut. Only then did he notice that his leg had been broken in the recent battle. Now he can only watch all this happen. Brush! The white blade cut through the air and stabbed towards Leonardo's head. Bang! The expected scene did not come. A green light broke through the air, and the wind blade accurately deflected the bone spur. The powerful impact directly forced Gugong's huge body to retreat a few steps. Suddenly, Gugong turned his head sharply and looked in the direction where the wind blade came from. After seeing the other person clearly, Gugong's already bulging eyes suddenly shrank and widened. What are you doing? He showed a hint of surprise and uneasiness at the guy who appeared here at this time. Just doing what needs to be done. In the rain, a figure stood on a stone slab of the ruins, looking at each other quietly, his eyes calm and seemingly without any emotion. Perhaps it was because enough time had passed and everything had been smoothed out. What do you mean by that? Gugong gritted his teeth and looked at the other party, with uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Don't you want your wife to wake up again? You mean waking up like this? Morantis looked at the other person with a hidden gaze. Although the upper body of the other person could still be barely recognized as a human, the lower body was completely indistinguishable from a centipede. What do you know? This is evolution. Gugong's voice was high and he raised his hands. I wonder if those two exposed bone-like spikes can still be called hands. This is a great evolution. An evolution that adapts to nature. Your wife will wake up with a more perfect posture. The next second, his raised hand was suddenly cut off by a strong wind blade and fell to the ground with a snap. There was still no expression in his eyes. This old fellow, who had been worn down by the long years, had long since become indifferent to everything. The passage of time, the change of kingdoms, natural disasters, he witnessed all of these as a bystander. Only a very few things and events can rarely arouse his emotions. Unfortunately, he undoubtedly touched that reverse scale. In an instant, the golden runes flowing in Morantis' pupils suddenly lit up. That was a sign of a forbidden technique that had never been recorded in the imperial records. The air around him began to distort, and countless tiny runes burst out from his silver hair, weaving into a blood-red spider web in the void, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. In the area covered by the spiritual power emitted by Morantis, the rain stopped abruptly and the dark clouds in the sky were actually dispersed. Morantis' ability has reached the point where he can interfere with the natural weather in an area. This is the true strength of Morantis, a being that has survived for 100 years. Seeing the shocking scene before them, both Gugong and Drini's were shocked and speechless. Whether out of the desire for survival or the fear of death, Gugong turned his head and tried to escape the range of the other warlock, but he suddenly found himself unable to move. The air around him began to distort, and countless tiny runes burst out from the ground, weaving into a blood-red spider web under his feet, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. At this moment, he seemed to have seen his own destiny. With a loud bang, the terrifying spiritual power that roared in immediately overwhelmed him. In front of the dilapidated broken wall, the black mist was like a powerful hand, tightly grasping the throat of the man kneeling on the ground. "Let me go, this time." Facing Alice's blade that was about to fall, the man's face no longer had the arrogance he had before, and his throat, which was tightly pinched, trembled. At this moment, he looked at Alice, his eyes flashing with an instinctive desire for life. "I promise that I will remember your kindness and repay you when you need it in the future." Looking at the man's expression, Alice said nothing. She seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. The man suddenly realized that the black mist lingering around his neck had dissipated. This immediately made him excited. Only by seizing the opportunity at the right time can he get what he wants. "Please believe me, you won't regret it. By the way, you are from the LaRoche family, right? I can testify to vindicate you. I have a deep connection with the royal family." The man fell silent before he could finish his words. At this point, he had lost the ability to speak. He fell to the ground, holding his neck. Alice held the sword dripping with blood and stared at the people around her with cold eyes. At this moment, all of Soros's followers were silent. They were so frightened by the opponent's aura and the blade that was still dripping with blood that they stood still and dared not make any rash moves. She glanced around, then cast her eyes towards the attic behind her. The group of guys had already quietly entered, and Soros had followed in during the chaos, but Alice stood there without moving. After a pause, she slowly put the sword back into the scabbard. "You don't need to be responsible for the rest just now, but he has arrived." Chapter 99 Fox Mask 1. You must now learn the corresponding etiquette, and you can temporarily put aside some of the duties you are responsible for in the family. After hearing the news, she realized that she had overestimated her importance in the man's eyes. She was unexpectedly told without any warning that she would be marrying Earl Ronald, and it might even be that she was told only at the last moment. It was called a marriage, but in reality the family merely treated itself as a bargaining item in exchange for benefits. She knew exactly what kind of man Ronald was. She even said everyone in the county knew it. Rumors of his sinister and dissolute nature had long been circulated in the circle. There is no way my father was unaware of this, but for the benefit of the family, he still chose to send himself away. Even so, she wasn't going to just sit there and wait for death. "Miss, please forgive me. I was told to do all this by Ronald. I was also coerced. If you let me go, I am willing to help you pass on all his information in private." Lalina came back to her senses and looked at the fat man who was kneeling in front of her and begging, with a sarcastic sneer on her lips. As expected, anyone can change their stance for the sake of profit. In that case, she might as well take advantage of it. Taking advantage of everyone and everything that can be used, she had secretly won over some of her own forces by relying on her demonstrated affinity. Among them, the one who had followed her the longest was her maid Vivian. The poor girl successfully overcame many difficulties with her own help, and she has always had an inexplicable sense of closeness to Vivian. If she really had to choose someone to give the greatest trust to, then that person might be her. That sense of intimacy, perhaps also came from her mother. She always felt that Vivian's face was somewhat similar to her mother's, except that Vivian was more cheerful than her my mother's. Depression comes from illness. Ever since I can remember, my mother's health seems to have always been poor. Because of this, she is rarely seen smiling and looks depressed all day long. But such a man would occasionally gently stroke her head and quietly look at her lying in his arms with his dim and turbid eyes. She really enjoyed the feeling of snuggling in her mother's arms and being caressed by her. Because of her father's indifference, she and her mother had to depend on each other in this unwelcome home. In her young eyes, her mother was the quietest person in the world, but also the one who loved her the most, until she accidentally heard from her aunt that her father and mother were actually very loving. Until her mother gave birth to her, everything changed from then on. Her mother suffered a great hardship when she gave birth to her. Although she was rescued with the full efforts of the presiding pastor, her body was left with a root of disease, which caused her to lose the ability to have children again. While holding the newborn Lilina in his arms, although the father did not say anything at the time, there was not much of a smile on his face. Ever since she could remember, her father came home less and less frequently due to complicated family affairs, and became increasingly cold towards her mother, even beginning to ignore her. "Are you feeling unwell again? Then go find the pastor. I have some other matters to deal with and cannot take care of you for the time being. Remember to tell Lalina not to play in my study unless necessary. I just found that an important document is missing." Girls should act like girls. You always have this expression, as if I have done something to make you feel sorry for it. In this way, under the double torture of illness and mental devastation, my mother finally fell ill. She stayed by her mother's side every day, constantly bringing her water and feeding her, simply because she naively believed at that time that her mother was just tired and would be well again soon. When the mother gets better, she will become the kind and gentle mother.
Again. Lilina, why are you a girl?
Until the woman lying on the hospital bed looked at her with dead eyes and said such cruel words her brain buzzed, she knew that the thread in her heart had been completely broken. She looked at the woman lying on the bed with fear in her eyes, gradually backed away, appearing a little at a loss. Snap, the water cup on the table fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Lilina came back to her senses, looked at the teacup that had fallen to the ground, and sighed slowly. Oh, I lost my mind. Again, fortunately, there was a blanket on the floor, so the cup did not break, but the overturned teacup still left water stains on the carpet. Lilina rubbed her forehead gently, hearing the noisy footsteps coming up the stairs outside. She smiled bitterly with relief. What was coming was finally coming. There was no point in delaying, now it was all over. She took off her disguise for the first time in a long time and leaned back in her chair tiredly. Even when you have made all the plans, there will be times when you feel helpless. Now there will be no one to lend a helping hand. There is no one available around me anymore. Presumably, Soros will put all the blame on himself next. Although he will not be sentenced to death, he will probably spend a long time in prison. What should I do after I get out? As she was lost in thought about the future, the door of the house was suddenly opened and she slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for your fate.
Are you asleep?
In this situation. Lilina shuddered all over, and the familiar yet unexpected voice made her open her eyes suddenly.
You're not asleep, are you? Now is not the time to be in a daze. Let's talk about the details after we get out. Can you still stand up?
Lilina wanted to say something, but no sound came out of her throat, and she was unable to force out the harmless smile that she always had on her face. She just looked at the other person covered in blood, dazed and absent-minded.
Chapter 100 Fox Mask 2. Lilina looked at the noisy party in front of her.
She bent down to pick up the cup, quickly put it down and looked around. Everyone is busy trying their best to make friends with people of the same rank and to curry favor with people of higher rank than themselves in order to expand their own network. Fortunately, no one noticed her. This made her feel relieved. Feeling her throat still a little dry, she picked up a new glass of wine from the table, but this time, before she could finish drinking, a handsome black-haired boy appeared in front of her and blocked her view. She didn't take the other party's unreasonable request of her to drink with him and dance with him to the music seriously. She recognized the other person and had heard some rumors about him, but they were all negative. To be honest, she still envied him. Being able to act so freely was something she could not even imagine in the cautious Mulat family. But she was not in the mood to deal with the playboy in front of her at the moment, because she was worried about other things. The agreed wedding date is approaching. When the date comes, she will wear the custom-made wedding dress and marry Ronald, and my stepmother has already begun actively organizing and arranging the wedding. Lilina could also understand her passion. She couldn't wait to get married because this would reduce a lot of obstacles and hidden dangers for her son on the road to inheriting the position of head of the family. So, she doesn't have much time left, but she was still troubled by the fact that she couldn't find Ronald's weakness. She was so helpless now. Although there are many rumors about Ronald's private misdeeds, there are also recent rumors that he is looking for connections for an upcoming competition. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the Mulat family happens to be the main regional person in charge of this competition. Will he eventually find himself? But even so, I think it would be difficult to get any substantial evidence. A person with such a sinister and cunning character always does things very flawlessly, just like an egg without a crack. Although the inside was rotten, nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. At this moment, her wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly. Her thoughts were interrupted and Lilina frowned and looked at Blake in front of her. She was about to get angry at the other party's rude behavior, but the next second she noticed that the cameras hidden everywhere around her, waiting for an opportunity to capture her shadow, were all shining on her. At this moment she realized that if nothing unexpected happened, she might be in tomorrow's newspaper. But with the white light of the camera, a bold plan suddenly emerged in her mind. Since there is no one to ask for help, then rely on yourself. Since there are no loopholes, then find a way to create opportunities. She has been doing this for years, and the man in front of him seemed to be just the right person to take advantage of. He didn't even notice the difference in their identities and made such a bold move.
There are really not many brainless idiots like him, but it should be well controlled and utilized. Lalaina slowly drank 2 glasses of wine with him, and then asked Blake to take her to the room on the grounds that she was a little drunk. Faced with his obviously unusual request, the brainless guy immediately agreed happily. In the corridor, Lalaina's eyes opened slightly and noticed the camera hiding in the dark. While she was looking for an excuse to go to the bathroom, she found Hans, who was also waiting at the party, and greeted him. I believe it won't be long before these photos appear on Ronald's desk. After entering the room, she took out the hypnotic powder she had prepared in advance, sprinkled some quietly, and then hid in the shower room under the pretext of taking a shower. Blake, with his turbulent heart, still did not suspect anything about Lalaina's actions. This also made Lalaina, who was hiding in the shower room waiting for the drug to take effect, more certain of her thoughts. This was an idiot who was easy to exploit. When she came out, she saw Blake lying unconscious on the bed. After making sure he was unconscious, Lalaina covered her mouth and nose and walked to the window to open it for some fresh air. Only after all the remaining drugs in the room had completely dissipated did she tidy up her clothes and go to the bed. She looked carefully at the boy lying on the bed. Although her style is not very pleasing, her appearance is acceptable. Lalaina took a deep breath and stretched out her hand. He stripped off all of Blake's clothes. In the darkroom, Lalaina blushed and looked away, then took off her socks and dress gloves and threw them on the ground, creating the illusion that everything had happened. In this way, we can completely confirm what really happened last night. After doing all this, she sat on a chair in the room and waited quietly until the early morning of the next day before leaving quietly. After returning to the mansion, Lalaina breathed a sigh of relief. She felt a little tired after a busy night, but fortunately all the preparations have been made. Then all she had to do was wait for him to fall into the trap she had prepared for him. Of course, this trap used herself as bait, just in case. She specifically instructed Hans to hint and guide Ronald to use those photos to threaten her, although she knew that this would put herself in a dangerous situation. Only in this way would she have a chance to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Due to the other party's identity as account, ordinary accusations could not deal a fatal blow to him, and could even be easily resolved by his power. But if he really made a move on the competition, then the nature of the matter would be different. With a nervous mood, she actually fell asleep while sitting at the desk. The next day, as expected, she saw news about herself and Blake in the newspaper. The plan has already begun. Lalaina stood up and packed her things. It's time to head to Percival's house. After meeting Blake, I followed my plan and tried to pull him into the chessboard that I had set up myself. Maybe this is my calculation, but I don't deny that I am a calculating and insidious person. But in fact, contrary to my expectation, he did not show too much doubt on his face. He just paused for a moment and then confirmed the fact. He said, "This inevitably surprised me. I had prepared more reasons and words to convince the other party." Even if he denied it flatly, I had many ways to make him admit it, but it seems that this is no longer necessary. This saves me a lot of trouble. Looking at his amnesiac look, he seemed to really believe that he was drunk and did that. What a stupid guy indeed. However, his performance was somewhat beyond my expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that the feeling he gave me at this moment was completely different from what he did at the banquet. It's like he's a completely different person. Does this guy also have a mask like me? To be honest, I'm a little curious, but I'm not in the mood to pay attention to him now. But he actually thought of starting with the photographic paper. This was indeed my oversight, but I'm not worried that he will suspect me. After all, Hans' newspaper does purchase photographic paper, and the Malott family's photographic paper is also purchased in the name of the family. Just let him check it out. I don't expect him to find out anything. Even if he does, I would be happy to see it if it can cause some trouble for Ronald right now. I should focus on the competition in a few days, because that is the flaw that I specially prepared for Ronald. All it takes is for the other party to think about it and he will fall into an inescapable trap, and Sophia, who is known for her fairness, will never give him any chance. So we still need to keep a close eye on the other party for now. To be honest, I don't really trust Hans, that fence sitter, so I decided to send someone else to keep an eye on it. In addition, Wales and Soros have been constantly making small moves, which also gives me a headache, and so I forgot about Blake for the time being. But when they met again, he actually found out a lot of things. It's really unexpected. To be honest, this made me feel a little scared. If this goes on, he won't really find out anything, right? Will he ruin my plan? You must know that in my calculations, I should be in the position of the victim from beginning to end, and this must be absolutely guaranteed. To get rid of him, I had this idea. So I planned to kick him off the chessboard completely after I had used him. It would be better to plan for him to take some drugs during the game, and then report him later. After all, he has a serious criminal record,
and people will definitely not suspect him. Yeah, that's it. I watched the other party make such a plan. I never tried to hide my sinisterness, because this is how I have survived for a long time, but he gave me surprises one after another. He actually shined in the competition. To be honest, watching the other side teach those arrogant guys a lesson still makes me feel happy, but this guy actually talked nonsense in front of Sophia, causing all the handles that were originally in his hands to become waste. How insidious. This made me even more certain I had misjudged him. This guy's disguise was really good, but I was surprised that he directly brought Ronald down, so that my plan was not even fully implemented, but it really saved me a lot of effort. Out of gratitude to him, I even started to consider letting him go, but he didn't seem to be going to let me go. What a hateful guy. Not only did he see through the frame-up I designed for him long ago, he also easily resolved the crisis of taking drugs before the game and even directly pointed out all my plans. This was the first time that the veil hidden deep in my heart was unveiled in such a humiliating way. I feel so ashamed and angry, but I really can't do anything about him. While I felt a strong sense of frustration, I couldn't help but become more curious about him. Speaking of which, he seems to be a student of Science College. As someone who was about to enter school, I can't avoid seeing you in the future. Is this good news or bad news? Chapter 101 Fox Mask 3. I met him again in the student hall of Science University. It was not difficult to notice him in the crowded hall. His reputation in the academy seemed equally not optimistic, so the people around him always kept a safe distance from him with a cautious and avoidant attitude. It's like a wolf entering among the sheep. But he himself doesn't seem to care. He just watched the speech on the stage with boredom, which had no nutritional value, and sometimes lowered his head in thought. This makes me curious. What kind of person is he really like? I finally endured the boring speech until it was over. After thinking about it, I decided to go and say hello to him, but Sophia took the initiative to find him first. She seemed to be apologizing to him for taking the medicine. I stood in an inconspicuous place and watched vigilantly, but from what I saw, it seemed that he did not tell Sophia what I had done. This made me feel relieved. At the same time, I started thinking, from the current point of view, he seems to have had a lot of connection with Sophia. From this point of view, it is necessary to re-evaluate his investment value. I met him again in the business district. It would be better to say that I was waiting for him there rather than meeting him, because I heard that he went to the South Forest. I started wandering around on his way back to create a chance encounter between the two of us, because compared to deliberately looking for someone, an accidental encounter feels more like a chance encounter. Well, in fact, this can make the other person relax their guard. Everything was as I expected, and when I noticed him, the guy was staring at the slime pie. I took the initiative to go up and say hello, but looking at the other person's vigilant look, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Sure enough, after seeing my true face, everyone will choose to keep a distance from me. After all, I am a person who can choose to betray for the sake of profit, but I'm not angry. I told him why I was there, although it didn't go smoothly at the beginning, but in the end I still saw his name on the list of sophomores leading the team. Under his guidance, I got the magic ball of considerable value. This made me even more impressed with my vision for the valuation of investment products. However, an unexpected accident occurred. This crisis was obviously not an exercise specially arranged by the academy, but a situation that could actually endanger life. To be honest, I did think at first that this was an action deliberately directed and performed by the academy. After all, according to the intelligence, Principal Modern is actually an old man who likes to do some fancy things, but I confirmed this when I saw Blake being knocked into the forest by the other party, causing great commotion. When I saw that scene, I was able to analyze the situation immediately, even though it happened suddenly or escape while the other person's attention is drawn. This is the best measure that my brain came up with at the first moment, but I didn't actually do that. Maybe it's because I've maintained a rational face for too long. So when faced with the current situation, I suddenly got hot-headed. Which is rare. Then I actually ran towards trouble that could cost me my life. Even I didn't expect to make such a choice. Thinking about it now, it was a really stupid and foolish decision. Not on the way, after I regained my sanity, I began to feel upset and started thinking about why I did this. Might as well just run away while there's still time. What surprised me was that even though I had the urge to retreat, my feet still instinctively ran forward. It is undeniable that the other party is indeed a valuable ally. The Percival family is about to face a promotion, and building a good relationship with them is definitely a promising investment, but at the same time, for the person of Percival Blake, I see greater long-term investment value in him. So I still don't want him to die here. After all, he is my investment product. When I arrived, I saw that he had used himself as bait to cause a huge explosion. At this moment I realized I was wrong. This guy is absolutely crazy. But when I saw that he was covered in wounds and yet hadn't given up. I changed my mind, he was just trying to survive. At this moment, I saw something in common with him and me, doing whatever it takes to survive. I could have just left him there, but I didn't. Maybe it was out of sympathy, or maybe it was because I saw some of myself in him. It turns out that I made the right decision again, even though I put myself in great danger. I unexpectedly received the blessing of the elves along with him. The next time I saw him was under unexpected circumstances. He seemed to be there wherever there was trouble. I almost began to doubt whether these dangers were caused by him. Relying on the school's informants, I learned about the nightmare incident at the first opportunity. Faced with those crazy students, I originally planned to just stand in the room and watch it all indifferently, because at that time I suddenly received the news from Scarton that my father was critically ill. The woman wrote to me on behalf of the family hoping that I could go back. This makes me confused. I didn't know what kind of mood I should be in to face him, and I touched my chest after hearing the news. My first reaction was that my second and third uncles were going to become unscrupulous. After checking again and again, I was able to confirm that I did not feel any worry or sadness towards him. I don't know if I have long regarded him as just my biological father, or if it's because I have been wearing the mask for too long. I could only rub my aching forehead. At this moment, I unexpectedly saw through the window that guy running into the Amber Museum in a hurry. At such a tense and critical moment. This guy is still wandering around here. That's really nonsense. Does he know the current situation? Seeing him coming to my floor, I finally opened the door and decided to go and give him some advice. But he seemed bent on getting involved in this troublesome matter, although I don't know his purpose. I don't intend to stop him, and I have no reason to stop him. Fortunately, the matter was resolved smoothly, and he seemed to have performed brilliantly in this operation. Not so much so that Sophia specifically mentioned his name at the subsequent commendation meeting, and even Modern expressed his gratitude to him. He seemed to have established a good relationship with Sophia, and Uncle Creed, who had been running around for promotion, was actually promoted by Sophia herself. The Percival family will become a family of equal status to the Malott family. At the same time, some of the small actions of the second uncle and the third uncle have suddenly become touchy recently, and it seems that they are no longer trying to hide it from others. This is not good news. This means that the opponent is likely to make some big moves soon. After all, this is the moment when Scarton is about to collapse. So, after much consideration, I decided to go home during the cognitive learning class, but I can't put myself in a position where I'm isolated and helpless. That would be tantamount to putting myself in a disadvantageous position. So I set my sights on him, the soon-to-be promoted Percival family, the close relationship with the third princess, and the excellent ability to cope with situations. These are enough for me to regard him as a great resource. After all, isn't the purpose of long-term investment to be able to make profits at critical moments? So I found him. Again, this time he still had a vigilant expression. Actually, that's true. Knowing that the Malott family would experience a huge storm, I really wanted to forcefully drag him into this storm this time, and he has to be on my side. So I used my connections to help him communicate with the academic committee, and then spent resources to help him convince Morantis, who rarely shows up. This is all to ensure that he stands behind me as the heir of the Percival family and the friend of the third princess, and is firmly bound to my camp. There is nothing we can do about this. After all, every collaboration between him and I was basically in the form of a transaction. So to be honest, I never expected him to do anything beyond the conditions, but at this moment, Lalina looked at the boy in front of her. The blood from his forehead soaked his hair, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had not yet dried, but the hand he stretched out was still clean. At this moment, Lalina was like a machine that only obeyed orders. She extended her hand and placed it in the other person's palm. The moment she touched the other person's outstretched hand, the warmth in his palm made her sure that the guy in front of her was not an illusion. Otherwise, if his vision suddenly appeared before her eyes at this critical and helpless moment, then she would really have to be alert. Wait a moment. We need to get out of here quickly. Blake pulled the man up and said, because some troublesome guys have come in from the back door, let's go around to the second floor first. Then we can escape through the window. Blake calmly analyzed the situation, not noticing that Lilina behind him quickly pulled her hand out of his. Press your hands tightly against your face. Lilina's breathing became uncontrollably rapid, the expected scorching heat. She was sure that it was definitely not caused by the cold current from the window behind her or any illness such as fever. Chapter 102. Can you please come with me? The attic has 5 floors in total, and the two had just reached the 3rd floor when they heard footsteps coming from below. We can't go down any further. Blake looked down through the window. Given the height here, I'm not sure if there will be any problems if I jump down. Originally, it should have been possible to use wind magic to mitigate the impact of the landing, but his magic power had been exhausted in the battle with Morantis.
It was no exaggeration to say that he couldn't even cast a low-level magic now, but if it was him.
With his physical fitness, it shouldn't be a big problem, but he glanced behind him at Lilina. It's ready. Lilina's mood seemed to have calmed down, and she forced out a smile as usual.
With your ability, you should be able to land safely, right? Blake said nothing. When the prosecutor arrives, Soros will pin all the blame on me.
Lilina shook her head with a bitter smile on her face. I can't escape.
There is no other way, there is really no other way. This was the first time she showed any signs of cowardice. It was in front of Blake. The previous deal is also voided.
I'm sorry, but it seems that I no longer have the ability to fulfill it. After saying this, Lilina clutched the corner of her clothes, and there was a hint of trembling guilt in her unconfident voice. She had made her choice, at least to keep Blake safe. After all, it was I who involved him out of selfish motives.
Are you done? Huh? Lilina looked up sharply and met the other person's calm gaze. Blake seemed to care nothing about her words. Now that we've finished talking, it's time to get down to business. Black took a deep breath.
If Soros catches me now, it means I have really lost the chance to turn the tables. Whether it's planning for the future or anything else, the first thing to do is just to escape.
If you feel that survival is difficult, then you have to find a way to hold on. You do this all the time, don't you? In the corridor, Lilina looked at Blake in astonishment. Facing his lecture, she couldn't say anything. If you understand, hold on to me. Before Lilina could come to her senses, Blake pulled her into his arms.
Wait, please wait, what are you going to do? In his arms, Lilina looked panicked, clutching Blake's collar tightly with both hands. She was about to struggle when she heard chaotic footsteps coming from the direction of the stairs. Blake's chin rested on the top of her head, his breath hot. Hold on tight. Without waiting for Lilina to ask, Blake jumped, followed by a crisp sound of glass breaking. The wind and rain brought with them a sweet and fishy smell of rust.
Lilina was horrified to find herself suspended in midair.
The third floor was 15 feet high and she almost stopped breathing, but Blake's arms were like a warm iron clamp, locking her in his embrace. Close your eyes if you're scared. Beside him, Blake's voice was particularly clear amid the whistling wind, followed by a dull thud. Blake held Lilina in his arms, using his body as a cushion, and the two fell into the grass beside the building. The moment he landed, he felt a sharp pain in his back as if he was hit by a huge hammer. Blake groaned, and a taste of rust rose in his throat.
Are you okay? Is everything okay? Lilina quickly broke free and hurriedly checked Blake's injuries.
She looked so helpless that she was totally different from her usual calm and composed self.
It's okay, it just hurts a little.
Blake stood up with the help of Lilina. At this moment, the members of the Adventurers Association who had been waiting outside for a long time immediately came forward to meet them, but they still can't leave now, because Soros had brought his men to surround them again without giving up. Just as the dispute was about to break out again, the sound of heavy horse hooves was heard in the distance, becoming louder and more rapid. Banners with gilded coats of arms pierced the night, and more than 20 chariots loaded with soldiers rolled over the gravel road, tearing a hole in the encirclement. The prosecutor in silver armor got off his horse and stood between the two groups of people, separating them. The badge of the scales of justice on his chest glowed coldly under the impact of the rain.
In the name of the imperial judiciary, lay down your weapons immediately. The prosecutor's voice was powerful. Gatherings to fight are strictly prohibited in the Empire. Are you planning a rebellion on this scale? Sir, this situation is not what I want to see. In fact, I am only doing this to protect myself. As for the culprit, it's her. After seeing the prosecutor, Soros spoke first and immediately pointed the finger at Lilina. She was the one who planned all of this, including this riot.
Please arrest her and stop this farce. Looking at the excited Soros, the prosecutor did not take any action. Although she is my niece, believe me, I will not be biased, nor will I hinder your work. In fact, she has many other crimes. Soros' voice was urgent, but the prosecutor's words poured cold water on him and made him shudder. Actually, my trip is not to mediate the internal issues of the Malat family. The prosecutor looked at him coldly.
What do you mean by that?
Only then did Soros notice the troops behind the other side. Those were the ones that could only be mobilized with the permission of the royal family. What their appearance means is self-evident. Welsh has turned himself in and provided us with all the evidence.
The prosecutor looked at Soros and then glanced at the many followers behind him. I advise everyone present not to act rashly.
That will only aggravate your crime, and of course do not try to escape. The army has surrounded this place. Blake looked around and found that he was surrounded by armed troops, with an estimated number of no less than 50 people. These fully armed guys had surrounded the area tightly, and there seemed to be some magicians there, and a magical barrier had been set up around them. It actually caused such a big fuss. Although I did write to Sophia in advance just in case, I didn't expect that she would be so proactive. Speaking of which, there was no sign of Alice. It is estimated that he considered that the royal troops would be arriving soon, so he withdrew first.
You just said Wales turned himself in?
Soros looked at the other party in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. The prosecutor snorted coldly. If there was no solid evidence, I wouldn't have made such a big fuss. This left Soros completely stunned. His purpose of seeking cooperation from Wales was actually to borrow the Molotov family's caravan to transport the madman's experimental equipment. Because Wales was in charge of the caravan affairs, he would not be held responsible even if it was exposed. Besides, those caravan members responsible for transportation had disappeared from this world forever, but this still cannot prevent Wales from having some evidence of his own crimes in his hands. But what exactly did that guy confess? What on earth was he thinking? He was obviously involved in all those things. He won't be able to escape when the time comes. Is he going crazy because he can't think straight? Soros looked back at Lilina beside Blake. Could it be that this girl even bribed Wales? This is impossible. While Soros was puzzled, the prosecutor waved his hand to signal the guards to come forward and arrest him. The rest of his supporters were also restrained by the guards who came forward. Blake breathed a sigh of relief. This means that things can finally come to a temporary end. The prosecutor not only took away the people at the scene, but also went to great lengths to find some guys whose behavior was not so proper. It seems that the Malott family will take this opportunity to be thoroughly investigated, but what is surprising here is that Christina was also arrested. The charge was poisoning the head of the family, Scarton. She did cooperate with Soros in this regard privately.
It seems that Soros has indeed set up a pretty big chess game.
Miss, the master of the family hopes to see you. As the guards escorted Christina out, Scarton's personal butler also came out. He conveyed Scarton's wishes to Lilina, but Lilina stood there without moving.
If you don't want to, you actually have room to refuse, Blake said to Lilina at the right time, but Lilina shook her head and looked at the housekeeper. I understand. The butler nodded and walked into the room first.
Although this is not within the agreed terms, Lilina took a deep breath and did not go in immediately, but turned to look at Blake.
I wonder if you could go with me.
After this was said, Blake was silent for a moment. This doesn't seem appropriate.
Lilina looked at Blake, with a hint of fatigue in her undisguised smile. Trust me, it gives me peace of mind. Blake nodded.
Chapter 103. Fox's smile. The curtains in the room were drawn with only a small gap for ventilation, and the gray fabric gave people a lifeless feeling, but in fact it was the smell of disinfectant mixed with medicine condensed into a sticky mist in the air, enveloping the two of them the moment they entered the room. The old-fashioned clock in the room made a ticking sound, and the glass on the clock face reflected the darkness, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The man on the hospital bed turned his eyes slightly and glanced at the two people who came in. His gaze lingered for a moment on Blake, who was following behind Lilina, but he did not drive him away, but said to the housekeeper, "You go out first." The butler nodded, left, and closed the door gently, and now there were only three of them left in the room. Lilina did not speak first, but just stood beside the bed and looked at the other person quietly, with a complex emotion in her eyes: sadness, dissatisfaction, and resentment. There is also hatred.
Are you satisfied with the result now?
There were cloudy spots of light in Scarton's sunken eye sockets, and his gray eyelashes cast light shadows on his cheekbones. Those who opposed you no longer have the ability to resist you. Every breath he took was like the dying whimper of a rusty bellows, but his expression remained calm and indifferent. That's what they found out for themselves.
Lilina looked at the other person.
At this moment, facing the man lying on the hospital bed, she did not have her usual disguised smile on her face. If you knew what they did with the power in their hands, you wouldn't say that. You only focus on external interests and choose to ignore the internal corruption.
It doesn't matter.
Skardon sighed slowly. Now it seems that you have taken the position of the head of the family.
It's too early to tell.
Skardon chuckled, but started coughing violently the next second. I have already made a will. After recovering, Skardon pointed to the drawer beside him with his eyes, but Lilina didn't move.
Yes, you should not need this any longer. Your methods have already proved this.
Lilina, facing the other party's praise, Lilina should have felt happy. After all, she had received the other party's recognition, which was a rare thing, but when she saw the cold and sarcastic expression on the other person's face, she just lowered her eyes.
Since you've got what you wanted, then, let Tracha go.
Lilina, Skardon's voice was weak.
This man, who usually always talked about his dignity, looked at Lilina with dim eyes and a hint of pleading.
He can no longer pose a threat to you, just consider it as the fact that he is your brother. At this moment, the room fell into deathly silence.
That's why you took your last breath to call me here, right? Skardon said nothing. I see.
There was no expression on Lilina's face, she just responded calmly. Seeing this, Skardon finally seemed to be relieved. Just as Lilina said that was the last breath he was trying to maintain. Then, under the gaze of Lilina and Blake, this man, the head of the Malat family and Lilina's father, slowly closed his eyes. When I walked out of the room, the rain outside had stopped. Next, before Blake could finish, something suddenly crashed into his arms.
Let me blow off some steam, just for a second. Let me know if anyone comes.
The other person shrank in his arms, trembling slightly, but he did not dare to use force with his arms around his waist. Blake didn't move or speak, just stood there quietly. He looked up at the sky. The incessant rain finally came to an end, but dark clouds still covered the sky, and the wind and waves it brought still left marks on the land. The traces of the ravages still existed, but they would eventually return to silence and turn into new nutrients. I'm sorry to have you witness such a ridiculous scene. Finally, Lilina adjusted her mood and looked at Blake, showing her familiar smile again, but there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. Until the end, Skardon believed that it was Lilina who planned everything, even including sending Christina to jail and poisoning Tracha, and Lilina did not make any excuses. Blake knew, regarding the request of a dying person, explanation seems to have lost any meaning, so it is better to let him leave in peace. This is Lilina's final return for the title of father. Just then, the prosecutor came towards him.
Because Soros just yelled something that's not very favorable to you.
He looked at Lilina with a serious voice, and two guards stood on both sides. In order to facilitate our investigation, please come with us.
Lilina nodded. It looks like there might be some trouble next.
She turned around and smiled at Blake, but there was a hint of lack of confidence in that smile. Blake could understand her. After all, with the method she has demonstrated, there is no guarantee that everything in the past is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. So Soros seems to be planning to fight to the death, which must be quite a headache for Lilina. For a guy who knows that he is doomed, all he can do is to pull the other person into the water as much as possible. This is the nature of a guy before he dies, which just shows that he has reached the end of his road.
Do you need my help?
Blake looked at the other person, but Lilina shook her head.
I can't promise you any extra compensation right now.
After all, as you can see, I can't even control my own future now. She still vividly remembered Vivian's betrayal. Although a new emotion was surging in her heart, she was terrified by this strange and extremely unstable feeling. She was hesitating whether to make a change. Perhaps the man in front of her was an opportunity for change, but she had gotten used to her long-standing way of life and didn't dare to try the unknown easily. She had long been accustomed to the sense of security that everything was under control. So she didn't dare to try it easily.
Everything has been arranged for you.
Lilina was stunned for a moment. Blake looked into the other's eyes and seemed to see the struggle in her eyes.
Just keep going your way, because this is the way of survival you are most familiar with.
There is no need to change deliberately, and there is no need to tear up the past and deny it. Lilina looked at Blake and was stunned for a moment. Finally, he sighed. Oh, come on, you always try to be cool at times like this. Why don't you take care of your own wound first?
It's not that bad actually. Blake moved his arms slightly. Well, it certainly looks that way.
The prosecutor at the side had already begun to urge her, and Lilina nodded and turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she stopped again.
I'll keep in mind the payment I owe you this time.
At the same time, I hope you won't reject me when I ask for your help again. Before that, I will prepare extra chips in advance. This moment, the fox smiled that playful smile again. Chapter 104 Morantis Afternoon. The afterglow arrived. The damp moss on the wooden threshold shone coldly. Water droplets from the past few days of rain flowed down the drooping eaves and hit the bluestone slabs, splashing fine mist. The silent wooden door was slowly pushed open from the inside, making a crisp creaking sound. The man was carrying a simple bag on his back. His movements were gentle and slow, and he seemed very calm in this departure that was destined to have no one to see him off. During those long years, he experienced separation more than once. He had long been indifferent to it, but a feeling of loneliness still arose in his heart. His long life destined him to leave quietly, and there would be no one to see him off and witness his departure every time. "Are you leaving?" However, this time the expected scene did not happen. I in the familiar position, the boy seemed to have been waiting for a long time, just like the rainy night a few days ago. "Really?" Morantis smiled bitterly and sighed. "I was planning to leave quietly. After all, what happened? I really can't face seeing you now. You've been a great help." He had heard the details from Delaney's, and heard that he almost crushed his opponent as soon as he appeared on the scene. Otherwise, our protagonist might have died here. However, it was indeed surprising that Leonardo had mastered the seventh move of the Swordmaster. Based on Delaney's description and Leonardo's condition of being almost burned by flames, he must have used that move. At this point requires special attention. "I'm glad it worked." Morantis scratched his head. "This is the best I can do to make up for it." No one could have imagined that an old man who had lived for 100 years would be embarrassed in front of a child. Blake didn't say anything, but silently shifted his gaze to the other person's package. "Well, I've been staying in one place for a long time, so I wanted to change places and see different scenery." "Is that so? You're not going to try it?" Blake naturally noticed what the other person was holding. He was holding an iron chain in his hand, and the other end of the chain was actually connected to a wooden coffin. There are several rollers installed under the coffin, allowing the coffin to be moved easily. "What a clever design." It goes without saying what is contained there. Morantis sighed. "After going through so many twists and turns, I have also learned a lot. Even though I have witnessed a lot, I have not seen through many things." Blake remained silent, watching the other person fall into deep thought. "The plot has been advanced a lot and has changed a lot. The biggest variable here is the man in front of me." Morantis survived. This was actually within his expectations. This was the first time he ventured to interfere with the plot, perhaps due to the subtle emotions generated by the teachings during this period. He took the initiative to do things that made the plot deviate. Even in the original work, it is difficult to dislike Morantis as a villain, especially after learning the purpose of his actions. "What are you going to do with this cabin?" Blake looked at the cabin behind him. "The implication is, will you come back?" However, the other parties seemed to have made plans long ago. He stretched out his hand and handed something to Blake. It was a dark key. "I'll leave it to you." Blake looked at the key and didn't take it. "Take it," Morantis smiled. "I've been alone for so long, and now it suddenly seems that I don't even have anyone I can trust." Morantis smiled bitterly. "Although my actions do not make me worthy of being called a teacher, you are the first person in all these years who can be considered a disciple. So I'll leave it to you to take care of it for me. There are some sealed and dried tea leaves and tea cakes in there that you can take. Let the plants in the yard grow freely, and the cellar. You can use whatever you want in there. Although the time is not long, this is the graduation gift that I, an incompetent teacher, leave for you." After a moment's silence, Blake reached out and took the key from the other person. The meaning of the other party's words is already very clear. It seems that he has no intention of coming back. At least he won't be back in the short term, but in terms of the years of Morantis, how long will that be? "So, what are your plans next?" Morantis thought for a moment and said, "It should be a very long journey, in terms of human years." She must have been in the cold solution long enough. Morantis reached out and touched the coffin. Her wish before she died was to be able to see the scenery of the Empire. Blake thought about it and pointed out the cold reality: without the maintenance of medicine, her body can't hold on for long. Morantis smiled knowingly at this. "I know. So I plan to bury her at the end of her journey." It's a small village on the edge of the dark forest." Morantis looked toward the western horizon. Although it violated a taboo, it was not affected and remained a peaceful and harmonious village. I spent a long time there watching over the forest. Before she died, she always said that she wanted to see with her own eyes the place where I had lived and lived.
Well, be safe.
That was all Blake could finally say. With Morantis' strength, this sentence has no meaning. But sometimes a simple greeting is indeed a way to express your feelings. Morantis nodded, pulled the coffin and turned away.
Hello.
Morantis turned around and looked back at Blake, who called out to him.
Honestly, you've helped me a lot.
This time, the years you've spent have not been in vain.
The fact that I'm standing here right now is proof of that.
Morantis stared at him blankly, and after a long silence, he chuckled.
I actually used you instead of you, Blake smiled. I don't know when we will meet again.
I just can't bring myself to use a respectful title when talking to a guy who looks younger than me. Morantis was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and burst into laughter. He turned and left, waving.
Don't worry, even if it's late, at least I will come to your funeral. Blake stood in front of the cabin and looked at the iron key in his hand. I raised my head and looked at the lonely figure gradually disappearing in the afterglow. This poor man is destined to spend his lonely and long life alone. Chapter 105. Is it because of a personal relationship with her, or, there you are, Blake? Creed sat at his neatly organized desk and looked up at Blake, who walked in, and Blake also noticed the other party's state at this time. There were faint dark lines around Kreider's eyes, but this still couldn't hide his uncontrollable excitement. He has been running around between various families these days, and rarely comes back even at night. I have heard about the recent turmoil in the Molotov family. As expected, he insisted on summoning me during such a busy time. It could only be for this matter. And I heard that you yourself were involved in this? Indeed. Blake did not deny it. Since the other party specifically called me here, he must have figured out the whole story, and this matter had already caused a big fuss. It is almost impossible to conceal it deliberately. Creed looked at Blake with a serious expression and a didactic tone in his voice. Don't make a hasty judgment or easily become attached to any party unless you know whether you can profit safely from it. Maintaining a neutral attitude allows for long-term observation and also increases your value. You still need to hone this. I understand. I will follow your teachings.
Blake showed humility. It seems that Creed has some understanding of the internal affairs of the Malott family. So when Christina and Soros tried to win him over, he rejected them with clever words. It's no wonder that Lilina gave up on directly winning over Creed and instead tried to get close to herself. I have to say, Creed is indeed a very capable head of the family, if his arrogant character can be removed. But since you made a wise choice, I will not hold you responsible. That girl will most likely succeed the position of head of the family. However, since many important retainers are in danger of being unable to protect themselves, it is still unknown what the future of the Moroto family will be. To be honest, this is a good opportunity to do a favor. Creed stroked his chin. So I am considering temporarily providing some help to Lilina in the name of the Percival family. What do you think about this? Blake thought briefly, thinking about the purpose of the other party asking him this question. As the head of the family, all these decisions depended on his own thoughts, but the other party specifically called him over to ask questions, so he must have other plans. The initial judgment is that it may be to obtain information from his own mouth to judge the current situation of the Malott family. To determine whether this is a worthwhile deal. Or whether the person, Lilina Malott, is worth investing in. After a brief thought, Blake said, I agree and support your idea. Oh? Creed raised his eyebrows, but his expression was a little obscure. Is it because of the personal relationship with her or, not really? Blake said, I am only considering it from the perspective of the Percival family. Although it will be a long and unknown process to return to their former glory, the dirt within the Malott family has been thoroughly cleaned up in this incident. And this is also the time when the Malott family is at its weakest. Acting at this critical moment will earn you a long-term favor with a great return. Blake's words caused Creed to fall silent. Well, I'll consider your opinion. You can go out now. After coming out, Blake did not return to the room, but sat down in the backyard. He needed a moment to collect his thoughts. Although the second act has come to a smooth conclusion, many issues that need to be dealt with still remained. He looked at the sky. The first is the question about Blake himself, and now the storyline about Blake has completely changed. In fact, Blake's fate should have come to an abrupt end in the third chapter of the second act. In the original storyline, as a member of the Ministry of Magic, Black should have been assigned to follow Professor Cyprin's for an introduction internship class. together with our heroine Sarah, because he hated Leonardo for offending him many times before. He designed to target Sarah everywhere. It was not until the third chapter that Leonardo, who came to visit, discovered his conspiracy and gave him a severe lesson. So Blake is actually the chapter boss of Act 2, Chapter 3, domineering Blake, but due to various changes in the plot, he continued to survive, which was what he deliberately avoided. He doesn't intend to interfere too much in the plot, but that doesn't mean he will accept his fate calmly, because in the original plot, Blake went to the local evil organization after being taught a lesson by the protagonist and designed a series of plans against the two protagonists. However, all these plans were overcome by Leonardo one by one, and finally the news even reached the ears of Princess Sophia. In the end, Sophia personally punished Blake for his bad behavior, and Creed kicked Blake out completely. Thus, the fate of Black came to an end, until the final chapter when Alice found Black during the massacre and sent him to the incinerator. I avoided the cruel fate as I wished and survived. But it also brought a series of problems. The boss of the first chapter, Mantis Couple; the boss of Chapter 2, Human-Faced Rhinoceros Beetle; the boss of Chapter 3, Arrogant Black; the boss of Chapter 4, Morantis of Obsession; and the boss in the final chapter, Hundred-Legged Gugong. The protagonist should have grown by overcoming difficulties one by one, and in the battles in Chapters 3 and 4, Leonardo comprehended the sixth style, Soul-Tempering style. This also paved the way for him to realize the seventh move, Sanctification move, when facing bloodthirsty Dracula, but now these two chapters were skipped. Although Leonardo unexpectedly comprehended the seventh form, the sixth form was skipped. This is a headache, only Leonardo's swordsmanship can cause real and effective damage to Dracula, but now because an important link is missing, the plot has become unstable. This is especially important to note in the third act that follows. This is a question about the mainline. As for other discrepancies, that was the Percival household, and it had grown beyond imagination. The original Percival family only remained at the position of Baron in the end, but now, the Percival family has been promoted, and even received a lot of attention from Sophia. There are even rumors that the Percival family is the power that Sophia intends to cultivate. After all, Sophia's promotion was indispensable for the rapid development of the Percival family. Many people sighed that this fair and benevolent third princess was finally going to start cultivating her own power, but only he who is familiar with the plot knows that Sophia's actions are not to maintain her personality, but simply come from her inner sense of justice. In the plot, she has always been a solemn character full of justice. That is why she has stepped forward many times to resolve crises for the protagonist Leonardo. It is because of this that she eventually won the favor of many players. After jointly defeating the Nightmare, the other party did promise to give the Percival family the greatest convenience within its ability. Even though he had once refused, the other party did not seem to intend to give up the opportunity to express thank you. All these deviations made him feel that the future was becoming increasingly uncertain. Chapter 106. Do you think I'm saving you? Water droplets seeped out of the moldy stone walls, and the rust on the iron railings was winding like bloodstains. The dim oil lamp flickered in the breeze, illuminating the uneven stone floor. The sound of chains dragging mixed with suppressed sobs floated from the shadows of the hanging spider webs. The only small window cut the skylight into pieces of gold, but it could not warm the cold cage. The man looked out through the small window at the waning moon, lost in silence. Are you used to being in prison? Not bad, but you. I guess you're not having a good time outside, right? Well, thanks to you and Uncle San, I have been left with a lot of trouble, which is quite difficult to deal with. If you find it too much trouble, why not let me go? I might be able to take care of it for you. Forget it. I never do anything that invites trouble. In that case, why did you come here to find me? Why are you helping me? Lolina looked at the man opposite through the dark and cold iron bars. Just one bar between them, the two were in completely different situations. Hearing the sound, the man turned his head. He still had that cold and disgusting expression. Compared to Soros' panic, he was much calmer. Wales looked at Lolina, still holding his head high, and sneered, "You came here just to ask this? Aren't you going to take this opportunity to humiliate me?" That was originally the plan. Lolina shrugged. But considering that you will be spending quite a long time in prison, I think it's unnecessary. Lolina took out a jug of wine and passed it in through the gap in the iron bars. Since you have come to this point, please answer my questions. Lolina narrowed her eyes and looked at the other person. I am still curious about this. Wales glanced at the wine handed to him by the other party, made a sound, but still reached out to take it. I just don't like that guy Soros, and I can't accept his behavior of treating me as a pawn. After that, there was a long silence.
You're done?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Isn't that what you're asking me? Lalina smiled frivolously. You think I'm someone who would believe such a lie, oh?
There was a hint of amusement in Whale's voice, so why do you think I did it? Lilina snorted. You don't seem like someone who would casually hand over the power in your hands to others.
But when Soros asked you to borrow the Malat family's caravan, you easily agreed.
That's because he sought cooperation from me, and we planned to share everything in the future, but he betrayed me, so of course I betrayed him too, is that so?
Wales uncorked the bottle and drank directly from the mouth. So what do you think?
Wales wiped the corner of his mouth with the knuckle of his thumb. Lalina narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a gleam of brilliance.
It feels to me like you are deliberately creating weaknesses for the opponent.
After these words were spoken, the cell fell into silence. The next second, Wales suddenly burst into laughter as if he heard a joke. The sound echoed in the dark cell and seemed a little harsh.
So you think I'm helping you?
Lilina, subjectively speaking, this is impossible. Lilina paused, but objectively speaking, your actions from beginning to end have not revealed any ambitions similar to Soros. Wales' smile froze on the corners of his mouth. He walked up to Lilina with a bottle of wine in his hand. A hint of indifference and disgust emanated from him through the iron bars, mixed with the smell of alcohol.
To be honest, I hate you more than Soros. Lilina, you always put on that smile on your face, how hypocritical. It's really infuriating to watch.
Wales pointed at the corner of Lilina's mouth, then pointed at his chest with the bottle of wine. Even now you still maintain that hypocritical disguise, which is precisely a manifestation of your cowardice. What you are doing now is just exposing your inner self.
Wales raised his head and looked at Lilina mockingly. How pitiful. Because you can't get a relationship that you can trust and rely on, you are desperate and put your expectations on me?
Oh, I almost forgot, it seems that this is the truth. Even your most trusted maid betrayed you.
What a miserable life.
I wonder if she would regret giving birth to you if she saw you like this. After saying that, Wales stared at Lilina, but the expected break in defense did not come. Instead, she continued to smile as before, which stunned him for a moment. I don't consider the way I've survived so far to be a failure.
If you try to defeat me in this way, I'm afraid you will be greatly disappointed.
Lilina held her arms. I did fall into confusion because of this, and more than once.
Vivian's betrayal did make me deeply doubtful at one point. This is an indisputable fact.
But I will not change the way I choose to survive because of this. You are wrong about one thing, this is not only my disguise, but also my weapon.
So I'm not going to deny everything that's happened so far. Fortunately, someone told me this.
Wales, he stared at Lilina for a long while, and finally sat down on the bed with some disappointment and continued drinking from the bottle. Lilina sighed and finally decided to change the topic of this fruitless topic.
So, how did you convince those guys to turn against us?
I heard that Soros had already colluded with them to accuse me of some false charges. But when the time came, you suddenly changed your mind and pointed the finger at Soros.
Did you also cooperate with Ronald?
She had already noticed it keenly. Most of those who suddenly turned against Soros and identified him in front of prosecutors were Ronald's former affiliated families, although after Ronald's downfall he did think about bribing his old ministers, but after Ronald was arrested, those guys seemed to realize that they were about to be stepped on, and they set up airtight defenses one by one. Even some of the main profitable gray industries have been cut off completely, cutting off the tail to survive is really their usual tactic. So she could only give up on it for the time being, but these guys jumped out on their own initiative at this time, which must have been instructed by someone. She herself couldn't figure this out. Why would they suddenly come out to help me? Some even took the blame on themselves.
How did you recruit those guys?
Lilina frowned. This is not the style of those greedy guys. After he finished speaking, Wales was stunned for a moment, and the next second he smiled coldly with understanding.
I thought you had this all under control.
Why do you say that? Wasn't it Wales who did it? Who was that? In an instant, Lilina suddenly remembered something. A figure then emerged in her mind. As he said, he seemed to have really paved the way for himself. At this moment, a ray of warmth spread in her chest in the dark and damp dungeon. Speaking of which, The day after tomorrow is the Percival family's promotion party. It seems that I need to prepare a good gift. Wales looked at the leaving Lelina with a playful look and whistled an unknown word until the other person's figure disappeared at the end of the stairs. He put away the expression on his face, sighed and sat on the wooden bed which was only covered with a layer of linen. His hands were over his face, and his voice was tired with relief. It really looks like, but I'm better at looking at men than you are. Chapter 107 Promotion Banquet. In the courtyard of Percival's house, the copper emblems on the chests of the visitors shone slightly, and their polished swords swayed slightly with their footsteps. The crowd surged toward the main hall like a tide, and the crisp sound of tableware colliding was mixed in with their whispers. An earl in a burgundy velvet suit held a silver cup and leaned close to his companion and whispered, "I heard that the Percival family's promotion this time was backed by the royal family? It seems to be true. It is said that it was the third princess. She and Percival's heir seem to be classmates at Shiaz." "Really? In that case, my son will be old enough to go to school next year, so why not send him there too? This will allow him to make more connections." "I have the same plan. Percival is really blessed to have an excellent heir. By the way, didn't Black have a very bad reputation before? Would Her Highness Sophia appreciate a guy like that?" "Those are all rumors. Don't you understand yet?" Before he finished speaking, footsteps were heard. When everyone looked up, they saw Creed walking slowly down the spiral staircase. He glanced at the nobles who were whispering to each other at the table, his dark purple satin cloak fluttering behind him, and the silver wolf emblem embroidered with gold thread appeared and disappeared with his steps. Seeing the other party show up, everyone rushed to greet him, and no one wanted to miss the opportunity to curry favor. After all, it is now rumored among the families that the Percival family has the support of the royal family. Being on good terms with him means gaining the favor of the royal family. In fact, this was all news spread by Creed himself, but he didn't say it himself, he just hinted at it with obscure words, and the rest was all up to the other party's speculation. This is his cleverness. "My Lord Earl, I am the head of the Hodler family. I am honored to be invited by you. These are some specialties from our place. I hope you don't mind." "My Lord Earl, this is a sword produced by our family. I specially ordered our blacksmith to make it. I dare say that no one can compare with our Sarath family in forging technology." Faced with everyone's goodwill, Kreider seemed particularly satisfied with the other party's titles. Under his leadership, the Percival family had unprecedented momentum, which made him look so glorious. Among these welcoming guys, some of the family heads congratulated Creed, but they were secretly keeping an eye on Blake in the corner. Although Blake knew this, he chose to turn a blind eye. He could understand the humility these guys showed him. After all, their so-called handle has always been in their own hands, and in order for the family to continue to exist, they have to show humility to themselves. He actually didn't have much psychological burden about the blackmail. After all, the original Ronald would have been the same, and this doesn't have much impact on them. They just changed the object of attachment. The Percival family is now also considered an Earl's family, and its momentum is even stronger. There are no eternal followers in the face of interests, and the crowd is always driven by interests like a pack of wolves. The arrival of many guests as promised made Creed feel unprecedentedly happy. He stood on the carved steps and looked down, listening to the congratulations coming one after another like a tide. The emblem of the Percival family, a silver wolf holding a laurel branch, was hanging high in the dome of the banquet hall. Glorious. At this moment, a magnificent carriage stopped outside the door. The originally lively scene suddenly became quiet. As the carriage door opened, Sophia slowly stepped down from the royal carriage. Her identity was like a focus, causing everyone present to stop what they were doing. Faced with the royal glory, even Creed ignored the flattery of the crowd and stepped forward immediately. "Your Highness, your presence has really made Percival's mansion glorious." "Lord Creed, there's no need to be so reserved." Sophia took off her white gauze gloves embellished with pearls, and her gilded skirt swept across the bluestone slabs, leaving a trail of fine light. From helping the royal family clean up the filth of the sparring tournament to firmly defending the safety of the students, all of this is what the Percival family deserves. She raised her eyelashes, the scene of the banquet hall reflected in her ice blue pupils, with a hint of smile, and every word and action revealed her royal dignity. "As a father, I feel extremely honored that my son has received such praise from His Highness." Kreider did not underestimate himself and could hear the praise for Blake from Sophia's mouth. The implication is that Blake made an indisputable contribution to the advancement of the Percival family. Of course, Creed knew this very well. When he looked up, he found that Sophia was looking around the hall, as if looking for something. At this moment, Blake was standing in front of the window of the study on the second floor, looking at the noisy scene outside. Fortunately, the sound insulation of the room was quite good, so he could get a moment of peace. Although it was an opportunity to receive honors, he did not like such occasions very much. There is another person who was also not used to it. He glanced back slightly. Alice sat at the table, sipping the tea in the cup. It was left by Morantis, and Blake brought some back from the cabin. Alice seemed to like it very much. The taste of this tea is very special, so she can enjoy it even if she has no sense of taste. Alice saved herself some trouble here. He needed to keep an eye on her for a bit. He was afraid that the other party would take this opportunity to attack Sophia, but she behaved more honestly than expected. Maybe she wasn't mature enough yet, so she didn't act rashly. Think about how in the original plot she hardly made any noticeable moves before the 4th chapter. But I heard that you killed a high-level magician? Blake asked suddenly while looking out the window. As soon as these words came out, Alice, who was holding the teacup behind her, paused imperceptibly. She turned her head and looked at Blake's back, her eyes a little wary, but her tone remained calm. It was just a fluke. She wondered in her heart why Blake suddenly asked her this question. She had been forced to use dark magic in that battle, even though it was covered by the rain, and she had done her best to conceal it from others, but there is still a risk of exposure. If Blake noticed something unusual, is it necessary to take action? Can you clean it up? Alice was stunned for a moment. Have you figured out how to deal with things next? Blake asked calmly. It's no wonder he's cautious, because the death of a high-ranking magician would cause great turmoil in the Empire. He observed the scene and the other party's body. The only one who could confirm that this was possible was Alice, and this matter cannot be concealed. I guess someone will come to investigate this matter soon. After all, there are many witnesses at the scene. Blake sighed. Your actions were too impulsive. But considering the dangerous situation at the time, I will not punish you. At least we need to find a way to solve the subsequent troubles. Considering your sensitive identity, this matter will be quite difficult to handle. Although you hid your identity at the time, the fact that you killed a high-level magician will itself lead to in-depth investigation. There was only one death at the scene, and the death was a high-level wizard, which inevitably aroused suspicion. There are even people with ulterior motives who suspect that the incident at the Malott family was intended from the very beginning to cover up the assassination of a high-level magician. Blake rubbed his brows at the thought. The sudden appearance of the high-level magician was really an unexpected failure. During the next period of time, you must try your best to conceal your presence. Alice looked at Blake, who had a headache on his face, in the reflection of the window, her eyes blank. In fact, it was true. Even if he had covered it up tightly at the time, the matter would definitely be traced back to the Percival family, or even Black himself. The guys from the Adventurers Association were all recruited by Black in his own name, so if they want to investigate his identity, they will definitely start with Black. Although the other party does not seem to have any intention of exposing himself at the moment, considering the royal family's use of both kindness and force, will he change his mind? In this case, do you want to? Alice, holding a cup of tea, looked at Blake's back. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes, then he put down the teacup and slowly stood up, slowly approaching Blake, leaned back. But Alice ignored Blake and walked straight to the window. She stood in front of the window in silence for a moment, then reached out and pushed the window open. In an instant, the sounds of lively conversation from the yard outside and downstairs could be heard. Before she finished speaking, a sharp light flashed in Alice's eyes, and her hand reached out of the window as swiftly as an eagle's claw and instantly grabbed a black shadow. Along with the sound of tearing cloth, a figure, wrapped in black and wearing a conspicuous mask, was dragged in by her. The man struggled to escape but was restrained by Alice. In an instant, the sound of joints clacking mixed with heavy breathing exploded in the small space. Seeing the thing being pinched by Alice, Blake's face darkened. Chapter 108. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Looking at the guy whose throat was tightly grasped by Alice, Blake took a deep breath. This guy, wasn't he eavesdropping just now? Why do you have to go to this extent? There are so many people outside. Cough, cough, cough. The other party seemed unable to speak, because breathing was also difficult for him at this time. Even though he struggled violently, it was of no avail. In the end, he could only turn his head and pin his hopes on himself. Put him down, Alice. After hearing what Blake said, Alice glanced at him and loosened her grip on his throat. With a plop, the other person fell to the ground. The next second, the other party jumped up like a spring. The meerkat cautiously distanced itself from Alice, stroking its neck and breathing heavily. Really,
this is such a dangerous business. What's going on? You actually have such a dangerous guy with you.
The meerkat shrank straight behind Blake and pointed at Alice, his voice panicking.
In that case, why do you insist on taking such a unique approach? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to get through with so many people at the door and in the hall? Blake was speechless. In that case, what difference does it make if you hang on the wall like a gecko?
The other party was silent. All right, Blake sighed, tell me how the investigation of the matter entrusted to you went.
With so many people around, you should not be here to attend Percival's party.
Of course not, the mongoose shrugged, your man is very realistic.
A nobody like me is not even worth his attention. Ahem.
The meerkat pointed at Alice beside him, then looked at Blake, but Blake didn't say anything. The meaning is obvious, it doesn't matter if Alice is here.
Okay then. The meerkat got to the point under Blake's cough and Alice's gaze.
According to your plan, I have quietly submitted all the evidence I collected on Soros to the prosecutor in the form of an anonymous letter.
Some of his retainers were among them.
Those guys are really crazy.
They actually did so many things in private. It's really horrifying.
Some of these things are unknown even to Soros himself.
He must be furious, ha 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 ha.
So what was the result?
Did we know that he would be sentenced to a heavy sentence?
Blake interrupted him. The mongoose thought for a moment and said, if the severe punishment you are referring to is the gallows, then it might be a little difficult. There are still many people in the judicial department who speak for him. Blake fell silent. I didn't expect that the power that Soros secretly cultivated was so widespread. He even had influence within the Department of Justice, but the meerkat signaled him not to worry. Don't worry, because this incident caused a lot of noise, so even if you manage to save your life, you won't have a chance to get out. At this point, Blake finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the meerkat extended his hand at a very timely moment. Looking at the other party's outstretched hand, Blake frowned.
Hey, on such a happy day, don't you plan to reward your loyal and reliable servant?
Blake, he didn't say anything, but just opened the drawer and threw a small bag of coins that he had prepared in advance over. After taking it, the other party repeated the same action and shook it close to his ear, then revealed a sly smile under the mask. Alice, who was standing by, had a look of disgust in her eyes.
Well, as a reward for being an old customer, I'll give you some extra information. I believe you'll be interested.
The mongoose put the gold coin into his pocket and then took out a folded note. Blake reached out to take it, and just as he was about to open it to check, the door was suddenly pushed open.
It seems that I came at the wrong time?
The person standing at the door was none other than Sophia. Her blue eyes looked at the three people in the room, their gaze flickering. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became solemn. It's a fantastic combination.
Sophia broke the silence.
The son of an earl, an intelligence dealer, and Sophia's gaze lingered on Alice, a chill filling her usually gentle eyes. Alice just looked at her calmly, without any emotion on her face. Blake looked at the two men, sighed silently. I and the plot. There is actually some connection between the two. It's just that the relationship between the two may indeed be a little unharmonious, at least that's the case at the moment. Blake put the note in his arms and turned his head. You leave first. The figure beside him has disappeared. If you're asking about that lovely intelligence dealer, Sophia pointed to the open window.
He just climbed out the window and left.
Blake, this guy. Sophia slowly came to the table and sat down, turning her head to look at Alice beside her with a smile on her face.
Can you get me a cup of tea?
Alice said nothing, picked up the teapot on the table and poured her a cup of tea.
Sophia took a sip and frowned. What a strange taste.
She put the cup down. It seems that it is not to her taste. The atmosphere in the room was a little strange for a moment. This tense atmosphere comes from Alice and Sophia. After all, given the current positions and situations of the two people, the situation must have become quite tense. Even though he had deliberately avoided the encounter between the two, there were still times when things were out of control.
Chapter 109 Promotion Ceremony, Part 1, How's it going here?
Sophia looked at the tea in the cup in front of her and said meaningfully, very adaptable. Alice stood aside respectfully. Sophia's eyes darkened slightly.
Do you mean the life here, or your current identity? If that's the question, my answer is both. I see. Sophia paused, her eyes revealing a coldness. So are you reflecting on the sins you have committed?
Alice, the room fell into silence after Sophia's words. The tense atmosphere made Blackton feel pressured. Sophia, who is so friendly, would actually put aside her manners and say such words. I guess the conflict between the two has reached a very intense point. As you can see, Your Highness, she has done penance through labor. Blake interjected, deftly defusing the pressing situation. If you have any better suggestions, as my servant, I will play a supervisory role. And Sophia stopped talking appropriately with her status, she knows the meaning of propriety. Blake then saluted formally. Your Highness, please excuse me for running to the second floor, as the chefs at home are busy preparing the food. There are no snacks here for you to enjoy. If you need them, I will ask them to bring some downstairs. Since we were not in the academy and the other party was here as a member of the royal family, it was necessary to follow the corresponding etiquette. There's no one else here, so just relax. Sophia put aside her demure airs and smiled. As the rumors outside say, we do have some friendship. It's my pleasure. Sophia narrowed her eyes and smiled. I heard that you had a very fulfilling learning experience. No wonder you rejected the invitation to study in the royal family. Alice glanced at Blake. Indeed, although this period of time has been hard, I have gained something, but it is not worthy of your praise. Blake was humble. But you've caused quite a stir. Sophia propped up her head. The disturbance in the Malott family has spread throughout the empire. Although I know that you have some dealings with Countess Lilina, well, it seems that there is nothing wrong with addressing her like this now. But I didn't expect you to go to this extent for her. Sophia looked at Blake leisurely. It seems that there is some other relationship between you two? We have a pleasant cooperation and both of us have achieved what we expected. Sophia nodded. I see. She is indeed a person with vision. She gives people the impression of a sophisticated businessman. Sophia smiled bitterly. Even I was almost fooled by her during the last competition. Sophia's vision was quite sharp, even though the two of them were not involved much. Her analysis of Lilina was very thorough. After the two had a brief conversation, seeing that the time was almost right, Sophia looked at Blake with a serious expression. In fact, I came here this time not only to congratulate you as a member of the royal family, but also to ask you something else. Just ask me, and I'll answer you based on what I know. Sophia nodded, propping her head up to look at Blake. It's about the high-ranking magician who died in this incident. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Blake fell into a brief silence. Although he expected it to attract attention from above, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. During Blake's silence, Sophia continued, although his usual actions are often immoral and even illegal, his death is not a pity. But because he has some connections with some of the royal family's relatives, they will not give up if they can't get a reasonable explanation. Sophia paused. At the same time, even my father is concerned about this matter. After these words came out, Blake was stunned for a moment. Even Alice, who was serving tea, paused imperceptibly. The monarch of the empire, McClung Claude, the current supreme ruler with the same status as the Holy Emperor of the Vatican, and also Sophia's father, even he actually turned his attention to this matter, which is not good news. You should be very clear about the status of high-level magicians in the empire. They hold important positions in the empire with their extraordinary strength, and they enjoy supreme status even within the royal family. Sophia frowned slightly. If we can kill such a being, then the other party's true identity will be very important. As Sophia said this, she glanced at Alice beside her. Intentionally or unintentionally, Blake fell silent. This situation is quite tricky for him. If it is not handled properly, it may lead to a catastrophic disaster. Do you want to find a way to convince Sophia? This seems to be the safest way at the moment, but in order to convince this fair princess, one must think of the appropriate wording, otherwise one may anger her if one is not careful. Father entrusted this matter to my second sister to investigate. Given her personality, she will definitely get to the bottom of it in order to get a chance to show off in front of our father. Sophia seemed to see what Blake was thinking. Her expression was unusually solemn, and there was a hint of reminder in her tone. But before that, if you have anything you want to tell me in advance, I can convey it to you. Blake fell silent. The meaning of Sophia's words was already very clear. She did not come here to investigate, but to remind herself that this matter had caused a huge commotion and was beyond her ability, but she could help as much as she could. Blake took a deep breath.
To be honest, this was done by my teacher. Your teacher? Sophia frowned. You mean, the elven magician? Yes, Blake nodded. You should have heard that I followed him to study. When his students were in trouble, he finally chose to help them. I see. If it's him, he does have such ability. Even several court magicians praised him highly. Sophia nodded, not sure if she really believed Blake's explanation. Blake calculated the abacus in his mind. Marantis has been gone for several days and no one knows where he has gone. In addition, he does not like to be constrained, so it must be very difficult to find him. Even if we want to investigate, we will run into difficulties. Just put all the blame on him. Only a moment later, Sophia looked up at Blake and smiled. And with his ability, he can definitely reach the Molotov mansion within half an hour after helping Leonardo solve the trouble, right? Blake, it seems that he didn't believe it. However, the other party did not seem to intend to expose it. I will convey your explanation to my second sister, but by then she will most likely, no, she will definitely send someone to investigate again. Sophia stood up, as if she had come here specifically to give him a reminder, but Blake could understand, this kind of humane behavior will not make people think that you are abusing your power, and at the same time it can make people feel friendly to a certain extent. Let's go down together. Although I also enjoy this rare peaceful time, the necessary procedures must be followed. As the most promising heir to the Percival family, you also need to be present. Sophia smiled. He held out his hand to Blake in invitation. Chapter 110 Promotion Ceremony, Part 2. The waterfall of light refracted by the crystal chandelier cascades down, coating the spiral staircase with flowing brilliance. Some of the guests gathered around Kreider, trying to establish good relations with him, and this was what Kreider wanted to see. There were also a few people gathered together, holding up their glasses and whispering to each other. Although it was the Percival family's promotion banquet, it was actually an opportunity to expand one's network, whether in the officialdom or in the competition for titles. What matters most is often not outstanding abilities and contributions, but how much ability it actually contains. The party that gains the support of the majority will usually be the ultimate winner. So they won't miss this opportunity. However, a burst of crisp footsteps sounded. I don't know who was the first to exclaim. But the next moment the guests' hands holding their glasses of champagne and red wine froze in midair. Their eyes were uncontrollably locked on the staircase of Percival's house. Eye in the sight, Blake, dressed in a black dress, walked slowly down the hall hand in hand with Princess Sophia. In an instant, the guests' hands holding bottles of champagne hung stiffly in the air. The luster of the jewelry on their chests made their astonished faces stand out even more. Hey, am I seeing things? Isn't that man the eldest son of the Percival family? The wineglass in the man's hand kept shaking and trembling, and he almost spilled it. Is he holding the hand of Her Royal Highness the Princess now? Damn, am I dazzled? Shoo! Keep your voice down, you bastard. Don't you understand the current situation? That is obviously a gentleman's etiquette. Who is it that doesn't understand the situation, you idiot? If you have the ability, you should do that too. Okay, stop arguing. Even if you argue, you have to consider the occasion. From this point of view, it is a wise choice to get closer to the Percival family. Creed, who was surrounded by the crowd and saw the scene, couldn't help but smile. He was so excited that he put his arm around the shoulder of an earl beside him without caring about his image. Hey, that's my son, how's he doing? He looks good, right? Speaking of which, he is really something. He disappeared as soon as the banquet started. It even required Her Royal Highness the Princess to go look for him in person. I must teach this brat a lesson later. Ah, Lord Creed, don't be like that. Not everyone has the opportunity to get so close to Her Royal Highness the Princess. If I were to ask you, your Percival family has a bright future. Ha, Earl Silas, don't say that. As long as they are loyal to the Empire, anyone has a chance. Creed laughed without caring about his image. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten the etiquette that he always talked about. Sophia raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and her gilded cuff slipped down, revealing the unique emblem on her wrist that symbolized the royal bloodline. When she walked steadily to the center of the banquet hall with Blake, Creed had already led the family members to kneel on the ground. The silvery light shone through the stained glass windows above the hall, casting a sacred halo. On them, Blake silently walked behind Kreider and knelt down with Kreider and the others. My noble friends who have come from afar. I am here today.
In the name of the imperial princess, I hereby declare. Sophia's voice was clear and firm, carrying unquestionable majesty, echoing in the silent hall. The Percival family will be officially promoted to the title of Earl from today. There was a burst of applause in the banquet hall, mixed with whispers that spread like a tide. Under the rule of the Claude royal family today, promotion to the nobility rank has always been strict, and only those with great merit can get it. The last family to be promoted twice was the Laroche family, which has long ceased to exist. The Percival family was only an emerging family that had emerged in recent years, and it was shocking that they could become earls overnight. Sophia ignored the sighs of the crowd. She turned and walked towards the high platform that had been built on the side. There was a sword symbolizing the earl's status. She picked up the sapphire-inlaid sword and walked slowly to Creed, her voice solemn and serious. Cred Percival, you are loyal to the Empire and have made great contributions to the stability and fair order of the Empire. I grant you the title of Earl today. Please continue to abide by the duties of a noble and raise the glory of the Empire. As Sophia tapped Creed's shoulders lightly with her sword, Creed raised his head, his trembling pupils filled with almost crazy excitement. That he reached out and took the sword steadily, then knelt on one knee. Your Highness, I am Creed Percival. I will live up to the trust of the princess and defend the glory of the Empire with my life. Everyone sighed. There are quite a few earls in the Empire, but few of those who are promoted to earl can be awarded honors by Her Royal Highness the Princess herself. The Percival family was destined to have a long future. Blake sat in the corner, watching Creed, who looked excited, being surrounded by the crowd. Sophia had left because of other matters, which made the scene less restrained and filled the air with a lively atmosphere of drunkenness and debauchery. But Blake was not happy at this time. Being too close to the royal family is not a good thing. He glanced quietly at Alice, who was standing at the railing on the second floor. Her expression was calm at this moment, but in her cold eyes as she looked down at the people on the first floor, there was a hint of uncontrollable murderous intent. Many of the families present were involved in the Laroche family's incident. In this case, the conflict between the Percival family and her seemed to be more prominent. This is a really worrying question. Really? Why isn't there any slime pie for such a sumptuous banquet? Blake turned his head at the sound and met Lilina's crystal eyes. At this moment, she has shed her usual casual attire and is wearing a lavender tulle long dress with a mandala pattern outlined in silver thread embroidered on the hem. She wore a hair accessory made of pearls and diamonds in her bun, and the drooping tassels swayed gently, casting fine shadows on her fair neck. It can be seen that a lot of thought went into this outfit. Surprising? A sly smile appeared on Lilina's lips. It's a rare grand banquet, and we were invited by Uncle Creed, so I thought it would be best to avoid leaving a bad impression. How does it feel? Blake thought about it. It suits you very well. It's best to be praised. The corners of Lilina's mouth curled up, seeming very satisfied. But it seems a bit too noisy here. Then she took the opportunity to look around the scene with a frown, then turned and smiled at Blake. Want to take a walk in the yard? Chapter 111. Crystal. After temporarily getting away from the hustle and bustle of Percival's mansion, Lilina took Blake to a quiet path near the banquet. It's not too far away and can avoid being disturbed by the hustle and bustle. The weather has become a little cooler since the rain stopped. Just as she said, it seemed that she really just came here for a walk. Lilina's shoes left faint footprints on the ground, and the moist soil, carrying a faint scent of grass, drifted up and soaked into the folds of the hem of her dress. Is the situation under control? Blake spoke first. According to the news sent by the mongoose, everything in the Malat family seemed to be slowly getting back on track. The funeral of the previous head of the family, Scartun, is also being prepared as quickly as possible, but because of some major commotion within the family, it has to be temporarily delayed. But it is said that Lilina is already planning it. Fortunately, everything is going well. Lilina tucked the hair behind her ears, but the reconstruction work will probably take a long time. Even the ruins in the attic have not been cleared yet. Reconstruction will take even more time. Blake nodded. It can be seen that Lilina has been busy these days, and she can often be seen in the newspapers. With such a big commotion happening, it was always necessary to guide public opinion outside. Since there was no one else available, Lilina had to step in personally. This also seems to confirm her status as successor. Blake suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is that boy, your brother? Speaking of this, Lilina seemed to have a headache. He's awake. According to Uncle San, it took a lot of effort to remove the poisonous insect from his body. He must have swallowed it when he was at the Love Tavern. So, Lalina smiled and said, "Don't worry, he will just yell and look for his father and mother when he wakes up." Blake nodded. The situation must have been pretty bad for this kid. He just woke up to find his father dead and his mother in jail. Moreover, it was my mother who created my father's illness. Although his behavior is a little unpleasant, I still intend to educate him properly. Lalina shook her head and smiled bitterly. After all, he and I are related by blood. Blake said nothing. In fact, it is true, for Lalina at this moment, family love is indeed precious. The turmoil in the Molotov family has affected almost every member of the upper echelons, and they are inevitably drawn into the investigation. Even Wales, no matter what the purpose was, it is a fact that he personally participated in some of the actions, so he also needs to spend some time in prison. But the look of worry only flashed across Lalina's face for a moment.
Oh, right, Lalina remembered something.
This is for you. Lalina took out a wooden box from the pocket on the side of her dress and handed it to Blake. Blake looked at the box the other party handed over. It was a box about the size of a palm, but the mahogany pattern on it was simple but looked solemn. It's a gift. Lalina handed the box forward. There's no need to feel any pressure or worry. After all, you helped me a lot before. You can consider this gift as repayment for the favor. Blake thought about it before taking the box handed to him. The box was so light that it felt like there was nothing inside when I held it in my hand, but that was impossible. You can open it and take a look, Lalina said with a fox-like look in her eyes. I think you will like this gift. Literally, this is a very timely gift.
Blake nodded and gently lifted the lid of the gift.
When he saw what was inside, his pupils fluttered slightly. On the cushion inside the wooden box, a stone with a unique shape is lying quietly. The translucent stone body is flowing with a light blue halo, and the fine cracks inside spread like a spider web, but they do not look like flaws. Instead, they look like a drop of ink dropped into a bucket. Although it was very unique, Blake could recognize its identity. This is actually a spiritual crystal. It is common sense that elves will transform into aura and return to the embrace of nature after death. However, as the spiritual power evaporates, a very small amount of it will remain. Their bodies will solidify into crystalline blocks similar to crystals. Because the solidification rate is quite low, so only a very small number of powerful elves will have enough spiritual power to form spirit crystals. At least the rich spiritual power of high-level elves should be enough to support this, not to mention that high-level elves are secretive and not easy to be discovered. The spirit crystals condensed by them will immediately be attracted by the surrounding elves and be fought over and absorbed. You can imagine how difficult it is to obtain and how precious it is. Spirit crystal. Introduction. When the elves died, their life source was used as a guide, and their lifelong spiritual power was condensed into a small crystal, which contained the whispers of the ancient forest and the traces of the changing seasons. Function. It contains huge and pure natural power. After absorption, it can enhance the perception of spiritual power. It can also be used as the core energy of high-level magic arrays. For those with elven blood, it can be used as a medium to communicate with nature and awaken talents. Users can briefly listen to the whispers of deceased elves. Blake looked at the translucent window that popped up in front of him. It has more uses than I expected. At the same time, looking at Blake, who was staring at the spirit crystal, Lalina raised the corner of her mouth slightly. If this return gift suits your taste, then I'll be relieved. Although I just chose it randomly and didn't think too much about it, so don't be too surprised. Lalina twirled her fingers through the hair beside her ears, her tone unnaturally soft. At this moment, she only felt that her hands and feet were a little uncomfortable. Even the custom-made dress boots on her feet today felt a little uncomfortable. Before arriving at Percival's house, she had been thinking about how she should say it so that her tone would appear more comfortable, but the reality seemed more difficult to implement. Blake suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lalina.
Come to think of it, you probably need this too, right? Like himself, Lalina also received the blessing of Codorus.
This object should also be of great help to Lalina's practice. Lalina shook her head.
To be honest, this is not something that is essential to me.
Although I received the blessing, I don't feel anything special about it. So I thought, this thing should play a more significant role in your hands. Blake took a deep breath, closed the box and took it, then looked at Lalina and said sincerely, "Thank you so much. To be honest, this gift really helps a lot. Yes, it would be great if I could help you. If you say so." "Honestly, I'd be happy to do so." Lalina pretended to turn her face away casually. In the afternoon sun, the tips of her ears were barely perceptible red, and the pearl pendants hanging from the ends of her hair swayed gently. She already knew how to take control of interpersonal relationships, but she couldn't guarantee that the same approach would be equally effective in the inevitable budding emotional relationship between men and women. Even though she was so smart and alert, she couldn't be proficient in everything. Her experience also made it difficult for her to go through similar things and gain experience. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed a novice in this area. What she is best at is using money and inducement to build relationships with others, but a relationship built with money can never become warmer. This is also what she doesn't want to see. Imagine if every time they meet, the other person looks at her with greedy eyes and gives her a hypocritical smile, which would make her feel disgusted, but she didn't dare to try blindly on. How to build a relationship. Vivian's example was still vivid in her mind, although she believed in her heart that Blake would not do the same thing as Vivian, but it still takes time to make plans. After looking around, she found that there was no one around her who could seek experience and help, but she believed, as long as she implemented it slowly step by step, she would achieve her goal. Although the situation has improved, many people in the academy are still staying away from him because they are afraid of his previous evil deeds. In this situation, as long as you take advantage of it a little bit and take the initiative to show a friendly attitude, this is the advantage you have now, and you must make good use of it. Lilina gave a fox-like smile. I wonder if you have time tomorrow? Blake was stunned for a moment, and thought, it should be nothing. Seeing this, Lilina couldn't hide her excitement and nervousness. All that's left is to invite him to Morlet's house for dinner tomorrow night as planned. Some elders in the family heard about your help to the family this time, so they specifically asked to meet you. Such reasons are sufficient to support this. So, tomorrow night, how about, hey, Senior Blake, I finally found you. Lilina's words were suddenly interrupted, and a figure as big as a rolling stone was seen running towards them from a distance. The huge sword on the other party's waist kept shaking in the sunlight. The moment he saw him, Blake took a deep breath. I've come to you to fulfill a promise. We agreed that in return you would agree to my request for a sparring match, right? Blake, Lilina. Chapter 112. Returned to school early in the morning. Percival's servants hurriedly loaded the luggage onto the carriage. After the lively banquet, Percival's house fell into silence after a long absence, but there would still be visitors from neighboring counties and even further away. So Blake never fell into true peace. Kreider had hardly been home these past few days. With the promotion of his title, the territory under his management had also been expanded accordingly, and he had been busy with the handover of jurisdiction recently. Therefore, for some barons, Beatrice, the head maid, is usually the one who guides them, while for some viscounts, Blake needs to show up. This kind of busy work life is really not suitable for him. In comparison, he would rather invest his time in practicing magic and swordsmanship. He glanced at the panel next to him. Strength, 12 mental strength, 8 magic, 9 combat skills, LaRoche sword skills, proficient, spiritual perception, basic, magic skills, wine blade, low level, LV.3, fireball, low level, LV.3, lightning, low level, LV.3, lightning strike, intermediate level, LV.3 features, blessing of the south wind, poison resistance. The improvement during this period is really too slow. Moreover, he had not had time to use the spiritual crystal that Lilina gave him as a reward. He had more far-reaching plans for this. He had already made plans. For this purpose, he would go to the southern forest again after returning to the academy. Come to think of it, he also missed the college library a little bit. Although Percival's family also had some magic books, their quantity and range could not compare with the rich heritage of Sias College. After all, unfortunately, the day for the acquaintance study class came to an end. According to the plan, he and Alice set out on the return journey. As the servants of the mansion watched, the carriage gradually went away. At this time, Blake, who was sitting in the carriage, also sighed for the first time in a long time. Generally speaking, if the royal family wants to send someone to investigate, what are the procedures? Blake looked at Alice across from him and suddenly asked. The other party was silent for a moment. Are you worried about the impact of the death of that senior magician? Blake was silent. This was something he really had to pay attention to. According to Sophia, the second princess, who was supposed to be investigating the death of the senior magician, has been silent. This doesn't fit with her vigorous and decisive style in the plot. Could it be that Sophia was the one who intervened? Although it is not clear what is going on, this is after all something outside the main storyline, so there is not much to pay attention to. You just need to find a way to deal with it. If a member of the royal family wants to investigate, they can just send someone or a trusted person to investigate, and skip the unnecessary procedures. Alice said, with her previous identity, she naturally knew all this.
If there has been no movement until now, maybe it's been delayed by something else.
Blake nodded. He currently thinks so. After a moment's silence, why not choose a more direct solution?
Alice looked at Blake and suddenly asked this question.
Her red eyes were like a mirror, reflecting Blake's face. Blake naturally understood what the other party meant. Instead of going to so much trouble to hide and conceal the truth, it would be better to choose a more direct way, that is to just give her away.
This is not a wise move. Blake barely thought about it.
With your current status, it's hard not to suspect that you were instructed by the Percival family. After hearing the explanation, Alice remained silent, but her eyes were always fixed on Blake, as if she was judging whether the other party was lying. Not to mention, if the other party knew that Alice still had the ability to kill high-level magicians even when her magic power was blocked, then the situation would likely develop in an uncontrollable direction. According to his estimation, it would probably speed up the arrival of the final scene. The second act of the story is about to end nearly a month earlier than expected, which means that our protagonist doesn't even have enough time to grow, but because of this, he had more time to plan before the third act arrived. The first is to resolve the remaining issues of the second act as quickly as possible. Although Lelina had suggested going back together, she might have to stay for a while because the Malott family had just gotten back on track.
She will not return to the academy until everything in the family is stable at
least. The second is to find a way to give Leonardo the proper boost in strength. After all, there is no known way to kill the third act's boss, bloodthirsty Dracula, except for the male protagonist. The opponent's self-recovery ability is almost terrifying. Even if there is only a head left, it can recover as long as it is given time. This point is really terrifying when it comes to the giant python of the mortal world that we conquered before, Gator. That being said, if we can find the guy who killed Jade, maybe we can have an extra layer of protection. Not be why observing the ability displayed by the opponent when he killed Gad. Although he just used the black energy to refine it into a sword, we can preliminarily judge it as some kind of qigong. In theory, it should have the same sanctioning effect on Dracula, but he had no idea about the other party's identity. Would he gain anything if he went to the Qi Refining Association? But the hope should not be great, since the other party deliberately hides his identity. It means it will not be easy to find him. Blake let out a breath. It seems that there is still a lot to do during this period before the third act begins. Chapter 113. Summon it. Unfortunately, Cordals just went out to patrol the forest.
If you had come earlier, you might have run into him.
When Blake arrived at the secret realm of the southern forest, he did not see Cordals, but he met Goodly. As you know, the patrol has been in place since the last incident. It was proposed by the animal itself to prevent potential dangers like last time, but no one objects to it. Goodly came in front of Blake, then flew to a branch of the giant tree. He seemed to be always restless. His voice came from above his head, forcing Blake to look up and talk to him. It's been such a long time since we last met. You really don't even know how to come over to visit more often. You know, since you can't easily go outside the forest, it's no different from being imprisoned here. Sometimes I really want to go out for a walk.
Oh, don't tell this to Cordals.
There was a hint of resentment in Goodly's chattering voice, and one could imagine how miserable it was for him to be in this forest.
Speaking of which, the little girl didn't come over this time? I thought you guys would come visit together.
She's been entangled in some things recently, so she can't come over.
Oh, so, what a pity.
Goodly sighed regretfully. No wonder it usually has so many topics to talk about. It must have been too depressed to talk about them. Loneliness always eats away at people's hearts. Just then, the weight that fell on his left shoulder made Blake turn his head, although it couldn't be called weight. Long time no see, Sister Hunter. Blake looked at the little sparrow that had landed on his shoulder and was chirping, and took the initiative to say hello.
Don't be angry. I don't mean to ignore you. I came here to solve a problem.
It seemed to still be angry about what happened when it left in a hurry last time, but because the crisis outside had been resolved, he and Lelina had to leave in a hurry. However, its injuries have fully recovered and it can now circle around Blake's head.
Have you recovered from your injuries? Are there any residual symptoms? Ahem. Goodly coughed twice in dissatisfaction. Really?
What you said is undoubtedly a slap in the face of my best field.
Chirp.
Hunter chirped at Goodly, and Goodley immediately stopped talking. It seemed as if he was accusing Goodley of interrupting him. Faced with the dissatisfaction of this man older than himself, Goodley had to shut up appropriately.
Oh, by the way, you said you came here with a request, right?
Goodley changed the subject by talking about the purpose of Blake's visit today. Blake nodded, took the wooden box out of his arms, opened it and handed it to Goodley.
Oh. It's actually a spirit crystal.
Goodley identified Blake's identity almost immediately after seeing what was in his hand. Hunter on the side was also attracted by the strong smell. He flew from Blake's shoulder to the wooden box, chirping non-stop.
Where did you get this thing? Goodley looked a little solemn.
It cost a lot of money to buy it at an auction, said Blake. This is Lilina's explanation. Although the other party claimed that it didn't cost too much to take the photo after seeing it, Blake didn't quite agree with this. Many people will appreciate its preciousness. I see. Goodley stared at the crystal in the box for a while, his gray brows gradually furrowed, and he muttered to himself.
Is it my illusion, this aura? Is there a problem? Blake realized that the other person's expression didn't seem good.
He was sure it didn't mean anything good, but the next moment, Goodley smiled again and said, It's nothing.
I just had an illusion.
This is undoubtedly what was left behind by a high-level elf returning to the spirit realm.
At least the concentration of the spiritual energy it contains is indeed pure.
Many people hunt high-level elves in order to absorb and utilize them, not only elves, but also humans. As if realizing that his words carried some kind of hostility towards Black's human identity, Goodley smiled awkwardly and changed the subject in the face of Hunter's unfriendly gaze.
So what are your plans? Are you going to absorb it? Or do you have other plans?
Blake was silent for a moment. He glanced at the notes to the side that were visible only to him. Function: it contains huge and pure natural power. After absorption, it can enhance the perception of spiritual power. It can also be used as the core energy of high-level magic arrays. For those with elven blood, it can be used as a medium to communicate with nature and awaken talents. Users can briefly listen to the whispers of deceased elves. What caught his attention was the following sentence: a medium to communicate with nature and awaken talents. I'm considering whether I can use this spirit crystal as a medium to summon it out. After hearing this, Goodley was stunned, and even Hunter beside him suddenly became quiet. Blake knew that his idea might seem a little crazy in the eyes of others, but he knew that it was indeed possible. Although there are naturally benefits to absorbing it directly, if you can get the other party's blessing or even sign a contract with them, the effect will be even greater. There are indeed people who can do this in the game, but because of the extremely harsh conditions, very few people can do it. The prerequisite for doing this is that the player needs to inject powerful spiritual power into it to awaken its memories of its previous life. This is destined to be something that only those players who take the elf contract route from the beginning can do in the later stages. Those very few players have chosen the summoner route in disguise. They wander around various secret realms and sign contracts with various elves to enhance their own spiritual power so that they can summon them to fight at critical moments. However, because contracting an elf not only requires finding an elf that is compatible with itself, but also the development cycle of this route is extremely long, few people will choose it. At least it is impossible for Blake to do this now, so he came to ask for help from Cordals. What an interesting and crazy idea. Goodley recovered from his shock and nodded. Then it was a wise decision for you to seek help from Cordals.
It's probably the only one in the entire forest that knows its specific usage.
If it were other elves, they would probably choose to absorb it directly. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait until it comes back.
Speaking of which, Goodley stared at Blake for a while and said, You know what? You give me the same feeling as me right now. To be honest, I was shocked when we met just now. Look, Sister Hunter is even more attached to you now. Goodley's voice was filled with curiosity. Something happened during this time, didn't it? Blake nodded. I have definitely experienced a lot during this period. Blake did not hide the existence of Marantis and told Goodley and Hunter some of the things about it. I see.
So you met that guy Marantis? Hearing the voice, Blake was stunned at first, then turned to look. He saw Cordals standing behind him. He didn't even notice that such a huge creature was standing behind him. The other party seemed to be able to really blend into the wind.
Chapter 114, Cordless request. Is that guy okay?
There was no movement of Cordals' mouth, but the wind mixed with sound blew past Blake's ears.
Is he still obsessed with that crazy idea? Blake nodded slowly. Teacher has let it go, and has decided to bury his wife during the journey. Hearing this, Cordell sighed quietly. That's fine. Realizing that something seemed to have happened between Cordell and Mirantes, Blake had no intention of asking. Goodley on the side asked impatiently, Hey, Cordell, tell us the story, okay? We are also curious about what happened between you and him before. Come to think of it, I remember that the elf man who came here decades ago was him, right? It was a few years before Sister Hunter came here. But I remember that your conversation with him didn't seem pleasant, and you didn't say anything when I asked you. Sister Hunter wants to know too, right? Goodley looked at Hunter, but what awaited him was a speechless roll of the eyes. Cordell fell silent, but glanced at Blake beside him, and then slowly returned to the huge tree and squatted under Blake's gaze. I met him twice. Cordell looked at the sky, seemingly lost in a long memory. The first time I met him was when I was still in the Savage Land. He was wandering around. At that time, he was accompanied by a human woman. Maybe it's because it's rare to meet a guy who has also experienced a long life, so we talked a lot. Before leaving, I curiously asked him how he viewed the bond between races with different lifespans. I tried to hint at some human connection, but he just smiled and shook his head. Cordell shrank his neck and continued to reminisce. Then, as Goodley said, the second time we met was several decades ago. He came to me after hearing that I had come here from the grassland to live, and specifically asked me about the method of transmitting spiritual power. Coder paused. After hearing about his absurd behavior of trying to pass on the key to longevity to others through his own bloodline, I reprimanded him. But I was unable to give him any effective information, so he left in frustration. At this point, Blake noticed that Cordell sighed imperceptibly. Although it is difficult to understand the complicated relationship between the two, I believe that two guys who have experienced a long history should have a unique feeling, and Cordell didn't seem to be immersed in sorrow, but asked about Blake. I sense a strong spiritual energy aura coming from you. Although you have made some progress, you have obviously not reached that level yet. Blake nodded, handed the spirit crystal in the wooden box to Cordell in the same way, and then repeated the purpose of his visit, but looking at the spirit crystal in Blake's hand, Coder didn't seem to listen to what Blake said. Where did you get this? It raised its head, and its eyes, like two sharp crescent moons, revealed a coldness that made people shudder. Unlike Goodley's curiosity just now, there was obvious shock in Cordell's voice. There was even a hint of anger in it. Even the wind around was emitting and transmitting this signal. Goodley on the side seemed to understand something and looked at Cordell. So it's really not my illusion, right? Cordell said nothing. Goodley, who always liked to talk and laugh, now looked solemn, while Hunter stood on Blake's shoulder quietly without moving. I got it from an auction, but I don't know where it came from. Blake realized that the problem might be with the spirit crystal itself. If there is any problem with this spirit crystal, I hope you can tell me, because I know nothing about it. Cordell was silent for a long time, during which time it almost kept staring at Blake with its sharp eyes. It seemed as if it was trying to judge whether he was lying or not. Finally, after Hunter made a chirping sound at his shoulder, Cordell withdrew his gaze. I can help you. Blake originally thought that the other party would ask something else, or at least explain something, but unexpectedly, the other party agreed directly. But you need to agree to one condition of mine, in exchange. What Cordell said next convinced Blake that there is no free lunch in the world, so the reason why a reward can be called a reward is because it is a reward for a certain event or a period of effort. Blake was a little curious for a moment. With Cordell's ability, why did he still need him? But considering that the other party could not easily set foot outside the southern forest, Blake agreed, all the way back to Sias College. Blake was thinking about the meaning of the request made by Cordell. Go to a village east of the Empire and find a woman named Morgana there. Blake was confused for a moment by the other party's slightly conflicting request, or demand. Looking back, there was no record of that village or the development of any side plots in the plot. Blake looked at the glistening crystals in the box. However, since the other party has made such a request, there must be some inevitable relationship between them. This can only be known after finding out the whole story. While Blake was thinking, he had returned to a brand new huge building, that is, the rebuilt Bronze Hall. Because of the renovation, its grandeur is now comparable to the Amber Hall where the Academy's elites live. Even the open space nearby has been used to build some shops selling various daily necessities and magical instruments, as well as some restaurants for students to meet their daily needs. This is indeed a good news for Blake.
After all, it took a lot of time to get to the commercial street south of the college. Blake randomly found a restaurant that looked decent and walked in. It was a cafe that also provided a variety of bakery products. For Blake, who spent almost all his time drinking tea, it was a good choice. However, the business in the store seemed to be very good. Looking at the students who had finished their acquaintance learning class, Blake searched for a long time before finding an empty seat in the corner. He flipped through the menu and casually ordered a coffee and some snacks and bread while he was waiting.
"Is that you, Blake? It's been a while. Since the seats are full, can I share a seat with you?"
It turned out to be Hills. Blake turned his head and looked at the other person. Naturally, he would not make a mistake with this librarian who had been active in the library for many years. This time, the other party was holding a few books in his hands. It seemed that he had just returned and had not had time to return to the dormitory, so he came here to have lunch first. This was almost the same as his purpose. After all, she had exercised convenience for him countless times, so he naturally had no reason to refuse her. "That's really a great help." Hills sat down opposite Blake and put the book on the seat beside him and breathed a sigh of relief. "I just finished my work at the library and borrowed some books."
"Is it over at this time?"
Blake asked. Based on nearly a year of observation, he judged that the other party's shift work hours were generally from 9 to 11 in the morning, and from 4 to 7 in the afternoon, and the night shift was about once every 3 days. So Blake would often go there to light the lamp when the other party was on night shift. This was indeed his selfish motive. Any other administrator might have kicked him out, but not Hills. But it was almost 1 o'clock now, and Hills had just finished his morning work, which was indeed abnormal. Hills nodded. "Yes, because many students have returned to school, and the number and frequency of borrowing various books has obviously increased in the past few days.
It seems that everyone has learned a lot."
Seeing the sincere smile on the other person's face, Blake nodded. If it weren't for the lack of living expenses, then all this could only be attributed to her love for this profession. Chapter 115: Missing Personnel. Sometimes Blake really feels out of tune with this world, especially when it comes to eating. Blake feels this way most prominently. Take the coffee in front of you as an example. The way of drinking coffee in this world is different from that in the real world, but this difference does not refer to the coffee itself. Compared to milk and sugar cubes, more people here seem to be more accustomed to adding honey and goat's milk into it. For example, Hills, who is sitting opposite me now, is dripping honey into her coffee with a funnel-like spoon. The other party also showed a curious look when he looked at Blake, who was drinking the coffee directly.
"Won't it taste bitter if you drink it directly like this?" As if realizing that his words might be ambiguous, Hills hastily added, "Of course, I don't mean to tell you off. I'm not that arrogant.
It's just that the coffee here has a slightly sour taste.
Few people drink it straight away." Blake shook his head and didn't care. "It's okay. Once you get used to the taste, it won't taste that way anymore."
Everyone feels bitter when they take the first sip of coffee, but they will get used to it later. This change comes from the tongue's taste buds becoming accustomed to it. "I see." Hill stirred his coffee gently and smiled. "To be honest, sometimes you always make me feel a little special."
"What do you mean?"
This was the first time someone said this, so Blake was also a little interested.
How should I put it?"
Hills tapped his chin and thought for a while.
"This feeling is very strange. Every time I see you sitting in that window seat for a whole day, you won't notice even if someone passes by you or even accidentally knocks a book off your desk. It feels like you're out of place." Blake thought about it. "Isn't this normal in a library?"
Hills hummed and nodded without comment.
"Although that's what you said, the feeling you gave people was obviously different. It was as if you were indifferent to everything around you. Of course, I'm not saying that you are cold and inhuman.
After all, you were actively rescuing the students of the Bronze Hall at that time." Listening to the other party's flustered explanation, Blake lowered his head and said nothing. Every time he talks to someone, he always feels relaxed, a feeling that comes from being able to let his guard down temporarily. If you want to find out the reason, it may be because the other party always gives people a cautious and friendly feeling when speaking, and she herself is not an important character in the
plot.
By the way, it seems that you didn't take your cognitive learning class with Professor O'Deals?
Blake nodded and said, "His alchemy major does not match the direction of development I wish to pursue." "I see. Emily and the others have been studying with Professor O'Deals."
Hill smiled bitterly, but in fact, they seem to have entered some kind of closed research.
Only late at night can we see her returning to the temporary dormitory with a haggard face.
Blake nodded. Come to think of it, it does seem possible. To be honest, Audiles did approach me before I met the study class and said that he was interested in taking me to do a great research that would be enough to subvert the current alchemy world. But I rejected it without even thinking about it. One reason was that he did not possess the corresponding in-depth knowledge of alchemy. Audiles must have known this as well, so the other party's purpose in inviting him had to be carefully explored. You may very well be a research subject. Second, Blake knew clearly that the so-called research that will overturn the alchemy world mentioned by the other party was most likely some kind of forbidden research. This can be clearly divided into three areas: distorting the laws of the world, desecrating the dead, and confusing the passage of time, the pursuit of eternal life, resurrection of the dead, and turning back time. These areas are almost regarded as delusional in reality, and are also regarded as taboos among taboos in the magical world, and this was exactly what Mirantes was pursuing, so even Corderus rebuked him in a serious manner. Although the plot does not clearly point out the direction that Odiles is trying, Blake already has a rough guess. The other party has neither the fear of death nor the obsession to revive, so there is only one research direction left for him, but Blake had no intention of getting involved in what Audiles was exploring. Although Audiles briefly showed a regretful expression after being rejected by himself, he didn't say anything in the end. I did apply to study with Professor Odiles, but I hardly ever see him. After hearing the other party's words, Blake raised his head again. Audiles almost always stayed in the attic and rarely went out. He rarely asked about the affairs of the outside world and had never attended any academic research conference. Even every time I came into contact with him, it was almost always when I regularly provided him with magic power for research.
If you want, I might be able to help.
Blake thought for a moment and said. Hills waved his hands hastily. No, you misunderstood me.
Emily has already helped me.
Hills explained. Just last month, Emily offered to help me communicate with Professor Odiles, which led to him agreeing to interview me.
So what was the result?
Blake was curious about the interview style of that crazy guy in Odile. At this point, Hill smiled bitterly. Should I say the interview went smoothly? The first time he saw me, he pointed out directly that I did not have the corresponding talent and potential in the field of alchemy. Blake, to be honest, this does help both of us save a lot of time. Hill seemed to have let it go a long time ago. I have to say that Professor Odiles's eyes are really sharp.
Huh?
Blake looked at the other person in surprise. Hills picked up his coffee and took a sip. I do think that I don't have the same talent and perseverance as Emily in the field of alchemy. Odile suggested that I should put my energy into the right research direction. Hills lowered his eyes, his voice a little depressed, but I can't seem to figure this out.
How are you? Well, it doesn't matter.
Hills realized something and immediately smiled again.
As long as you work hard, you will definitely be rewarded. I have always believed in this.
Blake looked at the other person and said nothing. At this moment, Blake confirmed from the other person's face that the girl in front of him seemed to be in some kind of confusion. At the same time, there is a smaller building next to the Bronze Hall that was the residence prepared for the students' entourage. Alice looked out the window thoughtfully.
Your movements are a little slow. Are you lax because you think of yourself as a student? I am so sorry, master.
A petite figure suddenly appeared behind her. There was no sound, and no one even noticed how she came in. After saying this, Alice activated the instrument in her hand. A light red light spread out, instantly covering the entire room. A simple barrier that can block outside detection rose up. This barrier was composed of a special alchemical formula and did not contain any magical fluctuations. So even Otis wouldn't easily notice it.
Did anything happen during this time?
Catherine thought for a moment and said, just half a month ago, 2 professors suddenly disappeared.
Alice frowned slightly. Whereabouts unknown? Catherine nodded. I also heard this from Swart.
You asked me to keep in touch with him all the time, so I was able to learn this news. Although the college has tried to conceal the truth, the news seems to have spread among the top brass, and has even caused panic among the people. Upon hearing the news, Alice snorted coldly.
Disappeared from under Odiles's nose? Do you need me to investigate further?
No, it's nothing to do with our plan. Alice looked out the window. Let those guys deal with it. It was exactly as Alice said. On the rooftop of the clock tower, a group of distinguished guys gathered around a table with serious expressions. Chapter 116. They are just in their most tender and beautiful years in this airtight space. There gathered a group of guys of all kinds. Some were as strong as bulls, while others wore thick glasses and had untidy beards. Some guys who looked totally incompatible sitting together looked so out of place. They are now sitting together and discussing something intensely, but without exception, they are all guys with prominent status in the empire. It is no exaggeration to say that when these guys are gathered together, their weight is like half of the entire empire. Even Audulus, who usually did not participate in any activities, attended the event rarely, and next to him was Swart. He was the only one sitting with the eccentric Audulus, and as the old man sitting at the end of the long table coughed twice, everyone quieted down. It's been a while since we held a meeting like this. I can hardly remember when the last time was. Modern glanced at the people on both sides of the long table. After all, everyone has their own things to do, so it's not easy to get together like this. As he said this, Modern glanced meaningfully at Audulus standing beside him. In response, O'Dales lowered his head and flipped through the notebook in his hand, choosing to ignore it. It seemed like he was still just here to go through the motions. To be honest, I really didn't expect this meeting to take place. Morden sighed. Then I won't waste your precious time. He took a deep breath and said, I'm sure you all know the purpose of calling everyone here this time. Everyone remained silent. Morden looked at the silent crowd inside. It seems that no one has any clue yet. I didn't expect that you would be so lax with the abundant resources provided by the Academy. There was a rare hint of anger in Modern's voice. There have been too many bad things happening recently because he needs to leave the college frequently for various matters, and during this period, there have been frequent accidents in the college. This left him exhausted. Didn't they really leave on their own? Someone among the crowd was the first to put forward a guess. What greeted him was everyone's look of looking at him as if he were an idiot. They are missing. Not out of contact. They disappeared without any signs. They even made a reservation for the lunch menu for the next day. As the person who spoke closed his mouth silently, the scene fell into dead silence again. So, since the last barbarian invasion, we should have taken corresponding supplementary measures? A professor from the combat department spoke again and turned to look at Swart, who was sitting next to O'Dell's. And the person in charge of setting up the barrier, if I remember correctly, should be Professor Swart? This is your area of expertise, isn't it? In this case, Professor Swart, have you been with those female classmates every day and your brain has become dull? Faced with the other party's aggressive attitude, Swart still maintained a dignified smile. Professor Howard, please don't say that. This is really rude. You know, our lovely students are innocent. They are just at the most tender and beautiful age. I am just fulfilling my duty as a professor to help them solve their doubts. It is undeniable that I am better than Audulus in this regard. Audus on the side glanced at him and seemed too lazy to pay attention to him. You are so angry, Swart spread his hands. Isn't it because the missing professors are all from your combat unit? Come to think of it, when a problem like this occurs, shouldn't the first thing you reflect on is the actual capabilities of your combat unit, you? Howard's eyes were filled with anger, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. Calm down, Professor Howard. Following Modern's interruption, the sturdy man shrank back and stopped talking. Modern's look is not very good. Since even a professor of combat department with excellent combat ability can disappear under our noses, we should consider the safety of students instead of discussing the shirking of responsibility here. There have been enough accidents in this short year. First there was the invasion of the barbarians, and then the escape of Nightmare. Morden rubbed his brows, feeling a little headache. If this continues, Chassis's reputation will be seriously damaged. Modern's words caused everyone to fall into silence. This time, the professor of the alchemy department spoke up. We checked the barrier set up by Professor Swart yesterday, and there is no problem. Audiers quickly said, I haven't detected anything unusual either. Ever since the last incident, Modern had given him a mandatory order. He must stay in the academy at all times while Modern was away. So, Morden said solemnly, not only did the other party easily ignore the barrier and enter the academy, but he even took away 2 professors with considerable combat capabilities without alerting anyone? Everyone fell silent. Does this situation really exist? To say that one is capable of doing this, everyone looked towards modern at the end, looking at the present day. I'm afraid the only word is modern, right? But at this moment, modern's face did not look very good. The afterglow reflected the cool silver edges of the corridors on both sides. Sophia stopped in the corridor of the hall and looked at the afterglow outside through the window. As she was hit by a gust of wind. Carrying the scent of lily of the valley, she slowly turned her head and looked at the person who came. As the corridor light swayed, the woman's icy jade face glowed with a cold light. The cinnabar mole at the end of her eye was like a solidified blood spot, and beneath her cold expression was a facial contour that was somewhat similar to Sophia's. Second sister. Sophia was the first to greet. The other party looked at Sophia with a hint of impatience and indifference in his tone. Do you think this meaningless greeting is necessary? Sophia smiled and said, because you are always out and about, we rarely have time to meet. The woman snorted coldly. In that case, you should also understand that my time is quite valuable. Sophia nodded, of course. Then what is your purpose in trying to create an encounter with me? Sophia lowered her eyes. If it's about the Percivals, then don't tell me, because it will make you look like you're hiding something. The woman's blue eyes stared straight at Sophia, and her cold gaze seemed to be able to see through the other party's purpose immediately. This is the order from my father. If you can convince my father, then it will be another matter. But sister, that guy's evil behavior is not allowed in itself, but it was deliberately concealed by some members of the royal family. That's enough. Sophia, watch your words. The woman interrupted her and snorted, that's not my concern. I will deal with those parasites, but I will have to wait until I take over my father's mission. If you want to end this quickly, you might as well go and convince your dear elder sister to stop trying to do meaningless things, because I will be the only one who will survive in the end. Sophia hesitated to speak. The other party has always been like this, never hiding his ambitions and goals. Although this kind of personality is exposed, he can always make his goals clear at all times. Seeing that Sophia didn't say anything, the woman showed a bored expression and walked straight past Sophia. That's all. I still have things to take care of. If you have anything else to say, let's wait until the next family dinner. Looking at the back of the second sister who was leaving in a hurry, Sophia looked away and sighed. Although such a situation occurred in Sias College, fortunately, my second sister's attention was diverted from the investigation of Percival's family. Chapter 117 Results announced in the student activity hall of the stained glass in the dome filters the sunlight into fragments, casting crisscross patterns on the step seats. The edges of the seats, which are made of ebony and brass, are carved with ancient patterns. Every time Blake comes here, he feels like he's entering a huge church. The results of this internship will be graded by the corresponding instructor based on your performance during the course. Kirsten, the director of the academic committee, stood on the podium, holding a thick stack of papers in his hands under the gaze of everyone. So no matter what results you get, I hope you can regard it as a valuable experience and use it to hone yourself. After giving a streamlined speech, Kirsten classified each grade according to different majors and posted the transcripts on the walls of the lobby one by one. IT has always been a place where important notices are posted, and of course the results will be announced like this. After Kirsten finished posting, students rushed over. They all seemed to care about their grades. After all, the grades for this course would be included in the final assessment grades at the end of the semester. Blake didn't want to squeeze into the crowded crowd, so he chose to continue sitting in his seat and wait quietly for the crowd to disperse. The resulting picture is that he is sitting alone in the seat, looking a little downcast. It's not quite appropriate to say this, because besides him, there was another person sitting quietly in the seat without moving. To be exact, she should have fallen asleep. Blake sighed and glanced at Catherine, who was sleeping on the table with her arms resting on her head. Saliva was flowing from the corners of her mouth. This was indeed a bit inappropriate for a girl, however, although she usually appears to be startled. In fact, she doesn't seem to care much about anything. Blake came to this conclusion after a few days of getting along with her. All this is because of the various coincidences in recent days. In the past few days, the frequency of his encounters and collisions with the other party has increased significantly, and this phenomenon is manifested almost everywhere in daily life. For example, they would always run into each other on the way to and from class, and even when they were eating at a random restaurant, she would always happen to walk into the same one. Even when I was reading in the library, I would suddenly turn around and find her sleeping quietly not far from me. Even Hills noticed this and even asked me if I knew him. After receiving his hesitant affirmative answer, Hills showed an expression of understanding. Blake knew that the other party might have misunderstood something, but he couldn't find a reason to support the explanation. Although saying this may make him seem a little self-indulgent, the other party has definitely been sticking to him recently. However, although they met by chance many times, the two of them only greeted each other symbolically, and other than that she was almost always sleeping. This also made him unable to speak.
Is it over?
Catherine opened her sleepy eyes, wiped her mouth, stretched, and looked around.
It's over. Oh, why don't you leave then?
Blake looked at the crowd, which had dwindled in number, and said, because I plan to go check the results later.
Oh, I see. Aren't you going to see it? Catherine shook her head. I'd rather get some sleep now. Well, I'll go and see it then. Blake stood up. Do you need me to take a look at you?
That's troublesome. Catherine waved her hand. Although he said this, the other party obviously didn't care. Blake joined the crowd and tried to get a closer look at his results. Although the journey looked difficult, it was actually easier than he expected, because the students in front were about to turn around and say something after feeling the heavy crowd, but they were suddenly stunned when they saw Blake behind them. Under the gaze that they wanted to avoid, they chose to silently make way for him. This made him feel a little confused. Although Blake's name was not good in the academy, now in addition to the original fear, the way these guys looked at him seemed to have a hint of contempt and dissatisfaction. This is very abnormal. However, this question was instantly answered when Blake saw the posted score sheet. Black Percival's name was at the top of the ministry's list. It was so conspicuous. Obviously this is a performance-based ranking.
Blake looked at the name above and didn't care about the strange looks from the people around him.
Hey, is this list really okay? Although I have the same doubt, but as you can see, this was posted by Kirsten himself. So, could it be that he bribed the professor?
By the way, do you know who his supervisor is? How should I know?
But I heard from everyone at the Ministry of Magic that he didn't seem to be following the professors at the academy to school, so, it is indeed. Hey, keep your voice down.
If he hears you, you'll be in trouble.
Listening to the whispers of people around him, Blake fell into silence. What he was thinking about at this moment was whether this was a gift left by Mirantis for him or the result of Lilina's behind-the-scenes manipulation. However, there doesn't seem to be much difference between the two for him, because even if it was really Mirantis who gave him the score before leaving,
he couldn't guarantee that there was no hidden agenda in it. Don't pay attention to the rumors, they will only upset you.
Blake was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw that the bearded Kirsten in the crowd actually took the initiative to greet him. Blake then realized that he had not left, but had simply given up his spot to allow the students to find their grades.
The change in grades is the result of one's own efforts.
To the outside world, it may seem mysterious, but that's because only one knows how hard one has worked. Kirsten ignored everyone and patted Blake's shoulder with the hand that had just held the cigarette holder without any hesitation. Blake looked at the other person and said nothing. When talking to other professors about recent academic issues, they praised your changes generously. Blake was slightly surprised by the other party's words. I didn't expect that the other party had been paying close attention to me. After all, with his identity, he has to deal with mountains of tasks and events every day. As a student, there was no reason for him to pay attention to her, so the other party might have done this because Sophia valued her. After all, the last time she was facing the risk of being expelled, it was Sophia who came forward to speak well of her. Perhaps this made him curious. Don't worry about what those guys say in private.
If you need help, you can ask me for help first.
Kirsten glanced at the whispering crowd. He spoke loudly, obviously intending for them to hear. The effect of his actions was very significant. In response to his words that contained a hint of warning, the confused crowd soon fell silent.
I hope you can still achieve jaw-dropping results in the upcoming final exams.
After leaving these words, he patted Blake's shoulder again, then turned and left. Blake didn't make any move, but the people around him seemed to be in an uproar.
Hey, did you see that? Just now, Kirsten and that guy seemed to have some relationship between them. Could it be that Kirsten opened a shortcut for him? Hey, shut up. Let's not talk about this topic anymore. Didn't you hear what Kirsten said just now?
After receiving Kirsten's warning, the crowd quickly dispersed and did not talk about the topic anymore. It seemed that they did not take the result of the exam too seriously, but were just venting their resentment about being outdone by others. So just fan them and they will disappear like dust. In fact, there are indeed quite a few such people, but until the crowd dispersed, Blake still stood there, lost in thought. He has not yet figured out the purpose of the other party's action. It is obvious that the other party is here to rescue him, but Blake remained calm and vigilant in the face of this sudden kindness. Talking about the intersection between the two, I had a brief contact with each other at the beginning of the school year, and that conversation was not a pleasant one. But there are obviously some factors that affect the other party's attitude towards him. However, he was unable to judge whether the other party did this out of a sense of mission as a teacher or because of Sophia. Speaking of Kirsten, there is almost no description of him in the plot, but players can always see him in the office of the academic committee. It was not until the end of the third act that news of his retirement spread through the school, and he was succeeded by Professor Cyprince of the Ministry of Magic. But even so, this guy who didn't appear in the plot did not cause any trouble at all. But the purpose of such a person suddenly showing goodwill to oneself is indeed puzzling. Chapter 118. Are you planning to sign a contract with the elves? When Blake wanted to tell Catherine the results, he suddenly found that she was no longer sitting in the seat she had just Saturday. He was already accustomed to this. Her movements are usually not noticeable, except that you may occasionally find her following you. On the way back, Blake kept thinking about his next travel plans in the short term. In response to Cordless' request, Blake plans to go there during his vacation a month later. Because the introduction class started earlier, there was an extra month before the holiday. The Academy's original plan during this time was to make up for the courses that had been missed due to the reconstruction of the Bronze Hall, as well as to conduct the end-of-semester examinations. The holidays here are different from the real summer vacation, and there is no such thing as annual leave. There is just a 2-month vacation at the end of each semester. If he had to choose a suitable time to go, then this period would be his best choice. However, this means that he is likely to be too busy to handle everything. The plot of the third act happens to take place during the holiday season. That long plot will last for 2 months, directly covering the entire holiday. Our protagonists Leonardo and Sarah will choose to stay in the college and work part-time to pay for the tuition and living expenses for the next semester. For those who come from remote villages, the high tuition fees of Sias University are also a problem worth worrying about, but they won't be defeated by this. So to be on the safe side, he naturally had to stay here for the entire vacation. After all, Leonardo has not yet mastered the 6th form, and this problem currently has a very serious impact on the plot. He has been worried about this these days. For this reason, he even persuaded Dreamy Eyes to challenge him more than once, but it seemed that he had never been able to achieve his desired goal. What are these? After returning to the dormitory in Bronze Hall, I pushed open the door and was stunned when I saw large and small wooden boxes piled on the floor of the room, and Alice was apparently sorting the boxes. "It's your delivery." Alice gave the answer. They were originally going to be placed in the management office of the Bronze Hall, but because of the large number, I asked them to move them up directly. Blake looked at the packages scattered all over the floor, some of which were wrapped in oil paper, while others were placed in airtight iron boxes. It is surprising that the administrator of the Bronze Hall allowed such a suspicious person in. Why do you buy so many things? Alice placed a box on the table that she couldn't put away and looked at Blake, her calm eyes tinged with confusion. Is this revenge spending for promotion? What if I didn't know about this? This made Alice frown slightly. Blake rubbed his brows and thought about how to deal with these things, but first checked the contents and sender's information. Although Bronze Hall occasionally has cases of packages being delivered to the wrong recipients, it is unlikely that so many packages were delivered to the wrong recipients. He took out a knife and cut open a tightly sealed paper box. After opening it, he was stunned for a moment when he saw the things inside. Then, just to confirm, he cut open the second one, and the third one. It was not until all the packages were opened that Blake discovered that the packages, large and small, were filled with props and equipment related to magic engineering. Moreover, these are props that have nothing to do with price and are very practical. What is most surprising is that there is a detailed list of items inside these things. Looking at the long list in his hand, Blake fell silent. From this point of view, the culprit is very clear. In the lower right corner of the list, the seal belonging to the Malott Company is so conspicuous. If this is not obvious enough, Lilina's handwritten signature below the seal is proved. This time, Blake discovered that there was a letter in the brown paper package together with the list. It was written in beautiful ink handwriting. "Long time no see, Senior Blake." Through the paper, Blake seemed to see her familiar smiling face right in front of him. I originally planned to bring these things to you in person when I returned to school, but considering that I might not be able to go back in a short time, my third uncle left me a bigger mess than I expected. So unfortunately, I can only ask the company's delivery staff to deliver these things. Blake glanced at the letter in his hand, then looked at Alice, who was playing with a magic dagger. Blake lowered his head and continued reading. After taking over the management of the business, I unexpectedly discovered a lot of inventory when I was counting the store's inventory, because most of the items have exceeded their sales period or have no sales records for a long time. They are actually just piles of items taking up space. Considering that you might need it, I sent some of it to you. During this period, Uncle Creed provided considerable help to the Malott family in various aspects. So there is no need to feel any burden when using it. If you have any needs, you can just ask. However, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings on the company's side, I'm afraid you'll need to contact me directly in writing. Of course, if you think the envelope cannot explain everything in detail, you can also come to Malott's house to find me. I will prepare tea in advance. Blake put away the envelope, and Alice had already sorted some of the instruments inside. She also seemed very interested in some of the utensils inside. You plan to sign a contract with the elves? Alice saw some of the instruments and seemed to understand something, so she turned and looked at Blake. Blake nodded. He had explained his plans to Elena. It seems that the other party has considered it very carefully. I have to admit that the other party is indeed a meticulous woman. Which spirit would you like to sign a contract with? Alice looked solemn, as if this question was very crucial. Chapter 119. Why mention him suddenly? Which spirit would you like to sign a contract with? Alice looked at Blake and suddenly asked. Blake looked at the other person, wondering about his purpose. He rarely asked questions or was curious about his own affairs. If she asked it directly like she did now, it would mean that the matter might be serious. Although Blake didn't know why, it's still uncertain. Blake thought about it and said, "It's just a plan, but the specific choice has not been decided yet." There is no need to tell the other person everything. If this causes the other person to have undesirable thoughts, then the result will be more harm than good, but in a sense, he was not lying. As for the spirit crystal that Lilina gave him, it is still unknown what kind of elf it was in its previous life. He asked Cordals, but he was vague and refused with the reason that you will understand once you go to the place I mentioned. Would you consider becoming a swordsman or a magician? Blake was stunned for a moment, not expecting Alice to say that. You have a certain talent in both swordsmanship and magic. If you continue to persevere, you will achieve considerable accomplishments. Alice thought for a moment and said, dealing with elves comes with a certain amount of uncertainty. Alice said bluntly, to some extent, that means your life will be entrusted to the hands of those elves. It seems that the other party cares about the fact that I will give up my original long-term plan in order to sign a contract with the elves, but from my impression, she doesn't seem to be the type of person who would be hostile to elves, right? But if you think about it carefully, given Alice's personality, this kind of thing seems really hard to accept. You must have misunderstood what I meant. Blake explained, this doesn't mean I'm going to give up on the original direction of development. After all, it has been going on for a long time, and it would be a pity to give up halfway. I will continue to train in other areas, but signing a contract with the elves will have a certain effect on my current use of spiritual power. After hearing what Blake said, Alice was silent for a while, and finally sighed. In that case, I hope you will be careful in choosing the elves. In Blake's eyes, Alice looked solemn, with a hint of reminder in her tone. Because the essence of a contract is to build a two-way bridge between the magic power of the contractor and the spiritual power of the elves. So while the contractor can use this to summon the other party at the right time, the nature of the contracted spirit will have a direct impact on the contractor to some extent. Blake naturally understood what Alice said. He had read many related books in the library these days, because he had hardly tried the slow development route of contract master in the game, so he still had to understand some necessary theoretical knowledge. However, according to some players on the forum, elves with different attributes will also bring a certain degree of increase to the corresponding attributes of the contractor. The extent of the increase depends on the grade and ability of the elf. Because of this, many players who choose to become contractors will carefully consider and select each elf they contract. I will choose an elf that suits my magical attributes, Blake said, pretending to think it over carefully. I don't think you understand me. Alice sighed, put the magic dagger in her hand back into the box, and said slowly, this influence is not only reflected in the magic power, but also affects the character.
Um,
The more powerful the elves are, the more obvious this influence will be. In a sense, there will even be a situation where the elves take the lead. Alice's tone was calm, but with a hint of heaviness. Many people have chosen to contract uncontrollable spirits in order to gain powerful strength, and without exception, they eventually led to a situation out of control. Blake could actually understand Alice's words, or some kind of warning. After all, Alice's most trusted retainer was eventually swallowed by darkness because he tried to establish a connection with the high-level dark elf, Sahil. There is no need to say much about the opponent's strength and willpower. He was even appointed by Alice as the leader of the Deadpool team. Such a person caused great panic when he lost control. Under the instigation of the Dark Elves, even the three court magicians were unable to suppress him together, but he was eventually killed by Alice, who hurried back from the border. Therefore, it ended hastily in the early stage of the prequel, and his incident was regarded as an opportunity by the royal family, and the LaRoche family was purged on the charge of colluding with the Dark Elves and conspiring to harm the Empire. That's why Alice is so alert. Blake thought, it seems that what the other party said is not false. In the game, players often face warnings that the other party cannot establish a contractual relationship. Perhaps this is a kind of protection mechanism of the game for players, but Blake couldn't get that hint now. In a sense, his relationship with Cordless was not that of a contractor. However, with his current magic power, he is simply unable to support the appearance of the high-level elves. True form. If that spirit crystal really came from some uncontrollable elf, then how should we choose? And at the moment, no useful information can be obtained from Cordles. It seems that we can only make a judgment after investigating the place mentioned by Cordles. Alice's words sounded a wake-up call to Blake like a hammer. Emily, Hills, have you heard?
What do you mean?
Three girls were sitting under the open-air parasols of the cafe next to the Bronze Hall, drinking coffee. The afternoon is always accompanied by cakes and afternoon tea. At this time, the topics that girls talk about are always some gossip and news around them. It is said that every late at night, strange noises are always heard from the abandoned building to the west of the academy, and red lights are emitted from time to time. The girl looked at Emily and Hills with a sigh and mentioned some recent rumors. Emily didn't seem to care about it. She just stirred her coffee and said casually, maybe it's all just a whim.
That area has been abandoned for a long time. Why would anyone go there in the middle of the night? Is that really the case?
But it's not just one person who says so. The girl looked at another girl beside her. What about you, Hills? What do you think? But there was no response from the other party. Hello, Hills? Hills. Hills looked at the hand waving in front of him, as if he had just been pulled back from his thoughts. I'm sorry, what did you say? Really, Hills, what are you thinking about? It's a rare opportunity that Professor Oddiles let Emily go, and you have a rare day off today. Why are you distracted? I'm sorry, maybe I haven't had enough rest recently. Emily scratched her head and gave an apologetic smile. Really? Actually, you don't have to apologize. By the way, what do you think about the strange noises coming from the abandoned building in the west recently? Hills blinked and shook his head. I don't know. That's right. You just hang out in the library all day, so you probably don't care about these things. Speaking of this, the girl suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, Hills, it seems that I rarely see you and Blake walking together recently.
Hey. Why are you mentioning him all of a sudden?
At the sudden mention of Blake's name, Hill's body trembled slightly, as if he had been electrocuted. In fact, she was just thinking about it. She would be on vacation tonight. Should she tell Blake?
If he went there as usual tonight, the temporary administrator would probably not take him in out of duty. Why do you look like someone's been stepped on?
The girl shrugged. I told you a long time ago that he has a bad reputation. The last time she went to the library late at night, she saw the two of them sitting together and chatting, and she would even occasionally run into them walking out of the library together after class. Staying with that notorious guy, she had to consider Hill's safety. Not really, and he's not as bad as you say. Hills waved his hands and explained hurriedly. But, I'm sure, Daisy, you're worrying too much. Emily on the side also spoke up. He is indeed not as the rumors say. Just like the rumors you just mentioned, they are all illusory things. Even you say that. Daisy looked at the other person in surprise, then looked at Hills and thought about it. Recently, there has been a lot of talk about him cheating on students' grades. It is said that even Keston from the academic committee was bribed by him.
Emily didn't even think about it. They're probably just some rumors, right?
Hills, on the other hand, seemed a little excited. It must be a rumor.
And Kirsten would never do such a thing.
Both of them looked at the excited Hills. Why do you say that, Hills?
What's the matter with Kirsten?
Hills was stunned for a moment, and waved his hands hastily. No, because he is a very upright person, and Blake would not do such a thing for grades.
He works hard in the library almost every day.
Daisy looked at Hills, who seemed a little flustered, strangely, and when she heard both of them say so, she said nothing more.
If you all think so, it might be true.
But Emily on the side suddenly looked at Hills.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen you and Blake together recently. Is there a conflict? Really?
Why do you say that?
It's as if we should be tied together.
Hills slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed. Emily rolled her eyes. Because as Daisy said, I saw you and him in the cafe together last time, but the frequency of your appearances together has dropped by at least 46% recently.
Why does it have to be so precise?
Hills pouted as he looked at the two people in front of him, regretting a little why he agreed to come out with them, and in fact it is true the main reason is that during this period of time, a little girl was always found following Blake. She had asked him about this matter one night a few days ago, but Blake just acted nonchalant and even told him not to pay too much attention to her and just pretend she didn't exist. Blake did occasionally invite her for coffee when she wasn't on a shift.in. Fact, it was mainly that the other party wanted to repay me for giving him special treatment, and there was no such relationship as the two of them imagined.
Hills, why do you keep silent?
Yes,
we are all waiting for your reply.
Hills took a deep breath and said, Oh, by the way, Emily, how is the progress of the project that Professor O'Deal's assigned to you? Hills, don't change the subject.
Don't try to change the subject.
Hills. Chapter 120 I smell blood late at night. The darkness that shrouds the southern forest is a natural protective shield. Of course, this is only for those invaders from outside, and for the elves who are at home in the forest, this place may be as familiar as their own backyard. This forest provides a safe enough habitat for the elves. The moss-paved path glowed coldly in the moonlight. The giant wolf's vertical pupils, reflecting the moonlight in the dark, pierced the night sky, and its gray fur covered with dew rustled in the wind. The sound of it crushing the dead branches startled the night owl, which returned to its secret habitat and slowly lay down in front of the giant tree.
You seem to be out at night a lot lately.
A sudden sound from above broke the silence. Goodly on the tree looked at Cordles, who had just returned from going out, and said. Cordles looked at him and said nothing. Actually, it didn't need to speak, but Goodly flew to it without giving up.
Is it because of the spirit crystal that Blake brought last time? You are still worried about it. Cordles remained silent, but its slightly lowered eyes seemed to explain something. Don't worry about this anymore.
We all have the right to choose how we live, just like we choose to live here. Seeing this, Goodly sighed. No matter what happened later, it was its own choice.
What you need to think about now is how to protect everyone's homeland. Let the past events be. It's not because of that. Goodly was stunned. Why is that?
Because I smell blood. Cordles looked outside the forest with a shrewd gaze. The aura becomes more obvious at night.
But why didn't I feel it?
Cordles glanced at him and said, You should also work hard to advance to a higher level instead of staying here for the rest of your life.
Goodly tooted in dissatisfaction. What's the point? Living a few hundred more years? What difference does it make? Aren't we still going to stay here for the rest of our lives? This is not a reason for you to remain stuck at the intermediate level.
What about you? A question was asked in return. Goodly changed the subject and looked at Cordles. I have asked you this question countless times. You have practiced so hard to this point, just to gamble your longer life for that illusory prophecy?
Cordles didn't respond.
Goodly's question seemed to have really touched a chord in its heart. Seeing this, Goodly sighed. Okay, let's not talk about this fruitless question anymore. Let's continue with the topic just now.
Can you tell what that breath is?
Cordles pondered for a moment. Just like the woman I saw last time, it seems that she is also using some kind of forbidden magic.
What? When these words came out, Goodly's eyes widened. Have you found the source of that breath?
The source seems to be inside the academy, that is human territory, but humans cannot perceive it clearly, so it seems they haven't noticed it yet. What should we do?
Does it need to be dealt with? Should we take the initiative to contact some humans?
Cordell shook his head and lowered it. I have set up a barrier around the forest to ensure that it will not be absorbed into the forest.
As for the humans, we do not need to interfere. Goodly was silent for a while and raised his head again. Should we tell Little Black about this? Cordell said nothing. Sister Hunter will be angry if you do this.
Goodly glanced at a hole in the tree, still Cordell said nothing.
Then you have to think about it, right? Don't you want to find out what happened to it?
Cordless, the peaceful life is like a passing cloud, but if you put aside the plot, it is a very leisurely life, but Blake was still in a tense physical state. Although Blake had a good talent in magic, the workload was still quite heavy because he had to start from scratch, but his performance in classroom exercises has begun to exceed the average level, especially in practical subjects, and it seems that the news has spread among teachers. This was also thanks to the fact that he had been spending a lot of time in the library. In his spare time, he also practiced magic with the help of the magic engineering tools sent to him by Elalina.so. As long as you invest time, you will definitely gain something. As long as you keep up this process, you can get a good grade in the final exam.so before the third act begins. Everything seems to be in place, but reality always seems to be different from what he thinks. When he was concentrating on his daily studies, news suddenly came from the college that the professor was missing. It seems that 3 more professors are missing this time. There are 2 from the alchemy department and 1 from the Ministry of Magic. Soon the news spread out of control. Even the royal family had to intervene in the investigation immediately. Every professor who is qualified to teach at Sias College has considerable influence in the empire. Unfortunately, the person in charge of this investigation was the second princess. This forced Blake to take it seriously. My second sister has already left for the academy. She will most likely summon you. She is a person who insists on efficiency, but that doesn't mean she is easily deceived. This envelope with a reminder has appeared on Blake's desk. Chapter 121. The second princess. Blake turned off the lights in his dorm room and opened the window to let in the moonlight. Feeling the breeze blowing in, he returned to bed, but did not choose to fall asleep immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to meditate on the bed. A faint breath emanated from his body and blended into the air around him. This spiritual power brought him all the information about the surroundings, every gust of wind passing through the window, the maid in the bronze pavilion patrolling the stairwell with a lamp, and even every plant in the bronze pavilion. He could clearly sense it. It is no exaggeration to say that now he can detect even if someone is standing behind him dozens of meters away and looking at him. He withdrew his spiritual power and exhaled lightly. When he was not reading in the library, he would reduce his sleep time and practice repeatedly, which also enabled him to rapidly improve his spiritual perception ability. The method Morantis taught was to bring back information about the surroundings through the aura he emitted, but it still couldn't be done as quickly as the elves. You have to know that elves can feel the spiritual energy around them. They are born from nature, but it is enough for him to proceed to the next step of practice. Milantis had planned the next direction of practice for himself before leaving, that is to use spiritual energy to interfere with or even change the surrounding environment. This not only requires more training, but also requires strong spiritual power as support, but considering that he still needs to practice magic and combat skills, this may be a long process. Just as Blake was thinking, suddenly, he sensed a clear breath of spiritual energy. It seems that you are making rapid progress. Blake turned his head and followed the sound, only to find that there was a pair of sharp eyes shining in the moonlight in front of the open window. Such a scene, coupled with the other party's fluorescent feathers, is really creepy in this quiet night. I clearly tried to hide my aura, but I didn't expect you to notice it anyway. Blake looked at the other person and was silent for a while, but he didn't expect that Goodly would actually walk out of the forest and even choose to visit him late at night. This surprised him a little. Didn't the maid on duty at the bronze pavilion notice you? No, I just said that I deliberately concealed my aura.
And it's okay if they saw me, right? In their eyes, I'm just an ordinary eagle.
Blake looked at the other's feathers glowing slightly in the night and thought that this could not be guaranteed. Oh, there's no time to chat. I came here this time to convey some information to you. Goodly rarely took the initiative to end the topic, which means the importance of the other party's information.
Some bad things may happen in your college recently. You need to pay attention. Goodley's words stunned Blake. What do you mean? A prophecy or something like that? Goodley shook his head. It was Cordles who sensed it. To be exact, it was some kind of dangerous signal. The source comes from inside your academy, but the exact location is still uncertain. Goodley's words left Blake silent. In fact, he understood what the other person was referring to almost immediately. It seems that the resurrection ceremony has begun. This means that the plot of the third act has slowly begun to draw to a close. In fact, it's almost time. He realized this when he heard that a professor had recently disappeared from the college. The plot of the third act mainly revolves around this background. In order to revive the ancestor of the Blood Clan, Dracula, and repeat the glory of the Blood Clan, under the siege of a large number of troops sent by the Empire, the remaining vampires sneaked into the academy and carried out their activities quietly. They have a long-term vision and have started their plans several years ago. Now they have infiltrated into every aspect of the college. Not only are there their members among the professors, but even some young members have entered the college as students. How this resulted in no one noticing their presence, because it is a long process. Therefore, they choose to endure and pretend to be no different from ordinary people. But now suddenly news spread in the academy, and even Cotterus noticed their actions, which means that the opponent's actions have reached the most critical moment. During the ceremony, not only a large amount of blood is required, but even a large amount of magic power is required to maintain the ceremony. The professors who disappeared recently were missing for this reason. The founder of the Blood Clan, the bloodthirsty Dracula, as his name suggests, he is not only cruel, but also greedy for blood. When he was still alive, the Blood Clan had reached unprecedented glory, and for a time its influence even reached the extent of interfering with half of the Empire. It is no exaggeration to say that the Blood Clan had even brought the Empire to the brink of national destruction at that time, and even the royal family and high-level magicians were in a situation where everyone was in danger. The deterrence brought by the vampires is deeply engraved in people's hearts. Until 100 years ago, the great magician Meyer destroyed it with unknown magic, but its magic did not pass down to in reality. Dracula is not completely dead. Every one of his people has his blood flowing in their veins. As long as there is a drop of his bloodline alive in the world, his resurrection is doomed to be unstoppable, and even if it is delayed, it is only a matter of time. The final ceremony will be completed on the full moon night 2 months later, the final chapter of the third act. Goodley looked at Blake, who was lost in thought, and thought he was deeply concerned. If you can pay a little attention to it, but don't worry too much. It may just be someone conducting some kind of experiment. Goodley flapped his wings. Besides, if something really happens, you can go to the South Woods. Cordles and I will keep you safe. In fact, Cordres also thinks so. This is its character. When it lives for a long time, it will become a little inhuman. There was a hint of resentment in Goodley's voice. I see. Thank you very much for the information. Blake raised his head and thanked the other party. It's all right. Also, regarding something that Cordless asked you to do. Goodley's voice sounded a little hesitant, giving people a feeling that it needs to be considered. It was obvious that the following words were probably concealed from Cordles for his own reasons. It has its own reasons for doing this. Although this request is out of its own selfishness, considering the nature of the spirit crystal in your hand, please understand. But don't worry, although the place is a bit remote, there won't be any danger. Blake nodded. By the way, will this spirit crystal have any special effect? Blake decided to get some information from Goodley. Compared to Cordles, this was obviously more likely to be successful. Goodley thought for a moment and said, if you're asking whether it will have a negative impact on you, I don't think so. It's no exaggeration to say that it will be very suitable for your subsequent cultivation. Well, that's all I can say. Goodley heard footsteps coming from the yard below. It seemed that the maid was doing her regular rounds and noticed the light in Blake's window. I'm leaving now, little Black. Just pay a little attention to what I'm saying. The gravel road under the night sky glowed cold silver gray in the moonlight, and the gold-plated wheels rolled over the raised cobblestones, making a dull vibration. The guards accompanying the carriage walked hurriedly, closely protecting the safety of the middle carriage, and would not miss even the slightest disturbance. Behind the drawn velvet curtains, the second princess, Onefia, was reviewing the documents in her hands under the candlelight. People are still going missing. Are those guys good for nothings?
In the firelight, her voice was cold and inhuman. The butler, who sat opposite him, held the candlestick for her.
Your Highness, this matter is probably not simple. Even Modern has not noticed it. That old guy must have gotten crazy.
I heard that he has to wear glasses every day now.
Humph, I'll comment on the specific situation after I inspect the academy.
Onefia impatiently threw the report in her hand aside, then suddenly thought of something and snorted.
But this is an opportunity for me to show my talents in front of my father. My father usually leaves the affairs of the academy to Sophia, but now it has fallen on my shoulders. This may mean that my father is very disappointed with Sophia.
Your Highness's talents are obvious to all, and many ministers have wisely chosen you.
Of course.
In response to the butler's compliment, Onefia snorted and laughed. She never refuses compliments from others because in her eyes it is an inevitable result. Just then, she caught a glimpse of another piece of paper placed next to her. A photo of a boy is posted on the upper right corner of the paper. Under the candlelight, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her lips.
What on earth is it that concerns you so much, Sophia?
Chapter 122. Are you kidding me? Inside a temporary office at Caius University, Kirsten looked at the woman in front of him with an attitude of respect and humility, not daring to act rashly, because the aura exuded by the other party at this moment was intimidating enough. Everyone knows that the second princess is cold and unkind, and everyone who deals with her feels pressured. That guy from Modern. Kirsten had enough reason to suspect that the other party chose to go on a business trip at this critical time in order to avoid trouble. That's why he was pushed out to deal with it.as the director of the academic committee. He is almost the only candidate, second only to the president. He was indeed helpless about this tough job. Compared to Onefia, he prefers dealing with the third princess, Sophia.
Why are you looking down? Are you wondering why Sophia isn't sitting here?
Kirsten, but the same thing is that the other party seems to have the ability to see through people's hearts. However, after he reported to him the recent events in the academy, Kirsten immediately felt the other party's cold gaze. That is to say, you have no information about missing persons at this time.
It's still under investigation.
Professor Cyprins of the Ministry of Magic is using tracking magic to investigate.
The specific results are still unknown. That means there's still no result, right? The other party obviously didn't buy it.
It seems I need to call Audulus over to ask him about this.
After all, this is in a sense his dereliction of duty.
This may be difficult.
Oh?
Why do you say that?
Because he is currently in the research institute, so what? That's why I couldn't call him. That's why, are you kidding me?
That is not what I meant, Your Highness. Kirsten pursed his lips and said, during this period when he was in the research institute, even Principal Modern couldn't easily call him to action.
Never mind, Onefia sighed, I will investigate this matter myself later. Your efficiency is worrying. I can't stand it anymore.
Kirsten sighed silently in his heart. It is indeed tiring to deal with her. In a sense, our second princess may indeed be the one who was most like the current Emperor Claude among the three princesses. Onefia glanced at him.
Okay, you can leave now.
I'll have my trusted confidant connect with you later. Kirsten was stunned. Then I suddenly understood something. The other party's words now seem to imply that he intends to interfere in Xia's affairs. It seems that the other party intends to extend his power into the academy. Or trying to interfere with Sophia's sphere of power. In fact, there seems to have always been a power struggle between the princesses. After all, the current emperor has no son, and the future power will inevitably fall into the hands of one of the three princesses.
I see.
But in line with the principle of less trouble is worse than more, he did not intend to get involved. In fact, his right to speak was not important, but just as Kirsten was about to leave, Onefia suddenly called him.
Go get Blake Percival.
As soon as these words came out, a hint of doubt flashed in Kirsten's eyes, and he asked almost subconsciously.
Why did you call him?
There are other incidents that he needs to be investigated for, but I cannot and will not disclose the specific details to you. After hearing the explanation, Kirsten had an indescribable expression, but stood there without moving. Onefia frowned, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes.
Why are you still standing here?
Kirsten hesitated. Your Highness, this may be difficult.
A bit difficult again?
Onefia raised her eyebrows, obviously a little angry. The repeated difficulties she encountered made her doubt whether her identity had any meaning here. Not only the professor, but even a mere student could not be mobilized. This seriously hurt her self-esteem. She had reason to believe that the other party was standing on Sophia's side and putting pressure on her. If Sophia was here, she might not encounter this situation. Her voice became sharper. Were you rejected? Or did you reject me because you have something to hide? I will not accept any excuses. Tell him that this is the Emperor's order. If he refuses, I will punish him for this crime. And Kirsten looked a little embarrassed, and after a moment he explained, Your Highness, I think you misunderstood me. Because he is not at school at this time. Kirsten scratched his head. Student Blake has submitted his application for going out this morning. What? At the same time, in a galloping carriage, Blake looked down at the shaking map in his hand, trying to figure out how to reach his destination in a shorter time. Because I have to get back before next Tuesday, because the practical assessment will be conducted at that time. Things that were originally planned to be done during the holidays were moved up in consideration of the plot development that would take place during the holidays. Each chapter of the third act has its own unique meaning. Just like the joints on the spine developing layer by layer, so he needs to pay special attention to each chapter. He simply couldn't concentrate on doing other things. As for another purpose, avoiding Onefia is also a goal. Blake actually has some headaches about our second princess with a sharp personality. She is an ambitious woman who will not give up until she achieves her goal. Perhaps it was because he knew her character clearly that he found it so difficult to deal with her. There are already enough things going on right now, so let's just stay out of the spotlight for now. Escape is also a means. At the same time, the girl sitting opposite looked at the pine trees speeding away outside the carriage, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Blake sitting opposite. Countless thoughts flashed through Hill's mind, but now he was only thinking about one thing: why on earth have things developed to this point? If I think about it carefully, this story probably started from yesterday. Chapter 123, Take Hills with You. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. When the door of the academic committee office was pushed open, the man and girl sitting inside stopped at the same time and looked at Blake, who pushed the door open, and Blake was also stunned when he saw who was inside. I didn't expect Hills to be here too. Hills waved at Blake familiarly and smiled. Lehem. Kirsten coughed twice. What's wrong, classmate Blake? Is there something wrong? Blake nodded and walked forward to hand the filled-in form to Kirsten. This is the list of makeup exam subjects for last semester and the application form. After taking it, Kirsten stared at it carefully, then looked at Blake with a strange expression. Did you fail so many subjects last school year? Blake nodded. That's why I'm standing here right now. I hope you can pass my makeup exam application. Kirsten held the cigarette holder in his mouth and took a puff. Are you sure you want to take all the makeup exams at once? Add in the exams for this school year, and you'll be under a lot of pressure. Blake nodded. No problem, I've already started making preparations. There was no way. He had to clean up the mess that Blake had left behind. Even so, Kirsten still seemed to be hesitant to speak, wondering whether the young man in front of him was just trying to show off. Don't worry, Uncle Kirsten, Blake has been working very hard recently. Hills on the side suddenly said. Okay, I'm chatting with classmate Blake, please don't talk yet. Kirsten gave her an unpleasant look. Hills puffed his lips like a squirrel, as if he was sulking. Although Blake didn't show it, he had already begun to think about their relationship. If he hadn't noticed it at this point, it would be unreasonable. It seems that Kirsten's initiative to rescue himself at that time was probably due to his relationship with Hills. I understand. I will approve your application. Kirsten accepted the form and added, but if there is a conflict in the specific makeup exam subjects, you will need to negotiate the time with the corresponding professor yourself. I see. Thank you very much. Blake bowed slightly, but made no move to leave. Once he stood up, Kirsten raised an eyebrow. Do you have anything else to do? Blake nodded and handed over another folded form from his pocket. After Kirsten took it, he frowned again this time. You want to apply to go out? These words made Hills, who was sitting on the sofa next to them, move his ears subconsciously and move closer to the two of them. You're actually going to such a remote place? What are you going to do? Out of his curiosity, or perhaps out of his duty, he still asked the reason. Because I've been under a lot of pressure preparing for the exam recently, I wanted to find a quiet place where I won't be disturbed to concentrate on practicing for a few days and relax a little. The scenery there is beautiful, and I happen to have distant relatives living there. Blake explained the reason he had thought about beforehand. It won't be too long. I promise to be back before the assessment next week. I see. After listening to Blake's explanation, Kirsten nodded and looked at the application form in his hand. It's not a serious problem that deserves too much attention. After all, there are forms like this submitted every once in a while. As long as it does not affect the course and the reasons are appropriate, I will approve it. Blake nodded, thank you very much. But, in this case, it seemed that Kirsten was not going to let Blake go just like that. He immediately changed the subject and smiled. Then take Hills with you. Blake, the suddenness and lack of any reason made him freeze in place. Uncle Kirsten. Why do you make such a request? Even Hills, who was standing by, widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed. Kirsten glanced at her and said, I think the trouble you just mentioned is caused by too much stress. Because I have to prepare for the arrival of Her Royal Highness the Princess these days, and I will need to cooperate with her investigation later, so I cannot accompany you in person. So, take this opportunity to let Blake take you to relax and relieve the accumulated stress. Kirsten looked at Blake and said, This is my request to you. In return, I will provide you with sufficient convenience in academics. Of course, this depends on whether you agree. Blake looked at the other man, then at Hills. Although I have no objection, the journey is long and bumpy, and I don't know exactly how long it will take. Kirsten interrupted him. It's okay, you just said it, right? It's quiet there and you won't be disturbed, and we're just going there to relax. I don't think there should be any problem. For some reason, Kirsten seemed determined to send Hills away from the academy for a few days. He glanced at Hills, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, except that she lowered her head and her ears were a little red. She didn't seem to have any intention of refutation at this moment. What is the relationship between these two people? Are they relatives? Kirsten knocked on the table. And you just promised, right? You'll be back before the exam next week. Blake nodded. After all, there is still an assessment. Then this matter is decided. Kirsten picked up the final pipe and said, You don't need to worry about the makeup exam. I will negotiate with the professors of each subject to help you coordinate the time. Blake thought about it, thinking back to Goodley's assurance that there was no danger on this trip. Then I'll trouble you. Then there is no need to miss this opportunity to do a favor. With Kirsten's status, he is definitely second only to others in the academy. Aha. Kirsten tapped the table with his pipe. I should be able to ask you to do this with peace of mind, right? Kirsten narrowed his eyes into slits, with a hint of warning in his eyes. The meaning was obvious. Don't try to do anything to Hills. Blake nodded. I'll do the best I can. How strange. He had clearly taken the initiative to ask Hills to go out with him, but now he was worried and warning him. A strange emotion arose in Blake's heart. He believed that the other party must have done this for some unknown purpose. In the carriage, Blake put away the map in his hand and looked up at Hills opposite him. It just so happened that he met the other person's stealth glance at him, and he hurriedly looked away as if he had been caught. If you feel tired, you can take a nap. I will slow down the carriage a little. Looking at the slightly dark circles under the other person's eyes, he realized that Hills's condition was indeed not very optimistic recently. Even when he met him during the day, he looked tired. For the sake of her health, I also suggested that she reduce the frequency of night shifts. However, even after applying for leave, the other party's condition did not seem to show any signs of improvement. No, I'm fine. Hills waved his hands hastily, but when he saw Blake's considering look at him, he finally wilted. Have you not been sleeping well recently? Blake asked seriously. Hills hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to confess, to be honest, I have been suffering from insomnia these past few days. Insomnia? Yeah, it's just that it's hard to fall asleep at night. I feel sleepy, but I just can't fall asleep. Blake thought for a moment. Have you consulted the medical department of the college? I have looked for it. They gave me some medicine to take and some aromatherapy to help me sleep, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Blake was silent for a while. I see, the situation does sound a bit bad. Noticing Blake's solemn expression, Hills realized that he might have caused trouble for the other party. so he apologized hurriedly, "I'm sorry.
I didn't expect Uncle Kirsten to ask you to do something so troublesome."
Looking at Hills, who looked guilty, Blake sighed.
"Professor Kirsten and I are telling the truth about this, so you don't need to feel any psychological burden."
Blake thought about it and said, "Besides, it won't be too boring if I have someone to chat with along the way."
"Really? So I'm not causing you any trouble, is that what you mean?" Blake nodded. After getting the answer, a glimmer of light finally appeared in Hill's tired eyes.
Chapter 124. She passed away decades ago. The carriage traveled for almost 2 days, and the horses were changed several times when passing through the post stations. They had to choose to spend the night in the post stations, where rooms were provided for overnight stays. "How's your sleep these days?" Blake noticed that the other person seemed to be in much better condition, as evidenced by the dark circles under his eyes no longer being so obvious.
"Yeah, I felt like I had a good sleep, and the bed at the inn was very comfortable to lie on."
Hills nodded, and at this moment her entire mental state was completely different from before.
"Maybe it's just like what Uncle Kirsten said. The pressure in the academy is too great. After trying to change the environment, it really feels much better."
When Blake heard the other party mention Uncle Kirsten, he felt a little concerned, but he didn't intend to ask any further questions.
"Take this time to rest well. Will there be any problem with the exam?"
Because he would face an assessment as soon as he returned, Blake was somewhat considerate of the other party. After all, the other party had shown a worried attitude before.
"It's okay," Hill seemed much more relaxed. "I'd been reviewing while resting at the post station these days."
Hills patted the bag at his waist proudly, which contained thick materials in the shape of books. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that the two arrived at their destination. Blake looked out through the carriage window. The golden wheat fields surged in the afternoon breeze, like melted sunlight flowing on the earth. The winding stone paths among the wheat waves connected the scattered wooden and stone houses. The sheds one after another seemed to be pastures built by the villagers here. The sounds of cows and sheep could still be heard from a long distance away. This is a remote but quiet little village. Although it is located within the empire, it enjoys the special treatment of being low-key and not easily noticed, but his destination was indeed such an inconspicuous place. There had actually been traces of high-level elves here. As for the name Morgana mentioned by Cordles, Blake had no idea. That was a name that had never appeared in the plot, and the only information he had at the moment was that the other party was a female. Blake looked at the crystals in the box. What is her relationship with this spirit crystal?
"Hey, is this a spirit crystal?"
Hills keenly noticed what was in Black's hand and nodded his chin.
"This is the first time I've seen it."
"Well, actually, part of the reason for coming here besides relaxing is also for this."
Blake chose to tell the other party his purpose at the right time.
Although he had concealed it before due to some concerns, now that the other party followed him, he naturally could not continue to conceal it.
"Oh, so that's how it is."
Hills suddenly realized, no wonder you ran so far.
Hills suddenly thought of something. "So the distant relatives you mentioned are also fake?" Blake was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect that the other party was not angry about his concealment, but cared about this kind of thing. Hills covered his neck in embarrassment.
"Because of what you said, I have been worrying about how to introduce myself to the other party."
Blake thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure how long this period of time will take, but it should be enough time. But if something unexpected happens, or you can't wait any longer, you can also leave in a carriage first." Blake decided to make it clear first so as not to interfere with the other party's exams and schedule.
"Really? Don't say that." Hills pouted.
Because of her personality, every time she was angry or dissatisfied, she seemed to reveal such a resentful expression, looking a bit like a sulking hamster.
"You say that as if I'm a burden to you, even when we were studying. So don't say that again, or I'll really get angry."
Since the other party said so, Blake felt relieved. From the moment the carriage carrying Blake and his companion entered the village entrance, villagers appeared from nowhere and gathered on the roadside to watch. They seemed curious about this sudden intervener. Blake took a quick look and found that most of them were older people, with the occasional child or young person. Perhaps they were busy with ranch work in the afternoon. After the two of them got off the carriage with their luggage, the carriage hurried to the nearest post station. Because this place is too remote, even if they set out now, they might arrive in the evening. Blake and the other man looked at the building in front of them.
"This is an inn, right?" There's not even a sign.
Hills only had a small bag, while Blake's suitcase next to him looked much bigger. In fact, there are some necessary equipment inside.
Well, I asked some villagers along the way, and this should be the place.
Blake confirmed this. In fact, there are many examples of people converting their own houses into accommodation and renting them out. The building in front of me exudes a mixture of aged pine resin and sage, and the doorframe that has been renovated twice reveals uneven lines. After pushing open the door, an old man came into view, lying on a wooden recliner, weaving a towel or something like that in his hands. It can be seen that in a village where few outsiders come, the hotel business seems to be particularly quiet. The old woman did not show any surprise or curiosity when she saw them, perhaps because she was no longer at the age where she looked at things with curiosity. She just put down the needlework in her hands, held on to the handrail beside her, and slowly stood up. "Please prepare 2 guest rooms for us, please." The old man looked at the two of them and nodded calmly. "Come with me to the 2nd floor." Led by the old man, the two walked up the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor and finally walked through the corridor to the 2 rooms at the end. The old man accurately took out 2 copper keys from the heavy key ring and opened 2 adjacent doors. "We are deeply sorry that we cannot provide accommodation that matches your status, guests who have come from afar. But this is the only place to stay in the village, so please be patient if you can." Blake walked into one of the rooms, gave a brief answer, and then looked around the room. Although the facilities are simple, it is not difficult to see that they have been cleaned carefully. "It looks pretty clean." The old man nodded. "I'm glad you think so." Seeing that there was no problem, the old man handed the 2 keys to the 2 men respectively. "There is a hot water room at the end of the corridor, and there is also a bathing room. You can use them at will." But the old man changed the subject and his expression became serious. "But don't go out after midnight." "Why is there such a rule?" In the room next to him, Hill seemed to have heard the old man's words. He stuck his head out with curiosity in his eyes. The old man looked at her and didn't seem to want to explain. "Because this is the rule in the village. There was such a rule decades ago." Blake stared at the other man for a moment. "I see. Thank you for your advice." The old man nodded and turned to leave. "By the way, have you ever heard of the name Morgana?" The moment the name came out of Blake's mouth, he saw the old man who was about to leave was stunned for a rare moment. He stood there hesitating for a few seconds and then turned his head. He looked at Blake with a puzzled look. "I'm not sure who exactly you're talking about, but are you referring to Morgana Sylvia?" Blake nodded. "Although I don't know the other person's last name, I think he should be a good person." The next second, the old man looked at Blake with a strange look, and there was some unknown meaning in his voice. "Are you her descendant?" "Why do you ask?" The old man took a deep breath. "She died decades ago." Chapter 125 Morgana's Traces. After a brief tour of the village on the first day, Blake discovered that this was indeed a village that was almost simple and backward. It's not even possible to detect any mystery, because everything seems peaceful and beautiful, except for some relatively simple and backward necessary facilities. There are almost no flaws. In this place where silk cotton is wrapped by rugged mountain roads, there seems to be only one grocery store in the village that sells various daily necessities. Apart from this, there is no other place to buy daily necessities. Even the food and drink options seem to consist of a huge open-top restaurant, which seem to only be open for weddings or births. The backward modern facilities are accompanied by scenery with a sense of ancient beauty, the golden wheat fields, the lush vegetation, and the scent of grass soaked in rain and dew that you can smell from time to time make the scenery as picturesque as if you are there. No matter from which angle you look at it, it looks like a work of art. The feeling here is like the legendary peach blossom spring. This is not a compliment. It just simply feels a little unreal. Blake stood at the window of the room, watching the people passing by on the dirt road outside. If a village is almost isolated from the world, without any intervention from external order forces, then what keeps it running smoothly? Do you have your own system or boom, boom, boom? Blake walked forward, opened the door and looked at Hills, who was standing at the door. "Good morning. It seems that the other party slept well last night." Blake stepped aside to let the other person in. After walking around the room, Hills finally had no choice but to sit down beside the bed, because there was no place in the room for a second person to sit. Hills sat on the bed and gently swung his feet. "The environment here is really nice. Especially the apple pie they provide. It's sour and sweet and very delicious." After recovering, the other party seemed to have regained his talkative personality. "If you think it tastes good,
You can ask the boss for the secret recipe, Blake suggested, huh? Hill's eyes suddenly widened. Is this still possible? Will this violate privacy?
Blake thought about it and said, as long as it's not used for commercial purposes, there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, since the distance is far, it shouldn't have any impact on her. After hearing what Blake said, the other party fell into a kind of silence, as if he was considering it.
By the way, did you hear anything last night? Blake shook his head, no.
In fact, he fell asleep very early last night.
In a sense, he did intend to relax during this trip, I see. Is there something wrong? Blake looked at the other person with some concerns.
Nothing, just what the grandmother said about not going out at midnight. Hills propped his chin up and said, I'm a little concerned about this.
It seems that the other party is disturbed by the so-called advice. Blake thought about it and said, look at it from another angle. Going out after midnight seems a bit strange. Whether it's a traditional custom or something else, it doesn't hinder us.
What you said does make sense. Hill suddenly turned his head and asked, so, have you made any progress in your investigation?
Not yet. Blake shook his head and sighed in annoyance. We have no way to investigate the only clue at the moment. Now we can only try to get some useful information from the villagers.
After all, if this person existed, he would have left some traces of his survival.
Hills hummed lightly, but it seems that we can only find those old people who have lived here for a long time, right? Blake said nothing. In fact, it is true. For a person who has been dead for decades, the only people who can witness the traces of his existence are probably the old people. He also tried to ask the old lady in the B&B for more information, but because she lived in a B&B outside the village all year round, she rarely interacted with the villagers. Well, it gives people a unique feeling. So when do you plan to leave? Well, after breakfast. Then let's go together. I happen to be very bored staying here alone. Morgane?
The woman in the grocery store was stunned for a moment when she heard Blake's question.
I almost forgot this familiar name. Blake looked at the woman in front of him.
She was about 40 years old, but as the owner of the only grocery store in the village, she must have had contact with everyone in the village.
Come to think of it,
my grandpa said that she suddenly came to this village one day, just like she appeared out of nowhere.
Well, very mysterious.
The woman sprayed water on the flowers at the front desk with a clepsydra and said, because she always keeps to herself, I thought she had no family or relatives. It seemed that the other party regarded himself and Hills as Morgana's distant relatives.
But she's still a nice person. She's always kind to others, isn't she?
A man heard the noise and came out from behind. He then held the woman's hand and said in a high-pitched voice, she was the one who brought Hannah and I together.
The woman slapped the back of his hand angrily. Really?
You're doing such an embarrassing thing in front of the guests.
What does it matter? The man laughed. After all, they are relatives of Grandma Morgana, aren't they?
Looking at the two people in front of him, Blake lowered his eyes. It seems that Morgana has a good relationship with people, at least she is very kind.
As an outsider, she can quickly integrate into this village. So after she came to this village, did she show anything special? Blake asked. The woman thought for a moment and said, probably not.
After all, she likes to spend time with children. Wharton and I have received a lot of care from her in the past.
I see. Blake nodded. If you ask what's special about her, there is one thing that makes people pay attention to it.
The man next to him seemed to suddenly remember something and said, because it was so long ago, I almost forgot about it.
What do you mean? Hills on the side showed a curious look.
She seemed to have forgotten the purpose of relaxing and was completely immersed in it. The man hesitated, as if he didn't know how to express himself.
It's just very strange, because it sounds incredible.
That was one day when I was still very young, and a few years before Grandma Morgana passed away. That night, I couldn't sleep, so I lay in front of the window and played with the windmill. The man lost himself in memories. But at that time I saw a figure walking past my house, and I quickly recognized that the person was Granny Morgana. Although there was a rule in the village at that time that prohibited people from going out at midnight, but you know, that age is always full of curiosity. So I climbed through the window and followed quietly. I kept slowing down my pace because I was shaking all over from my bare feet, but even so, I followed him into the woods to the south, and then something terrible happened.
The man took a deep breath.
There, I lost Granny Morgana. Just when I was about to call out to her, I suddenly heard a terrifying sound. I don't know what it was, but I'm afraid I'll never forget that sound.
Hills thought for a moment, could it be some kind of animal?
The man shook his head.
No, because my father used to be a hunter and often took me to the forest to hunt. So if it is really some kind of animal, I will definitely be able to recognize it. Did you see Morgana at that time?
Blake asked. The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, I ran away immediately because of fear, went back to the room, locked the door, and hid under the quilt. Blake and Hills looked at each other. It seems that a breakthrough has been found.
Why have I never heard you mention this, Wharton?
Well, dear, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It was mainly because I was only 7 years old at the time, so I almost thought it was a nightmare. Besides, Granny Morgana showed up the next day as if nothing had happened, so I didn't tell anyone. I was also afraid that it would scare you. Forget it, don't apologize, Wharton.
This is not an important matter. The woman looked at Blake and the other man. If you want to know more about Granny Morgana, I suggest you ask Grandpa Hera.
He is the oldest person in the village, and he used to interact with Granny Morgana quite often.
I guess only Granny Morgana can tolerate him.
The man beside him nodded in agreement. If you want to know everything, I'm afraid you can only ask him.
He lives in the south of the village, but it may be a little difficult. The woman hesitated.
Why do you say that? The man at the side scratched his head and said, I just said that because of his strange personality, he rarely interacts with people in the village, and people in the village rarely interact with that old man either. Chapter 126. You're going too far. As the two men walked through the village and into the woods to the south, dusk was sinking through the gaps between the pine needles. The smell of damp young leaves mixed with the scent of moss filled my nostrils, and spider webs in the bushes shone like tiny silver pieces of broken glass. It looks like the weeds here haven't been trimmed in a long time. Hills looked around.
Does he really live in a place like this? It should be. I have asked many villagers along the way. The direction should not be wrong. But is Grandpa Hera really that annoying?
It seems like everyone treats him badly. Blake said nothing. This indeed needs to be verified, but choosing to live alone in such a remote place. I guess the other party must have some special considerations. The wind in the woods carried the cicadas chirping with a strange whimpering sound, and half of the gray-blue sky was revealed as the treetops swayed. Blake kicked away a clump of ferns at his feet and suddenly heard the crisp sound of dead branches breaking. Following the sound, I saw a half-moss-covered stone wall behind the pile of rotten wood, with a piece of faded red cloth stuck in the crack of the wall.
Is this the place?
Hills carefully pushed aside the tangled wild grapevines, and a clearing suddenly opened up in front of him. Under a strange crooked apple tree, a pointed-roof wooden house huddled up, with light blue smoke wafting from the chimney. The wooden walls were covered with dark purple morning glories, with dewdrops still condensed in the flower cups.
Maybe we haven't found the wrong destination.
Blake walked to the door of the wooden house, reached out and knocked gently on the wooden door, and the old wooden door immediately made a crisp sound. Some harsh sounds echoed in the woods, which could hardly fail to attract people's attention, but even so, there was still no movement in the house. No one. Hills looked up at the cabin and tilted his head.
Is he out?
Blake looked at the chimney from which smoke was coming out, and remained silent for a while.
So what should we do? Should we come back next time?
Wait here. After Blake made his decision, the two chose to sit down and rest on a nearby fallen log. Blake took out the magic book he carried with him and began to read, while Hills picked up a thin stick out of boredom and drew some unknown pattern on the ground. That's how it was. I don't know how much time passed. As the wooden door behind them creaked, Blake and Hills turned around at the same time. I saw a white-haired old man walking out of the wooden house. The old man, a cigarette in his mouth, walked slowly towards Blake and the other man with dull steps, and then picked out a few pieces of wood that were suitable for firewood from the wood piled beside them. During this time, he never gave Blake and the other man any glances. They simply ignored them both. Just as the other party was about to return to the cabin with the wood, Blake took the initiative to stand up and tried to talk to the other party. Excuse me, are you Hera? The old man then gave him a glance.
How long do you plan to stay here? Until you are willing to answer our questions. Blake said bluntly. In fact, Blake had always known about the other party's existence. With his current level of spiritual perception, it was impossible to ignore the distance of just a wall. The old man clicked his tongue impatiently. Then you just keep waiting. After saying this, the old man walked straight into the house. He really has a strange personality. I can probably understand why the villagers treat him like this. Hills pinched his waist and expressed his dissatisfaction on behalf of Blake. What should we do? Should we think of other solutions? Blake was silent for a while and shook his head. I'm afraid we can only get some information from him. After that, Blake sat back down again and said, if you feel bored or tired, go back to the hotel and rest. I'll wait here with you. Hills sat down directly next to him. There was a hint of determination in her voice. Blake said nothing more. This time the two of them sat there for the entire afternoon, and even forgot about lunch at this time. It was not until the evening that the wooden door was pushed open from the inside again. The other party still remained silent and did not give the two of them any glances. But unlike before, this time the old man sat down on the wooden stake opposite the old man, still holding a cigarette in his mouth. Blake looked at the other man. Are you willing to talk to us? After a long silence, the old man snorted coldly. You are too much of an eyesore, and you are preventing me from chopping wood. I can help you if you need me to, oh? The old man smiled jokingly. You seem to be doing well in your training, so I'll trouble you. Just as Hills was about to say something, Blake stood up and picked up the axe. Blake, faced with the worry, at the signal of Blake's eyes, Hills finally said nothing. For the next half hour, the only sound that echoed around the cabin was the snapping sound of the axe splitting wood. Facing Hills' resentful gaze, the old man simply chose to ignore it and just puffed out smoke until Blake came back, put the axe aside and wiped the sweat off his face. We should have some time to talk next, oh? The old man's voice sounded doubtful, but his lips were joking. Since the firewood is ready, I should go back to prepare dinner. Please go back. Blake said nothing. I've had enough. Blake and the old man were both stunned by Hill's shout. Please answer our questions properly. This is an exchange. How can you cheat at your age? Blake worked so hard to help you chop wood. Isn't it too much for you to do this? Hills never seemed to be able to swear, and these words seemed to have drained her energy, but what Blake did not expect was that after hesitating slowly, the old man stared at Hills for a while and then slowly sat down. The other party snorted coldly. Forget about the troublesome questions. Do you know Morgana? Blake immediately seized the opportunity. Aren't you very clear about this? The old man shook off the ash from his cigarette. Otherwise you wouldn't have wasted your time on me. Blake nodded. Even though I know, I still want to confirm it myself. It would be great if what they say is true. The old man, cigarette in hand, just glanced at the two men. Who are you to her? Blake thought for a moment. We have some things we want answers to. Then you're probably too late. If you had come a few decades earlier, you might have been able to run into him. It is precisely because we are unable to ask the other party directly that we are causing you more trouble. The old man laughed and said, that woman, even if she's alive, it's fine. But is she going to cause me trouble after she's dead? Please don't say that. Hills frowned. We should have at least some respect for the dead, oh? The old man raised his eyebrows. What if I don't do this? Are you going to do anything to an old man like me? You should be good at magic, right? It won't be difficult to kill me. We're not planning on doing that. Hills looked at the other party and said, it is precisely because you are older that we address you with respect. From the beginning to the end, Blake has always been polite and courteous when speaking to you. But at the same time, I hope you can act like an elder should. Hera stared at Hills for a moment, white smoke drifting out from his mouth. You're really good at preaching. You're the same type as her, full of sympathy. At this moment, the old man suddenly lost interest and stood up to go back. If you have nothing else to do, get out of the village as soon as possible. Even if you don't want to waste your time on us, Hills pouted, which was her way of expressing dissatisfaction. But why do you chase us away? The people in the village are obviously very kind. Hearing this, Hera suddenly stopped and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth while she held the pipe. Kind? You think so? Isn't it?
Hills pinched her waist. She never showed hostility to others, but that didn't mean she would just sit there and watch unprovoked malice. If you think so, then come here again at midnight tonight. After leaving such an ambiguous remark, the old man simply ignored the two of them and turned back to the house.
Chapter 127. I hope you won't try to intervene. What did he mean by that just now?
Hills and Blake returned along the same route because it was only about 3 o'clock and there was still a long time left and they definitely couldn't waste time there. Moreover, they had not had any way to eat after coming out of the hotel in the morning. After thinking about it, they decided to go back to the hotel to rest for a while. It seems that if Harai is not being mysterious, then this village must have some kind of secret, but we are not aware of it. Blake looked at the peaceful scene around him with a serious expression, trying to find any clues that might be out of place, but to no avail.
Sure enough, that rule about not going out after midnight is weird, isn't it? It's just like the white lies we used to tell to keep kids from running around.
It seems that such regulations have been in place for decades. Hills recalled the story he had heard from the man in the grocery store. This rule did not appear suddenly, and Hills hesitated. Besides, this rule, which sounds strange in itself, has been passed down for such a long time.
Obviously, there is something wrong, right? Blake thought about it seriously. Do you mean the meaning of its existence?
Hills nodded. Yes, that's right, that's what I mean. Hills had previously been unhappy with this rule.
Could this rule be related to Morgana, whom we have been investigating?
I'm not sure yet, but Morgana will go out at night, and she will go to the southern woods where Hera lives.
If there is really something mysterious there, Hera must know it.
Blake let out a sigh. Looks like I have to take a risk and go out tonight.
Then go back and sleep after dinner.
Hills hugged his arms. Otherwise, you may not be able to get up by then.
Yes, that's true.
Blake didn't actually say it. What really concerned him was the weird noise mentioned by the man in the daily necessities store. The other party was very sure that the sound was not made by any animal, but attributed it to a terrifying sound. Obviously, we came here to investigate the matter regarding the spirit crystal, but things seem to be going off the track. He had a hunch that the answer he was looking for was hidden in the truth of this village. On the way back, when passing a wheat field, the two were suddenly stopped by a powerful voice. They turned their heads and saw a man standing among wheat ears almost as tall as him, holding a handful of wheat ears in his hand, with half of his body exposed, and shouting at them.
It may be troublesome, but could you help me get that sickle over there?
Blake took out a sickle from a cloth bag on the side of the road, walked forward and handed it over. The man threw the blunt sickle in his hand aside and took the sickle from Blake.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
This old sickle is so blunt, it looks like it needs to be sharpened.
It's just past noon and you've already started working?
Blake looked at the other person. The latter nodded, and with a slight movement of the sickle, the rice ear in his hand was cut off, and the man threw it aside. Because it's harvest time, this is inevitable because we have to race against time.
You are so hard-working, so the harvest must be good, right?
Hills looked at the golden wheat fields around him.
The crops were originally more productive than this.
When he mentioned this, the man wiped the sweat off his face with the towel hanging around his neck, but there was a hint of helplessness in his voice. But now it's getting worse year by year.
Why is this happening? Hills asked. Is it because of climate change?
The man shook his head.
No.
It has been like this for several years.
Perhaps it is because we lack the Lord's protection.
The Lord seems to have abandoned us.
Lord? Blake frowned. The man nodded.
In fact, this has caused us a lot of trouble, because the village rarely interacts with the outside world.
In fact, there is really no need.
The man sighed, but the income from the crops is getting less and less every year, which has caused trouble. Originally, the surplus food would be used to exchange for other daily necessities, but now it is becoming increasingly tight. Blake pondered. It seems that the reason why an isolated village can run in an orderly manner is because of its internal consumption. But
why not try to trade outside? Blake asked. The man shook his head.
Because the journey is too long, and our current life is good. It has been like this for decades, and no one would choose to break it. And the Lord will bless every hard-working person. Looking at the man with sweat dripping down his face and his eyes filled with light, Blake and the other man turned around and left without saying anything else. I didn't expect the influence of the Holy See to be so widespread.
There are actually people here who believe in religion.
While enjoying dinner on the first floor of the hotel, Hills couldn't help but sigh. It's a little unbelievable. Blake said nothing. He faintly smelled a hint of something unusual. Is the influence of the Holy See and the Pope really so effective? For a village that has been almost isolated from the outside world for decades, it will also maintain its influence. This is a bit unbelievable. At night,
half an hour before midnight, the doors of 2 adjacent rooms were pushed open.
Silently, according to the agreed time, the two went out almost at the same time. Hill seemed to have gotten up early and was waiting for this moment. The two just exchanged glances without any verbal communication, walked through the wooden corridor, and went down to the first floor. Along the stairs at the end, only half of the oil lamps on the first floor of the inn were lit, which gave people a creepy and gloomy feeling, but they didn't care about this at the moment. They needed to go through the village to the woods in the south.
Guest, it's already late.
Just as the two were about to approach the wooden door of the inn, they paused and looked in the direction of the sound.
What are you going to do at this hour? If you need anything, just call me directly.
Why do this? The owner of the inn appeared silently in the corner behind the front desk. In fact, she had been quietly hiding at the front desk of the inn, and Blake sensed her presence. But if you want to go out, you must pass through the other person's site, so there is no need to avoid it deliberately.
Because there are some things I want to clarify. I see.
The old man lowered his head, concentrating on the mechanical weaving in his hands, but he was talking to Blake and the other person.
Did that Hera guy instruct you to do this? Black and Hills said nothing. I see.
Then I guess you should have found his cabin as well. The old man seemed to have already confirmed this point. That guy is still as eccentric as ever. He does whatever he wants, without caring about the consequences.
Or you could just tell me what we want to know. That would be a great help.
Blake looked at the other person calmly. The old man was silent for a long time.
Knowing too much will do you no good, and there are some things Hera knows better than me.
Blake, well, since he said so, then you can go and see it with your own eyes. The old woman stopped her sewing, looked up at the two of them, and spoke in a calm voice. But no matter what you see, I hope you all won't try to get involved.
Chapter 128. Offering later than expected.
When Black and Hills arrived at Hera's cabin in the south, the gray-haired old man was already sitting on a tree stump in front of the cabin waiting. I'm so sorry it took a while to get here. Along the way they tried their best to avoid the risk of being discovered, but it turned out that they worried too much. Along the way, the doors of the houses on both sides were closed and there was almost no sound. The usually peaceful village seemed to have lost its vitality at night. Although he was somewhat concerned, Blake did not ask the other party about the topic of the innkeeper, because it was not clear where the two stood at the moment. Even for Hera, he needed to maintain basic vigilance. Humph, young people nowadays really have no sense of time. The old man stood up, then stopped talking nonsense. Those guys have just arrived.
If we go now, we should be able to catch up with them. Where are we going?
Who are those guys? Hills couldn't help but ask as he saw the other party turning around and walking deeper into the forest. Let me show you the truth about this village. The old man glanced at her.
Remember to stay quiet when you get there. If they find you, I won't be responsible for your safety. The dusk was as dark as ink, making the entire forest even more gloomy and visibility increasingly reduced. Old Hera walked in front of the two people.
His hunched body looked particularly thin in the night. His white hair fluttered in the wind and his footsteps made a thump-thump sound. As he has lived here for a long time, he is obviously familiar with everything around him. Without his guidance, Blake believed they would have gotten lost in the tangled woods, but at this time Hera still led them deeper. Just as the two were about to speak, "Keep quiet from now on." Old Hera suddenly spoke up, then used his rough hands to push aside the dense bushes. "Then take a good look." The sight before them made them gasp. In the open space in the distance, a group of people holding torches gathered in front of a cave, and dozens of torches directly lit up the area. The firelight illuminated their faces, and there was a fanatical and strange light flashing in everyone's eyes. A crude altar was built in front of the cave, on which were placed various strange objects, strange animal skeletons, weird crystal ornaments, obviously some offerings. However, the most eye-catching thing was the pitch-black coffin. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing in the coffin, there would almost be reason to believe that the other party was holding a funeral.
What are they doing?
Hills lowered his voice, blinked, and turned to look at Hera beside him.
Offer. Offer? Hills was stunned for a moment. To whom? What are you offering?
The old man didn't say anything, but just looked at the crowd with his cloudy eyes that reflected the firelight. Hills followed his gaze. The next moment, several men led a child out from the crowd. The child looked just as pious, but with a hint of fear more than the others. That was the emotion revealed subconsciously in his eyes. The boy was dressed neatly, wearing simple white clothes that looked slightly yellow in the dazzling firelight. Then, in the eyes of Blake and Hills, the child actually lay directly into the empty coffin. Then several men actually closed the coffin. Several strong men pulled the coffin into the cave, and then quickly retreated from the cave, but the coffin was left in the cave. Great Lord! Amid the burning torches all around, the old man in the lead knelt down and prayed devoutly, with his head bowed and praying loudly. His withered fingers tightly grasped the faded prayer flag, and muddy oil stains seeped out from the folds. Please accept this young soul, let it become the purest candlelight under your seat, and let its soul reach the other side. Please bless this village again. As the old man finished speaking, the people around him holding torches knelt down one after another and bowed devoutly with the old man in the light of the fire. Blake and Hills were surprised to find many familiar faces inside, the couple from the daily necessities store, and even the man they met in the rice field. At this moment, there was no trace of the peace they had during the day on their faces. Instead, there was an almost weird piety. The unbelievable scene before them made Blake and the other man stand still without moving. Then the crowd began a long chant. Most of it was some tedious praises. Only after the prayer was over and the fire was extinguished did everyone leave in an orderly manner, as if nothing had happened just now, and Blake and the other two were still hiding behind the bushes. From beginning to end, Hera just watched it all indifferently, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. He stood there like a weathered wooden stake. Blake suddenly turned to look at him. What is your purpose in letting us see this scene? The old man was silent for a while. To some extent, this is the situation that Morgana, the one you are looking for, created. The old man's voice was hoarse, and his throat seemed to have been sharpened by tobacco, but his voice was so clear in the night.
What do you mean by that?
Hill's eyes widened. Everything she had just witnessed shocked her. The truth is out there. Hera exhaled a wisp of smoke and pointed at the cave entrance. At this time, the crowd had gradually dispersed, leaving only the empty cave entrance, but you can't get there. Because once you enter there, it means you have already stepped into the other shore.
That sounds like theism. The old man took a long puff of his cigarette and said, well, that's true for those ignorant guys. That child? Hills asked with concern. He's a poor child, but he won't feel any pain in the other side. Hills was a little angry. You always speak with words we don't understand. This time Hera said nothing. We have seen everything you wanted us to see, although we don't know why you did this. Blake looked at Hera. But now that your goal has been achieved, you should tell us everything. There are many questions that need answers from you, no matter what you want us to do. Let's go, let's talk about it when we get back. The old man sighed and turned around. Even at night there are people patrolling here from time to time. Chapter 129 Morgana 1. After returning to Hera's cabin, Hera made a fire in front of the cabin using the wooden sticks she had prepared in advance. Because there is no electricity supply here, this is the only primitive way to obtain heat and light. But it is hard to imagine that an old man has to do such hard labor. But thinking about the descriptions of Hera from the villagers, it didn't seem so strange anymore. But after witnessing everything tonight, I'm afraid Hera seemed much more normal. To figure out all this, I'm afraid I still have to start with this strange old man. I can see that you seem to have a lot of questions. Don't worry, you can ask them one by one, but I will choose whether to answer depending on the situation. The old man looked at Blake, fiddling with the firewood with an iron rod to make it burn more vigorously. Since you let us witness this with our own eyes, what is your purpose? The old man was silent for a while. You're not going to answer? The old man snorted. It's really rude to ask such a sharp question right away. Can I repeat this to you verbatim? Blake narrowed his eyes. You let us witness it with our own eyes in this way. Isn't it just to get us involved? When Hills, who was standing by, heard what Blake said, he widened his eyes in confusion, looked at the silent Hera, and then looked at Blake. What do you mean by involved? Literally, Blake looked at Hera. You said that we should not interfere, but in fact you tried to involve us by telling us the truth. What on earth do you want to do? Hera curled her lips impatiently and said, "What an unpleasant guy." Hills responded, "Hey, don't say that about Blake, especially in front of the person involved." Hera curled her lips in disinterest. "Okay, let's skip this for now. After asking all the questions, consider whether to ask this question." Blake nodded. "What is the purpose of the offering you mentioned?" "It literally means devotion to God." "What you mean by dedication is sending the child in?" "In a sense, it is true." Blake, this suddenly reminded him of the ancient system of burying people alive with the dead. "What is hidden in that cave?" Hera fiddled with the fire stick, sparks flying in the air. "The bones of the gods are buried in the other side." Blake frowned. "Can you be more precise?" "Cannot." Hera admitted, "Because I don't know, and I haven't seen it with my own eyes." "In fact, no one should have seen it with their own eyes." "Then why do you believe in it?" Hera glanced at him and said, "It's not us, it's those ignorant guys. To be honest, I don't believe in the existence of such things as miracles." "Then what makes them believe in such existence?" Hera took a deep breath. "Many years ago, a strange smell did occasionally emanate from it. That sand-like smell made people feel warm, and some people discovered that smell could actually accelerate the growth of crops. So from that time on, people regarded it as a miracle." Blake and Hills looked at each other. Hills asked, "So you guys never thought about exploring the cave?" "Some people have tried to explore in the past," Hera shook her head, "but without exception, none of them returned." Hills, "Then why is there such a tradition of offering children as sacrifices?" "Not always." Because it was a long time ago since the last miracle, and many things happened in between. It's hard to explain these things in just a few words." Seeing that Hera seemed to have no intention of continuing, Blake took a deep breath and asked, "One last question." Blake looked serious. "So, what does this have to do with Morgana? You said that all this was caused by Morgana, right?" The old man didn't say anything, but his silence seemed to have tacitly acknowledged everything. "Please tell us this, anyway." Blake didn't intend to stop there. "After all, this is the purpose of our trip." Hera, after a long silence, Hera sighed and looked up at the two of them. "What do you know about her?" Blake shook his head slowly. In response to this, Hera sighed again, as if she had understood. "Is that so? You didn't know her either?" "So where should I start?" The old man lowered his head and muttered to himself, facing the campfire, as if he was lost in thought. "Why not start from the first time I met Morgana, the one you all mentioned?" Finally, the old man took out his pipe, added some to his pipe, and then moved closer to the campfire to light it. As a puff of green smoke rose, the old man took a deep breath and his eyes fell into memories. "It's all because of that woman. I was only 8 years old at that time, or maybe 9, I can't remember clearly, because those days were already in a state of confusion. It was a time of turmoil, the old dynasty was on the verge of collapse, and a new empire was being built. Fortunately, the inconspicuous village did not attract too many people's attention, and because of this, the village can still enjoy a rare tranquility, but in fact, only people inside the village know that it is not easy to maintain such a life. Years of war, coupled with a long period without rainfall, have caused the village's crop yields to decline year after year. This is like a chronic poison for this already secluded village. The people in the village were divided into two factions. One half wanted to maintain the status quo, and the other half wanted to establish contact with the outside world to obtain supplies for survival. So the village was also in a shaky stage at that time. That is, in that environment, the woman is here, because the village is secluded. Few outsiders come here. In addition, there are constant wars outside, which makes her arrival seem so sudden. We knew nothing about her identity or purpose of coming here, but because she brought some food seeds with her, we made an exception and allowed her to stay here. At the time we just thought she came to escape. After observing the environment here, she decided to settle down in the woods here, and there is only one family here, and that is my family. It was because at that time, my family was almost the only hunter in the village, so we lived here, but for some reason she would end up in such a remote and dangerous place. Although the villagers tried to dissuade her out of kindness or because of the food she brought, she still stubbornly chose to live here, although the reason she gave was that it was very quiet here. I actually felt like she was trying to hide some secret. Just like that, we had a new neighbor. At first, my father and I didn't pay much attention to it, but if we think about it carefully, we will find that those seemingly untimely changes seem to start from this moment. Chapter 130 Morgana, 2. Because it is far away from the village, I rarely interact with children of my age. This led to me often sitting alone in front of the window and staring outside, except when I went hunting in the forest with my father. Morgana's arrival broke my boring life. This woman seemed to be very good at cooking. Even in this environment, she could still cook delicious food with unique aroma. This was very novel for me, who was used to eating barbecue for a long time. Every time she would give some of the cooked and baked snacks to me and my father. In return, her father would always give her some dried meat. Even though she had some contact with us, we still knew nothing about her origins, let alone the people in the village. And this older sister always gave me a sense of magic, according to my father. This woman actually built a simple wooden house in the woods in just one day. No one knew how she did it. The house seemed to have been built overnight. At first, probably because I hadn't had contact with people for a long time, I was always wary of her. Every time she came, I would hide behind my father and look at her with curiosity. Every time she noticed this, she would smile, reach out and gently stroke my head, and give me the snacks she had prepared in advance. This gradually made me let down my guard. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, and every time my father went out hunting, I would sneak out and gently knock on her door. This gentle and polite big sister always has a mysterious magic. I subconsciously opened my heart to her and told her some troubles that even my father didn't know about. Every time, she would listen to me quietly and then give me gentle advice. Over time, I gradually made visiting her a daily routine. It's just that she seems to be out often. I often come to see her in vain, and most of the time I sit at the door of the cabin and wait for her quietly. Her return time was not fixed, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes she would not come back all night. And every time my father would find me sleeping on the steps of her house. But the next day, when I asked her what she had done, she just smiled and said she had gone to visit someone very important to her. I have no idea who she is talking about. Could it be Dut from the daily necessities store? Every time he saw Morgana, he would put on a polite attitude, even though he was usually always short-tempered and not nice to me. Or Ruth from the tailor shop. Morgana would often go to his shop to buy fabrics, but no matter who it is, it always makes me feel very depressed. I waited for you for a whole night. Is the other person more important than my long wait? I regretted it the moment I said it. The depressed mood and the shame of speaking out intertwined made my face hot, but it was obvious that she spent a considerable amount of time with me every day, so her words aroused my competitive spirit. Whenever I asked such unreasonable questions, Morgana never got angry, but just stroked my head gently and said, "You are different." Why is it different? I continued to ask persistently, because you are different. I always feel depressed when faced with the other party's ambiguous answer, but I was too young at the time and didn't notice that when Morgana said this, there was always a hint of sadness in her eyes. Later, with the recommendation of the village chief, she became a teacher in the village classroom because the village chief accidentally discovered her extensive knowledge. Of course, this may also be due to the long-term lack of communication with the outside world, resulting in the village's teaching facilities being very backward. Later I discovered that this woman had an invisible magic. I was not the only one attracted to her. She always attracted people around her with her natural and irresistible affinity. Gradually, more and more children would come here to play with her, and every time she would prepare homemade apple pie or pine nut pie for them, and I always sulk about this silently, and this is all because the time that originally belonged to me has been allocated away. But every time Morgana always manages to keenly capture my emotions, then walk up to me and talk to me about some daily topics as if nothing had happened. This trick seems to work for me too, and I also like this gentle big sister and enjoy this kind of life very much. However, this peaceful life only lasted for a few years. Although there is little communication with the outside world, the turmoil of the war in the outside world still affects this place. Even with some seeds brought by Morgana, although there was some relief, the annual harvest still did not improve due to food shortages. Even the animals in the forest became increasingly scarce. So my father had no choice but to take greater risks and explore deeper into the forest. At first, my father would bring back a lot of prey every time, and that's why we never had to worry about our livelihood like other people in the village. During that time, I was always immersed in the care given by my father and Morgana, enjoying my life without any worries. But one evening, when I came back from Morgana's house, I found that my father, who had gone out hunting, had not returned. I lay in front of the window and waited for a long time, hoping to see from that direction the smug look on my father's face as usual as he led his prey. There was still nothing until late at night. At that moment, even as a child, I realized that something seemed to be wrong. The village chief organized a search team to search the woods, but still found nothing. Just when everyone was at a loss, Morgana miraculously found her father.
I don't know if he can still be called a father, because at this time he was already badly broken, his internal organs were hollowed out by the wild beast, and he had turned into a shell. At that moment, everything that supported me seemed to collapse. The village chief and his companions comforted me while temporarily placing my father's body. When I say placement, they actually just dug a simple pit and buried it. It seems that this is always the fate of hunters. Really, how could this happen? You know, Treta is very capable. He always brings back a lot of prey. Now he has an accident. What will happen to the village in the future? It seems that the days ahead will not be easy. Hey, keep your voice down, the little guy is looking over here. As I listened to those people's private conversations, my mood fell to the bottom, neither sadness nor anger. It seems that I have lost my emotions due to numbness. After everyone left, Morgana came to me and temporarily placed me in her home. She might know that what I needed most at this moment was company to help me get out of this painful ordeal. I was chatting with her aimlessly. Actually, she was trying to divert my thoughts away from what had happened today, until I asked about her background in a dull manner. I have explored her origins and past more than once, and every time she used clever words to avoid the topic, but this time, after a brief silence, she still told me some of her life experience. She said that she was originally the youngest daughter of a noble family and had received the best education in almost the best academy in the entire continent. Even the so-called wars and conflicts rarely affected her. I have doubts about this. If that's the case, then why did you come here? That's what I asked. After a long silence, she finally let out a sigh. She said, because she made some unacceptable mistakes. She had to flee here. So she came here to escape. I asked her what kind of mistake could have been so serious. But she just smiled and shook her head and said something intriguing. You probably won't understand, and neither will they, so what's the point? We should always be responsible for our own actions and choices, that's all. Although I didn't understand what she meant, I could already feel the fatigue coming over me. She stopped talking and just looked out the window of the wooden house and fell into a long silence. When I was almost asleep, I vaguely noticed that she quietly got up, opened the door and walked out, but because I was too sleepy and sad, I fell asleep quickly. But I didn't expect that in just one sleep, things would change drastically. Chapter 131 Morgana 3. The impact of my father's death is far more long-lasting than expected, because the village lacks hunters with hunting capabilities, which has caused even more tension in the already depleted village. Even if a special team is organized for collective hunting, the prey almost always escapes from the trap due to lack of experience. It was at this moment that I realized that my father was far more important to the village than I had imagined. In fact, this is true. Almost every resident in the village has his or her own responsibilities. The lack of any one of them will cause the overall function to stagnate or even paralyze. Just when everyone felt helpless because they could not solve the most basic survival problems, people who came to the land were surprised to find as if the grass had heard the villagers' demands. The crops in the village began to grow vigorously for unknown reasons. Even in neglected areas that were not often watered, new sprouts appeared. This strange phenomenon happened almost overnight, and many people were even a little frightened at first when faced with this situation. They did not dare to eat the food that seemed to have fallen from the sky. The village was thrown into panic, and some even thought that ghosts were causing trouble. For this reason, the village chief specially organized a special team to investigate. Finally, the villagers who were responsible for staying on duty at night discovered the abnormality. Every midnight, there is always a strange airflow, or gas filling the land, and under this airflow, the crops seem to be nourished and grow wildly following the direction of the scent. The night watchman finally found a cave deep in the forest that seemed to be the source. A steady stream of blue gas emanated from it like curling smoke. Seeing this strange phenomenon, they immediately went to call the village chief, and finally a large number of villagers gathered at the entrance of the cave. Because the noise happened in the southern forest, I was also woken up and went to investigate, but when I looked around, I didn't see Morgana. Such a big thing happened, but she didn't wake up, just as I was wondering. Many people looked at the cave with horror, and some brave men had already offered to go in and take a look. In this way, several men from the village gathered together and explored the cave with torches, and the people waiting outside were looking forward to each other's return, but until sunrise, no one saw their bodies. At this time, some people in the crowd could no longer hold back and shouted loudly that they wanted to go look for them. They seemed to be the families of the men who went in. Just as the village chief was about to organize people to go in again, a hissing sound suddenly rang out, startling everyone. A strange sound came from the entrance of the cave. The sound was like the roar of some creature, breaking the quiet night and making people feel terrified. This made the people who had been so confident just now suddenly become silent. They were even more certain that there was some kind of danger hidden inside, but no one dared to enter again. The crowd lingered in front of the cave until morning, and finally the village chief had no choice but to make a long-term decision. The next day at noon, when Morgana brought me lunch as usual, I told Morgana about this, but the other party didn't seem too surprised. She just said with a vague expression that there was no need to worry, although I didn't understand what she meant. I thought it might be because she didn't care about it, or didn't care about the whereabouts of those missing people, but in fact, the missing people were found at the entrance of the forest that afternoon. They seemed to have fallen into some kind of deep sleep until people arrived and woke them up one by one. That's God.
That's a miracle. God has come to protect us, so that we don't have to endure suffering anymore. God is merciful and loving. We should not repeat the acts of anger and blasphemy, nor should we attempt to meddle in his actions. What was surprising was that when they woke up they exclaimed such words, causing many people to wonder if they were dreaming or possessed by evil spirits, but the almost pious words of the people, coupled with the increasingly lush crops in the fields, made many people choose to try to believe it. Many people choose to stay away from it, while some choose to believe in it. For a long time afterwards, the village was prosperous and everything developed smoothly. Even the crops had an unprecedented bumper harvest. With the blessing of God, the village successfully survived the crisis, and even developed towards unprecedented prosperity. This made the villagers more awed by the existence in the cave, and more people firmly believed that it was indeed a blessing bestowed by God. Many people even bring these various items to the entrance of the cave and pray for their wishes. Looking at those who act like devout believers, I don't care about it. Maybe I have not benefited from its blessings, or maybe it is due to the influence of my father, but in any case, I do not feel the same awe towards it as others do. I still firmly believe that everything should be accomplished with my own hands, rather than relying on some illusory things. This is the truth my father taught me. So he never thought that the existence of the church and the Pope had any meaning. This idea may be a bit extreme, but it has indeed affected me deeply. So while the villagers were thinking about how to serve the God, I kept trying to hone my hunting skills, trying to recall the skills my father taught me. Although I could only catch some wild rabbits at the beginning, gradually, as my skills became more and more proficient, I was able to hunt wild boars and wild deer like my father. Every time I brought the prey back, I would store some of it and dry it in the sun to make it into jerky for future use, and I would send some of it to the village to exchange for other supplies. Some were given to Morgana. Although I had just reached adulthood at that time, I knew very well that I would not have been able to survive without her care over the years. Winter was coming, and when I arrived at her cabin, she seemed to be adding some firewood to the fireplace. The other person's smile in front of the fire was still gentle. The existence of God also seemed to have no effect on her. This makes me feel a little fortunate. The days always go by smoothly, and several years pass by. In the eyes of the villagers, Morgana and I have become like a brother and sister. Maybe because I have no family, Morgana has become a kind of sustenance for me, and every time I come to her cottage, I always feel unprecedented peace and tranquility. But there is one thing that has always concerned me. During these years, she would still disappear at irregular intervals, and her disappearance would be at unscheduled times. Sometimes it's a few hours, sometimes it's a whole day, but considering that she always came back as if nothing had happened, I was always curious about this, but never asked or interfered until I saw Morgana walk into that cave with my own eyes. Chapter 132 Morgana 4. I didn't expect to meet Morgana in the forest that night, because I hadn't caught any prey for a long time. I had to work overtime. Although it is dangerous, many prey animals will be more active at night, which is an opportunity for me. When I followed a deer deep into the forest following the traces it left behind, I unexpectedly discovered that I had stumbled upon the cave that the villagers called a miracle. When I cursed inwardly and prepared to leave, I suddenly noticed a familiar figure. After long-term training, my eyesight has long been far superior to that of ordinary people. So even under the cover of night, I could still clearly recognize the other person's identity. It turned out to be Morgana. Just as I was about to call out to her, I suddenly realized that she was walking straight into the cave. This made me panic, because someone had tried to do this before, but the result was that they fell into unknown danger. Morgana was not there at the time, so she didn't know this, but perhaps because the distance was too far and the cicadas were too chaotic at night, the other party did not hear it and just walked straight in. The next day, I came to Morgana's cabin with trepidation, like a visiting guest. When I saw Morgana as usual, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I pretended to be normal and asked her what she thought about the strange cave. I noticed that her hand holding the plate paused slightly. I've said before that my attention and insight are already beyond ordinary people. She still wanted to cover up the past with words. I saw you go there last night. I blurred out, is that where you go when you disappear from time to time?
I asked, unable to bear the curiosity in my heart, but if I could, I really wish I hadn't been so stubborn and reckless at the time. As I said this, I clearly noticed that Morgana's expression became stiff, and then became more indifferent than I had ever seen before. I have known her for more than 10 years, and I have never seen her show this kind of expression. In my impression, she always shows a gentle and kind face, no matter who she is, and she is especially caring towards me. At this moment, her cold and distant expression made me feel a little panicked. Please don't tell anyone about this. Her tone was still gentle, but she didn't tell me the answer. From then on, I began to feel a sense of fear towards her. We know this, but we don't say it. After this incident, even though we still kept in touch, I didn't visit her as often as before, and although her attitude towards me was still gentle and considerate, there was a hint of alienation that was not easily noticeable. The close yet distant relationship between the person with a quirky personality and the person with a secret lasted for many years, until one of them left first, because she had been a teacher in the village and was very popular among her students. Unlike her father's, her funeral was very solemn and almost half of the village attended. Because the conditions were met, the villagers held the most grand funeral for her in recent decades. While I was happy for her as I watched this scene, I also felt a little lonely in my heart. However, a few days later, when I came back to the place where she was buried, I noticed something was wrong. The land shows signs of having been recently renovated. Since I come here almost every day, I noticed something unusual. At first glance, in panic, I had a bad feeling, and even at the risk of being condemned and blasphemed by everyone, I still dug up the ground. Morgana's body disappeared. Faced with this strange phenomenon, my intuition told me that all this must be related to the god hidden in the cave, but apart from me, almost no one in the village cared. They just organized a symbolic search and ended the search after finding nothing. Now I understand that their minds at this moment are probably all focused on that strange hole, specifically, on the so-called god. How funny. When he was buried a few days ago, everyone was mourning, but after he died, everyone seemed to have forgotten him immediately. Morgana's death does not affect them. They devote themselves to their own lives, continue to enjoy the gifts from heaven, and live a contented life, but this kind of days did not last long. One day, people who were going to the farmland suddenly discovered that the crops, which had been forgotten to be irrigated for just one day, were showing signs of decay. At first they didn't care and just sprinkled water roughly and left. It was not until the crops died on a large scale that people finally realized the seriousness of the situation. People found the village chief immediately, and under his leadership, they immediately headed to the cave entrance, and only then did they discover the cave that usually exuded a fragrant atmosphere was now plunged into deathly silence. The village chief thought that the annual offerings were not enough, so he called on everyone to bring more tributes immediately. I thought everything would get better, but until all the crops in the field died completely. After this, people finally realized the cruel fact: God had not shown favor to them for a long time. After losing the God who no longer bestowed his gifts, everyone immediately became panicked. Long-term reliance on that strange blue smell has caused them to not pay too much attention to the crops, and the daily watering is more like a routine. This resulted in the village being left with almost no harvest in the first year. After losing the miracle, fortunately, there was still food accumulated from many years of bumper harvest, so the village did not fall into famine. But if this continues, the village will sooner or later fall into its original situation. I just watched it all quietly, but what is ridiculous is that the first thing people think of is not how to change the current situation, but how to obtain the gift again. Just then, a missionary suddenly arrived and told everyone that God was not satisfied with their tribute. What God needs is new life. The man claimed that those children who were full of vitality would be taken away by God, transformed into sons of God, and enjoy the highest glory. At first, people were unable to break the bond of blood ties, but as the situation in the village became worse and worse, the village chief took the lead in speaking out, ignoring his wife's cries and offering his newborn son as a tribute. But starting from the next day, the crops in the village immediately improved. At this moment, people gradually change. Although it was difficult to give up, there were indeed results in the first 2 years, and the crops became lush again, which made people more convinced. Maybe it was because they were desperate and tried every possible means, but I didn't expect those stupid guys to actually believe such things. From then on, the unreasonable act of offering came into being. From then on, people became less concerned. The situation became more and more uncontrollable, but people became more and more pious. I was the only one watching all this quietly. I once tried to tell everyone that the so-called dedication was a scam, but everyone was obviously more willing to believe what they saw. But I can't explain why. The reason is very simple. I can't just say, the so-called God may have something to do with the woman named Morgana. Whether the other party believes it or not, Morgana is already dead, so this explanation has lost its meaning. Gradually, people in the village began to regard me as an alien. This is what happens when a duck appears among a flock of chickens, but this situation only lasted for another 2 years. Even though there were contributions every year, the growth of crops was obviously declining. Just when I thought everyone was finally willing to face reality, I didn't expect them to do something even crazier. They actually shortened the annual dedication to once every 6 months, then 4 months, 3 months, and now 2 months. As the donations became more frequent, the harvest in the village became more prosperous, and the people lived a fulfilling life. I have never participated in such ridiculous behavior and always watched from a distance. I have tried to stop them, but when I saw the self-proclaimed piety and fanaticism in the eyes of those fools, I was convinced that I could not change them at all. I can point out their mistakes, but I cannot cure laziness and ignorance.
Chapter 133 Investigation. That means you don't know what's in that cave, right? Hera didn't deny it. Yeah.
Blake and Hills looked at each other. It seems that if we want to know more about the secrets hidden by the mysterious Morgana, we can only go to that cave to explore.
I don't recommend you go in.
Hera seemed to see through their ideas. As I said, ever since God disappeared, the miracle has turned into the other side. Unlike the first time people entered and woke up at the entrance of the forest, Hera said solemnly, all those who tried to enter never came out again.
But you want us to find out the truth, don't you?
Blake narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him.
You went to so much trouble to do so much, isn't it just to use us to achieve this goal? Hera didn't deny it. So what is your purpose in doing this? Blake didn't jump into the trap immediately.
We will decide whether to accept this commission based on your words. If it was true as Hera said, the cave should be full of unknown dangers compared to known threats. These unknown risks are often the most deadly. If it is really necessary, he will choose to return directly. Even if the spirit crystal in his hand will lose its meaning, but successfully surviving is the most important thing. Hera took a puff of cigarette, and then quietly watched the smoke dissipate in the air before speaking, if possible.
I also hope to know the truth. That's all?
Blake didn't believe that the old man went to so much trouble just because of his obsession. Hera looked at the two of them, took a deep breath, and threw out the finished tobacco. I hope you can change the current situation of the village. There was a gleam of sharpness in the old man's eyes. This ridiculous farce should end. No matter what the gods have done before, people should move forward on their own instead of quietly waiting for destruction. Blake carefully observed the old man in front of him, and his expression told him that he was not lying. Although he looked down on those idealists who were greedy for comfort, he still did not give up the village.
One last question. Blake looked at the other man. Why choose us?
There aren't many outsiders coming to the village, but there are a few every month. Hera said, but you are the only ones who came here because of that woman.
In a way, we have a common purpose.
Blake nodded, and he and Hill stood up and left. After they came back, they did not find the old man staying on the first floor, but they did not care, because after listening to Hera's story, their minds were in chaos and they needed time to sort out their thoughts.
So what is going on? Could it be the Vatican's doing?
After returning, Hills expressed his guess. Probably not, Blake said without hesitation. This is not their style, and it is even more unlikely that they would ask for a child as a sacrifice. Blake was well aware of those sanctimonious guys. Although they were arrogant, they would not do anything that went against their ideals. So, now there is enough reason to suspect that there was something wrong with the missionary at that time. But if all they wanted was to allow the crops to grow successfully, some rare plant magic would be enough. But for a village that had been isolated from the outside world for so many years, everyone obviously didn't know this. So far, the village hadn't even witnessed any signs of the use of magic. If the other party is taking advantage of this, then it means that their target is the children in the village. But this is difficult to understand. According to Hera, the village had been going smoothly for the past few years, but his timely appearance after the sudden loss of the miracles seemed too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the so-called miracle is also a scam created by him? So what does Morgana have to do with it? There are too many puzzles, and there are various connections between various things, but it is like a tangled mess that cannot be sorted out at all. Blake thought about it, took out some equipment from the bag he brought, and began to prepare.
So when do we leave?
Just wait at the hotel. Blake sorted his things, stuffed the magic light sticks used for lighting into his bag, and said to Hills. As soon as these words came out, Hills immediately showed his dissatisfaction and puffed up his cheeks. Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't get me wrong, Blake said, I will decide whether to withdraw early depending on the situation. In fact, this was indeed his plan. Once the situation was out of his control, he would immediately find a way to get away, and, about the existence in the cave. He actually already had a preliminary guess, but there are still many doubts. Blake looked at Hills and picked up the bag. And if I don't come back within a day, you will go back to the academy to request rescue and explain the situation here to them. Blake ignored Hills's dissatisfied expression and put his packed bag on the bedside. He planned to go there tonight. After standing there for a while, Hills didn't say anything and just turned and left. At night, Blake carried the prepared tools and gently pushed open the door. When he passed by Hills' door next door, he did not stop but walked downstairs. Have you decided? On the first floor, Blake turned his head and looked at the old man who was still fanning himself with a palm leaf fan in the corner. Without saying a word to the old man sighed, "In this case, I hope you can bring changes to the village." Blake glanced at her and left. So from what perspective did this old man, who has been running a hotel on the outskirts of the village for many years, alert himself? The village was still silent at this time, but after seeing the truth about this village with my own eyes, this tranquility couldn't help but change in my eyes. According to Hera, the rule of "don't go out after midnight" was left by the previous village chief, but to be more specific, it was left by the missionaries at that time. The reason he gave was that God does not want people to see him when he performs miracles. Come to think of it, this in itself is something that makes people a little concerned. This is also the reason why he chose to go out at this time. He wanted to take a look at the cultivated fields, but not far out of the village. Blake suddenly stopped and sighed silently. I saw him slowly turn his head and look towards a tree not far away. A head behind a tree met his gaze and shrank back in an instant. After a while, the head poked out again stealthily. Only when he was sure that Blake had noticed him did Hills slowly walk out from behind the tree awkwardly. She walked up to Blake nervously, her fingers tangled around the hair beside her ears awkwardly. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here." "What a coincidence, isn't it?" "Ha ha. Actually, I just came out for a walk." It can be seen that this seems to be her first time doing such a thing, so she seems quite nervous and uneasy. Blake rubbed his brows and looked at the other person, feeling a slight pain in his forehead. "Since the other party has already followed us here, should we persuade him to go back now?" "Oops!" Hills exclaimed as if he suddenly remembered something, then touched his pocket. "Oh no, I think I lost my key." "Hey, but I clearly remembered putting it in my pocket." "I didn't lie, it really was lost." "What should I do? I can't seem to go back." Blake quietly looked at the dancing girl in front of him. She seemed obviously not good at lying, and she might have realized this herself, as she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. "They are almost two extremes from Lalina. Don't wander around. Tell me immediately if you feel something is wrong." Blake sighed and turned around. Okay. Hills felt as if he had been pardoned and immediately followed. The two first took a detour to a nearby orchard, and they could see that the fruits there were growing very well. Blake said nothing, but walked straight to an apple tree, reached out and picked an apple from the lower part. Blake looked closely at the apple in his hand. Under the night light, the round and plump apples are wrapped in a honey-like luster, and the crimson color spreads from the fruit stem to the round red belly, and the color looks very tempting. Blake didn't say much. He took out a knife and cut off a small piece from it. Then he took out a pre-prepared device from his bag and put a small piece of apple into it. This small instrument is somewhat similar to O'Driscoll's extraction tester, but it is not as sophisticated and accurate. Science and technology also exist in this world, but most technologies are often accompanied by the intervention of magic, which is very different. As the results came in, Blake frowned. "What's wrong?" Hills stood on tiptoe and moved his face closer. "Is there a problem?" "It may not be accurate, but the substances it contains are very scarce." Blake looked solemn. "What does this mean?" Hills didn't quite understand. "Simply put, it's like a sponge filled with water," Blake said, using a metaphor. Hills thought for a moment. "You mean there is no nutrition?" Blake nodded. "And there is still some magic left in it." "What?" Hill's eyes widened. When they arrived at the cave, they found Hera was already standing on the cliff near the cave entrance waiting for them. "I'll go in with you." The other person took a puff of cigarette slowly and said briefly. Blake saw the hunting rifle in Hera's hand. It looked old, but it was well maintained because it was often oiled. Is he planning to use that to kill God? Chapter 134. Dreamgun smoke condensed into a gray-black mist on the collapsed houses, and twisted steel bars stabbed into the dark red sky like broken ribs, melting the scattered glass shards into sparkling crystals. In the distance came the roar of concrete collapsing, shaking the rubble on the ground, and the pungent smell of burnt rubber and rust pressed heavily on the man's sweaty neck. In the ruins, Blake sat slumped against a broken wall, the severe pain from his leg sweeping through his whole body. He glanced at his thigh that was pierced by the iron rod. He tried to stand up but failed. He could hardly feel his right leg due to excessive blood loss. He looked around and saw that the once prosperous and glorious Percival family no longer existed. As the sound of rubble crunching came, Blake raised his head with difficulty. Through the smoke, a dark figure slowly approached. Blake stared at the other person calmly as he got closer and closer until he stopped in front of him. In the heat wave of the scorched earth, the other party raised his head. The woman looked down at him, her red eyes like blood-quenched agate. The scarlet light penetrated the rolling black smoke, and there was a cold murderous intent in it. Blake raised his head and stared at the other person quietly. From beginning to end, there was no communication between the two sides. Finally, the silence was broken as a piece of hanging chandelier hit the ground with a clanging sound. The woman slowly raised the weapon in her hand. In the flickering firelight, the silver blade cast a fine, trembling shadow on the side of Blake's neck. When the opponent was about to swing down, Blake revealed a barely perceptible sneer. A white edge flashed, and red liquid flew out from the boy's neck, splashing on the wall behind him, forming a twisted and hideous pattern. As he bowed his head helplessly, Blake's dark eyes gradually lost their color and became dim and turbid. "You finally woke up, that's great, that's great." When I opened my eyes again, I saw the girl's red eyes and a hint of crying in her voice. Feeling the softness under his head, Blake slowly sat up from Hill's legs and rubbed his forehead. "How long have I slept?" "Almost 2 hours," Hills rubbed his eyes. "Not long after we came in, you passed out all of a sudden." "I see." Blake glanced at the tears of Fenrir on his neck and breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that the plan worked as expected." Wrong. Blake's head snapped around to look at Hills. His brows were tightly furrowed. So why is Hills okay? Facing Blake's terrifying gaze, Hills' body trembled slightly. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with such a scary look?" Blake stared at the other for a moment and nothing. Finally he shook his head and stood up. "Where's Hera?" Hills pointed to a stone wall not far away. Hera was holding his shotgun, leaning against the stone wall motionless. He didn't seem to wake up. "What should we do?" Hills's eyes revealed his worry. "I just tried, but no matter how much I called him, I couldn't wake him up." "Don't worry, there is no danger here. As long as we take him far enough out of the cave, he will wake up naturally." "Huh?" Under Hill's puzzled gaze, Blake picked up the bag that had fallen to the ground and slowly brushed off the dust. "Now he probably has guessed what is causing the trouble. He has already made a judgment on the identity of the so-called god." Blake stood up, took out the magic wand for lighting from his bag, and continued to walk into the cave. Hills glanced at the sleeping Hera, and finally followed quickly. On the road, Hills followed closely behind Blake. The increasingly crowded tunnel was not easy to walk in, and the two could only use light sticks to determine the direction. Not long after the two of them walked out, Hills was suddenly tripped by something and stumbled. Fortunately, Blake supported her and prevented her from falling, but when the light shone on the thing under her feet that almost tripped her, they were both stunned, especially Hills, whose face turned pale immediately and he had to hold back from screaming. Blake looked at the bodies on the ground, more specifically, the scattered skeletons. Judging from his body shape, he should be a middle-aged man, but due to the age, he has completely decayed. Presumably these are the missing people Hera mentioned. The initial guess is that this is probably the result of falling into a dream. As the two continued to go deeper, a huge and wide space appeared before their eyes. In this eye-catching space, there is almost nothing obscuring it, so the two things placed in the center of the space are particularly eye-catching. A strange statue made of blue crystal, and a coffin also made of blue crystal. After carefully looking around, Blake came to the statue and raised the flashlight in his hand to observe carefully. This is a giant tapir. Judging from the patterns on the statue, its body is covered with hair, it has a huge horn on its head, and its eyes are visible. It looks so lifelike that it doesn't look like it was carved by anyone. Instead, it looks like some kind of molting skin. Just then, Blake sensed something in his pocket beating slightly. He took out the spirit crystal he got from Lelina, and it was actually flashing with light. The statue in front of him also exuded a faint aura. For Blake, who had already mastered spiritual power, he keenly captured this. "I didn't expect it to be like this." Blake looked at the flickering spirit crystal in his hand, then at the statue in front of him and muttered, "It was indeed it. But why did it choose this way of death? Who did it? Or, come and look at this." Just as Blake was lost in thought, Hill suddenly called him. Blake walked forward and noticed the coffin that he had just ignored, or rather, the crystal pillar. I in the dark blue crystal column. The old man's body looked like a sigh frozen in time. The old man's face was peaceful, his silver white hair stretched out like a spider web in the clear crystal, his wrinkled face solidified the shock before death. Even the ice crystals condensed on his eyelashes were clearly visible, as if it was a sealed glazed coffin. Blake instantly thought of this situation. It was just like the wife of his teacher Mirantis. What on earth is this? Chapter 135. This is a tomb. It's just like a specimen. Hills looked at the crystal pillar in front of her. It was the first time she had seen such a thing, but why? Hills suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Blake, who nodded. Although they had never seen it with their own eyes, their intuition told them this was the Morgana they had been looking for. According to Hera's description, Morgana's body suddenly disappeared, so it seems that it was transferred here, Blake pondered. But who sealed it in this crystal pillar and for what purpose? Blake turned his head and looked at the statue. Next to the crystal column, for some reason, a ridiculous idea suddenly emerged from his mind. Hills observed the surroundings. Who do you think did this? And what's the point of doing this? They actually dug up the bodies of the dead and made samples, not a sample. What? Hills turned his head. This is a tomb, Blake said. You mean the tomb? Hills was shocked by Blake's inference and looked at him in disbelief. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at the crystal column again. Now that she had said that, the polished corners of the crystal column did have some coffin-like style. So, who is it and what is the purpose of doing this? Hills looked at Blake, but Blake seemed to be deep in thought at this time. But, at this moment, Blake reached out and touched the statue, his brows furrowed. If it is really as I thought, but there are still a few points that I can't explain. God, devotion, missionaries, and the remaining magic in the crops, something's wrong. Blake, who was groping, suddenly stopped and his expression became inexplicably solemn. What's wrong? Hills was startled by his look. This was the second time she had such a look on her face. The first time was during the nightmare disaster. Blake didn't say anything, but looked around, then quickly turned back and ran towards the entrance. Hills didn't understand what was going on, so he had to chase after him immediately. She chased Blake back until he found the pile of coffins in a hidden side cave near the cave entrance. Since those villagers cannot resist the dreams of the night taper, they will probably not go deep into the place. As long as we search carefully near the entrance, we will find results. But as Blake pushed the coffin's lid away, his body suddenly froze in place, motionless. Hills walked up and was about to say something, but when he saw inside the coffin, he froze in place. It was completely empty inside. Blake said nothing, but turned around and pushed the other coffins away one by one. As coffins were pushed open one after another. Without exception, they are all empty. It's really strange. Where did those kids go? Hills was stunned. Get out of the way. Blake pushed Hills away. Almost at the same moment, a red sharp blade passed in front of the two of them. He forcibly cut the coffin in front of the two men into two halves. The magic light stick fell to the ground and broke. With the help of the gradually extinguished firelight, Hills looked at the neatly cut lines on the coffin in astonishment. If Blake hadn't pushed him away just now, he would probably have. Before the light disappeared, Blake suddenly raised his head and stared above the caved eye, and that shadow, a pair of scarlet eyes, revealed a creepy chill. As darkness completely enveloped the cave, the pair of eyes suddenly disappeared. Then a cold wind blew from around Blake. Blake didn't panic, he just felt it quietly. The next second, swing the sword, turn around, and chop. In an instant, the black shadow that was about to approach Blake to attack suddenly fell back. At this moment, one could clearly feel the other party's surprise. The other party seemed to be wondering how Blake could capture his movements in the darkness. The opponent did not give up and hid his body again, appearing like a ghost from other places, trying to launch an attack, but all failed. This shocked the other party, and Blake's movements were even faster than his. Clearly, he was standing still without making any movement when he launched the attack, but just when he thought he was about to succeed, Blake always dodged his attack with extremely ghostly movements. In short, it was as if he had eyes on his back. No, not on the back, but all over the body. The black shadow realized that he was being tricked, and as if enraged, he sped up and launched even more violent attacks on Blake from all sides, but these irregular attacks were actually easily blocked by Blake. At this moment, a wind wall seemed to rise around Blake, and he could easily capture attacks from any direction. On the contrary, it was Blake who took the initiative to attack after mastering the opponent's attack method and rhythm, and blasted the opponent away with a targeted blast. While Black Shadow was stunned, he didn't know that Blake didn't actually use his full strength. Blake looked around. Considering the environment in the cave, He didn't dare to use magic of mass destruction, otherwise he could easily restrict the opponent's actions from the beginning. However, his concerns gave the other side the illusion that they could successfully kill him, so they immediately gathered their forces and launched a counterattack. Listening to the fierce fighting in the cave, Hills could only worry in the darkness. She couldn't see the two people's positions at all, and could only hear the sound of metal colliding and the surrounding stone walls breaking. She wanted to cast magic to help Blake, but the sound echoed in the cave, and the two seemed to be moving at high speed, making it impossible to determine their positions. Suddenly, Hills thought of something and quickly took out a new magic lighting wand from her bag. The magic light stick in Hills' hand lit up. The faint light immediately illuminated the space. The light rose, and the dark shadow who was fighting with Blake subconsciously glanced at her. For some reason, the moment the other party saw Hills, his hand movements subconsciously paused. Blake noticed the opponent's loophole, and the sword in his hand lost its power. The sword suddenly turned, and Blake's wrist turned like a snake, and the sword ridge brushed the opponent's ribs. The hilt of the sword held in reverse spun in a silver arc against the forearm, and the tip of the sword went straight to the throat at a tricky angle, but suddenly rose up before touching the skin. Blood flowers bloomed into scarlet plums in an instant. The broken hair and warm liquid splashed into the air at the same time, and the man's cloak was instantly cut off. The other party immediately let out a painful roar. Just when Blake thought he had succeeded, something unexpected happened. The splattered blood instantly turned into a blood blade in the air and attacked Blake, but Blake reacted quickly, leaping back immediately and dodging such a close-range sneak attack in a ghostly manner. But when Blake landed, he found that the other party had disappeared. Hills approached anxiously with a flashlight in his hand, and Blake fell silent as he looked at the bloodstains on the ground. Chapter 136. It's over. You said you figured out what's going on? Hera looked at Blake in shock. This time, they were already far enough away from the cave, and Hera gradually woke up as Blake said. Blake nodded. Although the puzzle has not been completely solved, the general situation is clear. After these words were spoken, Hills also looked at the other party. After repelling the enemy, Hills wanted to go back and continue investigating the situation in the cave, but Blake bluntly said that it was unnecessary. Everything will be on track from now on. Blake looked back into the cave. God is dead. He died decades ago. Blake's words startled both Hera and Hills. You said that God has already died? Hera frowned and asked first, then what about the miracles over the years? It's just that some people with ulterior motives want to take advantage of this issue. Blake looked at Hera. The crops in the village are just being forced to grow. We can find out by sending them to the nearby Holy Society for inspection. It was the village's refusal to contact the outside world that allowed this flimsy scam to last so long. At this moment, Hill suddenly understood, so the so-called "don't go out at midnight" is just to prevent the scam from being discovered. Blake nodded. Hera was stunned. Then who did it? Blake did not answer, but said, "This will never happen again. There is no point in making another offering. If you don't believe me, go and look at those coffins. But don't go deep into the cave, or you'll be affected and fall into a deep sleep, just like the people who disappeared in the past." Hills remembered the dark shadow he had just encountered in the cave. What Blake said seemed to be correct. Now that it had been exposed, it would probably not continue. So about Morgana, just as Hills was about to speak, Blake said directly, "We have not found her whereabouts and we are not aware of her connection to this incident." Hills noticed the disappointment on Hera's wrinkled face, glanced at Blake secretly, and finally said nothing. "We have clarified the matter, and it is time for us to leave." At this moment, Blake's words made Hills pause. "Hey? What do you mean? Are you leaving so soon?" Hera didn't say anything, just lowered her head. Blake gathered his things silently. "I have fulfilled your commission. The transaction has been completed. The rest is out of scope," Blake said, and turned away. "Why did you hide Morgana's affairs from Hera?" On the way back to the hotel, Hillen asked in confusion. Blake was silent for a while, "Because this matter has some speculations that I can't be sure of." Blake's eyes darkened as he changed the subject. "But someone will tell us the answer." Hills nodded. She seemed to always trust Blake without any reason. Thinking back, it was the same when the nightmare incident happened. She followed him out of the academy for no apparent reason. Looking back now, she didn't know why this happened. She should have raised her doubts, but this man always seems to have a magical power that habitually makes people feel at ease. Every action he takes has a clear purpose, which makes people feel reliable. This time is no exception.
He must have his reasons for doing so. So do you have any idea about who is behind all this? Using children as sacrifices is simply too evil.
Hills asked suddenly, with anger on his face, and this time, Blake didn't say anything. In the dim room, a few weak candles were placed on a long wooden table, and the faint candlelight illuminated the shadows of several people sitting around.
Val, how did you get into this state?
I saw you in a hurry when I came here just now. Everyone's eyes were fixed on one of the bandaged men, with a hint of teasing in their concerned greetings.
You ask this?
The man with one ear missing slammed the table and stared at the man smoking opposite him.
How did Cocoon get there? I need you to give me an explanation.
After these words were spoken, everyone who originally wanted to make fun of him was stunned and immediately shifted their attention to the man opposite him, but the man didn't say anything, just looked at him and then smoked slowly. This behavior further angered Val.
He pointed at the other party and cursed, "Are you going to remain silent? Don't forget your mission in Xi'an International Academy. Could it be that after dealing with students for so long, you really think of yourself as an officer of Xi'an Science?"
The man then sighed in the drifting smoke. The man leaned forward slightly and his face gradually emerged from the shadows. Keston, the director of the academic committee, put down the cigarette in his hand. The second princess has recently come to the academy to investigate. At this critical moment, in order to avoid the risk of being discovered, taking Cocoon away is the best option.
So this is why you let our most important, Cocoon, run around outside? Facing the other party's questioning, Kirsten just laughed and said, "Is your anger coming from your doubts about me, or is it because of the humiliation of being defeated by a student?"
"You bastard!"
Val roared angrily as if his tail was stepped on. "Do you want to die, oh?"
In the shadows, Kirsten's eyes were calm, but a sharp gleam was revealed in his narrowed eyes. In an instant, an eerie scarlet aura silently emanated from his body. Wrapped in this breath, Val, who had just stood up, trembled all over, but could not move. That's enough." A hoarse voice sounded, echoing around the long table in the room, and everyone quieted down and turned to look. The white-haired man at the end of the long table had a stern look on his face. As the current patriarch of the Blood Clan, he has the purest blood here and is the absolute ruler. He looked at Val first. "It's just that there is one less blood source.
It won't be an obstacle to the birth of the king. If necessary, we can just choose another blood bank."
After hearing what the patriarch said, Val finally sat down awkwardly. The white-haired man turned his gaze to Kirsten again.
"Do you have any questions about the royal investigation?"
Kirsten sighed, as rumored, although the second princess is unkind, her insight is even sharper than the third princess. She seems to have sensed some clues.
When these words were spoken, everyone frowned. "Will it cause us trouble?"
Kirsten thought about it and shook his head. "It won't be linked to my tribe for the time being." These words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The white-haired man was silent for a moment and then slowly spoke. "If necessary, the royal family can handle it.
All factors that hinder the birth of the king must be eliminated." Kirsten said nothing. "All right, if there is nothing else to report, then we can disband."
The man looked around at everyone and said, "We must act in secret recently. This is a critical period for the prosperity of our clan. Please be patient."
Everyone greeted him and left. Kirsten.
After everyone had left and Kirsten was about to leave, the white-haired man suddenly called him.
"What do you want to tell me, patriarch?"
The man suddenly looked up at Kirsten, his red pupils flashing dangerously in the darkness, and his hoarse tone carried a hint of warning.
"Don't do something meaningless, father."
Kirsten stared at him for a moment, his cheek in shadow clear. Chapter 137 Anemia. The two quickly packed their things and came to the door of the inn to wait for the carriage. Because the village was remote and secluded, it took quite a while for the carriage to arrive, which resulted in the two of them waiting for a full half hour. The owner of the inn had brought them tea. The inn owner asked the same question as Hera, and Blake gave the same answer. Like Hera, she showed no sign of joy after getting the answer. She knew that even if she got the probing question, it wouldn't change anything in a short time. On the way back in the carriage, Hills looked heavy-hearted. Perhaps what she had seen and heard in the past few days had caused a certain impact on her heart, and she was unable to convince herself in a short period of time. Nothing's going to change in this village, is it? As the carriage continued to shake, Hills looked up. Blake looked at the instrument in his hand. "Well, I'm afraid that's the case." The feudal and backward situation cannot be changed by words alone.
Hera has already tried. Rather than working hard to pursue what they want, people tend to prefer what God has given them. Human nature is lazy and greedy. In order to recognize and make changes, you must experience the cruel reality. This process is long and painful, and only in this way will reality give you a sobering blow. The same is true of the changes in the village. That was why he refused to help change the village, because it was pointless and would only lead to unnecessary resentment. I see, Hill sighed. Seeming a little resentful, Blake slowly raised his head and stared at the other person. Hill seemed to notice the inquiry in the other person's eyes and waved his hands hastily. I don't mean to blame you. Please don't misunderstand. Actually, I know that. Hills lowered his head and covered his neck. Even if we tell everyone, they may not believe it. No. Blake interrupted her, frowning slightly. It has nothing to do with that. You don't look very good on your face. Hills uttered an "oh" weakly. Oh, sorry, I ran out of medicine and forgot to check the remaining amount before leaving the house, so this happened. But it's okay, you'll feel better after a little rest. Hill's lips turned slightly pale, but he still tried to force a smile. This seemed to concern Blake. Have you been taking medication? Hills nodded, took out a palm-sized medicine bottle from his bag, and shook it gently, but no sound came out of it. Can you show me? Hills was stunned for a moment, nodded, and handed the medicine bottle over. But it's empty. Blake took the medicine jar and unscrewed the lid. As the other party said, it was indeed empty. Yet he put the bottle mouth to his nose, sniffed it, and frowned slightly. After a while, he returned the medicine jar, then silently observed the other person's condition. After a while, Hills gradually calmed down, but his face was still a little pale. Excuse me. Even so, she still tried to force out an embarrassed smile. Let you see such an unbearable scene. Blake said nothing. Seeing this, Hills waved his hands hurriedly. But don't worry, it's just anemia. It's not a contagious disease. I won't pass the disease on to you. I guarantee this. Absolutely not. Blake sighed, took out the kettle, unscrewed it and handed it over. How long have you been like this? Hills hesitated for a moment, then took over. Probably started around the age of 10. Has a detailed examination been done? Hills shook his head, thought for a moment, and nodded again. I've had a checkup at the village clinic before. Dr. Moria is the best doctor in the village, and his treatment is really effective. Hills pointed at the medicine bottle in the other person's hand and asked, Did he prescribe this medicine for you? Hills nodded vigorously. After taking this medicine, there was indeed a significant improvement, and he also specifically reminded me to take more vitamins on a regular basis. So you have been taking it all these years? Hills nodded. What's wrong? Do you have any more medicine? I mean the remaining amount. Yes, there are still some in the dormitory. Dr. Moria sends some to me every 2 months. 2 months? Is there any significance to this special time? Blake asked. Well. Hill smiled awkwardly. Actually, I insisted on setting this time. Although he told me that it's not an expensive medicine, I still think I should pay him, and it takes some time to save money, so Blake understood. That's why the other party worked so hard part-time. She just didn't want to accept other people's kindness with a guilty feeling. Hills thought for a moment and said, Well, if Uncle Kirsten happens to go back during this period, he will sometimes ask Uncle Kirsten to bring some for me. Uncle Kirsten? Well, Uncle Kirsten has always taken good care of me since I was a kid. He's like a father to me. Hills explained, but because of Uncle Kirsten's identity, our relationship has been concealed from the outside world in the academy. Where is your hometown? Blake thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head with a rare inquiry in his eyes. Hills saw that Blake seemed interested in this, so he answered truthfully without thinking too much, on the border of the Empire, near the Maniha forest. It may be far away, but it's a nice village. Well, although saying that after what I've been through may cause doubts, it's true. Everyone in the village is very kind to me, and they took great care of me after they learned that I was ill. Come to think of it, I miss everyone a little bit. It can be seen that Hills seems to really miss his village. Even though he is not in a very good condition, there is always a smile on his face when he talks about the village. So what brought you to Sias College? Blake asked. Well, when I came of age, it was Uncle Kirsten who took me away from there and brought me to Sias College.
Hills looked out the window and said, although many people in the village disapproved of it because they were worried about my illness, Uncle Kirsten insisted. Blake, is it Keston? Therefore, when the results of the course are announced, the other party will take the initiative to help you. It turns out that this is all for Hill's sake. Originally, only Uncle Kirsten knew about this, so please keep it a secret for me. Hills put his index finger to his mouth, squinted his eyes and made a hushing gesture. Blake, Hills scratched the corner of his mouth embarrassedly, because I don't want Emily and the others to worry.
I see. Blake thought for a moment and said, can you show me your medicine when you get back? Huh?
Hills sighed in confusion, although I don't know why you are curious about that kind of medicine, it's not a difficult thing. But what surprised Blake was that the other party agreed without even asking him why. Looking at the innocent smile on the other person's face, Blake's expression was inexplicably solemn. He glanced at the bag beside him, a thin glass tube with red viscous liquid inside swayed gently with the carriage. Chapter 138 It falls in love with humans. The two people riding in the carriage arrived at Sias College. After they showed their student ID cards, the guards conducted a detailed inspection of the carriage. We learned from the guards that after the second Princess Onefia arrived and took control of Sias Academy, the disappearances in the academy were indeed curbed, but there is still no clue about the missing professors. Because of this, Princess Onefia took strict, tough, and effective measures. Strict inspection is required for everyone entering or leaving the academy. Even the food that comes in and out every day must be opened and carefully inspected before being released. The royal guards who came with her would patrol in shifts 24 hours a day, and any movement would be reported to her ears. Generally speaking, the current Sias University is like an impenetrable fortress. This really fits her iron fist. After being released, the two returned to the Bronze Hall. After putting down their luggage, they met again downstairs in the Bronze Hall. Give. Hills handed a pill to Black. Blake looked at the red, crystal-like pills in his hand. He said nothing and just put them away silently. Where are we going next? After taking the medicine, Hills became noticeably more energetic. Go find the guy who knows everything. Oops, is it a brand new face this time? Goodley looked at Blake and Hills, who came in, and made a joking sound. I can't tell. Are you the type who is popular with women? Wow, what a big eagle, and it can talk! Hills exclaimed. Well, in a sense, I am a more advanced creature than an eagle. Goodley said proudly. So, are you an elf? Isn't this obvious? I'm sorry, because this is the first time I've seen a talking elf. Indeed, not every elf can do this, hee. When Goodley heard the sigh, he seemed to feel unusually satisfied. Girl, what's your name? I'll remember it well this time. To be honest, I almost forgot your last name. I'm really getting old and my memory is not that good. How old are you? Hills looked at the other person with curiosity. Maybe 200 years younger than Cordelis? I can't remember the exact time, I just remember that Sias was still a simple wooden house at that time. Then you should be 300 years old, right? That's indeed the case. Hill's personality can take good care of Goodley's talkative nature, which seems to give it an outlet. Blake glanced at them, said hello to Hunter, who was on his shoulder, and then walked towards Cordles, who was curled up under a treat arrest. Feeling Blake approaching, Cordles slowly opened his eyes. It's faster than I thought. Have you seen that woman yet? In a sense, I guess I have seen it. After listening to Blake's story, Cordless fell into a long silence. It was not until a long while later that he finally uttered a slow sigh. The wind carrying a sad breath surrounded everyone. Is that so? The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Goodley stood quietly aside, and Hunter stood on Blake's shoulder without making any sound. Finally, it was Cordles who spoke. Now that things have been clarified, I will help you absorb it as agreed, but before that, Cordles lay on the ground. The giant wolf looked at Blake with its blue eyes. Ask whatever you want to ask. I can see that you still seem to have many doubts. Blake handed over the spirit crystal in his hand. What's its name? High-level water spirit, Mohanis. This time Blake heard the answer from Cordles. As expected, this is indeed a crystal left behind by a high-level elf. What do you think of its death? It died of suicide. What? Hills on the side widened his eyes. Blake, The fact that a high-level elf committed suicide is inconceivable in itself. Hills looked at the spirit crystal in Black's hand in disbelief. Although she had never seen a high-level elf before, she knew how powerful it was. Even a high-level magician might not dare to assert that he could subdue a high-level elf. After all, they were all beings that had existed for hundreds of years. Looking at the silent Blake, Cordell said, "In your opinion, there may be many things that are incomprehensible, right?" Blake nodded. Cordell took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed true. This is something that is difficult to understand. But it's the only reasonable explanation." Cordell looked up at the giant tree. "Its cultivation and existence history are even higher than mine. With its power, after the death of Archmage Meyer and the previous Swordmaster, no one can kill it." Cordell seemed quite sure of this, and it is indeed so. The existence of high-level elves is itself one of the taboos of this world. These existences beyond history are themselves loopholes in this world. Countless elves can happen to encounter their own opportunities and chances based on their own efforts, and thus have the possibility of becoming a more eternal existence. This also makes their existence powerful. Cordell was lying on the grass by the flowing stream, its body obscured by the setting sun and the shadows of the giant trees. Goodly standing beside him also showed a rare complex expression. Cordell continued, "It fell in love with someone it shouldn't have, a human girl." Unlike Hill's shock, the answer didn't seem surprising to Black. "From your expression, you seem to have guessed this." Blake was silent for a moment. "The result is obvious." "Indeed. After the girl passed away, it became so lonely that it chose to end its own life. So it chose to steal Morgana's body, and took great pains to build a tomb. That was also a common tomb it prepared for itself." Codorus sighed, "She is indeed a beautiful girl, but existences from two different dimensions are destined not to get a natural ending. For the sake of the girl, Mohanis chose to leave us and break away from the group, and the girl also chose to stay away from human society in order to seek a reasonable relationship. These are two guys who betrayed their race. Humph, but in the end, it still leaves a mess." Cordell snorted coldly, but Blake read a kind of loneliness in its eyes. At this moment, Blake seemed to understand the meaning of Cordell's obsession in guarding the giant tree. He was just guarding an eternal meaning, which was also the meaning of survival that he had chosen for himself. For those almost immortal beings, loneliness is a fatal disease. After experiencing a long time, high-level elves must learn to deal with this deadly disease. Codorus chose to actively search for it, while the high-level water elf Mohanis encountered it uncontrollably. However, humans have a shorter lifespan than elves, so this hope is destined to not last long. That is why Cordellus expressed strong doubts about Mirante's feelings for humans. "I am this way. Everything that happened in that village decades ago seems to have a traceable path." Chapter 139. Mohanis. Cordell stood up. "Get ready, I will establish a connection between you and the remains of Mohanis." Blake was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Cordellus would agree so decisively. Although this was an agreement, he slowly took out the spirit crystal and handed it over. As Cordell injected a stream of spiritual power into it, the spirit crystal seemed to respond and emitted a strong light. "Stand forward and hold out your hand." Blake stepped forward and held out his hand. The next second, with a howl from Cordell, countless fluorescent blue light particles drifted out from the tiny spirit crystal. These imperceptible light particles gradually formed an illusory figure in the air, which had the same posture as the statue in the cave. The other party walked slowly towards Blake as if it had consciousness, and finally turned into light again, gathering on Blake's palm, and then turned into countless silk threads to slowly wrap Blake. In an instant, Blake was wrapped into a huge cocoon. As a witness, record all of this. As Cordell's voice fell. In an instant, the strong light devoured Blake until he was completely annihilated in it. Blake opened his eyes again and looked around, finding himself on a meadow. He looked down at his own body, which was like a bubble. Was it the environment? No, it was an illusion. This was Mohanis' ability, and he had seen it before. "Should I rely on Fenris tears again to release magic power to stimulate myself from the outside, just like last time? It shouldn't be necessary. If nothing unexpected happens, Codorus should be guarding his body at this time. If anything happens, he should try to wake him up." The other party has not taken any action so far, which means that everything is still under control, just as Blake was thinking. "Mohanis, how is this village?" "I think it's very nice. The environment is great and it won't be disturbed by the outside world. It's very peaceful." A gentle and lively female voice sounded. Blake looked in the direction of the sound and watched from afar the girl and the man standing on the cliff overlooking the village below. The man's body glowed a fluorescent blue light, and his long hair fell to his waist, but his face could not be seen from his back. But Black immediately confirmed his identity. Every elf will appear in front of humans in different postures since its birth. Generally, they will choose the form that is most suitable for survival to imitate, but as some elves continue to practice, they can change their appearance in the eyes of humans. Even humans can imitate them. Cordell should be able to do this, but since he never leaves the forest, he has neither the opportunity nor the need to change his form. Yeah, it's a great place. The man's voice was very ethereal, as penetrating as a cuckoo, echoing among the valleys. I'm sorry, this journey will be very difficult.
Please don't say such things. Do you remember the agreement between us? Well, don't look back at any time.
As Cotterus said, Morgana and Mohanis chose that remote and inconspicuous village as their place of residence in order to avoid the world. In an instant, the picture collapsed, and the scenes in front of him were like a scroll being torn apart. The grass under Blake's feet disappeared in an instant, and was stained with a layer of gray marble pattern like ink. When Blake raised his head again, he saw a dark cave. Morgana was sitting on a rock, and a huge tapir was curled up beside her.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what you needed, so I kept thinking about bringing you something.
I just learned how to bake pine nut pies, but then I suddenly realized that you didn't seem to need it. Well, food is just an extra burden for me, as long as you come more often.
Will this cave be very cold? Winter is coming soon. I can't even see squirrels these days.
No, I don't have the concept of cold and warm, so I can't understand the feelings you were talking about.
Oh, I see. That's something to be happy about.
After all, winter is really cold, and it makes people want to stay by the fire.
Yeah, but every time you appear beside me I feel very comfortable. It should be the same feeling. Ha, you make me feel like a furnace when you say that. Indeed.
Blake was still watching the two from a distance, but because he couldn't show his true face to others, Mohanis chose that cave as his usual residence. Firstly, no one usually goes there, and secondly, it is very close to Morgana's wooden house, and every meeting between the two was secret and unknown to others. Just as Hera said, Morgana was always nowhere to be seen on weekdays. As the sound of the two people's conversation became farther and farther away, when Blake came to his senses again, he found that it was spring outside the cave and the moon was high in the sky. You seem very sad, and you don't usually come here at such a late hour.
Yeah, it's true. What happened? Little Hera lost his father today. I'm sorry. I can't really relate to you. Maybe it's because I'm used to this kind of thing. Yeah, you must have lived for many years, right? You must have experienced a lot of things like this. Well, it's longer than you think. How pitiful. Will you be sad if I die?
To be honest, I have never thought about this question, because I always feel that I am one step closer to death. I'm sorry for passing my bad feelings to you, especially on a night like this.
Don't worry, Morgana. What can I do for you? Although I don't know what to do. Well, do you have any way to change the current situation of the village?
If it's just this scope, there shouldn't be any problem, and I will do my best in whatever you ask.
Thank you, Mohanis. The night light shone into the cave, lighting up the man and the tapir that were clinging to each other. Blake watched the scene without saying anything. In order to resolve the crisis the village was in, Morgana asked Mohanis to change the current situation of the village.
The spiritual power of the elves itself comes from nature. Sufficient spiritual power can even interfere with the surrounding environment, not to mention that it was a high-level water elf. The power of a water elf had the highest natural affinity among all the attributes, so for Mohanis, its power was enough to easily cover the entire village. Outside the cave, Blake watched calmly as the sun and moon changed, the snow fell, the young leaves sprouted, and the stream flowed.
I'm sorry, Mohanis.
I've recently felt clearly that it's almost time for me to break my promise. A gray-haired woman was leaning on a cane, wrinkles all over her cheeks, but the tapir in front of her still looked the same as before. Mohanis looked at the other party, his eyes still calm, as if he had already anticipated the arrival of this day.
You still look like you're in pretty good shape, for a human your age.
The old man smiled and shook his head, but I often have sweet dreams recently.
What kind of dream was that?
During the decades we lived together, everything was vivid in my dream.
It looks like it's going to be a pretty long dream. But this should be a very short time for you, right? Taper was silent for a while.
In fact, this is the longest 56 years in my thousands of years. I have never had such a clear understanding of time.
I see, the old woman looked at Blake.
Actually, she couldn't see him at all, because he was looking at the snowy scene outside the cave.
You will return after I die. Back to where?
You're supposed to be there, and then you gradually get used to everything again, and then you're alone again. The old man reached out and stroked the taper's body.
But promise me, don't let it devour you. Go find the meaning of life.
Even if it may take you a long time, but the process of searching itself has meaning. The taper said nothing this time. The two people in the cave fell into a long silence. Only the occasional snowflakes floated in, gently falling to the ground and eventually turning into water droplets, which were so cold that they pierced people's hearts. This winter seems to be exceptionally long and cold enough to freeze a person's life at this moment forever.
Do you remember the agreement? There's no need to look back at any time.
At this moment, a breeze blew into the cave without warning, as if it was a response from the old man lying in the coffin. Warm light particles floated in the cave, followed by Mohani's gradually disappearing body. Blake lowered his eyes and watched the particles of glimmer passing by him, interweaving with the snowflakes in the air to form a blurry web of light. Those light particles seemed to have life. They trembled slightly when they touched the snowflakes, dyeing the hexagonal ice crystals with a light blue. Some of the light particles merged into the statue, some tightly wrapped the woman's body, but more flew out of the cave and merged into the land. It never forgot what the other party had asked it to do until its death. This is also the reason why the village still enjoyed a brief miracle after the god passed away. Chapter 140, Her Highness Onephia summons you. Everything fell silent, and Blake returned to the familiar cave again. He looked at the statue in front of him and the crystal column beside him. He took a deep breath, walked slowly forward, and placed his hand gently on the statue. In an instant, a feeling of fullness spread throughout his body, and a myriad of feelings spread from his hands to his entire body. At this moment, the statue seemed to have life, making a low humming sound. For a moment, Blake clearly felt its presence, and the other party seemed to feel him as well, but there was no resistance. Instead, they just quietly felt each other's. Gradually, a huge amount of spiritual power along with some strange things poured into Blake's brain. The huge memory or something else made Blake feel a splitting headache. The violent impact made Blake feel as if he was hit from behind with a club. As Blake slowly opened his eyes, he saw the lush branches and leaves of the forest, followed by Hill's concerned look.
You finally woke up. How are you? Are you feeling unwell?
Blake shook his head and looked around to find that Goodley and Hunter were also watching him quietly.
It looks like you've already connected with it. Cordles fixed his gaze on himself. Blake nodded. Not only is there a connection, there are some strange things.
I don't know if it's a memory or, this is the story of Mohani's.
Codrus said, it's different from a blessing. It's like injecting the power of Mohani's into your body to establish a connection. In a sense, it's more like a contract. What changes do you feel in your body now?
Blake quietly felt the changes in his body and said truthfully, there are no obvious changes except that I feel energetic.
Mohani's is not a person with strong offensive power.
His influence on you should be reflected in other aspects.
Hearing this, Blake thought of something and immediately opened the attribute panel.
In fact, that was something only he could see: strength, 13 mental strength, 14 magic, 10 combat skills, LaRoche sword skills, proficient, spiritual perception, basic, magic skills, wine blade, low level, LV.3, fireball, low level, LV.3, lightning, low level, LV.3, lightning strike, intermediate level, LV.3 features, blessing of the south wind, poison resistance. My mental strength actually jumped directly from 8 to 14. It has increased by nearly double. With the panel, Blake finally had a clear insight into his own improvement. This surprised him a little. You know, since he came here, although his strength and magic power have increased, his mental power has hardly changed significantly. This is mainly because mental power is different from strength and magic power, and can be improved through later training, and the improvement of mental power is particularly special. In the game, if you want to improve your mental strength, you usually have to find and refine potions that can cleanse your mind. These medicines are not only expensive but also difficult to find. This is mainly because strong mental power plays an important role in the development of magic and strength, and strong mental power can weaken the impact of most mental attacks.
It seems that you have noticed the changes in your body. Cordles looked at Blake. Blake nodded, then thought about it. The contract you just mentioned, then the connection between me and it should be more than that, right? Cordles was silent for a while. You can try to summon it out.
Although it is not his true form, it is still feasible.
But I don't recommend you try that now. Why?
Although Mohani's body has long returned to nature, even replicating its will requires enormous mental and magical power, which is a huge drain on you, said Cotterus. Blake said nothing. The truth may be as the other party said. Even those guys who are currently elf contractors in the game will not easily contract and summon high-level elves before they are promoted to high-level elf masters. You can come here regularly, and I will help you make plans based on your situation.
Cordless glanced at Blake and turned away.
Oh, that guy is always like this. Goodley came over and covered his mouth and said, don't look at it like this. In fact, it is very grateful to you for helping to find out about Mohani's from the bottom of its heart. You have to know that these two are old friends. Otherwise, if it were any other human being, they would be blown away if they dared to step into this place. Blake looked at Cordles back and didn't speak for a long time. It's been an eventful few days. On the way back to the forest, Hill stretched slowly and said, these are all unprecedented experiences.
They are really amazing.
Blake looked at the other person, but the other person's expression did not seem like he was lying. Originally, Blake thought that the experiences of the past few days would cause her trouble, but she didn't seem to think so.
Instead, she enjoyed it all. By the way, what are your plans for the next few days?
Hill suddenly turned his head and asked. Continue to familiarize yourself with the abilities you just acquired, and then start preparing for the assessment after today.
Oh yeah. I forgot about the exam.
Hills looked anxious again, as if something painful had been mentioned to him.
If you need it, I can help you with counseling.
Blake regretted the moment he said it. Such words seemed very inappropriate coming from the mouth of Blake, who failed the exam seriously, but Hills seemed very happy when he heard it. Really?
Blake nodded. Although I'm not sure if I can help you.
After all, we are in different fields. No, there will be no problem with your ability.
Uncle Kirsten often praises your performance in class test scores in front of me. Professor Kirsten often talks about me?
Well, not really. It was just something we mentioned casually during our daily chats.
Don't worry about it, really.
Ah. By the way, I have to say hello to Emily when I get back. She will definitely be very worried if I disappear for several days in a row. Blake looked at Hills, whose hands and feet were in a panic, and lowered his head to think. Indeed, this took several days in a row. Although it was faster than planned, the next things will be very tight, especially the third act that will come after the exams. I don't know if the protagonist has made any progress recently. As soon as they walked out of the woods in the south, Blake and Hills stopped. In fact, there was a wall blocking the two of them. They were a group of guards wearing black scale armor. The armor plates shone with a cold metallic luster in the light leaking through the forest. The thorn patterns carved on the edges swayed slightly with their movements. A closer look revealed that they were dark patterns exclusive to the royal family. The long swords in their hands pointed diagonally at the ground, and the sapphires inlaid on the scabbards flickered faintly in the shadows. Obviously they were sharp weapons that had been polished for many years. The leader had a gilded token hanging around his waist, and the eagle pattern on the token was facing Blake, with eyes as sharp as a knife. Almost in an instant, the guards surrounded Blake and ignored Hills, who was standing aside. Black Percival. Several guards surrounded Blake, leaving him nowhere to run, and the leader stepped forward.
Her Highness Onephia summons you.
Chapter 141. How dare you tease me? Onephia was sitting at the desk specially prepared for her by the academy. There was a cup of steaming coffee beside the desk, but she didn't touch it and seemed to be busy dealing with the matters at hand. After hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he slowly raised his head and looked at Blake coldly with his blue eyes.
Black Percival, it's really not easy to meet you.
Blake saluted. I am very sorry, Your Highness. I did not know you were looking for me, otherwise I would have done everything I could to help you.
Humph, it sounds better than what you say. Onephia snorted coldly and leaned back slightly. I've had enough of the game of you chasing me. It's about time to solve the procrastinating things.
It's always annoying to have things piled up on your head, and I just can't stand this. That's true, Blake agreed. For this sharp princess, it is natural to adopt a retreat to advance approach, because her personality is at two extremes from Sophia's. Following the other party's intentions is an effective way to avoid the other party's sharp blade.
Do you know what this is?
Onefia threw a file bag directly in front of Blake. Blake simply opened it and took a quick look, then immediately knew what was inside. Based on your grades last semester, it is enough to initiate the withdrawal process from Sias College.
That's true. Oh. But judging from your expression, you don't seem to care. Blake shook his head.
I'm doing my best to make up for my previous shortcomings. A fool's excuse has no meaning for the facts, because the essence will not change. Instead, it is more like an excuse for himself. Onefia's voice was sharp, like a director of studies criticizing a bad student, yet Blake understood the behavior. Giving the other party a warning right from the start is indeed a good way to establish your own dominant position.
Do you have anything else to say? If not, I will ask the academic committee to initiate the corresponding procedures.
At this time, Onefia was supporting her head with one hand, looking at herself, with a hint of mockery from a superior to an inferior in her cold blue eyes, and in her eyes, it was indeed so. She confidently believed that the other person's life was completely in her own hands. In fact, she had always used this method to control interpersonal relationships. She had always disdained Sophia's method of winning people's hearts, find the opponent's weaknesses, find their weakness, and then completely manipulate them. In her eyes, this is a more significant and effective means, and she really enjoyed this feeling. She also thought that this method was effective enough for the young man in front of her. I want to express my gratitude to you, Your Highness. You are always concerned about the lives of our classmates here, and you are always attentive to small matters like this.
What did you say?
The corners of Onefia's mouth, which were slightly raised, froze. She thought that in this situation, even if the other party would not beg for mercy like most people, he would remain silent, but he actually thanked her.
What do you mean? Onefia frowned.
Literally, Your Highness, as a ruler who cares so much about the common people, I am impressed by your tolerance.
Oh, you want to put me on a pedestal? How dare you tease me? Onefia scolded coldly. Don't think that you can sit back and do whatever you want to provoke me just because you have Sophia's protection.
Your Highness, in fact, Her Highness Sophia and I did not have the power transaction that you suspected. Oh?
Onefia sneered. So you're saying that everything Sophia did for the Percivals was out of the kindness of her heart?
Her Highness Sophia is indeed a fair and kind person.
So you mean to say that I'm inhuman, right? I can punish you for that right now.
That is not what I meant, Your Highness, said Blake. She is really a princess with a cold personality. Just then, there was a knock on the door, which made Onefia, who was speaking, feel a little unhappy.
Enter.
There was even a hint of anger in his voice. As the office door opened, Onefia frowned slightly when she saw the person coming in.
Director Kirsten, what can I do for you?
When Kirsten came in, he glanced at Blake beside him, then walked to Onefia's desk.
Your Highness, I was actually asked by someone else to come to find Blake. Looking for him?
There was a brief pause on Onefia's cold face.
Actually, it was Professor O'Dales who wanted Mr. Black to go over there. Kirsten chuckled.
You know, his personality has always been like this. Even though I've said you might be talking to Blake at this moment, he still insisted that I come to inform him. Please come over right now, there's some trouble with the research.
That's about what he meant. Really, it really puts me in a difficult position. Hearing this, Onefia angrily slammed the table. Doesn't that unreasonable guy know when to choose the right time?
Onefia was now filled with annoyance from the bottom of her heart regarding the name Odalus. In fact, in order to completely control the power that Sophia had established in Sias, she had negotiated with almost every important professor during this period of time. Even if the other party will not side with you, they will at least give you face and show minimum respect. Only two people. That O'Deals and Swart. No matter how she summoned them, they chose not to respond. In the end, she even put aside her status and went to visit them where they lived, but the result was a rejection. That's right, a noble second princess of the Claude Empire, who enjoyed power above everyone else, was unexpectedly rejected by two professors of the same academy at the same time. Swart simply refused on the grounds that he was tutoring his classmates. As for Audiles, he hadn't even met him. This severely hurt her self-esteem, and a feeling of frustration welled up from the bottom of her heart. Although I had heard about their eccentric and unsociable personalities, their achievements in alchemy research and barrier magic were unmatched in the Empire, but these are the guys, and one of them is now asking Blake to come over. Considering the other party's identity and status, go back and tell Professor O'Dales that I will let him go if there
is no problem after I finish dealing with this.
Even for O'Dales, with her status, there is no need for her to take the initiative to show weakness. Kirsten nodded, but seeing that Kirsten still had no intention of leaving, Onefia frowned.
Director Kirsten, do you have anything else to say?
Kirsten hesitated for a moment. Actually, I haven't conveyed my words completely yet.
Then tell me all at once.
Kirsten nodded and turned to look at Blake, and Professor Swart. He also hopes you can come over as soon as possible. He said that you haven't been to him for a checkup for a long time, and he is very worried about you now. When Kirsten spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word worry, and his eyes would occasionally glance at Onefia across the table while he spoke. As expected, after these words were spoken, Onefia's expression became noticeably strange.
Chapter 142 Black's Value. After Kirsten finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence.
The three people with different identities and positions stood in this limited space and fell into a delicate balance.
Is it really Professor Audiles and Professor Swart who are calling him, or are you making this up in your personal name?
Onefia narrowed her eyes at Kirsten, with a hint of danger and suspicion in her eyes. Kirsten hurriedly explained, "This is all true.
Blake is not only a member of Professor O'Dale's Alchemy Institute, but he is also registered under Professor O'Dale's name. And Professor Swart also had frequent dealings with Black. Many students have witnessed this." After hearing Kirsten's explanation, Onefia slowly looked away. "Okay, I understand. After we finish dealing with things here, if there are no problems, I will naturally let him go back."
When Kirsten was about to leave, Onefia suddenly called him.
"I have some questions for you regarding Blake's assessment results from last school year."
Kirsten nodded, took the transcript handed over, then raised his eyes and glanced at Onefia secretly.
"Why has he not only not started the process of expulsion, but has he not even received any punishment?"
"Your Highness, the Academy's duty is to teach students, not to be a prison or a court." Kirsten explained slowly, "and Blake has already signed up for makeup exams for all the subjects he failed." After hearing Kirsten's explanation, Onefia was about to say something, but at this time the door was knocked again.
"Come in."
Being interrupted again, Onefia's voice was filled with undisguised anger. This time, it was Onefia's guards who came in. "Your Highness, the temporary head of the Malat family requests to see you." Hearing the other party's words, Blake paused slightly, and Onefia quietly looked at Blake's expression. After confirming that the two had not discussed this beforehand, she nodded to the guard. "I saw Lalina, wearing a school uniform, slowly walking in from the door." At this time, she once again returned to her previous disguise, but after she came in, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Blake beside her. After the ceremony, Onefia spoke first. "So it seems that you have taken care of the affairs of the Malat family?"
Lalina smiled calmly. "It has been settled for the time being. Thank you for your meticulous care." Concern? I'm not that idle.
The affairs of an earl's family are nothing but trivial matters in my eyes."
Onefia's voice turned cold.
"I don't care about the internal affairs of the Malat family. What I care about now is the death of senior magicians. In fact, even my father cares about it very much." He glanced at Blake and Lalina and sneered. "It just so happens that the other party is here, so it will be much easier to deal with it. The other party has sent the body to the royal family.
I believe the result will be known soon."
Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in Onefia's blue eyes.
"But before that, if you have anything to confess, it's best to do it as soon as possible."
Faced with the other party's obvious warning, Lalina immediately revealed an expression of innocence and grievance.
"Really, Your Highness, I am the victim of this incident. You are misunderstanding my position."
"Oh?
Victim? That's not necessarily true, is it?"
If there is one person who can benefit from this, it's you, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to take the position of head of the family so easily." Facing the other party's explicit words, Lalina smiled and corrected him. "Your Highness, I am only temporarily serving as the head of the family. I will immediately step down when the right person appears."
As soon as these words were spoken, Onefia burst out laughing, with a hint of sarcasm in her laughter. What a hilarious joke! Onefia's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, which looked attractive, but only those who knew her well would know that it was a dangerous signal. Master Malat, I'm very curious, will such a person appear under your rule? Or, do you think you would allow such a person to exist? Lalina also narrowed her eyes, with a hint of cunning in her smile. Things like this should just be left to nature. The two looked at each other silently, no one spoke. This seems like a confrontation, and the one who is the first to cowardly will fall into the opponent's trap, but it ended with Onefia snorting coldly, I don't have time to deal with a cunning guy like you. Now that things have come to this, I'll just make it clear. Onefia looked at Lalina and then at Blake. I need to know the circumstances of the incident, especially the cause of death of the senior magician. Onefia tapped the table lightly with her fair fingers. I advise you to be honest about this. Otherwise, you will regret hiding it when my patience runs out. At this moment, all emotions had faded from her eyes, leaving only cold indifference, like an executioner about to drop her butcher knife. The air around her seemed to freeze into frost along with her eyes. This was her true self. In fact, it was just as she said, and her attitude towards Blake up to this point was enough to overcome her patience. Your Highness, what you said is a little inappropriate. There were more than just the two of us at the scene. Onefia said, the members of the Adventurers Guild all claim that they don't know each other's identities. Lalina spread her hands. Even the members of the association don't know the other party's identity, so how can you be sure that Blake knows the other party's identity? But Blake is a hired gun, there is no doubt about that. Just based on that fact, he is undeniably suspicious. In fact, I have already confirmed this with the Adventurers Association, Lalina said. At that time, Blake directly contacted the person in charge to issue the commission, and he did not know the specific members. Then can you take responsibility for your own words? Onefia said, now she could no longer hide the anger in her eyes. You should know that you are now the head of the Malat family. Your words and deeds represent the opinions of the Malat family. Lalina nodded non-committally, I think it's okay, because it's only based on the facts I investigated. That would be great. Onefia's eyes became more hostile. I wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to wipe out one of Sophia's forces. In fact, I'd be happy to do that. Faced with death threats, Lalina still smiled. Just as Onefia was about to continue speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open again, just when Onefia was about to yell at the repeated interruptions. Your Highness! A team patrolling the academy just suddenly lost contact. What? Faced with this sudden change, Onefia stopped tapping the table and frowned. That should be enough, right? Catherine looked at the guy lying on the ground, clapped her hands, turned her head and glanced at the dark shadow beside her. Yes, but you were too harsh. Catherine spread her hands. The master requires a degree that is enough to attract attention, and it is a rare opportunity to take the opportunity to teach that arrogant woman's men a lesson. You really do hate her as much as ever. I hate all the people of Claude's bloodline. We all hate that, don't we? Yes, but now is not the time for revenge. You should restrain yourself a little. I see. You're so nagging. Why don't you leave? There will be more people here soon. What about you? What are you talking about? I'm the victim. As soon as Catherine finished speaking, she screamed and ran away. Ah! Help! There are so many dead bodies here. Someone please come and take a look. Could it be that the nightmare has returned again? I didn't expect to hear that you were summoned by Her Highness Onefia just after I rushed back to the academy. But at least I'm not too late, right? Because of the sudden change, Onefia's attention had to be diverted, so she had to let Blake and the other two leave. Have the matters concerning the Malat family been arranged? Blake said, it would be troublesome to handle such a long distance, right? Lalina shook her head and moved closer to Blake imperceptibly. I have already told the butler to send all matters to my office in the academy. Blake was stunned. You have an office in the academy? Lalina nodded. There are many empty rooms in the academy. It won't be difficult to find a suitable one. I see. This is really a tough job. Why don't you accompany me to take a look?
Although I have already rented the house, it still lacks decoration at that time. Lilina naturally had to pull Blake's arm. If possible, I naturally hope you can give some suggestions.
Blake hesitated.
To be honest, I have no experience in decoration, so I'm afraid the help I can give you in this regard will be very limited.
Lilina shook her head nonchalantly. It's okay. Just make suggestions as you like.
They may not be adopted, so there's no need to feel pressured.
You just need to give your opinions.
The investigation has been going on for several days, but the problem happened at this time.
What a coincidence. Onefia stood in front of the window, watching the two people leaving and sneered she would not be distracted so easily. No wonder Sophia cares so much about this GUI. It seems that the value contained in this black is far higher than itself. Chapter 143. What a lovely girl. Lilina took Blake to a building in the college's commercial district.
The room he had rented in advance was on the third floor. In fact, it is not very big, only the size of an office of a firm, and just as she said, it has not been carefully decorated yet.
Currently, there is only an office desk and chair and a sofa in the room. The floor was littered with various documents. How are you feeling? It may feel good, but will it bother you if it is located in a busy commercial area? Blake walked to the window and looked out.
From here he had a clear view of the entire college's commercial area.
Well, it's better to say that this is why I chose this place on purpose. Lilina put her hands behind her back and came to Blake's side to look outside with him.
Because the Malat family's caravan has a lot of trade with the academy, so I can directly check when the supplies are transported here every day. After hearing the other party's explanation, Blake finally understood why Lilina had a certain voice even in Siazd. Blake sat down on the couch next to his desk.
Thank you for this time. It's very polite of you to say that. Lilina poured Blake a cup of tea, her movements dignified. We have always had a mutually supportive relationship, haven't we?
After Lilina finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something, changed the subject, put down the teacup and sighed slowly.
But it is indeed risky for me to guarantee you as the head of the Malat family.
Of course, I have no objection, but it is very likely that people in my family will talk about it in the future. Blake thought about it and felt that what the other party said was indeed correct. The other party guaranteed him as the head of the Malat family, which was of great significance. It was certain that it would probably bring some unnecessary trouble to the other party.
I will remember this favor. If you need anything, you can tell me. When Blake finished speaking, Lilina's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. If you really want to thank me, how about treating me to a meal? Blake was stunned for a moment, then stared at Lilina for a while. You shouldn't be short of money, right?
The other party is not only the head of the Malat family now, but also controls the Malat Trading Company after Wales, who was originally in power, was investigated. The magic props that the other party sent last time were labeled with the company's label. Lilina nodded, looking a little embarrassed.
That's true, but considering that I need to handle affairs here frequently, it may be very busy. Time is precious to me. So how about choosing this place as the dining place? So if possible, you can deliver the meal here directly, so that I can eat directly after I finish my work.
Of course, you can try to buy more so that your meal problem will be solved and it won't be too troublesome. Blake thought about it and felt that it was not a big deal, so he nodded.
What time do you usually eat? I don't know that. Lilina shook her head.
It depends on when I can finish things, so if possible, the sooner the better. Lilina pointed to the sofa next to her desk.
The sofa here is very comfortable, isn't it? You can sit here and wait. Of course, it is also convenient for us to drink tea and chat. Blake nodded.
But considering the equivalence of the return, one meal alone is clearly not enough. As Lilina spoke, her hands were rubbing her hair unnaturally.
How about setting it up once a week? No, once every 3 days?
It doesn't sound like a very difficult thing.
Then it's settled.
Lilina seemed to be in a good mood, and even her voice had a hint of joy. After staying in Lilina's office for a while, Blake got up to say goodbye. Although Blake tried to refuse, Lilina insisted on seeing him off.
Just send it here. You have some supplies to buy, don't you? Lilina nodded, then suddenly remembered something and took out a list from her pocket. This is? Lalaina handed the list to Blake. I think the magic supplies I sent you last time should have been almost used up, right? This is a list of some unused supplies that I recently counted. You can mark out what you need directly on it, and I'll have someone count it and send it over when the time comes. Looking at the order handed over by the other party, just when Blake was hesitating whether to accept it, so you are here. Before Blake could react, a figure rushed over. Hills, who came from nowhere, looked Blake's body up and down nervously. Blake, you're not in any trouble, are you? For a moment, Lalaina's hand holding the list suddenly paused, and the smile on her lips froze. Looking at Hills, who looked worried, Blake shook his head and said sincerely, everything is fine. Thank you for your help. Director Kirsten's arrival has been a great help. He was not confident enough to allow Kirsten to take the enormous pressure to help him escape danger. Hills smiled. It's nothing, I just said it casually to Kirsten, it's not a big deal, and Uncle Kirsten himself appreciates you very much, it seems like you really helped a lot. Lalaina at the side suddenly interrupted her and gave Hills a grateful smile, but there was a hint of unknown meaning in her smile. She would narrow her eyes every time this happened. As a thank you, I will express my gratitude on behalf of Senior Blake when I have the chance in the future. I'm Lalaina Malat, Lalaina said with a friendly smile. Hills thought about it for a moment, then his eyes widened. Oh, now I remember. You are the youngest patriarch in history, right? Apparently, the story of Lalaina has spread throughout the empire. In fact, being able to succeed the position of head of the family at her age is indeed unprecedented in the empire, not only because many qualified people in the Malat family were forced to accept investigation during this turmoil, but also because Lalaina's shrewd and effective methods were recognized by the family. Hills appropriately chose you as the honorific facing Lalaina, who was already the head of the Earl's family. Hills, who had no identity, still had to maintain the necessary etiquette of respect and inferiority, and Lalaina immediately and kindly took Hills' hand and said, there's no need to use honorifics. After all, you and Blake are friends, right? Lalaina deliberately emphasized the word friend and carefully observed the changes in Hills' expression. Well, we are indeed friends. That's what I said, but, Hills looked at Lalaina, then at Blake. What is your relationship with Blake? Only then did she remember that if she had seen correctly, the two of them seemed to have come down from upstairs together. My relationship with Senior Blake. Lalaina smiled and glanced at Blake blatantly. It should be considered a relationship of mutual support. After all, we have been through a lot together. As soon as these words were spoken, Hills's face stiffened slightly, and this subtle change naturally did not escape Lalaina's eyes. I see, although it hasn't come to that point yet, but there is still a possibility that people should pay attention to. Would you like to have a meal together? Lalaina offered. After all, there may be more things to do in the future. We can enjoy it together while we have time now. Blake glanced at Lalaina, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the other party just in a hurry to go back and order furniture? Never mind. Hill smiled sheepishly. I'll go back first. Uncle Kirsten is worried, so he insisted that I go for a thorough checkup. Because I suffer from severe intermittent anemia, I have to undergo a detailed examination almost every time I come back from a long trip. Hills waved goodbye to the two and left. What a lovely girl. Blake turned his head. What did you say? Lalaina narrowed her eyes, looked at Hills as departing back and shook her head. No, nothing. Blake turned his head and looked to the other side, saying, then I should leave too. After saying that, Lalaina followed Blake's line of sight and saw Alice, who was wearing a maid outfit, standing not far away. The other party seemed to have been waiting for a long time, although I don't know how the other party knew I was here. Then I'll be leaving first. Thank you very much for this. I'll treat you to a meal later as a thank you. Just as Blake was about to leave, Lalaina suddenly called him. Lalaina glanced at Alice and said, Senior, can we chat for a moment? Blake nodded, and asked Alice to wait here for a while, and then Lalaina took Blake to a place where there was no one. In fact, it was not difficult to detect that the other party was deliberately avoiding Alice. It was that woman who killed the high-ranking magician, right? Blake was stunned. He didn't expect that Lalaina would reveal her purpose directly as soon as she came up. Blake did not respond directly to the other party's question, because he didn't know what the other party was going to do. You don't need to show such an expression.
Don't worry, this matter itself is just my speculation, so I haven't mentioned it to anyone.
Lelina's words finally made Blake feel relieved. Why do you think so?
Because the incident happened in the territory under Malat's jurisdiction, I went to check it out when it was sent to the royal family for research. The other party died of a fatal wound on the neck, a sword in the throat.
Lelina's expression was solemn.
As a high-level magician who was good at using ice magic, he would not be so foolish as to easily let him get close to her in such a favorable environment.
Blake frowned, ignoring what the other party wanted to say. So, what do you want to say? Out of trusting you, I won't ask you too many questions. Lelina looked serious. But I think you still need to know this. The opponent can kill a high-level magician under unfavorable circumstances. This is even without using magic power.
Lelina said in a serious tone, if you have confidence, it can be a powerful shield, but if you don't have the control, then it will become a sharp blade that stabs you in the back.
Blake finally understood that the other party was giving him a reminder. Got it. I'll be on the lookout for that.
After leaving the commercial street, the two did not go back immediately, but at Alice's initiative, they finally came to the training ground. Alice took a sword from the weapons rack without saying anything. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Alice's eyes stayed on Blake. The feeling you give me has changed a lot. I need to confirm where this feeling comes from. Blake, what a keen insight. The other party should not be able to use magic power, but he can still keenly notice the spiritual energy emanating from his body, although he had tried hard to suppress it. But the spiritual energy still inevitably leaked out easily. Ever since he absorbed Mohani's spiritual crystal, he clearly felt that the spiritual energy in his body had become much more abundant. After receiving the blessing of Kataris and absorbing the spiritual crystal of Mohani's, he now even possesses some characteristics of an elf in some aspects. Blake looked at Alice, who was slowly approaching with a sword in hand, and after hesitating for a moment, he still held the sword. Although he had no original plan to train, now that he thought about it, there were indeed some benefits to sparring with the other party. He could take the opportunity to confirm his own strength. The opponent's strength allows you to use your full strength, because the actual combat test will be conducted the day after tomorrow. He had to avoid any problems in the subjects that were being re-examined, otherwise it would give the other party a handle. He could feel that Onefia had begun to pay attention to him. This is not all good news. This time was different from before. Alice exuded an unprecedented aura that was murderous intent, naked murderous intent. In an instant, Alice's figure turned into a shadow, and when Blake came to his senses, she had already disappeared. Blake's pupils suddenly shrank, and he drew the sword at his waist to his palm with his backhand, and held the sword horizontally behind his back, blocking the attack from behind with the backsword posture. In an instant, the sharp sound of metal friction was particularly harsh in the empty training ground. The next second, he turned around on his toes and caught a glimpse of a flash of silver light passing behind the stone pillar on the right. It was Alice's sword. All I could hear was the sharp sound of the sword cutting through the air, and I couldn't even see the opponent's figure. This was the first time that the opponent showed such a sense of oppression. In the previous game, the opponent, as the boss of the final act, had stumped countless players with its extremely high difficulty. Even though he had accumulated many experiences, he still did not dare to slack off when facing her because of the possibility of failure. But now that I'm facing her in person, I feel this suffocating sense of oppression. I almost forgot to breathe when fighting her. When it is determined that the naked eye cannot capture the other person's figure, the perception of spiritual energy becomes particularly effective, but even so, he could only barely fend off the opponent. Under the opponent's attack, Blake was forced to retreat again and again, and the soles of his boots left sparks on the stone slabs of the training ground. You must find a way to resolve the current situation, otherwise the opponent's sharp blade will cut through your body sooner or later. This was no joke. Unlike before, Alice's attacks this time were full of murderous intent, and every attack almost made Blake feel a chill on his back. What exactly does she want to do? At this moment, Blake was almost certain that the other party's so-called testing his own results was just to cover. So what is the other party's purpose? Could it be that the other party really wants to kill me? Thinking of this, Blake suddenly stopped, and the short blade hidden in his sleeve flew out, heading straight for Alice's wrist. Holding the sword, just when Alice thought she had dodged it, the shadow turned in midair, like a snake spitting out its tongue, and under the control of the wind, it attacked Alice again in a strange arc. The sharp blade passed in front of her face. Alice's eyes flashed, and she swung the sword backhand to deflect it, then spun around and attacked Blake. The speed was so fast that Blake had no time to react. However, just before the silver blade was about to touch Blake, a dazzling light emanated from Blake's eyes. Suddenly, an invisible airflow burst out from Blake's body and bounced Alice's sword away. For a moment, Alice was actually pushed back a few steps by the airflow. Just as Blake was preparing for the next attack, Alice stopped abruptly and put away her sword. It seems like something has been confirmed. You've made a big improvement. It is really not easy to hear words of praise from Alice. You can leave now. Although Blake didn't understand the other party's purpose of suddenly doing this, Blake didn't ask any more questions. After Blake left, Alice frowned slightly and subconsciously covered her abdomen with her hands. Under the scorching sun, a chill wafted out through the clothes.